After the chaos and carnage of the Challenger Division in the first 10 days of this Euros of cricket, yesterday we started the Premier Division. We had our first group of 5 and all up. There's 21 countries doing battle for this trophy. Today is the second day of Group A and one team will have to go by the end of the night. So settle in, welcome. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Buenos dias, good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket, Group 8, Day 2 today. It's also Peacock Friday. Hopefully you're feeling bright and breezy, but there's nothing easy about what faces these teams today in the most chaos and craziest form of cricket you could ever imagine. So we have more Group A action. We're starting with 2 teams that weren't able to take a win out of opening day. It's Guernsey versus France. We know that one team will have to go at the end of tonight, and the way things went on day 1 could be one of these 2 teams. Makes it a big game. It's Group A match 6. The coin toss has already taken place with Ian Ramage. Let's tell you what happened a little bit earlier out there in the middle.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Guernsey, the home team, you will toss the coin. France, the away team, you will call. There you go.
Dream11.
It's been called Dream11. It's come down European cricket, so you won the toss.
I will have a bowl, please.
Okay, toss won by Guernsey. Who will bowl first?
Guernsey win the toss then and elect to bowl. Now, we'll say that both teams struggled, particularly with the bat yesterday. We know France have had a bit more experience, I suppose, in the format. We had a European cricket series there earlier this year. Also, we know that, they've had success in this format as well when they get things right, but their order just never really clicked. I know they've got a lot of potential in there. I wonder if they maybe bring in a couple of different players, say, just to shake things up, but it's not really a format where you can afford to fail a third time in a row because there's only 4 matches that you will play, and both these teams have pretty tough contests later on. They'll be hoping to get a win here. France, so we know they are one of the better bowling sides going around. They've got some real pace in their attack, and yeah, I just think that they're going to come up against a Guernsey side who also struggled with the bat yesterday. I know they had a bit of a shocker last night, really, in their game against the Island 11. But again, new day, new possibilities for them as well. Maybe the Nightingales can step up. I know that they just need somebody to click. Really, both these teams in the same place with the bat, I think. But France, their bowling, I think, probably for me, has a little bit more bite to it. Should be a really interesting game, and I do think whoever loses this game, they are likely going to be out of the day, barring a big turnaround in their last game later on. Let's talk weather once again. It's a beautiful day on the Costa del Sol. We're on the beautiful Cartama Oval here in the Andalucía region in Spain. Some Mediterranean magic on the way. So if it's not so sunny in your part of the world, just keep the TV on and spend it with us because it's a beautiful day here. Expecting 28 degrees. Currently it's about 24. You couldn't hope for better conditions for cricket. Corey Rucker's standing by. I know that you realise as much as anyone this is a huge game in Group 8. And don't forget, if one of these teams doesn't have a good day at all, maybe they'd be on the block for the relegation spot to the Challenger Division next year. So ready to start the day. I can tell you Guernsey winning the toss. France going to have to bat first. Let's see what happens. As we get ready for match 6 in Group A, over to Corey Ruckers in the commentary box.
Hello, Vinny Sandu, and good morning, world. Really excited. Another day of T10 cricketing action out here in the Andalusia region of Spain. It's been an extremely hot tournament. It's been an extremely fun tournament so far. and really looking forward to moving day in Group A of the Premier Division. We've got Guernsey taking on France, but before we get into the action, let's have a quick recap of yesterday. It was France taking on Scotland, and obviously we got a glimpse of that batting order from France where they sort of lost a lot of wickets early, but so did Scotland until Kessajard came out with 49 off 23, 28 off 8 for Charlie Castle. Those two men were the difference makers with the bat in the match, and they helped Scotland get to a pretty comfortable victory in the end. They were tested early, but they got the chocolates, they got the 3 points, France holding on to a point, and that was a lovely way to sort of start the Premier Division as Scotland took the win. We looked at match number 2. This was a bit more of a batting Goliath. Jason van der Merwe came out and he mullered 72 off 20. Good support from Daniel Murray, 21 off 9. Jeremy Martin's an amazing day for him, started there 3 for 9 and then 51 off 13. I don't think you can have a better game individually and your team still lose. Island 11, the youngsters, the baggy blues, baggy green, sorry, with their green kit and their green hats. They ended up winning by 8 runs. Look out for that Irish 11. They're a very good team and, well, potentially they'll go far in this competition. That took us into Scotland, taking on Guernsey in the afternoon. Once again, Charlie Castle, 41 off 14. Fantastic. Josh Butler bowled well, 1 for 8, just the one over. I think he needs to bowl 2. McBride with the quick fire, 39 off 12. Guernsey, they tried their best in the reply. Luke Bouchard, 35 off 13, but it was 4 wickets to Hoagie. That man again, we love Hoagie. He's a popular character on the network with a hat-trick involved. Well done to him. As Scotland took the win by 30 runs to complete a pretty perfect day for them. They went back to Sunset Beach Club with 6 points and sitting pretty near the top of the table. France then took on Portugal. It was a sedate start from France, and that would cost them. Jeremy Martin's continuing his amazing day, 5 for 19. To go with his 3 for in the morning, 2 for Guy Sheena as well. And then it was Machado, which I have been reported to. I ran into him last night. It was cramps, unbelievably. No muscle tear, 52 off 26 to him. He saw Portugal home in what is a new look Portugal. They've found the passport holders. They've flown them all in, and they look a much more competitive team. We finally got down to the evening session. This one was a bit of a blowout. The Irish 11 piling on 146. Cameron Melly, 69 off 31. Charlie Forshaw bowled well for 2 wickets. But in the end, it was the young pace brigade that stopped the runs and the flow. Matthew Weldon, 2 for 14. Really like the look of him. Adam Kennedy as well, 2 for 16. A standout bowler. And the Irish 11 and the Scottish 11, well, they went undefeated, which a lot of people might expect. But I tell you what, Portugal and France and Guernsey, they want to change that a bit today. Let's have a look at the table. At the top, Ireland with the 4-point sweep last night go to 7. Scotland 6. Portugal sitting in a nice position on 4. But France and Guernsey, this is a stressful game, this one. Both with 2 losses. Guernsey got blown out in one of them. That's why their net run rate's a lot lower, and that's why they've only got the 1 point. So this is a big game for Guernsey. They don't want to lose this to France because I do believe they've got a tough game coming up later in the afternoon versus Portugal. And you just don't want to put yourself in a position where you might be thinking about demotion or relegation. So a warm welcome to everyone around the world. A warm welcome to all those players on your screen walking out to the beautiful Cardimer Oval on what is yet another day that must be touching 30 degrees. It's been extremely hot in Spain the last few weeks, and, well, we've absolutely loved it. It's better than being cold, that's for sure. And there's the school kids out to welcome the future stars and the current stars. And it's always good to see the school kids out here at Cardimer Oval. Having a look at these 2 lineups. Look, I think France have a very good bowling attack, but can they get something out of the top order? Can Zayn Ahmed get going? Mukhtar Gulami, he's been listed. I think that's a really good in at number 3. Jamshid Naziri showed promise there, listed at 5. For Guernsey, look out for Josh Butler. If he gets going and if he can get some support from the top order, you never know, Guernsey could easily chase anything down. Supercomputer basically saying 50-50. I think that's fair enough as well. These 2 teams obviously didn't have the best first day, but they get a chance, 2 chances today to right their wrongs and get back into this competition. Obviously the final 4, or the top 4, get through to the finals tomorrow. The team that finishes 5th, well, might have a nervous weight on their shoulders as the other few groups are still to come. So we're almost set to go. A warm welcome to everyone around the world, wherever you're watching from. Everybody in the chat, see plenty of names there. Dave, Shohar, Gary, Paul. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. And good morning to everyone on our international network partners. Here we go, ball number 1. Slide appeal. Just a friendly question, if anything, but sliding down the leg side. Forshaw with the new ball. Coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ahmed straight away. Some big raps on this young man. And he got Van der Merwe and Seamus Lynch out last night. He's got a nice action. He's got some decent pace. That one again, just hurrying up the batter, and a bit more of what we saw yesterday. A lot of bowlers not afraid to dig it in on this surface and sort of get it at that chest height and see how the techniques are of some of these players. As it looks like Mustafa Omer will take his first ball. Can France get their batting boots going? Yesterday they bowled well, but the batting was below par. So having a look at the field to the right-handed batter, it looks like it's going to be deep mid-wicket. That's one of the 2 boundary riders. And deep mid-on, so pretty straight field, but doesn't matter. Forshaw's just digging it in back of a length. Yeah, France came here with high hopes this year. A couple of changes to the team and a couple of players we think that are missing. Doesn't help. Their bowling stocks look good, but it was the batting yesterday that really was a bit below par. They need someone to get off to a bit of a cameo to start this game. That one hit down the ground, and that's where one of the 2 boundary riders are. Another single. It's a date start again. You only get 18 balls in this power play. Most teams want to be near 50. Not always easy, though. So Ahmed on strike. The left-handed batter. Can he get the first boundary of the day? Well, it sort of feels like they're playing within themselves and eating an over here. Not too sure about this tactic, but maybe they've gone to the coaching staff last night and said we need to get ourselves in a little bit more. High risk, I think. Already 5 deliveries bowled, and I don't think I've seen a shot that's really had the intent to hit the boundary. Over pitch delivery, and it bursts through the hands of the cover fieldsman. Does he stop it enough? He does not. So bonus runs for Omer that probably should have been stopped. In the end, 1 boundary off the over, and it is 7 for none after 1. As the supercomputer says 50-50, have a look at some of the stats. Well, this is just for the Premier Division so far. Look at the wicket rate. That's probably the biggest thing that's changed compared to the Challenger Division, which was in the low 3-4 region. Now it's 6.6. It just shows how big the bowling's become and how quick some of these bowlers are. Run rate yesterday, only a 12.3. Pretty pedestrian for what we know at Carter Oval, but I think the batters will figure it out today. Maybe I'm wrong. Here's a man that, well, he loves the stats as well. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think, if I was to get exact, that wicket rate's a really good one that you brought up. That, yeah, it was 4.5 in the Challenger per 10 overs and 6.6 yesterday. France lost 20 wickets yesterday.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
I mean, when you talk about them being a bit within themselves, I think one of the things is that, yeah, they maybe have talked to guys, okay, maybe we got a bit too crazy yesterday. Well, maybe it was just one of those days. Here's Bishard. You know that Zayn Ahmed and Mustafa Omar like to play shots, change at the top of the order. So Omar comes in. He was actually listed at 8, but they asked him to open the batting. He's a guy we've also seen playing for Byron, the Greek ECL team.
Yeah, not easy when one day you're at 8 and then the next day you're opening, but obviously they've gone to the think tank, tried to change it up. Slow start though, Vinny. 7 balls, 7 runs.
This one cramps him up. And now when they can't decide if they're coming or going.
Tell me a little bit more about Zayn Ahmed. From what I've seen, 3 innings, looked a little bit like the pace is too much for him, Vinny.
I don't know about that. I just think he had a bit of an off day. It can happen to anyone. We've seen Zayn quite a lot. We've seen him do it against good bowling as well. Yeah, there is. Think about France. France is
a place with a lot of good bowlers. We know that not only from this French national team, but we saw it in the ECS France this year as well. And Zion's had a lot of success there, but just needs to find some confidence. Right now, again, gets a bit big on him off the splice of the bat, only a single.
My main worry for him, Vinny, is it just looks like the pace is hitting the bat more than him hitting the ball. He really looks late on it.
Fraction late. Yeah, you're right.
3 off 6 in a power play. Look, France have a great bowling attack, but they need to get to a good score. They really do.
It's someone to click. And Guernsey, they're not a bad team at all. I know they had a bit of a day to forget yesterday, but they've got some very good cricketers in there. I think typically they're a good fielding side as well. Bichard, this guy, just continues to get better every time we see him. He stood up yesterday for Guernsey. And this is going to be a massive 4, or it'll be a 5 wides actually, because it's over their head. Not only the batter, but the keeper too. Might have slipped in the release there, Bichard. 5 bonus runs for France, and they need them.
Well, that takes a lot of pressure off. I hope he's not hurt himself, Vinny. He's on the haunches at the moment. Let's have a closer look. Just slipped a little bit. It looks like there's no dew or anything like that. It is extremely warm, but that's a big 5 wides.
Do know that they watered the field overnight, and so I just noticed that when I was out there. And so it's maybe still a little bit of moisture in the surface. I mean, nothing you'd expect it's going to be too dramatic, but yeah, it has to get a fair bit of water to keep it green. Because I don't know the last time it rained here in the Austell Salt. Actually, I was here when it rained slightly. It was 2 days before the tournament started, but it wasn't too much at all. Shortish again, and Mustafa Omar misses out. What are you feeling here? They have brought Mukhtar Ali Kalami into the side.
I wish they opened with Gulami. He opened last year and he was mighty effective, but yeah, just right now it's the same as yesterday. France, a lot of players are misses. I don't know. It's just not the France we're accustomed to.
No Noman Amjad in the side. He's not in the 11 today, so they've actually listed Cameron Ahmadzai at 4, and he's kind of known as more of a 6. But still, I mean, whoever it is, they're going to have to go. Short-ish, getting mistimed by Omar. They'll only get a single.
Unfortunately, at the moment, they're wasting a power play. You look at the score, Vinny, it's 14, but there's 5 wides in there. There's also a missed field for 4, so they've really struggled to get it away, and Guernsey will be happy with this start.
And it will be, for sure. Quick hello to everyone in the comment section. I can see that Dave B's in there, Paul Kempen's in there as well. Shohart, hello to you. Jump in, say hello to us. Last ball of the over for Bichard. And that one is going to be just okay, so nothing really rolling for France. It'll be 7 off the over. 5 of those were unhit. It's 14 without loss after 2.
Yeah, that one definitely inside the lines. A good umpiring and another over complete. Guernsey, lovely little start, Vin. Lovely little start. Looking at the table, it's a big game, isn't it?
Huge game. Portugal, they looked a lot more impressive on opening day than either of these two teams. Now, things can change a lot. And these two have a lot of upside they can reach if they play better. But just the feeling is, based on that first day, that these two are competing for that 4th spot. And then you've got a shot. Remember France, actually. Remember the first ECC they played in? It was in 2022. They lost their first 5 games. Then they beat Malta twice. They forced a golden ball against Belgium. All right, in the air. This should be a chance. No, not quite. That was a bit of a teaser, wasn't it? Just kept drifting away from Kieran Lagale.
Yeah, just
get a couple of runs.
Another example, Vinny, of them a bit late on the ball and the ball sort of shooting through. So another 1 to the total.
Yeah, so if you remember that, of course, we did that famous France-Belgium golden ball. Still the only golden ball we've had in an ECC, by the way.
Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it?
For sure. Impresses me a lot. Uh-oh, goes off with a hit. Could be trouble. I think he's just got back. Truth is, at the moment, would you want to get him out?
No, I don't think you would. I wouldn't be appealing. At what stage are you pulling him, Vin? He's 3 off 8 in the power play, but my worry is the intent. Even that shot there is just a little drive along the ground. It's not 50 over cricket. I'm just watching the captain there on the sideline. He's already screaming out, and that's Usman Khan. He is not happy at all. Not happy at all. We might see him very early retired out if he doesn't get on with it.
Right, now he goes in the air. It's very high again. Teaser for the fielder, and he takes it. So Butler will hold on to it. Doesn't mess with the cricket gods. Zain Ahmed will go for 3 off 9. France have lost their first wicket. It's 15 for 1.
Yeah, disastrous start for France, isn't it? 3 off 9 in a power play. Sometimes you just don't have a good day, and that's put his team miles behind in this one. Power plays are so important in the T10 format. Nice safe catch, and Guernsey, they start today well.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time, but he'd rather make a first ball duck than a 3 off 9.
I wouldn't even appeal there.
Yeah,
Just let him stay in. Top ball, 3 off 10.
Then he'd probably just walk off and realise the jig's up. Got to feel disappointed for Zane, who, now we've seen him do some very, very good things on the network, but he just didn't have the mojo. And that's cricket, I suppose, in a nutshell. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you ain't. He goes for 3 off 9. It's 15 for 1.
Yeah, can someone else come in now and maybe sort of save face in this innings? It looks like Mukhtar Ali Gulami has come into the squad today. I like the change. I thought I would have opened with him, but look, he's at 3.
He's coming under pressure as well.
Oh, massive.
Implied pressure. Guernsey didn't look particularly good with the bat. We know they have some good players. We've seen them a fair bit before as well. This first one just straight over the middle stump of Gulami.
Slow start, Vin.
Yep, it is.
How was your evening?
Very good. Didn't do too much. Went back and just had a pretty relaxed one in the room. Bit of a sleep in this morning.
Yeah,
Been a bit quite active some of the other mornings. Wow, gives up his stumps and chops this away. A little bit of a Tortuga for Lagale.
Tell you what, he's lucky he got bat on that. How good's Forshaw been again? Good young bowler.
Just seems very kind of cool, calm and collective. I just think he's got some good natural attributes. He's going to probably keep getting stronger and probably gain a bit of pace, but he gets that good natural movement, good release point. Right now, it's Omer who doesn't really care, and he puts him out of the ground. Maximal, badly needed for France. End of the power play as well. It's 22 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, badly needed, an understatement. 22 off the power play. Guernsey ahead in this one at the moment, but finally the shackle's sort of broken with that power hit straight.
Yeah, just a middle kind of length. Not a bad ball really from Forshaw, but 1 for 15, a very good return for him. Would you be tempted to go back to Bichard here, or are you making a change?
I would be a little bit tempted, but I think they'll make the change. 7-7-8, Vin.
Yes, and looks like Kieran Lagale is going to bowl over number 4. So now the outfield goes back. In France, mentioned it in that first ECC, when they lost those first 5 games, so slow starters, and they did win 2 out of the next 3 and actually forced a golden ball in the 3rd to make the finals. They actually then beat Luxembourg, so they then won the final and finished 3rd in the group.
Last year they were quite good. They got to the final of the group and didn't make it through, but they played some really good sort of T10 cricket.
And they had their batting up and going last year. That's the difference. Okay, this is well knocked down. Well, we got almost 2 at one end, but the throw went to the keeper's end, which was the safe end for France. I'll get a single.
Good bit of fielding again. It's Fitchett there at 45. Got the throw in and just 1 to the total. So at least a bit of intent from Gulami. He hasn't got it out there straight yet, but he's 2 off 3. Omer, can he build on that last ball boundary in the previous over?
Yeah, last year France won every single game that wasn't a game against Spain. That's basically how it worked.
I remember they had a very good top order, and they smacked it. They really smacked it.
Well, last year they made 149, but then couldn't defend it against Spain first game. They had strong wins over the Czechs, the Greece, and Isle of Man. This is not going to get above terra firma, just another single. And they lost to Spain in qualifier 1, made 146 and couldn't defend it. So very similar to the first game, where they couldn't defend 149. They had a strong win over Greece, set up by a score of 189, and then in the final, Spain did a bit of a number on the French order, keeping them to 97. Spain chasing it
They don't
easily.
look like a team that can hit 140 though this year, Vinny. That's the worry.
Slow ball goes to the skies, and this ball will fly out of the ground. Maximo, the beast. This is the French version, is going to put that out of the ground.
There you go. There's a 6, and that was probably the perfect lob wedge. The fielder was watching it thinking, I might have a play on this. He got that much height on it to land it inside the barrier and there be no play. Interesting shot, 6 runs.
Yeah. He couldn't really organise his jump there, Butler. Another kind of slower ball, chopped back. It's a good result for Guernsey, only a single.
Yeah, one more to the total.
How long are you going with Omar here? 14 off 8. Is he in the drop zone?
No.
You think he's all right? Just launched one?
He just launched one 2 balls ago, so that's fresh in the memory, I think.
Okay. Again, he's been thrown up the top. Swings and misses at
He's
this.
in the drop zone, Vin. Yeah,
You're
another
short
dot
memory.
ball here, yanking him.
Legale.
Well, I don't know, actually. It's different. Every team has different combinations, right? And
Yeah.
I think the depth of batting for France this year is the one that's the big worry.
You're always hoping someone turns it around. That's what they're hoping here. It's a great take, by the way. James Wilson liked his keeping.
I did like Nasiri yesterday, and he's listed at 5.
Pitched up, but can't get under it. So, good overall things considered from Legale. He goes for 10. And after 4 overs, France, 32 for 1.
Yeah, just going at a paltry 8 and over, Vinny, and if they don't sort of smarten up soon, they're going to fall well under what's par, you'd say, at Cardimer Oval. Lovely start from Guernsey. They're just putting the ball where they want and they need, and they'll be happy.
Gulami, of course, plays for PUC. Quick hello to Miriam and Emma. I'm sure they're tuning in.
They'll be tuning in. Big French cricket supporters.
Yeah, definitely. It's certainly a land where there's plenty of talent, there's plenty of teams. Enjoyed going there earlier in the year. You ever been to France at all?
Yeah, I've been to Paris a couple of times.
Yeah.
Toulouse as well.
Nice. What'd you get up to there?
Frog's legs and escargot, Vinny.
Did you have frog's legs?
Yeah, I've been to the Moulin Rouge. Got called on stage at the Moulin Rouge, actually.
I'm going to save this for the
Night version.
after dark.
Martel into the attack.
Well, left arm sliders, really. It's tight single. They'll get there. I like Martel's bowling, actually. He went for, it felt like about 100 last night, but I don't know. I just kind of like what he's bringing to the table.
Yeah, he's just a skiddy sort of left arm tweaker. A lot of arm balls. Every now and then he'll flight one.
Right on the money here.
80 enough?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's
Last night,
just-
Guernsey were 4 for not many.
I feel like they're playing too far within themselves this time because of the collapses yesterday. Do you know what I mean? They've gone too far the other way.
Flatter. This is going to get past the field, and there's no deep square leg, so that's going to be 4. Omar trying to get something going for the French.
Yeah, they've actually got 3 back on the offside. The deep backward points back, which is different for a left-arm tweaker, and they brought the square up because they want him to bowl wide of off. So Martel gets a little bit straight there, and he pays the price.
Still, you can definitely concede 1 boundary and over and win the over if you're a bowler. Pitches up, and it's taken on by Omar. Well, now he is ticking Maximal. One ended up in the HCL software tent.
Yeah, lovely shot that time. Over pitched in the wheelhouse and straight out the middle of that blade. Gets enough on it. A much needed 4 and a 6, and well, maybe they have something to build on now. Omar's really got to keep clicking. 44 up, 5.2 overs to go.
Full toss this time, and he gets a fair piece of it. That's out of the ground. Maximal back to back as Omar resuscitates this first innings of the day.
Yeah, he does. They needed this. They really did, and that one's probably the most, the loosest ball of them all. Obviously, it's a different sort of game when you're playing spin. He looks a lot more confident, Vinny.
Just missing his spot by a little bit. And it's costing Martel. He's gone for 18 now. 50's up as well for France. Leg side. This should be tracked down. Thinking of 2, but they're happy with the 1. Probably not a bad thing because Omar will retain the strike. And at the end of the 5th over, France being sent in on the second morning Group A. They're 51 for 1. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Koi Rutgers, and happy Peacock Friday. Liking that number.
They haven't worn this in a good while, maybe
It's
about
a
6 or
classic.
7 months.
Probably 7 days, I think. But that's okay, because Peacock Friday, if you are watching, why don't you go put on your brightest shirt and spend your day with us here on the Costa del Sol. And once again, the weather is coming to the party. It is magnificent.
Yeah, it is fantastic. You could be by a beach, you could be by a pool, but I'd rather be here, Vinny. Cardimer Oval.
I think it looks like you have spent a bit too much time behind a beach in week 1. Just saying. I know that actually you're going to do Group A with us. I know that you'll take take a little bit of a break. Obviously, take a couple of days off, and then you'll be coaching Spain in Group C. So obviously, we have to let you go to do that. But yeah, what are you seeing so far in this Premier Division? What are some of the trends that you're noting?
The bowling standard obviously has been pretty impressive. Irish 11, I think, look pretty complete.
The baby greens, is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it's an early morning. The baby greens.
That's
Scotland looked good as well in bits. I think they were still good a bit. But Portugal, I liked what Portugal showed us yesterday. I think that they're a new look, revamped squad. They've obviously gone with a different selection policy. I think it's well overdue, and it's good for Portuguese cricket. So they're my smoky in this group.
Okay. So I suppose that leaves these two teams. And look, and either one is able to get on a run, but I think that any sort of run would start with a win here. I think you lose here, you could even upset a team in your last game and maybe still finish fourth. So, look, especially Guernsey losing that point last night or not keeping their point, I think it hurts their chances even more. But anyway, here's Butler in over 6, rolling out some off spin. First one, thick outside edge, runs away to the boundary, 4 runs. Omar riding his luck. He's 37 off 16 now.
Yeah, just the luck starting to swing a little bit to France as well. Thick edge, it flies for 4. Not much you can do about that.
I want to say hello to Chris, oi oi to you, and hello to all of our viewers, of course, watching on Fox Sports Australia. I think Chris might be one of them. And, great to have you with us as always. Butler. Bad luck first ball. Does slide the next one past the bat.
Yeah, he's just coming around the wicket and really trying to fizz it across him. He doesn't give it much air, Butler just darts, and I can understand why.
Big swing.
Oh, no.
Oh,
oh, no, Omer. What have you done? Why did he move? I think he might be in huge trouble here,
I reckon
Vinny.
he's out. I think he definitely that foot loses contact with the ground. He's finally on a heater, and this is one that you just need to be very, very aware. It's a bit like Twister. If you're at a party, keep that foot on the ground.
Why did he move? He was okay, and then I think he's
actually changed him over. He's definitely out. Watch this. Waiting. Or is he back?
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's back in time.
He's got the quickest feet in the West.
He's just pulled off one of the best dance moves I've ever seen. How he has... Well, the keeper's waiting for him to do it, but it was so quick that by the time the keeper realised he moved, he didn't have time to move the bails off.
I need to see more of this. That is the quickest feet I've ever seen. How has he swapped his feet over and not been stumped there?
I don't know. It's just reaction time. Watch this. Yeah, literally, by the time the keeper registers the brain that he's moved, the other foot's back.
Quickest feet in the West, Vinny.
Wow. Not dancing off with him at 2 in the morning. Anyway, Homer misses straight through the next one. It's 2 dots in a row, well bowled by Butler. He's only gone for that edged 4 in this over, by the way.
Top over, and Omer's gone back into the sort of play and miss book here. Needs another boundary. Let's go.
Well, another edge. This time it's just going to get away from Bushell, and it's going to run for 4. He doesn't try and throw himself with that one. What do you think?
Well, the thing is, you've got deep square, deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on. If he is just going to keep sliding it across, you actually could maybe have a third or a backward. He's bowling these little arm balls across, but it's not a traditional field, but there's nothing traditional about T10.
I can't believe that he switched his feet over
Unreal.
in the less than the reaction time it took for the keeper's brain to send the message to his...
Maybe he's been to the Moulin Rouge, Vinny. Good feet.
Wow, that's a very good over. 2 edge 4s and nothing else. End of 6. France 59 for 1.
Just watching that French dugout, they're twitchy. I think they want to make a change, but they're just unsure.
You're not sure how to do it because Omar's hitting enough, I suppose. That's a reminder to all of you to get in touch with us now. I've been trying to reply to a few messages when they come in. You can send me one at Mr. Maximo. You can get Corey at crutgers_28. I'm going to say hello to Willem van Denderen, who is watching from the Netherlands. I also want to say hello to Cody, who's loving the coverage, saying it's great to watch blokes tee off. Keep up the good work. Sums it up, really. Uh-oh, that's trouble. That takes all the air out of the balloon. Has that gone all the way? It has. It's going to be 7 carreras. It's a rest. 7 up, no ball, +6.
If you actually look at the score, Vinny, that actually takes them to 66 now off a flat 6. That's a really big error. And you also look at the 5 wides earlier. That's probably 12 runs just given for free. That'll be super disappointing for Guernsey. That just look at the scorecard now.
Yeah.
59 off 6 looks completely different to 66 off 6.
True. Well, the run rate jumps a full point.
Yeah.
Plus.
Yep.
With that hit. France 48%.
Well, the immunity cloak here.
Yep. Galami. It's a low full
Shot.
toss. He carves it away. 6 more.
Oh, Rob Thompson.
Rob.
Oh, manager of the British and Irish Knights has just stood up and caught an absolute beaut.
I hope we've got this. Come on, Rob.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you'll have to trust us.
Trust us.
That was a
Well,
great catch.
He's a good man, Rob. That's a pretty good catch. Nice shot, Vin.
It was a very good shot. Look out late. Losing the plot a little bit. Now he's going to go for 6 more. Maximo. That's 19 off the first 2 balls of this over. And suddenly, France breathe again.
Well, how they didn't pick Ali Gulami yesterday was beyond belief for me. This man can seriously play, and the last few shots you've seen why. He picks the slower ball, he pulls out the Steve Waugh slog sweep.
He does.
And hits it to the moon.
Yeah, before Steve Waugh played it, everyone just used to call it a slog and said you couldn't bat. And then as soon as someone in Test cricket started doing it, it's legitimate. Anyway, it works. Look out late. That's when the block hold.
Shot.
That's going to be 4 anyway. It's an excellent shot. Crunch through the covers. Ali Gulami up into the 30s.
Well, he's hit fire, and in the space of no time, this scorecard's starting to look a lot healthier for France. Over pitch, jars it down through the offside, 4 runs.
Yeah. Again, he's a good striker, but he is also technically a very good player, Gulami.
How many off this over already, Vin?
There's already been 23 off this. It's gone magical, and we're only halfway through it.
Oh, boy. You feeling like maybe a 41 run over?
Ooh.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That could be a 7-up. We're going to have a closer look. This could be a huge error. That's close, Vinny.
I think it is.
I think he's in big trouble. That looked high live. Here we go.
I don't see how it's not high.
Oh, yeah, that's high.
It's got to be high. It's going to hit him in the belt. It's going to be another 7.
Well, I'm not too sure if they're looking at it, but...
It's got to be a no ball, right?
Well,
has it been signalled?
No.
We're just waiting.
No, I think he's gotten away with it.
Oh boy, that's a no ball. Oh, now it's might have taken a bit of pad down the leg side.
Well, this over's already gone for 30, and in the end, I reckon he got a little bit of luck there. It did look high.
It's no ball every day of the week. If they're going to be consistent, they've got to call that one. France needs some help.
Anyway, they've had a lot of help this over. It's gone for 30. There's 1 ball to go, and all of a sudden, 120 looks on the cards. What a change in this game.
Remember, waist high or higher. That was waist high. It's a good shot as well. Lifted up and out of here.
Oh, our ball retriever's gone over.
Oh,
He's
no.
fallen down over the cube. Hope he's okay, trying to go for the catch. 6 more.
So that will be the end of the over. It goes for 36. I honestly think it should have gone for more. But anyway, this game has turned around dramatically, and this is ECN cricket in a nutshell. It's 95 for 1 after 7.
You know our nice little cubed houses that are around everywhere, Vinny? Pretty good, because there's all these little cords that come off the cube houses. And as he ran backwards, one of them just tripped him up. So I hope he's okay. Got to be careful going for those catches.
He's all right, though. We hope.
He's a no.
Well, you know what?
Vinny, it was a proper backwards clang. Oh.
Maybe he wants the medic to come out.
Well, the ball retrievers told me day 1 they're going to get 10+ catches, which worries me. Anyway, what an over. 36 come off it. And all of a sudden, France breathed life into this game. 38 off 12 for Gulami. He's been the main man. Can he keep going? Bashard's got to come back into the attack.
Yeah. And now they're going to sneak through, and almost another football type run out. Bishard does hit the stumps, but better safely
Yeah,
home.
there was one yesterday, was there? Was it the keeper of Scotland, Vinny, that got the old football boots out? Bit of Andy Robertson?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good call, actually. It was Tom Knight from Scotland. It was left foot as well. I don't even know if he's
Do you follow football? Scottish football?
Well, I've got a bit of a history with my family being Rangers supporters there.
Oh, I'm Celtics. No, not
Let's
really.
fight.
Just want to fight you.
Someone said to the Scottish supporters, like, I don't know if you get away with wearing that purple suit in a bar in Glasgow. I said, it's probably better than wearing blue into a Celtic bar.
And we've just lost all the Scottish viewers.
No, I think with the time it's gotten a little bit better. This is leaned on. And 2 fielders back there. I want to keep it to 1. Slight fumble.
It's out.
What do you think that's got?
Oh. Well, it's a great bit of fielding from Bichard, who takes it, but he's just made it. They're not even going to go to the third umpire.
Yeah, I mean, it had to go a bit wide to take it high, and for that reason, you see the batter gets home.
So maybe a bit of a flatter flow would have been out. But anyway, 2 to the total. Good running from France, who are recovering here, almost on 100 now.
All right, that is up in the air and out of the ground as well. Well, if all Dreamer's back, he's gone hitting behind the cube. It's going to be 50 for Mustafa Omer. What an innings of 2 halves this has been for France.
It's been such a peculiar innings. Guernsey looked in complete control of this game, really in complete control. A no-ball 6 has just shaped everything, a 36-run over out of nowhere. And in the end, France now could get up to 140. Who would have thought that 10 minutes ago?
Exactly. Firmly struck down the ground, but only a single.
Yeah, Omer's got to 55 off 24, 56 now. Well done to him, considering he had a very slow start. They stuck with him and it paid off. But Ali Gulami's been the difference for me. He's come out, struck at 300 from the get-go. Really sort of changed this innings with 14 balls remaining, 2.5 a ball. I think 135, 140, they'll take that with both hands. Uh-oh.
Full toss. There's been too many of them. That's disappeared as well. Maximal 6 carreras.
He has hit that into another planet. That is a big 6. Good Lamy. What a player.
Well, hard to believe he wasn't picked yesterday. And that one, that's an example of one that for me is coming down slightly because he's out in front. That last one, that we said should have been called, I still think it should have been called. I mean, I know it's in that zone where it's, you're not completely sure it's coming down below the waist, and that's why. I just think based on how they've been umpiring, that was a bit of a rough one for France. Anyway, they're back, and suddenly they're on for 142.
Vinny, after 6 overs, they're on 59.
Yeah. Bit of a turnaround.
Oh, no.
Oh, no,
That's close as well. Oh, the wheels are falling off for Guernsey here.
50 for Gulami, brings it up in 15 balls. He's been such a difference maker. And, yeah, this one needs a second look as well.
Yeah, this is also pretty close. Let's have a look. Oh, gee, they are playing with that line, aren't they?
Maybe just okay. Bent leg, maybe would have hit him in the box. But, yeah, it will be the end of the over. See, I think that was lower than the one that wasn't called. That's my point.
Vinny, what's 59 times 2? Well, hold on. Before we get onto that, let's have a look at the all-star team for the Challenger Division.
117 for 1 after 8 here in the current. But, yeah, this is our all-star team that was selected from the entire Challenger Division. And, yeah, an interesting mixture of names in there. Sajid Afridi, no surprises. He's opening the batting. Eddie Beard, Steph Gooch, Manan Bashir of Bulgaria. Ollie Webster is captaining the side. Sal Chowan, of course, was quite incredible. Vikramasakara of Czechia, the Beast, Sinan Khan of Greece, Amarpreet Singh Memi, as well as Kieran Court from Isle of Man, and Vuksin Zimanic being selected as well from Serbia, and Kalavis Lapu.
Tell you what, you get that team together to play. Boy, oh boy, that would be a good team.
Imagine, probably can't do this because it's an international tournament, you have the Challenger All-Stars playing in the Premier Division.
That'd be great. That'd be great fun.
That'd be chaos.
Time for some spin. Clapham.
He's come into the lineup. It's the first one.
Finn,
up and over.
6 overs, they were on 59, and they basically doubled their score in 2 overs. Absolutely ridiculous.
ECN cricket, baby. Yeah, that overs are 36 and 22. Low full toss this time, and the full tosses have been costly for Guernsey. The wheels have really fallen off. France now 123, and there's still 10 balls left in this innings.
It's just crazy, isn't it? They were hitting the deck hard and sort of skidding it through, getting that sort of awkward height at about chest height. Plays and misses, missed time shots, and then all of a sudden, in the last 2.2 overs, it's full toss central. That's maybe the 5th full toss, and they haven't missed out on any of them.
Bounce it. Does. Better. Just a single. James Spring, by the way, who's watching from Dorset in England. home of David Scott, who hit the winning six for England last year, of course. Only discovered European cricket a couple of weeks ago. Cannot get enough of it. You might be watching from, or might have a history in Weymouth as well, I've been. This one is only going to be a single. A little bit of normality has resumed.
But what a recovery. And we've talked about the French bowling attack, Vinny. I think they'll be pretty happy at the moment.
67%. That's after they, you know, when you get up in the morning, it takes you a little while to kind of pull the sleepy dust out of your eyes. That was basically 6 overs of France. Guernsey also let him in to the game. Now this is going to be picked up, and that's going to fly over the top. Maximal for Omar, who's 69. It's hard to believe we were starting to wonder if he was pre-hookable and maybe a retired out chance, but no, he's come good in this middle of this innings.
Well, just a ridiculous innings because there's been some wild plays and misses, but also he seems to have clicked at the right time. 131 up. What a crazy sort of last 3 overs for France. And, well, they're looking at 150 all of a sudden.
Hello to Glenn, watching from Australia, saying Friday night in front of the TV doesn't get much better at all. Last ball for Clapham. That's a fraction short. That's also getting hit. So these guys are in. That's over the trees. Maximo. This is very, very France. Ooh la la. It's 137 for 1 after 9.
Oh, je m'appelle Corrie. What a shot, Vinny. That's a half tracker and he pumps it away. I love Chris McGuire's comment in the chat. That Challenger All-Stars could go in the ECL.
Yeah. Okay.
That'd be good. Why not? Club team.
But a lot of them have to play for their
Bring them to the Western Shield. The 3rd team.
Okay.
Oh, muy bien.
Definitely we need
Because
more.
that's a mix of British and Irish Knights players and a mix of European players. Vinny, the mind is cooking here.
Let's see. Such a Freedy, you've already picked him in your Western Shield side. All right, here we go with Butler. Actually, pretty good first over. It's his first one in the block hole.
Describe this comeback in the last 19 deliveries for me, Vin. It's like a French play. It started boring and then it got exciting.
You know when 2 trains pass each other at full speed?
Yep.
So this isn't just like one team running past the other. The other team's gone downwards at a huge speed and the other team's shot up. It's like 2 rockets passing each other. Double whammy effect now.
Another full toss.
Adios. Maximo. Now Omar's on 81.
Just crazy. They bowled so well, Guernsey. They bowled so well for 6 overs, and then the full tosses. I genuinely think that's 6. That's 6 full tosses in the last 20 deliveries, and all 6 of them have been hit for 6. So, they're going to have a chase on their hands. This is just disastrous for Guernsey. No one saw this coming. Oh, another one, Vinny.
Another one, none. Same result. Omar to 87. The 150 is up for France.
Oh, my word. Ooh la la. This is crazy. Omer could hit 100. His last 20 balls has been crazy. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Guernsey have it's almost as if they've yipped up a bit here, Vin.
Yeah, I mean, just little things making a huge difference. Missing that slightly, Butler more or less on it now. This is going to be out. Nice catch by Bushell. He's had 3 nicks flying that direction, so there won't be a ton for Omar, but he's got his team to a very, very good position. It's 150 for 2 with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, top recovery from Omer for 87, considering we were thinking about hooking him early. He came good. He came good, and you've got to stick through it sometimes. And well done to him. He puts his team in a very strong position in the morning fixture. This one sliding across, which Butler has been trying to do. Thick edge, safe catch.
A little bit square on there. Did Omar. And fan favourite, Bushell, takes the catch. And Omar will be frustrated there because if that goes to the boundary, he's a smoky at 100, isn't he? But he ends up going for 87 off 33 with 10 big maximos and 4 fours. France, 150 for 2. This is up, and this is out of the ground. Well, that shows you how quick things turn around. Cameron Ahmedzai, well, he's a 10th over specialist with the bat. He wastes no time putting that first one out of the park.
Yeah, and that looked like it was off the top of his bat. It still went for 6. Ahmedzai, he swings so hard. Last ball, Vinny, 160.
And make that 162 because that's a monster from Cameron. And this last 4 overs has now gone for 103.
I'm in utter shock. I guess that's what France can do. They've come from the clouds. they were staring down the barrel of a score in the maybe 90 or early hundreds. 106. How many sixes in the last 4 overs? Give me that, because it feels like a lot.
There were 15 sixes in the last 4 overs.
So 15 sixes in 24 balls.
And I will say if France had gone at that rate in the last 4 overs for the whole innings, they would have made a record equaling 257. So it was absolutely crazy when you consider, in the first 6 overs, they went slightly less than 10 and over. But that's how quickly the game can change, and France, well, they'll be big favourites when they go out. In fact, they might even have visions of taking all 4 points now. And for Guernsey, that could leave them with 1 point after 3 matches and really on the precipice of heading downwards. But, Guernsey, they've got some good players as well. Don't count them out. New day for them, but they're a little bit punch drunk, I think, as they walk up the stairs. Somehow, they've given up 103 off the last 4. That was probably the only bright spot early for France, and it wasn't even hit. That's Zayn Ahmed, 3 off 9. It was a bit of a handbrake in the power play, but when they turned it around big time. French on fire in match 6.
Yeah, you don't often see turnarounds that big. It's probably one of the biggest turnarounds I've seen live, to be fair. 59 off the first 6 overs. There was barely any batting highlights, and then Vinny Sandu, as he's just informed us, in the last 4 overs, 24 deliveries, there was 15 sixes. That is an extreme amount. This was a big moment. Vinny, look, that was almost stumped, but he got his foot back as quickly as you can imagine, sort of with the switcheroo. And this was the moment. The first no ball 6, and they never looked back. They never looked back. They're probably unlucky not to get another no ball 6 somewhere along the line, but yeah, Guernsey just all of a sudden just yipped up a little bit. A lot of half volleys, a lot of full tosses, and good players make you pay.
Yeah, they do. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of a perfect storm of France starting to hit the ball better and Guernsey starting to bowl a few pies, to be honest. Way too many full tosses in there, and just cashed in. Gulami and brings some good balance, brings some class, I think, to that top order. And I think the next innings you probably would go with these 2 opening up. You don't have too much time to spare. Finally, Omo would fall for 87. It's by then France were out of the woods.
Yeah, out of the woods. Let's have a look at the scorecards. So let's have a look at those scorecards. Well, 162 for 2. I think we're all in a little bit of shock about what happened. 87 of 33 from Omer. Ali Gulami, 53 off 17. 7 extras in there, but just an array of sixes in the last 4 overs has helped France get to a ridiculous score. 59 after 6 overs, 103 off the last 4 overs. Just goes to show that if you stick with it, good things can usually come. I think Gulami's added a lot to this batting line. I'm glad he was selected today. And I reckon for their final game later this afternoon, I think he should be opening. He's that good. The more balls he faces, the better for the French. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. And Forshaw was a standout, 1 for 15. But everyone else in the end took a lot of tap. And unfortunately, they couldn't rein it in. That big partnership late has helped France get up to a score that they'll feel is definitely defendable. And Guernsey, well, they need to get off to a bit of a flyer with the bat. A good power play. And you never know, maybe they're still in this game. So that does take us to the halfway stage. 163 required for Guernsey to win this match. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. We are ready for the second innings of the first match of the day. 5 matches today in the European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. We're into the Premier Division. This is day 2 of Group A. And a stunning turnaround from France in the first innings. You kind of had to see it to believe it. After 6 overs, they were only 59, but they put on 103 in the last 4 overs. And to be honest, that's 103 is more than they made in their whole innings this time yesterday. They've made 162. And Guernsey, well, we know they had some issues with the bat yesterday. Not that they don't have enough talent in there, or class, but it didn't perform. They need at least 114 to even save their point. And I would say if Guernsey weren't to get their point in this game, I don't think there's any way that they could be qualifying, even with a big win later on, taking on Portugal in the third match of the day. Anyway, this team France, it was a funny old innings, but they're a funny old team, France. There's always a lot of chat about who's there, who's not there, but really, they let their bats do the talking. In the last 4 overs, they blew this game wide open. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great to have you, whether you're watching on ECN, our YouTube channel, or one of our international broadcast partners. Maybe you're watching on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent, but we have millions and millions of viewers every day turning to European cricket, so why don't you come along for the ride? There's cricket like you've never seen it before. Well, there's Tom Nightingale. He's got a big job to do. He had a very, very disappointing day yesterday. And Guernsey just need a turning point here. I mean, we saw the turning point come for France in a big way. But yeah, we've got Tom that started with 23 yesterday. He made a duck in the second game. You got Fitchett, who is facing up. Well, he made a pair yesterday, so there's only one way for him, and that's up. He's a pretty good player, but France got a lot of good bowling options. Big lefty Zahiri is going to get us going. 163 to win. The ball's in Guernsey's court. First one wraps him on the ribs. Not really a confidence builder. And Fitchett trying to avoid the omelette. Which, that's one of our viewers, Dave, came up with that. It says because there's 3 eggs in it. Zahiri is rushing in there. Corey Ruckers joins me.
It's a keg, Vinny.
What's that?
If you get 3 ducks in a row, you owe the squad a keg.
Is it?
Yep, correct. That's how you play in the country rules.
Wouldn't work in all countries. Guernsey, I think it would work.
Good luck to Fitchett. He needs a run.
Give that man a run. Yes, he's off. And he won't just get one.
Oh.
Maybe he will just get one.
Brilliant.
Oh, I had that as 4, but how about that from Stanikza? The teenage sensation robs Fitchett of a boundary.
Yeah, brilliant fielding, isn't it? Look at him get around to it, gets his hand down.
Yeah.
That is sensational, Vinny.
Lets his fielding do the talking. He's one of the most talented teenagers and quietest teenagers I've ever met. Love watching him play. Tom Nightingale takes strike. He only had the 1 duck yesterday. And he will get a run here. For France, they're kind of up and about. They were very quiet, not just on the field, but also the dugout was kind of a little bit kind of twitchy, weren't they, in the first half of the innings? But they've come to life.
Yeah, they really have. Have they picked Mr. Universe in this lineup? So we've only got the 1 spinner?
Yeah, we've only got Sajid Stanikza. I suppose you could have Gulami rock out a few part-time spinners if you wanted.
Shot.
Nice shot, classy from Fitchett. Well, 1 run got him going. Now he gets his first boundary of the Euros.
Just shows there's still room in this game for traditional cricket strokes. That is glorious. Lovely batting.
Yeah, very, very good shot. Slightly over pitch, trying to get the ball moving. Ah, good to see. And the young fans are in as well. Wraps him on the pad. That's been an interesting look. So here he hasn't really been swinging the ball a lot. I think most of them have just been angling across.
Actually, he did get that one to go a little
that
bit.
One did go a bit.
It went late as well, but definitely going down the leg side.
Definitely, but that's good signs that he's able to move the ball a little bit. Zahiri doesn't really have too much consistency with what the ball's doing in the air. Some are going across the batter, some are coming back a touch. He's bowled him. It's an absolute seed from Zahiri, and Fitchett's miserable run continues. This one's shaping away, and it bites back viciously in the air and off the pitch, and it rattles off stump. Guernsey lose their opener again cheaply. It's 6 for 1.
Oh, you gotta love a seriously good ball like that. Zahiri, left armer's dream. Mitchell Stark, eat your heart out. Angling across, bites back, topper off. Thanks for coming.
When
Seed.
your luck's out, your luck's out. Look at this super slow-mo. Plays the line of it, comes back in, just can't react in time. Gap between bat and pad, and Zahiri does exactly what he's in the side to do. Grab that big player early. Disappointment for Fitchett. He'll be questioning his life choices and why he picked up a bat in the first place. He goes for 5, 6 for 1.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier for Guernsey either. They've got a very good bowling bowling order, I should say, France. They've got spin, pace, left arm, right arm, and, well, 157 games since the Golden Ball. You have to imagine, Vinny, that counter's going to keep ticking.
Yeah, well, could we have a similarly dramatic turnaround?
I love this guy coming into bowl, Vinny, Mangal. He's got a lovely action. Yesterday wasn't his best day. I remember a few years ago, he really lit it up,
Tear away.
He was.
He's a tear away. Amatullah Mangal. His brother's in the side today as well. Short, pulled. Well, very, very close to Zahiri at mid-wicket.
Oh, he's almost
scrambled through.
He's almost run out in the end. I think he thought he was going to be caught, but just one to the total. Let's have a closer look. How close did he get, Vin? Yeah.
Couldn't really organise a dive. I was going to say Rahula Mangal also into the side. Extra pacer. Rahula, I was calling him the perennial 12th man. Always seems to be 12th man, but he gets his chance today. Butler faces up for the first time. Butler's a very classy bat. I know that you've actually coached against him a little bit, right?
He gives it a whack. He usually opens in T20 eyes, and he generally goes out there and tries to take down the power play. So he's in right now, and boy, they need something from him. He needs to click. Yeah. What a good comeback from France. Wowee.
More than a comeback. Out the side at the moment. Well, Butler tries to get a bit funkalicious. It's a brave shot, but it's an effective shot. 4 runs, and he's off the mark.
Yeah, what a shot that is. It can just show that you can go 360. Doesn't always have to be forward of the wicket with this pace.
I know you like this. He doesn't swing. He just lets it hit the bat.
Yeah, it's just perfect.
That's the technique. Got the ball at his body, which is actually what he wanted. If that was at the stumps, I think it becomes a lot more difficult shot if it was kind of outside his pad. Okay. Where's Mangal go to? Challenges him outside the off stump. Good bowling.
Very good bowling. Nice pace. He seems like he's got his rhythm up. But I'm not too sure what's happened to his left wrist. Pretty well bandaged
well, let
there.
me just say the French were doing some fielding warm-up games that I would have called kamikaze. And that's probably what's happened
What
there.
games were they doing, Vinny?
It was like an extreme version of, King of the Pack when you're doing deflections. Goes after this in the air, but gets enough of it over the top of the infield. Runs away and 4 more to Josh Butler.
Yeah, nice shot. Didn't come out the screws, but it hit the gap, and that's all that matters. And, well, that dressing room, they need to believe.
It was actually quite an exciting game to watch, mainly because there's that always
the death element
hint
to
of
it.
Danger,
yep.
Especially throwing at a good pace to the coach.
Do you remember back at home where we used to have those ramped...
slips cradles.
The slip cradle. They used to be brilliant.
What about when you missed them? Butler punches straight at the field. Are they going to go? Oh, I think that might have been out of it. It hit.
Oh, I think it definitely would have been out. That was not really there, the single. They get home in the end. We'll have a closer look. 2 overs down, 16 for 1.
Yeah, I think this is just one of those ones. Perfect piece of fielding. We'll get the wicket. Here comes the throw. He would have been gone by some distance.
That's actually one thing we're missing at Cardamom Oval, a slips cradle.
Yeah.
I think if we put
noise, there's metal ones and there's wooden ones. And dong.
Can we put that to the powers above to see if we can order one in?
I feel like it's just going to lead to more injuries. France and Guernsey didn't come up with a win in their last 2 matches, in their first 2 matches.
Vinny, if a team ends up on the lowest points with a couple of other teams, does it then go to net run rate?
Yeah. So whoever doesn't win this, you feel they're in big strife. Okay. Going back to Zahiri. Another tight single, this time slight fumble at the wicket allows it.
Yeah, just not getting it out the screws just yet. A couple of scuff shots to the inner ring. I'm glad they've bowled out Zahiri here. See if we can get the ball swinging more.
Dave B, by the way, mentioned earlier that he came up with the omelette for 3 ducks. I believe these two are off their ducks now. In the air and 4 runs. Nice shot by Nightingale. Guernsey, the team made a pretty tough stuff. You know, when the going gets tough, I've seen them get going. That's what they need to do right now. This is certainly more intent than I think we saw from France in the power play.
Yeah, definitely. They're playing more shots than France in the power play, but we know how the French ended it. Someone from Guernsey is going to have to go big, maybe a 70 or 80 score. Can it be Nightingale? Can it be Butler? They've got the talent to do it, but they need to deliver.
This time, a bit more careful using that channel. I want to say hello to Andy Walton. He's liking my duck shirt today, and I've got a nice message about my duck shirt. I think people like your peacock shirt as well. It is Peacock Friday after all.
Yeah, it's a special day on the calendar every Friday. You've got to love it. Good little spell this from Zahiri. He's got some genuine pace about him. Good addition to this French lineup. First I've seen him live. He looks good, Vin.
He is good. Zahiri is driven down the ground, beats the bowler, but it'll only be a single.
I still think Guernsey a little bit guilty of maybe playing cricket strokes that are more for a different format. Maybe you can just go deep and drop kick that over the leg side, get the bottom hand through it a bit more. There is a deep sweeper at mid-on, and this power play, it is a little bit slow. It is a little bit slow.
The point will help a bit if they can get to that 114, but really, I mean, the game's where it's at. It's 19 and over required.
That there, I get it. You're not getting the ball you originally maybe want to power hit, but you've got to have... You've still got to have an intent to hit the boundary. I think there's, in the first 17 deliveries, I can count 5 deliveries now that had been just blocked or pushed.
Mid-off up in the circle, that kind of a...
Even run it down to third or just try and hit the boundary. It's just, this is a slow start, but it's going to have to be a very good middle over section.
Last ball for Zahiri. He does try and make something out of this, but clips it straight at the field and no run. So Guernsey fight back to an extent, but still a long way behind after 3 overs. They're 24 for 1.
Yeah, it's going to take something very special from here. 20 and over is never easy, but we've seen it happen before. We saw it only a couple of days ago. So France, they'll feel that they're ahead. The field will spread, and they're going to go to Mangal to bowl out. Look at that. That is such a peculiar looking first 10.
Almost like they were holding the bat upside down for the first 6 overs, and we're like, oh, okay, I get it. Reminds me of my favourite Ted Lasso scene with the darts. Have you ever seen that? Check that Ted Lasso show? You like that. Anyway, I want to say a quick hello. People are messaging me, and I'll say hello to Jordan Garrett, as well as Ben Ridgway, who's watching with his old man. And they're happy to be tuning in some European cricket. All right, here's Rahmatullah coming back, and it's going to be up. It's going to be over the top. It's going to be 1 bounce for boundaries they need, and they need plenty of them. That rate's around 20 and over required.
Yeah, always nice when you start the over with the boundary as well. Sort of sets the tone for the next 5 deliveries. A big splice over point, and he gets 4 for his troubles. Nice shot. Got to capitalise and turn this into a big over.
Nightingale. There's another crack. Again, it's got width on it. He goes up and over the top, and I think that's going to be another 1 bounce, 4 runs. Just getting away from the sweeper.
Yeah, overpitched from Mangal and too much width. That's a bit of a freebie. He's a better bowler than that, and he knows it. Full wide hit me. Does exactly that. Maybe disappointed not to get it a little further for 6.
Mangal's just kind of determined to try and hit that tram line and say, look, might get a swing and a miss.
Compared to when he first came on the scene, he's a lot fuller these days. He used to zip it at that awkward height that we see the Irish bowlers and even Forshaw for Guernsey bowl. That's the length I'd like to see him go back to.
Yeah, I can understand that. Also, I know he's had some issues with injuries in the last couple of years as well, and maybe, you could argue maybe he doesn't quite have the same zip that we saw. He's still a young man, though.
Who would be a fast bowler, Vinny? Tired on the body, not easy.
It's unnatural. There's that slightly short length, and it's effective. Just want to say a quick shout out to Stuart McLennan from Yorkshire, saying shout out to Ben Riding CC. Both their first and seconds won their respective leagues this year for the first time in their 103 years. Thanks from Stuart. And he's watching Guernsey struggling big time right now, but hoping they can turn it around. Well, Stuart, that's fantastic. And 103 years. I mean, I have to ask Rob Kemming what cricket was like back then.
He'd know.
He
Congratulations,
watched
Stuart.
the first test, I think. There's that shortish ball again. It's up in the air, and it's almost in the grasp. That's Usman Khan running around the infield, but just a single.
He's just pegged this back nicely. 9 off 4 now. If he doesn't concede a 6 in the next 2 balls, he'll be happy. That actually would have been a massive wide. On another day, would have preferred to play and miss.
Got some good news from the Gold Coast in Australia as well, from Brett McDowell.
Hello, Brett.
Always happens every year. We start on Fox Sports, maybe around the 5:08 or wherever.
Yep.
Give it a few days. We're on 5:01 today.
Oh, we've gone up 4 networks.
Break out the champagne.
Yep.
Well, just a bit nibble away from Mangal.
The problem for me, Vin, is just the shot there. It's the intent of the shot. Even if he hits that, it's going to be a 1 at most. It's a longer format style of batting. They have to get on with it. They need 21 and over. You tell any other team in the world you need 21 and over, you're trying to belt it.
True. And it's kind of like, has that feeling of make or break. I know Guernsey will play later on in the day against Portugal. They tries to get inventive.
Well bowled.
Can't make it happen. That rate's going to creep out even more. Sometimes the bat's just not working for you. That's the way it's been for Guernsey in this series. After 4 overs, they're 33 for 1.
Look, it's been an amazing comeback from France. 6 overs down in the first innings, 59 for 1, and they've put on 162 and then delivered a very good first 4 overs. We have a look at sort of the comparative worms at this stage. Hey, look, Guernsey's ahead comparatively.
That looks like the old worm. Remember the old worm that only ever went up?
That looks like a mountain in the first innings that I don't want to climb.
And I mean, they're in a similar place, so that means you're going to have to do something similar.
So
I've never seen an innings like that. I've never seen a worm like that.
So we're on 5:01 in Australia.
5:01.
What a channel.
We've made it.
Oh, this kid's made it as well. I love watching him bowl.
Oh, yeah. Sajjad Stanik's a
He's
huge fan.
He's like a Rashid Khan clone.
Yeah. Going to start. He's going to start with a miscue from the batter. It goes in the air and it's gone. So Tom Nightingale's going to have to go. Rahula Mangal with a safe catch. And Sajjad, well, he's a bit unlucky not to take a wicket earlier yesterday, but this time it's very first ball, and Guernsey in all sorts of trouble in this match and in this tournament as well. It's 33 for 2.
Yeah, the young fella comes on, picks up a wicket first ball with that a lovely action. Stanik Zai, he just can't keep him out the game. And Guernsey just have fallen to pieces a bit here. Just a little bit of turn does the job.
Just so accurate for a wrist spinner, Sajjad Stanik. And Rahula. Hope we see Rahula get a bowl, actually. He's had a pretty good couple of years as well. Disappointment for Nightingale, who goes for 17 off 10 in the end. Stanik. Very, very talented.
Extremely talented, and I think France have a leading spinner for the next many moons. Vinny obviously qualified for them recently, but to land it so consistently, I've probably put the commentator's cursor on him at 17. Look, I love this action. It's very like Rashid Khan.
Oh, so close. Be a wide.
It will be a wide, but my word.
So close to bowling him first ball.
I can't believe that hasn't touched leg stump.
ECN playing conditions in the T10. Any ball that misses leg stump is a wide unless it goes between the batter and the stump.
Oh!
Ollie Nightingale, the batter. This time he stands still and sweeps one away, gets off the mark.
Let's say Guernsey go on to lose this and don't get a point even. They need to win the last, you'd imagine, or it's a very hard way to stay up, do you think?
I think so. 2 points, I think, puts you in jeopardy, for sure.
3 points?
3 points, you might survive, but you might not. Big swing and a miss.
These modern age spinners, Vin, aren't like they ain't like the Shane Warnes that gave it a bit of flight and guile. They are rapido. That is fast spin.
Stanik is someone that bowls very few bad balls, and you just can't settle against him. He's not normally giving you that get out of jail ball. Again, right on the money, and this is in the air. Should be another wicket. And it is. Well done, young man. Sajjad Stanik has 2 for 2, and he's wrecking this innings in the middle. Guernsey now 35 for 3. Butler goes for 11.
Look, let's just remind ourselves, France didn't win a game yesterday, so if they are to potentially take 4 points from this, they'd confirm themselves for tomorrow's finals, but they're making a late push for the top 2, and credit to them, Vinny. They've delivered in the last moments of this game. It was a slow start for them, but they are responding, and they're playing some good cricket.
Stanix, 17 years old. What were you getting up to when you were 17 years old?
Dominoes,
Yeah.
Mario Kart,
Yeah.
AFL footy Friday night. That was the holy grail for me. That was 17. 18 was a different story.
Sounds pretty good. Butler, unfortunately, can't fire despite that boundary first ball.
Who was your character in Mario Kart or the Mario games?
Mind the Toad?
Yeah, you look like it. You'd be a toad. I was going to say you look like a toad.
Thanks.
Uh-oh.
It's first one.
Yeah, he'll get away
to
with that.
Bichard, yeah. I think it's probably just okay, but yeah. And that's probably the one to hit. It's just below.
Yeah, I think a new batter actually probably can't get that away, but
Yeah.
if that was Butler or others, that might have been 6. What a good over, though.
Oh, that's actually very good batting. It's full toss again, so just losing his length of touch. So Nightingale will get 4. Still a very good over for France. They take 2 for 7. And after 5 overs, Guernsey struggling at 40 for 3. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Got Corey Ruckers with me. I know we've had a lot of interactions as well on the social media about European cricket. And, you know, I'm just going to say it. You've got to realise European cricket is a cultural melting pot. You know, these players that qualify for international cricket, they're either citizens or they have fulfilled the residency requirement, so they've made lives in these countries. A lot of these players, especially players of Asian origin, were actually born in these countries or have lived most of their lives in these countries. So I think it's very 2024. You know, when you look at the French team, this is also representative of what France looks like these days. Same you'll see with the Swedish team. Also great when we see some native European born players of European origin, like Kale Vislapu, who we just saw in the All-Star team from the Challenger division. A fair few of the Greek teams, saw the Serbians. So I think that melting pot is really important. It is basically the fabric of European cricket. All right, this is short, and it's going to be out of the ground. Rahula Mangal. Oh, he's into the 11, but he's also into the jungle. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's the worst ball they've bowled in the first 5 overs. That was short, that was Gundy, and that was pumps. Nice shot for 6.
Josh Elliott said he's loving what he's seeing. Yeah, hello to you, Josh. Glad to have you enjoying, as always. But just a fraction short and put away Rahula.
Well, he's a dead ringer for his brother, isn't he? Pretty similar.
Bearded up. The beards are in.
What would it feel like if you were the slower of the brothers, though? You
That's
didn't
the
bowl
thing.
it.
They're always competing with each other.
I like
so there's no obvious kind of slow one.
That was a nice shot. Look, let's look at the equation for a point. And Vin, this point could have massive weight in the competition. 68 off 29, 14 and over. We've seen it done before.
Competition and where do they stay up?
Yeah, that's what I mean, probably more on that side of things.
Yeah.
I think with this loss, I can't see them winning from here. Guernsey are probably out of the group.
Especially because they didn't take their point last night.
Yeah, so they would have to get 4 points later and hope France don't pick up 1, right?
We'll have to have a look. Rahula with a comeback to Bichard. It's actually batted pretty well.
Shot.
Cracks it. Really good shot. It's probably pretty close to TV. It's going to crack the chair instead. Maximal, 6 runs. Luke Bichard. Again, it's more in for his bowling, but his batting has been a key component of the group so far for Guernsey.
His batting looks like it's come a long way in the last couple of years, Vinny, and that's a lovely stroke over mid-off, and all of a sudden that point definitely looks more feasible. 62 off 28.
Rahula. It's rolling cutter this time, but straight to the fielder. It's gone. Tried something different, slight change of pace. Bichard throws the hands in it, and Mukhtar Ali Gulami makes no mistake. So another dagger in the heart of Guernsey. They're 52 for 4.
Tell you what, he'll be super disappointed. He's in that good a touch. He picks out deep cover. He probably would have preferred to hit it slightly later and gone over point, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't. Big slow ball outside off. Good adjustment for the bowler, but yeah, on another day, Bichard would have hit that to the boundary.
Yeah, frustrating. A few metres either side. Probably looking at 4 or 6, but Bichard kind of understands that's the game and won't stop the disappointment, though.
Well, here comes a fan favourite, Vinny.
Right.
A real fan favourite.
Yeah, and I know you're talking about Alex Bushell.
Oh, yeah.
He's coming out. And
when he hits it, look out.
I mean, everyone was throwing a few stones at him last night. He got 2 beamers. One he top-edged into his helmet. We had the controversial torch in the eyes concussion test, and then 30 seconds later, you're facing up. Might be still seeing things. Could see he's all right. The big man, here he is. Bowled him, first ball. Ah, well, easy come, easy go. Rahul Mangal's on a hat-trick, and Guernsey fading to oblivion. It's 52 for 5.
Well, pretty interesting over. 6-6 wicket. Mangal, he'll be happy. He's going to be on a hat-trick, and Guernsey lose 2 key wickets if they want to save this point, Vinny. A good bit of bowling. That one just came in a little bit, and he seemed to be late on it.
Yeah, so check it out here on the replay. Maybe just zipped in a little bit off the seam. Yeah, Mangal, he's just kind of butter wouldn't melt in his mouth kind of expression.
Oh, there's the old golden Derek. That hurts.
It does. But hey, Bushell gets a pretty good ball first up.
We still need a little bit of water for Derek the Duck. It's hot here, Vin.
Find his own water, unfortunately for Bushell.
Hey, hat-trick time.
Yeah, hat-trick alert. We had one yesterday, Jack Hogarth of Scotland.
Alrighty, let's have a look. Can he get himself a hat-trick after going for 6 and a 6? 2 wickets in a row. Here we go.
Hat-trick ball for Rahul Mangal. In the air, hat-trick time! And if you thought it couldn't get any worse for Guernsey, well, just keep watching because Martel's holed out and Rahul Mangal, well, he's off the bench, he's into the action. He's gone 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. A hat-trick for the French pacer, and it's 52 for 6.
Oh, can you believe it? 6 and a 6 to start the over, and he responds in the best way possible. 3 wickets in 3 balls. It's a hat-trick. Well done to him coming into the squad for today. And yeah, what can you say? What a turnaround from France in this game.
Well, if you're Guernsey, you can say a few things, but you wouldn't be able to say them on TV. They're just having a shocker. Martel gets a shortish ball, pulled away. Mustafa Omar could have caught it with his eyes closed. And Rahula has just taken a hat-trick at the Cartermore Oval.
Vinny, how are you feeling for a cheeky little 4 in 4?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, surely Clapham, who's coming in, I think, for the first time, going to play party pooper here. Last ball of the over. Could it be a rare 4-trick? No. Smart batting.
Oh, he's going to be run out.
Run out. Oh, it would have been run out too if it had hit.
Oh, he would have been out by a mile, Vin.
I was so satisfied he'd ruined the hat-trick that he just kind of got on the treadmill, did Clapham, but he does get there. He's off the mark. 2 6s, 3 wickets and a single off the over. Welcome to European cricket. It's 53 for 6.
Got a message from Phenom Struck asking why we don't see LBWs in this format. Pretty
Everyone's
simple.
Backing away and trying to hit 6s.
People are trying to hit 6s. No one gets the pad in line. Here we go. If you do want to interact, do message in at Mr. Maximo with 5 O's or myself, C-Ruckers_28.
Good messages today. Well done, crowd.
The crowd, we do say we have some pretty knowledgeable viewers.
Yeah.
Yeah, tune in, jump in, follow us, European Cricket Network. Follow us on YouTube.
Yeah, as well. Throughout the year.
Throughout the year.
Because we're on 49 weeks a year. And if you add up, sometimes we've got 2 games in a row, we're probably on 56 weeks a year.
Here comes the kid, Vinny.
Much easier. Another one. Well, for a team that basically couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat in the first 6 overs, France have put on one of the all-time great performances. Static Zayat. Well, he says, you get 3, I get 3. And it's 53 for 7.
Vinny, you and I cover a lot of cricket around Europe, obviously. Is he the most impressive un-17-year-old we've got?
Yeah, I think so, right now. He couldn't have done any more.
Look at this.
Again, you don't really know what it's going to do. A lot of them do kind of overspin. Let's look at the spin on this ball, see?
Just enough.
Goes
He's
straight
quick.
through the gate.
He's deceptively quick. If Rashid Khan's tuning in, which I'm sure he is, you've got a little clone out there and he's delivering for France.
You know how sometimes you see players and you just say they could be anything.
Yep.
He could be anything.
Vinny, we've put the old social media up. A journalist from Sydney's just followed me.
Oh. Okay.
We're making it, Vin. We're making it. Hello, Naveen, Razik.
Oh. Your LinkedIn fired up again.
Oh, no.
That's a dirty slog from Wilson.
Oh, I can't believe that hasn't collected some wood. Oh, that is so close to the leg stump.
Oh, jeez.
Look at it. Oh, what a nice... that's the wrong end.
Yeah, see?
I love this kid. How good. Oh, great keeping, by the way. Just gets the leg up.
Just waiting for the stumps to explode in his face there.
Imagine being a kid and being this good at cricket.
It's amazing. He could, I mean, yeah,
You think
10 years he might be the best spinner in the world.
It already is.
Oh, reverse edge. He lucks out. He hit it perfectly. He hit it straight at the fielder.
I just think I'd love to have a chat with him later. You see, he doesn't say much, but he must look up to Rashid Khan from Afghanistan. He must. It's almost identical. Fast, wrong ends thing. Hey, if you're watching in the Big Bash, hey, he's an international player. Sign him up. Oh, no. Oh, inside edge onto the keeper's kneecap now. It's all happening, Vin.
You might need an interpreter when you're going to have your chat with him later. He always just looks at me blankly when I try and talk. Very close to that back line, but just in. All right. Oh, again, they're trying to get...
Tell you what, the keeper's had a couple of interesting balls. I don't think he knows what...
Basically turned into a...
Vinny, if I'm Melbourne Renegades, or I'm a franchise,
sign him up.
I'm signing him up.
Okay.
Get him in early, mould him, get him in Australia. Well bowled. Really, 17 years young, Stanixite, 10 out of 10, 3 for 9 from his 2.
Sensational spell. Kanasane, by the way, was a late change with the keeper as keeper. He's got a beautiful action. You see it there again. Because he's got an unusual kind of load up and over the top, a bit like Rashid Khan, like you say, you can't really pick him that easily. As Guernsey 56 for 7 now after 7. This is what's coming up. Scotland 11 versus Ireland 11. We're going to get a bit more of Jameis, the Ireland 11 opening combination. Jason van der Merwe and Seamus Lynch, and they are batting first after winning the toss. Scotland also had a good first day, 2-0.
Tell you what, Vin, Ireland versus Scotland in any sport, bloodbath. It is going to be a bloodbath.
Putting the barbed wire fences up as we speak.
They apparently in the warm-ups, they were already going at each other out back.
Love to see it. That Guernsey, at the 6 over mark, they were favourites in this game, and I didn't see the exact percentages, but I think it would have been something like 60-40 or something like that. They've just been blown away in the next 10 overs of the match.
Yeah, it's a peculiar sort of T10 game. We don't often see big comebacks like that. 59 they were after 6 overs with the bat. France ended up with a ridiculous 162, and then they've come out with the ball and just dominated, haven't they?
He wants to get a little bit funkalicious here. It's going to end up going to the boundary. It's going to be called a wide. Now remember, we're at hard wides now, so if this is outside the line, which it is, you know, it looks a bit unusual. Just for consistency, the line's the line. And Kanasane, like I say, he's the reserve keeper in this lineup.
Yeah, look, Kanasane, I wouldn't say is the most naturally gifted keeper, but he's giving it his all.
I got distracted. I mean, number one rule with keeping is pretend it's just you and the ball. Forget the stumps, forget the batter.
A quick one. Chris, Alexander, Henry and George Ingle from Tamworth. Good afternoon, good evening. Hope you're enjoying all the action.
Country music fan. Slightly slow on this time, and it's going to go over the top. I think that's gone all the way. Maximo! Nice shot by Ollie Nightingale. Barely faced, actually. He came out quite high. I think he came out number 4. It's, yeah, it did come out number 4. It's only the 5th ball he's faced.
Yeah, lovely shot. Short and gets it away for 6. So 42 off 15. They're not giving it up just yet. And that point could mean a lot. Ollie Nightingale, the skipper, is still there, Vin.
Rahula hunting for a 4th wicket.
Shot.
It's across, really good shot. Slog sweep comes out, and the ball goes out of the ground. Maximo. 6 more to Ollie.
Hey, 36 off 14 is definitely doable. Nice shot from Nightingale. Gets outside the off stump, frees the hands, and just pounds it for 6. So, yeah, nice bit of batting. And the 5 wides helped as well this over. Back-to-back 6s. They're still making a push for that point. Finn, just received an email on my work.
You're getting emails.
On my
Am I
work.
getting in the way of your admin?
On my work email.
You have a work email?
I know.
You told me you didn't know how
Someone
to use it.
that I know has said that an Australian that has a Greek passport has contacted and said, can I get in touch, how to get in? This is what the exposure's for. So players from around the world.
Peter Hatsoglu?
It isn't, but he wants to play also. But there's people from around the world that are now getting in touch saying, how do I get in touch with these federations?
You said
Brilliant.
Get on to us. Mangal. Now,
Shot.
nicely played. That's up, and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximo. 6 more. And at this point, we might look back. We don't know yet because there's still another game to go for Guernsey. we might look back and say this is the innings from Nightingale that keeps them in the Premier Division.
Who knows? It's top batting, though, isn't it? Just showing that he can go 360, and they've favoured the ramp a few times. 30 off 13 to save a point. Nightingale, you'd imagine, will have to do a lot of the heavy lifting, Vinny.
Mixed bags. He's in the naughty 40s here with a hat trick. Rahul Mangal, 3 for 41.
Yeah, crazy figures, isn't it?
Bowled all day in a test match for 3 for 41. Now he's going to be hit away. It's a full toss, and he's going to be out of the ground. So I don't know what to make of it. He'll finish 3 for 47. Unusual figures, but it's an unusual game. And at the end of 8 overs, Guernsey 90 for 7.
Vinny, how many sixes did he get hit for? I think he got hit for maybe 6 sixes, picked up a hat trick, and ends with a 3 for 47. That is a rather peculiar day at the office.
It has been a peculiar day. It's been a really peculiar game.
He might have wrestled back a point here for Guernsey.
Who's your player of the match? Is it Mustafa Roma or Mokhtar Gulami, or is it Stanikzai?
Gulami for me. I just think the way he came in under pressure, he got them going. And then Omer took over late.
Up to the pretty much the blue line, which is to save their point. That's all they can really do here, Guernsey. As Usman Khan will get an over. He's going to bowl the 9th. He's got a brilliant slower ball.
Yeah, he does have a good slower ball. Good to see him get at least 1 over here. He'll bowl 2 definitely when the match is on the line. He's got a good slower ball, decent pace, and, well, bowling the 9th.
All right, here's Usman. Well, first one's right off the toe. Should be a simple catch and taken. So Wilson's going to have to go. Guernsey 24 of 12 for a point. Back in it, but they've lost an 8th wicket now, 90 for 8.
I feel like Wilson maybe didn't read the room very well just there. A drop and run would have been suffice, I think. But in the end, it's going to be a wicket and a new man on strike.
A big hello to Lee Harvey as well, watching from Coffs Harbour. He's enjoying the coverage, and he says it's being very well received. He's enjoying following European cricket.
Look, we've moved up to 501, Vin. Yeah, this is big.
Where is the next place you go from 501?
Primetime movies.
Will Mr. Beast do a video about us?
Mr. Beast.
Free plug. Anyway, Stanikzai with a good catch. James Wilson goes for 6, and it's 90 for 8. I think with Stanikzai as well, I kind of put him down at number 11, France. And he did bat there, I think, first game. Second game came out, whacked a couple of 6s. He's such a talented guy. Good catch there. Oh,
That's that slower ball, Vin. He actually gets it to spin. You can see Nightingale at non-strikers and getting a little bit frustrated. 24 of 10 now.
have a look at the over the top.
Oh, I love it.
And it's got a little bit of that right to left on it. You mentioned that's why he occasionally gets a little bit of movement sideways as well.
Look, Forshaw bowled well, obviously not known for his batting, but somehow even run at it, make it hit some body and get to the other end.
Yeah, because you don't want to run to the keeper here because you'd be 9 down if it goes wrong. Yeah, it does well.
Yep, take that. Nightingale's time. If I'm Nightingale, I think you face the next 3 deliveries and try and bomb 2 sixes.
Yeah,
don't even run a single.
You're not running. I think you're going, try boundary, boundary, maybe even boundary last ball, and you might get a 1 anyway. And I think you can trust Forshaw to give you the strike back in the last over. But yeah, 23 off 9 for a point. Just remembering that the 2 lowest point getters out of the 20 teams in the group stage get relegated to the Challenger next year. Slow ball, walks at it in the air, but into the gap, and it's going to run away for 4. So it's a bit of luck really for Nightingale. Don't think he knew exactly where he was putting that, but luckily he puts it right between the 2 outfielders.
Yeah, they've got their mid-wicket really wide, and it keeps landing in that pocket. So just watching the field, they're not going to change it. So up to them. Nightingale, great little innings this, 34 off 9 as he tries to wrestle a point back.
19 off 8. Puts the pace on, and that's going to fly away off the edge. It's going to be another 4 runs. So that's the change-up, really, from Usman. He bowls mostly slower balls. That one is the pace on delivery. Nightingale, good enough to get a bit of out on it and get it away for 4.
Work a single now and make sure you face the last 6. And just stand there at one end.
What are we down to now?
15 off 7. Because
yeah,
if you hit
probably, because the thing is, if you try and hit about, I'd still go it if it's really in your zone for the boundary, but you don't want to get out as well going for a boundary. So complicated. Let's just score something.
I agree with that, because now he can park up at one end, and if he hits 3 boundaries out of 6 balls, he'll get the point back. He doesn't have to take a single ever.
Again, a bonus point. Such great innovation this year on ECN. We brought it in full time, and keeps games like this alive. Even though Guernsey are going to have to take the loss, can they take a point out of this that might have some ramifications for their future? It's 100 for 8 after 9.
Yeah, 100 for 8 after 9. A little cameo at the back end has opened up a point opportunity for Guernsey, and it's going to be Ahmedzai to bowl the last. Well, one thing about Ahmedzai, who hasn't bowled just yet, he's got some genuine pace, and the ball flies off that bat if you get it.
Okay. So 10th over. Who are they going to go to? They're going to go to Cameron Ahmedzai.
Yep.
And quite often he'll only bowl the 10th. He's a bustler, is what I'd call him. Bowls pretty good pace. Nightingale better be ready. 14 off 6 for the point for Guernsey.
Oh,
He
no.
wasn't ready,
Oh, no.
And he is in strife.
Vinny, I can't handle another man being hit right in the middle of middle. Please, is he okay? I can't do
hope
this
it's
again.
got him in a good spot. Everyone brace yourself.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. We've had a couple of chats crackers this tournament, Vin. Oh, he's down. Oh, no, he's down, Vinny. Oh, no, pray for that man.
Oh, he's the one guy that stood up with the bat, and right now he's on his haunches.
I can't handle
I
another
said he
shattered
better be
box.
ready. I mean,
Get the medic.
get the tears out of the eyes. 14 off 5. It's all up to Ollie. Tries it again, gets lucky. And make your own luck, as they say in the classics. Little top edge will fly for 4.
Tell you what, it's a brave shot after you've been hit right in the twig and berries. Lovely batting, gets enough on it, and gets it for 4.
Thing is, he probably knows it's going to be length after he's been felled.
Oh, boy.
The
Gee,
next
that just
ball,
looks so
he
bad.
knows it's something that's probably going to be doable. So he
Number 4.
feels it's a high upside down, low side shot.
Vinny, what an innings from him.
Yeah.
Top innings.
Yeah, he's the only one that's been able to stand up. Next side scores 17. 10 off 4 for a point. 6 and a 4, they're there. Ahmedzai, does he pitch up? So it's edged and gone. Well, no good deed goes unpunished. That's a good bit of bowling from Ahmedzai. Continue with that heavy length. This time the edge flies to Kanasano, who takes a nice catch high to his right. 104 for 9. Guernsey still need 10 off these 3. The number 11's coming out, and that's Kieran Legale. And they still need that 10 runs to get their point.
Tell you what, Kanasane, who probably has had an interesting time there with the gloves on, has plucked that out of thin air. Fair catch. It was actually flying through. Ahmedzai's always quicker than you think. Hits the deck hard. It's a pretty thickish sort of edge, but he holds on to it.
Yeah, just genuine nick, wasn't it? Another day, maybe.
Got to love the keeper. No hat on, no floppy hat on, and short sleeves. It's beautiful.
You can't get sleeves over those arms. Well, disappointment in the end, but Ollie's giving him a shot. Certainly be getting the ice pack pretty quickly, I think. He goes for 43. It's 104 for 9.
Here we go, Vid.
Okay, we're back. And then that one's going to blast past. So
what is it, 10 off 2?
10 off 2. You need a boundary this ball, or it's a huge 4-point result for France, who didn't take a win yesterday. Did take a point out of each loss, though.
Well, we'll top over this from Ahmedzai. They did hold back some of their better bowlers in this one, maybe to give others a go, but they've brought the main guns right back for the last 2, haven't they? Needs to get a boundary, Vinny.
Nick? No, that's pretty much going to do it. So France, dramatically, after not even going at 10s in the first 6 overs, they're going to scoop the points in match 6.
I've seen no ball 6s before, Vinny. 1-5 wides.
Cameron, you could set your watch to him. He's that consistent. No chance this is an extra. Last ball coming up. Just turned away, and he'll throw for fun. They'll get a single, but that is it. 162 to 105, and because Guernsey can't exceed 70% of France's score, they do not take a single point out of this game. It goes to France, who get 4 points. Guernsey get nothing. Ahmedzai closes things out, does come up with the big wicket of Ollie Nightingale, and Guernsey, they've got a huge uphill battle to survive, I think, in the Premier Division. I don't think we'll see them able to qualify from where they're at. They'll play a big game against Portugal later on. But France, well, they are a renegade team, and they certainly showed that showed why they got that reputation in that first match of the day.
Yeah, they lost the first 6 overs with the bat, but they've won the last 14 overs of that game to come away with a very big victory. They're a renegade team. They're difficult to sort of analyse because they're hot and cold, but in the end, they're more hot than not in this one, and they're going to take all the points, Vinny.
And so Stanixai gets player of the match. It's hard to argue against that. He bowled really, really well. I suppose, he's the key reason as well that Guernsey don't get a single point out of this. Admittedly, the two batters, Gulami and Mustafa Omar, both batted really well. They maybe took some voting points off each other, but still, France won't mind. We saw them living dangerously even from the warm-up today, and they were a dangerous team. They'll take all 4 points out of this match. The next one coming up should be an absolute belter as well. Scotland 11 versus Ireland 11. Well, I know a lot of viewers around the world might have some Scottish or Irish heritage. Get behind your side. Ireland 11 winning the toss and batting in what's sure to be a destructive game. We're going to see the likes of Charlie Castle bowling to Jason van der Merwe and Seamus Lynch. Looking forward to that. But Guernsey, unfortunately for them, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Mixture of probably slightly poor batting, but also they got some seeds, didn't they, in the second innings?
Yeah, it was the pace brigade at the top that took some wickets, and, well, they restricted the run rate more importantly. Guernsey just struggling to get away and hit a lot of boundaries, which sort of put them well behind the chase. And then it was the young man, we love him, Stanixai. People watching around the world, you got to snap up this young leg spinner sensation from France. He's got a lot of skill, he can spin it both ways, and he got a cheeky 3-for.
Sure did. And Butler, he was looking likely for a while, but then he skied one of Stanixai, and really that was all she wrote. And the battle was more, could Guernsey get to safety, get to keep their point, and France has continued to turn the screws. Mangal had a bit of a funny old one, didn't he? Because he did take a hat-trick in there, but he did finish with 3 for 47. But still, what they say, hat-trick's a hat-trick. That was the second one that just burst through the gate of Alex Bushell. And then this was the big moment. Hat-trick's always special.
Yeah, hat-tricks are special, and it was a pretty simple one, wasn't it? Nice catch there at square leg, and a nice moment for him as he got hugs from his teammates before he got pounded for 47 off his spell. We went back to Stanixai, who was doing what he does best, taking international polls. The young man's got such a bright future. And then it got down to the back end. Ollie Nightingale with a really fighting score in the 40s, and we thought at this stage they might wrestle back a point.
Got it down to 24 off 12, but really all the wickets lost came back to roost, didn't they? Because when Ollie made one mistake and nicked behind, you see it here, that meant they were down to their number 11. It was a bit of a tall order, wasn't it, for Legalade to get 2 boundaries out of 3. That wasn't even the worst moment of the 10th over, I don't think, for Ollie Nightingale either. I do think Rahul Mangal, with that hat-trick, it's the most runs ever conceded by someone that's taken a hat-trick in a match. He's gone for 47, but like I said, hat-trick's a hat-trick. And the main thing for his side, France, is they get the W, and it's a big one at that. Ollie Nightingale with 43 off 14 with 4 fours and 4 Maximos in there. Apart from that, 17. Tom Nightingale, the next best score. And this didn't have enough players clicking, and were restricted as well. The wickets continued to fall. France, we know they're a good bowling team. And for me, no surprises that they're able to do such a good job keeping Guernsey to 105. Bowling-wise, it's a funny-looking kind of bowling scorecard with a couple of 3-fers in there. Mangal 3 for 47, including the hat-trick. Singles for Usman Khan, Cameron Ahmadzai, and Zahir Zahiri. Rahmatullah Mangal did a pretty good job with the ball, but I think there's one star in particular that takes the player of the match. It's not easy to get player of the match when you're going against a guy that's got a hat-trick. You're going against 2 batters that have got big 50s, but Stanixai, well, he deserves it for the way he bowled. 3 for 9. It wasn't just the wickets, the way he got his wickets, I think, has made him so impressive.
Yeah, well done to him, and well done to the whole bowling unit. Khan chipping in with the wicket at the bottom there, and Ahmadzai, obviously Zahiri, the tall left-armer, and maybe, well, the French have woken up Les Bleus, Vinny, Les Bleus. You believe in them? Are they going the whole way?
They're a team that nobody wants to play, I can tell you that much. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Coin Ruckers. We'll take a quick break, but we'll be back in about 15 minutes' time. Second match of the going head-to-head in the sunny Costa del Sol. We'll see you shortly right here on ECN for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the Euros of Cricket. It's Peacock Friday, a bit of a tradition here on ECN. Why don't you join us and put on something bright? Some bright action coming up as well. Two teams about to meet for the first time in a group stage match, and I think this will be an absolute corker. They are neighbours as well. It's Scotland 11 and Ireland 11 to do battle in match number 7 of Group A. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago. Ian Ramage had the two captains.
Scotland, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Ireland, the away team, you'll call. Parry match has been called. It's come down parry match. You've won the toss.
We'll bat first.
Okay, toss from Ireland, who will bat first.
Ireland 11 have won the toss then, and they're going to bat first. Now look, they have such a strong opening combination. Well, they're calling them Jameis. And of course, what I'm talking about is Jason van der Merwe and Seamus Lynch. The Jameis opening combination may be the most feared in this Euros of cricket. If you're asking around, these guys hit the ball so well. We'll say Lynch was a little bit off the machine yesterday, but maybe he'll come to the fore today. And Jason van der Merwe, his first time for Ireland 11, but he's played a lot of cricket, former MVP in the European Cricket League for his club, CIYMS. For the Scotland 11 team, though, loving Charlie Cass and what he brings to the table. You can certainly see why he's been having the summer of his dreams. This is a guy that has a lot of high-level cricket experience. He's a Scottish-born player, grew up in Australia. He's gone back now to the mother country, and he's turning a few heads. Don't forget, he did take 7 wickets on debut in his ODI debut versus Oman as well. And just recently was bowling against the likes of the Australian top order. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting one. Jack Hogarth probably deserves a mention as well, taking a hat-trick yesterday, the first hat-trick of the Premier Division. He really was a handful. So look, there's some really interesting matchups. These two teams had very good days yesterday. Who will win this clash? I know they both are desperate for the W. Let's go up to the commentary box. Coy Rucker standing by. I know he's looking forward to this one as well. Match number 7 on the way. Ireland having a hit after winning the toss. So let's get ready for some Jameis action over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome everyone around the world. More T10 action coming your way. Fast-paced, fast action, and a quick break between the morning fixture into the early afternoon fixture. It's a scorching hot day here in the Andalusia region of Spain, the south of Spain. Let's have a look at these two lines, and I tell you what, the Scottish 11 versus the Irish 11. This should be a really good game of cricket. Scotland 11 mixed up with a lot of youngsters and some National A players. They're a very good team, and they've also got some serious experience in Charlie Castle, who was playing for Scotland against Australia a month ago. Can't wait to see how they go. And the Ireland 11, this is basically the academy, the Irish academy, and they've mixed it with Jason van der Merwe, which just adds a little bit more flavour to their lineup, and Jared Wilson, two senior players mixed with the academy. We have a look at the supercomputer, 67% for Ireland and 33% for Scotland. This should be a really good game of cricket. These two teams, well, these two nations always have a bit of bad blood. It's always on in the sporting arena, and I can't wait to see how this one pans out. We have a really good contest early. Charlie Cassell has come into this team, and he's obviously got some seriously good pace about him. He's going to be bowling to van der Merwe and Lynch. Looking forward to this. It should be a really good matchup. So we're almost set to go. Deep mid on in place, and deep third, the two boundary riders. A big warm welcome back to all the viewers on all our international network partners and everyone in the chat. Here we go. Scotland 11 taking on the Irish 11. Ball number 1. Short down the leg side, and it's a bit of a goober from the keeper. He should be stopping that. And I'm pretty sure they'll start with 2 wides for this one. That'll bring Seamus Lynch on strike. He's been part of the Irish Academy for a couple of years now and has made a bit of a reputation for himself of hitting the long ball. This will be a good contest, though. This man on your screen has, well, been everywhere in the last sort of 6 weeks. He's playing in the UK and Scotland against some of the best in the world, and now he's in Spain playing some T10. Oh my word. That is a ridiculous shot, first rock. And there's a little bit about Seamus Lynch. He's just known to pound the ball. He's gone about 70 metres over extra cover, first rock. There's some decent pace on it. He stays super leg side of the ball and just lets the hands fly, 6 runs. Just your typical 8 off 1 to start a T10 match. Can Seamus Lynch keep going? Yeah, he can. That's a pretty good pull stroke. That's going to be another 6. So one thing I get about this Irish team, I reckon they might like the pace on that Cassell offers. Back of a length this time, not too deterred, not too much feet movement. Another 6, nice shot. So 14 of the first 2 deliveries to start this one. Good contest this, really looking forward to this game once the fixtures were released. Not too far away from the off stump. That was a little bit quicker as well from the tall seam bowler. See plenty of people in the YouTube chat, the chat, looking forward to this one as well. Plenty of comments flying in. Yeah, good game of cricket. Really good game of cricket for a Friday. Prime time viewing, 1:47 p.m. local time. If you are in the Andalusia region, come down to Carter Oval. Back of a length, pulled again, 1 bounce 4, only 2 boundary riders at third and deep mid on. And another nice shot, brilliant start this from the Irish 11 who have been mighty impressive so far. Got to love their mantra and how they go about it, this Irish 11. They've had a couple of good years. They enjoy their time out here, well coached as well. They go all around the world, the Wolves, and their academy side. I think they played in the Windies last year as well. Went right off the toe of the bat, and that'll just be a single. They had mid-off back for that delivery and mid-on. So nice start for Lynch, who's got going in this. Van der Merwe, he's faced 1 ball, which was a wide down the leg side. Back on strike now. Probably one of the better opening pairs you can get. I'm glad they picked Van der Merwe on the back of his ECL form. A player that's not in the academy, but they've given him a go, and that's nice to see as well. Dare say that's probably too high, and a couple other things wrong with it, but that is a very productive first over for the Irish 11. 1 over complete, 19 for none. That's going over the top of leg stump, you'd have to say. Hits him quite high up, so not out there, and a good start to this T10 fixture as we have a quick look at some of your commentators today. Mr. Maximo is joining us back in a couple of moments with 5 O's at the back end there, and myself, C. Rutgers _28. We've had plenty of messages coming in. As we always say, follow us on the European Cricket Network on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter and Facebook. I think 450,000 subscribers now on YouTube, around that number, and it's growing ever so quickly, covering, well, cricket everywhere. You can watch it, club cricket in Croatia, then you can watch USA playing Netherlands the next day. So from the highs to the lows to everything in between. O'Donnell over number 2. Oh, he's pumped it in the air, but he's hit the fielder. Oh, Lynch, what have you done? It was a checked shot. He didn't go through with it. Sort of just, yeah, it's maybe a little bit lazy, if anything. He just sort of punches it to deep mid-off, doesn't put his hands through it, and that's going to cost him his wicket. Huge scalp for Scotland. Nice catch from McBride, and the first big fish will go. 19 for 1. Have a closer look. Stays leg side of the ball as he does, but just stopped his shot early on it and finds mid-off, who made good ground to his left. Nice safe catch, and well, Seamus Lynch departs. We know how good Seamus Lynch can be. 17 off 6 is still a pretty good T10 innings, really, but he'd be disappointed not to go on and make a big one. So that means new man coming to the crease. Looking forward to seeing him again. Cameron Melly at number 3 made a really good 50 yesterday. In the evening fixture versus Guernsey. Gets another early opportunity here. 2 boundary riders, deep mid off and deep mid on. Just dropped into the leg side for a single. Yeah, so electric start to this one. Only 1.2 overs bowled, a couple of boundaries and already a wicket. Van der Merwe on strike. If you haven't seen much of him before, he hits it hard, really hard. Well, that's high, not far. Gone. 2 in the over. O'Donnell does it, and Van der Merwe is going to go for a duck. I think that's off the toe of the bat. It was back of a length. He tried to pound it straight, and this is a dream start for Scotland right now. O'Donnell does the trick. 2 in the over. And Ireland 11, a little bit of pressure early here. 20 for 2. Tries to pound it straight right off the toe end. And it goes miles in the air. Nice, safe catch by Lloyd Brown. It was deep mid on, and this is a dream start. Well bowled, O'Donnell. And Van der Merwe, who made the runs. Well, hold on, that's a Royal Duck. Oh, that's a Peacock Friday Duck. Oh, I don't think I've seen the Peacock Friday Duck. Van der Merwe goes. He's out off 2 deliveries. And Ireland 11, 20 for 2. So O'Donnell has come back with a bit of vengeance in this second over. 2 wickets to him, and Macbeth, Lady Macbeth, coming out at number 4. Lovely shot, really nice cricket stroke. That might go to the boundary. No, it'll be reined in. We'll get a traditional 2 to the total. A little bit of bottom hand whippage there from Macbeth. I tell you what, O'Donnell, seriously, that man, he is a dead ringer for Andy Bickle. If you're watching from Queensland, he is a dead ringer for Andy Bickle. Same action, same hairstyle, a lot of heart. Love watching this man bowl. Good to have him back on the Spanish shores. There he is. Plays a bit more than Andy Bickle, though. One down the leg side. They set off. They say 2 straight away. Not easy on these small boundaries. A good throw could be trouble. Oh, I tell you what, it was pretty close in the end, but they do get back for 2. Good aggressive running. Good running between the wickets. Rico Full will be in this afternoon as well. Looking forward to him coming down. Last ball of the second. Well, doesn't get it. Deep mid-on's in place, and it'll just be a single high up on the bat. A pretty chaos first 2 overs. Scotland 11. Dream start, though. 2 big fish back in the sheds. 25 for 2. And finally, gives me a good opportunity to talk about the table. 7-6, big game. These 2 teams, whoever wins this will likely get the double chance. And Vinny Sandhu is back in the combox.
Guernsey in a lot of trouble. They'll play Portugal. And let's say that they even beat Portugal 4-0. They're not playing like at the moment. They get ahead. Portugal then can probably still take a point out of their last game, because Portugal will play later on tonight against Scotland 11 and probably still knock Guernsey out. But yeah, these 2 teams, great to see them tussling here. And, well, unfortunately, Jameis, it was a bit of a flop in this one, wasn't it? Anyway, this is in the air, almost carries. That's Macbeth. This time in that one, O'Donnell has the 2 early big fish.
Usually we see the Irish and the Scottish going against each other on the bars down the coast of Costa del Sol, Vinny, but we've got them here at Cardimer Oval.
You are so accurate. It
How nice is it to have a bit of...
we love having them here. I know they've got supporters. Both teams have some supporters here cheering them on. Castle, maybe a little bit expensive so far, but this is a nothing shot. It's going to be an easy catch, and thank you very much, says Tom Knight. Macbeth gets all in a tangle, and Ireland have lost their top 3. Well, the Baby Greens finding it hard to get going here in match number 7 is 25 for 3.
You are absolutely correct. The Baby Greens, they come with the young team every year, but this time they're being shown up a little bit. 25 for 3 and really good bowling. Castle gets it into a dangerous area. He's come into this team to add a lot of experience and he's got genuine pace. Gets caught in no man's land, and that is a simple, simple catch for the keeper, Thomas Knight.
Yeah, it's about as easy as it gets for the wicket keeper. But yeah, Macbeth is going to have to go and score now. It's 25 for 3.
Vinny, the man coming to the crease probably isn't as much as the part of the Baby Greens, Jared Wilson. They've called him back in just to add a little bit of experience and mix it with all the youth. Jared's a good player, isn't he? And good to have him come out at number 5.
Jared Wilson has been very, very good so far.
Oh, he comes out and tries to absolutely bomb his first ball. Well, Castle's first over went for a few. He seems to have thought, you know what, I didn't like that. I'm going to pick up a yard or 2 here. Look out for him with the bat a little bit later also.
It's good. Challenge length, gives up his stumps a little bit, swings straight through it.
Nice start from Scotland. They've really pegged it back in the last 9 deliveries. Started by O'Donnell. A couple of balls left in the power play.
This time he gets what he wants, and it's going to be lifted away. Wilson off the mark with 4.
Yeah, nice shot. Backs away. Gave himself a little bit of room. Probably got the length he ideally wanted. Nice batting. 4 to the total.
Yeah, well, Castle went quite pretty full yesterday. I think it's probably the play. But, let's have a look. He does go full, dug out, just a single.
1 more to the total, so that takes them on to 30. So last ball of this power play. Yeah, the past score's been difficult to read so far from these teams. We've seen a couple of teams get rolled and sort of kept it to lower scores than we expected. The bowling standards obviously lifted quite a lot. And can Melly get himself going, but really nice last night against Guernsey. This is a different test though. Expect to see maybe Jack Hogarth come in with his leg spin soon as well. Last ball of the power play. It's got to be a wide, I dare say, so they get another one.
What a summer for Charlie Castle.
Well, imagine a month ago you're bowling to Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh, and then a month later you're in Spain and in the beautiful weather. It's a pretty big contrast, isn't it, Vin?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, this guy spent a lot of time down under. Look forward to having a chat with him, actually. And for Midland Guildford in the same competition that, of course, we played in. That is lifted up, and it's going to disappear. Maximo Melly doesn't care much for reputations, puts that one up out of the ground, and that will take us to the end of the power play, 37 for 3.
Yeah, what a nice shot to end the power play. That was absolutely boned for 6. 37 for 3 as you touch on. Good start overall for Scotland. And, well, it is going to be the leg spin. Hoagie Hogarth is going to come in and bowl over number 4, Vinny.
Yeah, well, he had such a great day yesterday, didn't he? Jack Hogarth, including a hat-trick. So changing things up, Ireland 11, 52% versus Scotland 48% now. You can see that's a little bit of a split decision by the supercomputer. All right, there's Jack, the Bison.
So over number 4 here. Hoagie bowled well yesterday, Vinny. It'd be different. It's good to see Wilson back in the team. They've brought him in just for a little bit of experience on top of the younger players, do you think, this year?
Yeah, I mean, he played last year.
You know, last year he didn't. He played the year before.
He played last year, and he just wasn't captain last year. That's the difference.
So he snuck under the
paying
radar.
attention there. Spanish team. You might have noticed he's
Yeah,
part
the
of the team that
analytics.
knocked you for 216 in Championship Week.
Yeah, well,
Sam Harbinson, I'm sure he's tuning in. Sam, Fair Play Award. So fair that he's not playing this year.
where is Sam Harbinson? He was a good player.
Where in the world is Sam Harbinson? There you go. He was the Ireland 11 skipper last year. Did a little bit of a Carmen Sandiego job. All right. Anyway, here's Hoagie. Quite a big sledger, but nobody can understand what he's saying. Here we go, over number 4. Ah, premeditated
Shot.
walk. It's actually going to find the boundary. It does. It was perfectly placed, and I know exactly what that man's thinking, and I can't say it out loud.
Yeah, you can't say it out loud, Vinny. Just bottle it as that one goes for 4. I hope you didn't pick that up in the back of my mic. Lovely shot, though, Vin.
Excellent.
So what are you calling this Irish team?
The Baby Greens.
The Baby Greens.
No, it's a play on baggy greens, and earlier you just called them the baggy greens. Anyway, this is cut away. Again, more work down there. This time will be reachable.
It reminds me of the Essendon Bombers in '93. The Baby Bombers. The Baby Greens. I like it. Wait till you see their pace brigade a little bit later.
Kale Hooker, very big
ECN fan. We've had Kale in the commentary box
for us before. True.
He actually owes me a signed autographed football still.
Is that right?
Kale, if you're listening, I haven't forgotten.
Melly.
Oh.
Right. Whoa. That is so strange because he charges and then he gets like almost like a flipper that comes out and completely ties him up.
Yeah, and hits his body then onto the bat.
Could have easily popped up as well. That was weird. Now more of a stock ball. Melly goes after it and he puts it into the jungle. Maximo says Carreras.
Tell you what, I like watching this Melly bat. He's got a lot of talent. Look out for him in the next few years. High up in the Irish setup. Holds the bat pretty high. Got a lot of leverage and a lot of power.
Melly. Good shot. Hogarth. He's pretty popular by everyone.
Yeah, we're picking up a few audio pickups in the background. The Scottish are having some fun, aren't they?
That's nice. Love to see it. Flower of Scotland on the chest. Wrong, and that's very late cut. In the end, it's going to be fielded by Cassim.
What's the sporting history between Ireland and Scotland, Vin? How much does it mean to them?
They play each other pretty regularly in, probably the one that springs to mind is probably rugby. They're now 6 nations.
Yep.
For a while, it was 5 nations. Down the ground, it's going to be a single, obviously. Football's pretty big there as well, but as far as the internationally, I think rugby's probably the example. We're creating a bit of history between them here right now in cricket at the Carlton Oval in Spain after 4 overs. Ireland, after winning the toss, electing to bat, are 50 for 3.
Yeah, a little bit of a fight back here. And they lost a couple of wickets, obviously, in a clump, but they've got enough batting still, this Baby Greens, Vinny's calling them. And if you do want to interact and learn a little bit more about these Scottish and Irish lineups, please message in and feel free to as well. Obviously, we're getting a lot of viewers around the world. It's an exciting event and it only comes around once a year.
Yeah, it's very special. So, yeah, thanks for getting in touch. I'm still getting so many messages. I'm loving
I can
them.
tell your eyes are in that laptop, Vin.
There's a lot happening. I'll probably talk about this once the game settles down, if it settles down. What have you got coming into you?
Okay, looks like we've got a little bit of a change coming into the attack here. It's going to be Cassim Khan. Good luck to him today. Right arm around the wicket. That's going to be a wide.
Yeah, Cassim, look at him as well.
Kyle Collins has messaged, said it like the O'Donnell, Andy Bickle sort of reference, and said, I'm following Scotland now for the win.
Okay, that's an easy sell.
Pretty easy sell, Vinny.
Let's go around the wicket here, Cassim.
Oh, yeah.
Full toss. And
oh, no.
Oh,
no.
Wow, that was a bullet. That was about as flat, and that's Marta up there. Well, she's got her Peacock Friday shirt on.
Uh-oh.
It wasn't 4, it was 6. Let's have a look.
Yeah, it wasn't 4, Mart's unlucky. That almost took out Spring Media. Oh, no. That was a tracer bullet.
Back to live. This next one's also 6, but it's slightly less dangerous. Maximo. Can we go to the one before? I wouldn't mind seeing exactly how close this was.
That was almost...
It was actually still on the way up, I think.
Here we go. Uh-oh, bang. Tell you what, that is not good self-preservation. You got to work on that, Spring Media.
Martha has been practicing a lot.
You think about the 5 cameras that are up there, Vin. How hasn't one been properly collected yet?
Well, we have had it happen in Austria before. Claire Kailash actually hit the main camera 1, and then it started malfunctioning, zooming itself. It was possessed.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe it would happen again. Yeah, Wilson, back-to-back 6s, including almost a...
How do you think she's feeling up there now? A little bit twitchy?
I think she'd have that adrenaline rush.
That was honestly a bullet.
That was hit as hard as anything we've seen. Wilson's nicest guy, but almost needed a lawyer, I think. Goes after it again.
Oh.
He likes it. That one's launched tired out of the ground. Maximo saves Mars.
Yeah, pretty good shot from Wilson. He gets a full ball on middle and leg stump and he pumps it away. He's raced to 29 off 9. And you have to say, looking good. Sorry, sliding across outside off again. He's trying to bowl to that wide sort of tram line hole. But, yeah, they're a little bit half volley-ish. Vinny, this over's gone for 20. There's only 3 deliveries been bowled.
Yeah, it's tough matchup finger spinner versus the right-hander. He's going to try over the wicket now, Kasim.
It's going to be another wide and they're going to sneak through.
Over now.
Yeah, so he's actually getting a nice sort of away swing. He's bowling that arm ball, sort of the one-finger delivery, but yeah, just losing a little bit of control. Oh!
Out of the ground. Well, that is more, I suppose, watching practice for our crew up there at Spring Media. That has gone miles. This over's getting taken down bad. Well, we could go supersonic. We could even go over 36 in this over, really.
It's just beautiful ball striking from Jared Wilson, who's come out like a bullet from a gun. 52 partnership, 14 deliveries. Lovely ball striking. Look at the last 6 balls in the game, Vin. 6, 6 wide, 6 wide, 6.
Walking 677. All right, couple to come in the over. Goes again this time, jams himself a little bit. We'll have to settle for a single.
Yeah, one more to the total. Melly and Wilson on the recovery. What a little partnership. This has come out of nowhere. Can they send this over supersonic? That's what we call a 30-plus over. It's getting
Melly
warm out here, Vin.
Have another dip. I'd imagine the answer is yes. Tough one for Kasim. Last ball of his over. It's pretty well bowled, actually. Oh, boy, oh, boy.
Oh, the old teapot. Let him know.
It's got to be outside the line.
Well, you know,
it's close.
Actually, you know what? It's probably a fair call.
Some of it's on the line.
You reckon?
Some of it's on the line. It's not fully outside. There's a union between blue and white there. All right. Well, and it might work out, might not though. It's actually the second thing I said. Okay, that's gone for 4 and Melly goes to 18. It's a supersonic over. 33 come off it. And the score is 83 for 3 after 5.
Well, what an interesting start to this one, Vin.
Interesting. If you mean dangerous, yes. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Rucker's with me. It's Peacock Friday. I don't know if I've got any live shots of the crew up there. As Martha, for sure it's Martha. Now, she has got a similar shirt to me. She's got the ducky shirt on today.
Peacock Friday.
What does Peacock Friday mean to you?
To me, it's an emotional day, but every day on a Friday, you should dress up in something a bit loud, a bit different, and it should be a worldwide rule. Imagine everyone on Friday wearing a loud shirt.
Yeah, kind of like a casual Friday. I know in Australia, there's a lot of Australians I know watching on Fox Sports Australia. There's a bit of a tradition that when you go to lunch in the office on Friday,
you leave.
You come back on Monday. We don't get to do that here on the European Cricket Network, but we certainly are enjoying what we're doing in Scotland and Ireland, a really, really high-quality clash here in Group A, which is slowly but surely taking shape. Time for Chris McBride to bowl. And he hits that tram line first up. It's the first time we've seen the skipper at the bowling crease in this game.
Yeah, good contest this between these two teams. Highly enjoyable, good level of cricket.
Good question from Jeff in the comment section. What spin options will Spain have this year? Well, luckily I've got the Spanish coach right next to me.
Vin, before I answer that, that's a no ball. They've got 3 in the ring.
I know.
Oh, schoolboy error. Deep mid-wicket was out. Free hit time.
Captain's bowling, right? So maybe he's just kind of trusted everyone to be where they need to be. Didn't work out. Free hit then.
Uh-oh. That could be another free hit. It's going to be hit for 1, but was that waist height or above?
Well, we're about to find out. Let's have a look at it. That's no ball. Oh.
If he's...
It's one of those borderline ones. It's about as borderline as you get.
I think it's probably more...
If it's okay, it's the highest okay ball you can have.
Slipped under the radar. What did Jeff ask?
I just want to know your spin options for Spain.
We've got to, because it's T10, it's a good opportunity to bring a new boy.
Okay.
Chris William Lopez.
Very good.
Just another new boy we found in England. Give him a crack, see how it goes.
Brad. Well, closer to Yorker this time, driven away for one.
That is one good thing about the T10 stuff. You can bring sort of guys that are on the fringes and give them a go and see how they handle pressure. Oh, Burnsy will be playing if it's a night fixture. You know what he's like. He's at Golf Academy in Sota Grande. He's probably playing 27 holes a day.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, so potentially it's Smokey for the final?
We'll see if we make it.
His boss really not a huge cricket fan.
Oh, well bowled.
Runs at a bouncer here, Wilson. I suppose Wilson's been so good off the front foot that trying something different to him. Charlie Ramiskovic, not in this squad this time?
Charlie University, Sebastian Hughes Penane University, Chris is, and we've wanted to get this young Chris kid in for a while, have a look and give him a tour, and yeah, it'd be nice to meet a new Spanish name and how he goes on the field.
Saw Yasser Ali take a 6 for as well during the season in Croatia.
Oh, that's got to be close again, Vinny. It's got to be close again.
Testing the patience of the third umpire. This is another one they're going to have to look at. Remember, on ECN, the rule is if it's waist high or higher. Is out of his crease a bit. It's probably fine if the other one was fine. But, all right, that's a low full toss, and that's also going to disappear under the path. Maximo Melly hasn't faced much. He's been pretty good when he has. Island up into the 90s.
Yeah, lovely shot again. Really nice shot as he gets that away for 6. Just the full tosses today, Vinny. We saw it in the early morning fixture. They always seem to fly.
Fake Yorker. Just a little bit too forward.
Hey, good recovery, though. They lost a couple of wickets in quick succession there. They didn't have the opening pair click, and they're still on 93 or 5.5.
Last ball from McBride in this over. Oh, trouble.
Oh, they're going to have to check that because I reckon that might be the second over shoulder.
It's got to be at the crease, which is there, that exact shot. It's above the shoulder, right?
Yeah, it's been called, yeah.
So remember, it's above the shoulder when he's at the crease. So even though it might have intercepted him slightly under, it's definitely high when it goes past the crease. So
good use of technology and good decision.
Yeah. So
I like the option, though, keeps like trying to get it high. It's just a little bit too high. So another free hit. Can they get to 100 off 6, Vinny?
Melly, can he cash in? Slow ball, stands, hits, gets it over the top of Castle, who's a tall man, but couldn't quite reel it back in. The 100's up and it's 6 overs down, 100 for 3.
Well, you think about the openers they lost, Vin. It just shows they've got plenty of batting depth and really nice ball striking from the Irish Academy 11. They're looking good, aren't they? They always come across and do some good things, but I'm really excited. What I liked the most was the quick bowlers last night. I'd like to see them bowl to Scotland.
And also, I loved Alex Armstrong so far.
Yeah, you've got big raps.
But you know what? I'll be curious, because there's going to come a point where he's going to get whacked, and to see kind of how he reacts to that. Because if there's one certainty in ECN cricket, well, actually 3 certainties. Death, taxes, and at some point, you're going to get whacked in ECN cricket.
I reckon every bowler in history has been whacked for at least 130 run over.
All right, here we go with Hoagie. Short, hit, 6. Maximo. That one's into the dogs, as Wilson moves into the 40s.
Have you heard the dogs have been a bit quiet this year?
They've been a bit more reserved.
They didn't get a grizzly ball to the, you know.
Well, we don't know. And Cluck Norris also has been a bit of a no-show. That's our ECN Rooster.
Yeah, what has happened to the Rooster, Vinny? Hey, how's this partnership? 81 off 25.
Yeah, and it's just what they needed when they lost. Lynch, Van der Merwe, and Macbeth, all reasonably cheaply. Yes, bounce over Hoagie. Probably wishes he had a couple of extra inches. Just get a single.
Top innings from Wilson, but also Melly. Melly came out early last night, looked $1 million. Oh, I think Melly's got a really bright future ahead of him. He might be one of those players we're talking about in 2 or 3 years has debuted for Ireland.
Great. Tries to pin back on this. And there's every chance, well, hopefully, if we keep going how we're going, that he might still be playing cricket on ECN. And we did cover the full Irish side today, this year.
They were good to cover at Voorburg. They played some good cricket, won some very tight games against the Dutch.
And of course, now full Test nation. It's been no ball. It must have been off the pitch. Check it out. Where's this bounce?
Oh.
Yeah,
good umpiring. Yep, it's off the pitch.
No ball plus a bye.
Yeah, it's actually funny. Yeah, so we had Ireland, the main national
Irish,
team, in April,
team.
And now we've got the Irish. That's pretty cool.
We had Scotland as well in that. It was May actually.
Yeah.
So we've had Ireland and Scotland in 2 ways this year. And it'll be 3 when we get to the ECCW as well. Because Ireland 11 and Scotland 11 will enter teams in the Women's Euros of Cricket for the first time in 2024.
Did any of these Scottish players here play in that series? McBride? No. It was Jarvis? No, Jarvis ain't here. There you go.
Right. Down the ground,
Shot.
up and over the top. Maximal as Wilson brings up his 50 in 19 balls. It's been a real captain's knock, hasn't it, from Jared?
Well, that man's moved into the cricket industry as well with his own little business, and he's doing a good job on the field also. 51 of 19, top ball striking from Jared Wilson. Always a pleasure to watch. He's a lovely fellow, good around the traps, and 51 of 19 is a really good T10 innings.
Goes after this, curving towards the fielder, and that's taken. It's a very good piece of fielding out there. And well, they needed something, and Castle, he's had very sure hands in some tough situations. 50 and out for Wilson, and Ireland 11, 117 for 4.
It's a brilliant catch because you called it right, Vin. It was curving towards him. It was sort of just going in the air, and he held on to it and made what was probably a more difficult catch for some look easy, and brilliant take there. So that does break the partnership, and that's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, unfortunate for Wilson, he can't go on to make it even more. This game's a bit of a crossroads at the moment. 7 overs down. It's 117 for 4.
Now we have a look at some of the action coming up around the corner. Obviously, Group B, looking forward to a lot of Group B, Group C, Group D, a lot of good teams. England waiting, obviously they'll always come with a good squad. But Group B is a bit open, isn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, it really is. I think you look at Group B, it's very, very hard to pick. Germany, of course, qualified last year. And Hungary made the final last year. Denmark are always the bridesmaids.
Well, Andy Bickle, a.k.a. O'Donnell, back into the attack. It's a lovely cut shot, but probably just the single. Bowled a really good spell so in the first or second over, sorry, O'Donnell. 2 wickets, and it was the 2 big fish, Vinny, getting Lynch and Van der Merwe early.
Yeah, don't get too much bigger than that. Dunphy gets a run at number 6 here. O'Donnell hustling through this. They've got 7.5 minutes to bowl, pretty much 2 overs. Maybe a touch behind, but yeah, they're conscious of it. That's the main thing. Rolling cutter, very good. That'll help the clock as well.
I'm a huge fan of this O'Donnell. I reckon he's crafty, very crafty.
I love the pace of the game. Just shows you what's possible. I mean, O'Donnell, he's kind of semi-jogging back to his mark. Very clever. See how he rolls his fingers down the right-hand side of the ball there, pulls down the right side of the ball. Remember, if you don't finish 9 overs before the clock runs out, then you're going to give up a 5-run penalty. This one muscled off the back foot into the gap, and that's good placement from Dunphy. Shows a bit of power there. 4 runs.
Haven't seen much of Dunphy before, Vinny, but looks like he's a bit of an astute cricketer. That's a lovely shot. It's the modern-day cricketers. They hit these length balls straight, and good shot for him to get off the mark.
Yeah, O'Donnell, 2 for 11. Dunphy looked pretty good last night. First time we'd seen him at an ECC. Handles himself well. Steps across, wants the leg side, and he's going to get it. Lovely hit. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, Dunphy looked really good last night, and once again, he's starting here with the bang. Do you know much about him? First time out at Carlton Oval, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think it's nice to see new players, and yeah, Brian Dunphy, is...
Well, he's playing in the Ireland under-19s versus the English under-19s only a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and he's young. I mean, he's only 16 years old.
16?
16.
No way this kid's 16. What are they putting in the water in this squad? Is he 16?
Mostly whiskey. Both these countries, it probably equally applies.
Who's the better team at celebrating wins if you had to nail it down? Are the Irish, I'm sorry to open this can of worms, but are the Irish better at celebrating or the Scottish? Genuine question.
It's not... It's...
This could start World War III, Vin. Make your answer correct.
Well, only one team will be celebrating a win at the end of this game. And only one team, maybe one of these two, maybe another team will be advancing to the championship week. Let's just say, if you were involved in their celebrations, you'd be the first out. Last ball for O'Donnell. Oh, he walks to that, gets it high, and I think that's got the legs. It does. Maximo bangs into the fence. Melly to 40, and Ireland 11 after 8 overs. They're 135 for 4. Great game in progress here.
Yeah, really nice game, and the ebbs and flows of it. Melly got that 52 metres and a serious amount of height. 6 more to the total.
Yeah, kind of flatlined around that kind of 16-ish and over.
You're
It's
good
not
at
a bad
this.
place to be.
You're good at this, Vin. Do you have the age of Melly then as well?
Cam Melly.
Because he's looked amazing in the last few innings.
Melly we obviously have seen a bit more of. He is 22.
Okay, so a
He's
little bit
old.
older. Yeah, he's old. I just like the signs for Irish cricket. Do you think that since they got full member status, this is all pumping the money into the
It
kids?
definitely opens a few doors. I mean, it's... Yeah, Ireland's a very interesting landscape. We might have been going to Ireland and Scotland, by the way, next year on the tour.
No way.
Did you know that? Uh-oh. That's
Oh,
gone
hit
wrong.
it.
Yeah, well,
Oh.
just got surprised and forgot he had the bat, I think, Dunphy. As Sajjad's slow ball goes very, very wrong.
Ball 1. Oh, Dunphy. If you ever get that, you might be 16 years old, but you got to try and launch it. Surely.
Literally throw the bat at it. He'll get a free hit, though. Sajjad loses the handle first ball. It's hit hard, but along the ground, so he gets out of jail. Kes Sajjad, also a very good player. We've seen pulled out some pretty big individual performances. I remember his run against England 11 late in the finals a couple of years ago.
He batted well yesterday, Sajjad, and obviously can offer a bit with the ball. The Scottish team wanting to go a step further, you feel, this year, Vinny?
Cam Melly's also played a bit for Northwest Warriors, which is a very good standard of cricket. Yeah, tries that slow ball again, but just misses the mark. It's low full toss, and it's muscled down to the ground. Maximo sees carreras más.
Muscled the right word. He really hit that hard. A low full toss, bang. Got enough wood in it. That flew for 6.
How much confidence does this give Ireland, not seeing the Jameis combination fading and still putting on a very good score?
Yeah, pretty good. Quite a lot, Vin. But I think Scotland, you can't count them out ever.
This is more a CIYMS thing, but they had Doherty at the top and Van der Merwe scoring pretty much all the runs all series. That kind of left their rest of batting underdone.
Oh! Tell you what, he's taking that straight in the midriff.
Yeah, I mean, gets behind it. That's the main thing. Yeah, but I mean, blessing in disguise sometimes. The opener's failing and the middle order stepping up.
I think at this level, every team has a top 6 or top 7 that can just explode, and that's the most important thing.
Good Yorker.
Well bowled.
So, yeah, one thing, John Gray in the comment section. I know sometimes people are multitasking. We have to do it sometimes as well. He accidentally just typed a student's grade in the chat. He's been marking papers. Just thinking, it reminds me, actually, this is a little bit of a random thread I want to just throw out there going into the break. Sajjad 2 to come in the 9th. Oh, no, that's gone very wrong. It's clear no ball.
It's got to be a no ball, surely. That was extremely high. No, it's not been called.
I'll eat my hat if this isn't a no ball.
It's already been called.
Yeah.
And there's his 50 as well.
50 to Melly. Again, it was the old surprise tactic from Sajjad. Yeah,
Well, eat your hat, Vinny.
I said if it's not. But Melly certainly deserves his applause. Scores 52 and 18. He's got 7 sixes and a 4, so that's 46 runs in boundaries. And you know what he's going to get for his trouble? A free hit next ball.
Yeah, always nice. The immunity cloak and top innings again from Melly. He's looked in really good form.
Second warning for Sajjad if he bowls one more. That's it. Can't bowl again, even though he's only going to get the one over here, max. Sound the horn, free hit time. Digs it in this time, and he'll get away with it.
No, he won't.
4, not 6. Well, I mean, that wasn't that hard, but it was just perfectly into the gap. And Melly, oh, he is striking them so beautifully. It reaches the rope.
Yeah, just beautiful ball striking. Keeps this one along the carpet, but it's a quick outfield, and he hit it in the gap. That's the most important part of it. Another boundary in there. Looking at a score in the 170s, Vin.
Sajjad, 19 off the over. Digged in again. This one straight to the fielder, though, will be caught. So we'll get a wicket for his trouble. And for Melly, it'll be the end of the road for him, but he makes a sparkling 56 in the number 3 position. One of 2 half centuries in this Dream11 innings. And with 1 over remaining, they are 154 for 5.
Yeah, top innings from him. We were disappointed not to have got the elevation on that one, but he's put his team in a very good position once again. And 154, 6 balls to go. They'll be looking at 170, and that top order of Scotland's going to have to click. We have a look at the bowling figures. Everyone taking a bit of time. Lewis O'Donnell, the pick of the bowlers at the moment, with 2 for 24.
Yeah, really good innings from Cam Melly.
He's a good player, isn't he? He's a really good player.
You're always happy when you're able to step up, especially in a slightly awkward situation where early wickets have been falling. Leaves the team in pretty good shape. So what I was going to say, I'm putting this to chat, I'm going to put it to social media. Tell us your message fails when you've messaged the wrong person.
Oh, no.
You ever had this?
Oh, you betcha.
Oh, boy. Well, gravity's been turned off at the Cardimer Oval as McBride's come back now. He's delivered a high delivery. No ball +1 by.
What is going on? The wheels are falling off. It's almost hit the keeper on the full.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, a lot going on.
Well,
so
Lecky gets the good old backyard cricket rules. Can't get out first ball. He's facing up for the first time.
yeah, no ball by. Pretty hard on the keeper, that's a bye. But yeah, Lecky, bit of luck. Luck of the Irish, gets a free hit to start.
Yeah, let's see if he can cash it in. Where does he go here? Slower ball, maybe?
Not sure. Oh, he's being...
Yeah, is that? It's only the first one he's bowled, isn't it? Just looking back. Yeah, it's only, well, actually, that's his 3rd no ball.
So there wasn't one for bouncing it. It wasn't fun.
Yeah, true. So that might be the 2nd and final warning for height no balls. You're right. One was for a second bouncer.
Yep.
So McBride. Yeah. So that's what they're saying right now.
Imagine Big Brother. I'll let someone else bowl the free hit ball.
Yeah, but we remember there's been how many no balls in the innings? There's been Kessajard's bowled 2. There's 1 Hogarth. Yeah, for sure, he's only had 2 high balls. One of them was for a second bounce, the last ball of the over. So I'm sure they'll have a chat about this and work it out.
Yeah, well, let's see. Give him some time, Vinny. Yeah, look, there's counting.
Yeah. So all's well that ends. But you know what? The communication solves all problems.
Does
I know
it?
sometimes a bit of a language barrier communicating with the Scottish team, but eventually they work it out, and we're going to be good to go.
Yeah, 6
And I can
balls to
say
go.
that because I'm half Scottish. Free hit coming up. Here we go. Oh, geez. Lucky that one dropped.
Oh, for a brief moment, well, here's a beamer.
He really wants to get out of this over.
Clear the benches. No, that's okay.
That was a good slow ball. To be fair, it was. It did drop at the last moment. No, McBride. Not for a 19 off 7 bowled now. Dunphy trying to get that score up and past the 170, I'm sure. And he takes this towards long. Oh, almost a great catch. 2-hand attempt from Lloyd Brown. They think it 2. They'll settle for 1. In the end, it's a good stop.
He made great ground to it. He made really good ground. He got both hands. You might feel slightly disappointed it didn't stick, but it was hit ferociously. Top fielding.
Still have seen these kind of scores chased down, especially with the bowling going up a level. Hasn't really happened so far in the Premier Division, albeit early. All right, that one goes high. It's a real steepler out to deep forward square, and it's dropped. He probably should have gotten 2 there, but he never ran. Lecky, they'll settle for 1.
The Scots just have been a little bit sloppy in this innings with some of the deliveries, a lot of full tosses and some errors just creeping in.
Well, you know, some of these countries, they come from places in the world where they don't see sun very often, so it is confusing for some of the outfielders when the ball does go up into the sun. Ooh, they're going to run. That's a pretty good run, actually. It'll probably be the one for the over, but they'll scramble a bye. It's like stealing a base. I always think in baseball.
Yeah.
Stealing home. Just had to take a bit of self-preservation.
I like the option. I like that he dug that in as well.
Used the one for the over, though, and he got done for a second bouncer earlier.
Yeah, that's okay, but he was walking at him. You've got to use your bounce when someone walks at you. Why not? Good game this, Vinny. Highly enjoyable.
Still going to catch up on the chat and the messages in the halftime break. Please let us know your message fails when you message the wrong person. Slow ball well bowled. Lecky swings straight through it.
Yeah, Lecky just trying to get one more big one away, get Island 11 into the mid-160s. We've seen it chase down a lot lately all around Europe. And if the Scottish 11's top order click, you never know.
True. A real good test. I mean, Scotland did put up, I think it was 147 yesterday in their second time out. That was against Guernsey. Lost a few early wickets, though, first game of the group. Here's McBride to finish things off. Oh, no. Well, he won't be finishing things off because that's the third.
Yeah, the benches have cleared, Vinny. Here come Ireland onto the field. It's the third beamer.
Again, I know you're not expecting it, but you need to try and throw your bat at that, right? You got a bonus. That was kind of wide of his head, luckily. All right, someone gets to bowl the ball that nobody wants because you can't take a wicket. All that can happen is bad things. So we got a free hit to come last ball.
Well, imagine coming on to bowl and you have to bowl the free hit ball.
Yeah, that's it. And, you know, Timor is going to bowl it. Credit to him. So where are we at? We're at 100 and... It's been a pretty entertaining innings. 161 with the last ball to come.
Now, what do they call someone that likes pain? If you say, yeah, I want to bowl this delivery. There's nothing to gain here as a bowler.
Masochist, I think.
Yeah.
Don't Google that. All right. Last ball, and it's a freebie for Lecky.
Oh, what a ball to bowl. Good luck.
Everyone's nice shot to everyone else then. Oh, just
no.
Great keeping by Knight. That had 5 written all over it.
Oh, and it gets Dunphy back and straight. When you talk about the wheels falling off a bus, this feels like all 4 are gone.
Well, it started speeding the bus, but...
What a spell.
Yeah.
What a time to come on and bowl one ball.
The owner of an economy rate of infinity at the moment. Timer, last ball, take 2. Dunphy faces up. Oh, geez, that was down leg side as well, but he got in the road. They'll get a leg by, and I don't think they'll even bother trying to get a second. So, kind of dodges a bullet in a way. It'll be 164 for 5. Well, we have seen more and more of these kind of totals chased down, but Island 11, they've impressed with the ball. You'd have to feel the wheels have to fall off them similarly if they were to give up this many runs.
Yeah, you imagine this Irish 11's bowling attack, they'll be more than happy with the amount of runs on the board, and it's going to be difficult for the Scottish side. Good to see they're still smiling and enjoying themselves. This T10 game's all about fun at the end of the day. But still, it's a lot of runs. It's going to take a mighty chase.
And they came from maybe some less expected sources. Not that we haven't seen, obviously, what Jared Wilson can do and what Cam Melly can do, but I mean, there's a lot of hype about the Jameis. And they went out there, and Seamus actually looked, Seamus Lynch, like it might be his day. Set 2 over the ropes pretty quickly. But he managed to hold out to McBride for 17. That was an early blow. Jason van der Merwe didn't have a lot of the strike early on. He similarly went up, and he was caught by Lloyd Brown, well caught for a 2-ball duck. When Scott Macbeth went for just 5, suddenly this was looking like a very questionable innings, but then Melly and Wilson put the foot down, and really, to be honest, it was Wilson first that started the counter-attack.
Yeah, Wilson just clicked, didn't he? He hit the ball long, he hit it hard. He almost took some of our spring media crew with him, and while him and Melly were at the crease together, both bringing up 50s, they just really pounded it around the ground. They actually put on, I believe it was 93, Vinny, and in rapid time.
Yeah,
so
in 28 legal balls.
Yep.
So that's basically over half the runs in about 3.5 overs. So the fact they were able to do that, obviously that's the kind of steak and potatoes of this 164. And again, Scotland, I think they'll reflect when they got it right, they had better results. I think some of the matchups probably didn't work their way. The right arm off spin to right-handed batters. That was a nice catch by Castle. I think he's been excellent in the field, in particular in this series. Yeah, but the the baby greens, well, they're growing up in front of our very eyes, and Melly in particular was able to kind of continue on the assault even after Wilson went for a pretty good looking 51. But then, yeah, the wheels did fall off, I think. Some of these high balls, probably attempted Yorkers going wrong. We saw McBride having to be removed from the attack before the last ball for a third ball. That was waist high, full toss or higher. We also saw him get done for a second bouncer in the over. So, look, in the end, Scotland, they're going to have to bat very, very well if they're going to chase this down. Half centuries, I should say, to Jared Wilson and Cam Melly in there. Melly top scoring with 56. Apart from that, Lynch got off to a good start. He'll be disappointed to be out for 17. Dunphy chipped in with the Baker's dozen at the end and 20 extras. And only one of those was a leg bite. Shows that I think Scotland were a little bit short of their normal standards as far as the bowling went. 2 wickets to Lewis O'Donnell. He's probably the best of the bunch. 2 for 24. Wickets also for Charlie Castle as well as Jack Hogarth and Sajjad. But yeah, it was the ultimate mixed bag from Scotland 11. Can the bats click for them and can they pull off a big 160s chase? Now, a lot of people think the winner of this could top the group. Still plenty of cricket to play though in Group A. You can find out what happens in the second half of match 7 when we return to the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Coy Ruckers. We'll see you in just a few minutes for more cricket right here on the European Cricket Network. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
I think it's 6.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we get ready for a big chase in the race for Group A honours. Only the Group A winner out of these 5 teams will get to progress in the tournament and be part of Championship Week. 164 the Ireland 11 have put on the board, and Scotland 11 going to chase that down. 165 will be the target. 114 or less. If the Irish can keep the Scots to that, they'll actually take all 4 points out of this. Otherwise, we'll split the points. 3 to the winner, 1 to the loser here in match 7. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN and all of our international broadcast partners. Great to have you as always. There's the Irish team looking fantastic in their green kit. And yeah, it won't be too long before this one plays out. Great to see these two in the same group. We've really enjoyed all the interaction as well. It's one of the unique features about ECN. In fact, you can kind of have a two-way conversation. All right, so pretty interesting start to come. Lloyd Brown gets another opportunity. Scotland had a bit of a more auspicious start to their batting day yesterday. But they'll be hoping a couple of their big players can turn it on. Both these two failed in the first game. Second game, got a few more. McBride scored 39, Brown got 15. It's Weldon to get us going with his left armers. Here we go. It's a pretty good Yorker first up. Now, one thing about Ireland is their bowling really did click last night. Under lights, they look very dangerous. Their pace is zipping the ball around. They've got a very good spinner in Alex Armstrong that's available as well. No Adam Kennedy in the lineup, I noticed, for Ireland 11. Probably just a rotation. Wow, this one's short, dug in, finds the fielder. That's Tom Ford there. Doesn't field it cleanly, but only a single is conceded. Vinny Sandu, like I said, here taking you through match number 7 in Group A, and Coy Ruckers joins me.
Yeah, good to be back, Vin. Looking forward to this second half. Can the Scottish team get themselves near this total? Not going to be easy. You'd imagine McBride is probably one of the key bats for them. If he gets going, they've got a shot. We saw a little bit of Brown yesterday. Did play some nice strokes, but he'd love to go on with it here this afternoon.
That's low full toss. Straight bat smack from Brown, who gets 4.
Well, one thing the Irish 11 don't want to do is fall into this full toss trap. A lot of players today have been missing their Yorker, Vinny, and there's been a lot of fullies, hasn't there?
It has. Luckily, that one wasn't too high. Scotland 15%. Do you think that's about right?
Vin, I'm hearing breaking news from around the ground about Don Mundo.
Okay, is it time to talk about it?
Yeah.
Well, we're distracted, maybe a little bit more excited than usual. Short, this one misses the mark.
Good timing with the wide. Yeah, rumour has it that an empanada run after 4 years of service at Cardamom Oval is being brought
Let's
to
start
the
at the beginning. We've bonded over the last, what's our 4th year here now, with a certain shop.
Befriended the empanada god.
They're basically like pasties, like Spanish pasties, basically. And there's a certain shop. It's right on our way home. It's about 5 minutes from the hotel, and plenty of nights we're there. Well, I'm there now that you said we're going to bed early. That's not a great ball, but he's going to get away. He's got the field set for it, I suppose. Now we'll just get a single. So I know it's very nice. ECM management said, no, the crew's been working really hard. It's time. for us to do an empanada run. And I know a lot of the crew coming to the end of their 2-week stints. So, yeah, their word is there's 120 empanadas that will hit the Cardamom Oval tonight. So if the commentary goes down, it could be 3 or 4 overs where it's just silence. It's going to be everyone for themselves. Shortish again. This is pulled up in the air. It's going to creep over the boundary. Maximal for McBride. But what he did well there, he got it in front of square. The fielder, I think, was more on square. And he gets 6 runs for Scottish 11.
Yeah, I think he banked on this would be another banged-in ball. Weldon really just banging in and trying to force a mistake. He's got some genuine pace, and that was about a 52-metre 6. It did hurry him up, but nice shot from McBride.
Certainly a genuine tactic for Weldon to kind of go short, short, short. I wonder if he wants to throw one full one in. Full toss it over, I suppose. No, he doesn't. Oh, he's nicked that.
Oh, no way.
Oh, down the leg side. That's Lynch. That's why it's not a wide.
Oh, no. Seamus Lynch isn't having the greatest of tours yet.
Slightly.
Yeah, it's glove, and it's just lazy keeping, Vin.
What's the word? Yeah, I mean, didn't really.
I love that he stuck to the short ball point, but there's genuine glove, and.
Yeah, I mean, he's crouching down. I suppose maybe, the knees could be a bit more bent. But really, in the end, he gets 2 gloves to it. He should have held on. So we'll remember that one as we get to the end of the over. Scotland, in response, 165, the target. They are 13 without loss after 150 matches since we had a golden ball. We haven't had one in October yet, although we're only 4 days into October. We've only ever had one golden ball in over 400 matches in ECC cricket, which is the Euros of cricket. Now this one, slightly mistimed hook shot, but with the pace. That's going to run away for 4. And Lloyd Brown gets his second boundary.
Yeah, it didn't get that out the middle either, but it's a boundary. They had deep square and deep sort of backward point as the 2 boundary riders. So they might think about fine leg. You can definitely see the tactics here, Vin. It's bang it in and see how they go on the cross bat shots.
For a mistimed shot. We have had a couple, but they haven't gone to hand yet. This is clipped away. Brown will only get a single this time. It's out to Cam Melly, batted very well.
Yeah, he batted very well. Melly, he's got a job to do in the field now. He's always good patrolling the boundary rope. Ford's been impressive as well. We liked what we saw from him last night. Tall, skinny young man, and he gets it through at a decent clip. Nice action, Vinny. Nice action.
He does. Ford steams in again. Well, this one's a fraction short, but muscled by McBride. Well, he's still a danger, he's still a threat, and he's still there. Maximal, 6 runs.
Well, that's one thing, Vinny. If you do keep banging it in, as soon as the batsman more sort of sets their mind to just staying deep and looking at maybe playing the cross bat first, you sort of set up for it. And he was really sort of deep in the crease, knew it would be back of length, and pounds it for 6. Nice shot.
Yeah. You can hear that from Wilson having a chat with his bowler saying,
I think he said just a tad too short, not that in-between length. Good comeback.
Probably more what Wilson wanted him to bowl, and it gets the result, top ball.
Yeah, they think on their feet, this team, but it is a good start from Scotland. If they can cash in the last 8 balls of this power play, keep pushing it further. Whoever wins this game, Vinny, they basically have the double chance sewn up.
Yeah, definitely. The other thing is 115 for the point. The thing is, if Scotland 11 lose this, let's say if they do and they don't get a point, especially, they've got a tough game with Portugal. That could potentially be for the double chance.
Portugal would probably be hoping for an Irish win here. I think Portugal in this group are a genuine chance.
A bit of a smoky?
Well, more than. They've gone on the old... it's like when you're playing FIFA and you've got unlimited cash flow and you just go recruiting from around the globe, and they've recruited well.
Must be nice.
Yeah, you win everything.
We'll say that most European cricket teams are on a budget. Short down the leg side. Lynch does make good ground to that one. Takes that, the one that wasn't nicked. Yeah. What kind of power play Scotland looking for, chasing 165?
50. I think you want 50, but yeah, you never know.
A bit fuller now. Microphone's doing most of the work for us. I'm on the front foot here. A little bit fuller. It is driven. It's in the air. Now Wilson's going back, and he's taking the catch. So McBride goes for 13. Ireland very happy to see the back of him. And Ford delivering a good over here. He has a wicket after 2 overs. It's 25 for 1.
Yeah, just that in-between sort of length, not there to drive, not there to pull. And in the end, it's toe-ended straight up. Good catch from the skipper, who makes good ground going back. Jared Wilson, he's not going to drop that. And the first wicket goes, Vinny.
Yeah, catches win matches as well. McBride's key player. He'll have to go for 13.
Steve McVeigh's not... Didn't I just say I think Portugal can get the double chance? Well, people got to listen more, Vinny. I actually think Portugal will
You need to speak more clearly.
Nah. I think Portugal will make the final in this group versus Ireland. That's my gut feel.
Oh, definitely.
And then under lights, it's a shootout.
You're very... You're very positive on Portugal's chances.
If it was old Portugal, nah, not a chance in this group. If it's new Portugal, I mean, you got to look at yesterday. They didn't have Faf Stoneman or Sean Gomes playing, and I think those two are guns. So you look at that table, Portugal, they've got it all before them. If Scotland lose this, they've got a genuine chance of getting into second. That means they'll just need one win, a couple of points, and Scotland maybe lose another game.
Plenty of possibilities. Guernsey will play Portugal first, though. They'll play in match 8.
So let's say Portugal win that and Scotland lose this. Portugal are ahead of Scotland, and then it'll be a shootout to see who gets second.
Looks like it.
Anyway, plenty to play for. Josh Wilson. Let's have a look. Another right-arm seam bowler. Majid's come out at number 3. Brown still there. A lot of work to do, Vinny.
I feel like someone's got to play a big knock here. Just a dominant knock for Scotland. It's hard to get there in bits and pieces. Josh Wilson comes on. He gets whacked straight back over his head. 4 runs. Powerful strike from Lloyd Brown.
Yeah, lovely shot from Brown. We got a small sample size of him yesterday, but he did play some nice strokes. This one's over-pitched. Keeps his front legs to the leg side of the ball. Doesn't close off so he can get his hands through it. Pumps it down the ground for 6. Lovely shot.
Good sound off the bat of Brown. Edged and gone. So it'll be 4 and out. Just a little tickle on the way through. And it's going to be a wicket for Josh Wilson.
The old 6 and out, Vinny. That first one cleared the rope. But anyway, once again, it's that bang in length. Bang in length, bang in length, bang in length. And errors come. And, oh boy, long way back now.
Yeah, just a big sound was Little Nick. And Seamus Lynch gleefully accepts the opportunity. Scotland 11 now have lost both openers in the power play. It's 29 for 2.
I think it'd be a little bit disappointing he tried to maybe go straight on that one. I know the new modern age players try flat bat things straight over the bowler's head, but that was very wide. Maybe just a run down to third or a cut shot. Still, you can also go square.
If you miss it, no one seems to care. You get closer to it, you get a little nick, you got to go. No one ever said cricket was fair. And well done to Josh Wilson. Gets the wicket of Brown, 29 for 2.
Yeah, another wicket goes, but there's still plenty of batting to come. Ahmed comes out for. A little bit surprised that Castle hasn't come out after seeing how well he struck them yesterday, but these two players have obviously got a lot of skill, a lot of potential. They're going to need to get going.
Timor comes and bats 4. Josh Wilson, tail up. Goes up over the top. This should be another wicket. It will be. Simply taken out there. And Timor goes for a golden duck. And Scotland, the early wickets, kind of biting into their power play. Again, 29 for 3. And Josh Wilson's on a hat-trick.
What'd you call them again, Vinny? The baby greens?
Yeah, baby greens.
Yeah, got to love what they do. Good field set, good bowling, and they're just on top again. You can see high hands on the bat. Doesn't have much control there. Golden duck.
Just more in the outside half of the bat. That's why it doesn't travel too far. And Adam Leckie takes a very good catch down there at deep backward point. Protects the ball very well as well. Yeah, Timor has some company on the way off. It's 29 for 3.
Yeah, it's happened in every game so far. They've sort of raced through the first few overs and taken wickets in that. It can only help. They've been impressive, and it's going to be hat-trick time, Vinna. I'm feeling one. You feeling it?
Well, I mean, we already had one today. Can we go back-to-back matches? Rahul Mangal 3 for 47.
3 for 47's a mighty effort.
Would you rather have, I know statistically what you'd rather have. Would you rather have, say, none for 15 or 3 for 47 with a hat trick?
3 for 47, 3 for 87, I don't care.
Hat trick's hat trick. We've actually seen one bowler get 2 hat tricks in one innings. Took 6 for 22. That's Umar Tariq. All right, hat trick balls. Kessajad facing up. Oh, it could be a hat trick. It will be a hat trick. It is a hat trick for Josh Wilson. Well, one of the better belated birthday presents you'd ever want. The jab tries to muscle him over mid-on. I suppose it's brave batting attacking the power play, but, well, that is a wonderful moment for the baby greens as Josh Wilson takes a hat trick at the Euros of cricket.
Oh, I told you I was feeling it, and well done. This young team has just been mighty impressive. He digs it in again. It's the high percentage option, especially when players are trying to bomb you around the ground. And it's 29 for 4. Another hat trick in back-to-back games. The baby greens, Vinny, they're having a timeout here at Carter Oval.
You're loving it, and it is hat trick number 36 of the season. Simple catch there for Scott Macbeth.
Brilliant bowling, just brilliant bowling, and he's never going to drop that. So that's another golden duck. And Kessajad goes back to the shed. There's Derek the duck. And boy, oh boy, this could be a blowout. Are you feeling 4 in 4?
I don't think you're going to attack it that way again, are you? I mean, Josh Wilson turned 21 2 days ago. So happy birthday, Josh. He's still got two balls left in this over.
Do you ever remember the Irish Lemon coming over with so many quicks?
Yeah, I just said last night they're a bit more pace heavy. Now here's a bit of an obstacle. Charlie Castle coming out at number 6. What's his approach? Oh, I heard something.
I heard something. I'm up. I heard something.
Am I the only one that heard a noise there? Maybe.
Give it. Oh, that was a noise. I think
we had the snickometer, I'd be going for the review. Let's have a look.
Oh, I want a review. I want the snickometer. If there's a little spike or a feather, what bowling?
Definitely heard something in the mics.
Hey, have we had many ECC games a hat trick that followed up by a hat trick?
I can tell you one famous one. Oh, that is out. Oh, you wouldn't read about it. It's 4 in 5 for Josh Wilson. This time a little inside edge. Charlie Castle is next to go. And he's taken 4 for 4 in the over. It's 29 for 5. Not just that, he just took 4 for none in 5 balls.
Well, can you believe it? You got to love the baby greens. They are on fire at Carter Oval. 4 in the over. It could have been 5 in 5 at one stage. They're just ridiculous, Finn. A little inside edge. It came back a tad. Came back a fair bit, actually. And a little edge through. Easy catch for Lynch.
Just playing away from the body. A little bit of an inside edge. Lynch, thank you very much.
4 for 4 off the over.
We're in all sorts here. That makes it 29 for 5. And I can tell you now,
Vinny, the old peacock duck now.
Peacock Friday duck is out. Says Charlie Castle. They're actually 22 without loss. They've just lost 5 wickets for 7 in 7 balls.
That's 5 wickets in 7 balls. That's one of the great collapses we've seen at Carter Oval. Wow.
Wow. And
4 for 4.
Something tells me you're going to see Wilson again.
He has to bowl the next one, surely.
Oh, boy.
Tell you what, I know we've joked about it, but we've never seen a 7 for. He's got a chance.
He's got 5 wickets still to bowl that, depending what happens this over. Here's
you rate
Alex
this young
Armstrong.
man. You think he's got a lot of talent. And when a spinner bowls with the sunnies on, he's 10% better.
You know it. I almost get taken out by
the umpire's just
early
shinging him.
umpire clothesline. That might be one of Majid's first umpire clotheslines. Well done. Here we go. All right, goes for it anyway. Up in the air, just out of the grasp of the fielder. Majid will get a boundary with it 4 or 6. We're about to find out.
It's good batting from Majid because it's the right matchup, obviously being the left-handed batter versus the left-arm tweaker. He has to take it on, and I reckon that's just 6.
I think you're right. That's the shot. I think it is 6 runs. Wait for the signal. It's been called 4. Maybe it was called 4 in the field. It's a little bit inconclusive with the footage. Hanging full toss. That one's going to get hit and is hit over the top. No doubt about this one. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, and once again, that one's over pitch from Armstrong, and Majid has started his innings well. He won't give up in this chase, and that's good to see.
Yeah, it's a bizarre few minutes here, isn't it,
Yeah,
really?
it is. You don't see 4 for 4 in an over very often. Oh,
Still
yeah.
goes after it. I like the counter-attack, though. You've got to do this. Majid gets 6 more.
Well, it is the matchup, so it's seriously good batting from Majid. He's not just going to go there and nudge a 1. He realises this is an opportunity for him to get going, and he's taking it. 16 off 3.
Lift it up and out of the ground. Take 4 wickets in an over. You need to bowl very well, but you also need that little bit of luck. Just got those little nicks instead of plays and misses. Interesting. 45 for 5, but Majid fighting back. This time he's going to get hit away. Just 1, though. That's my big question about Armstrong. At some point, he's going to get whacked. How does he react? And can he just kind of stay cool?
Yeah, I think he looks like a player that would stay cool. He seems pretty calm, unflappable. He'll enjoy bowling to the right-handed Ahmed a lot more, obviously. Better matchup for him with the ball, but still obviously not easy on such a short boundary to be a good spinner here.
Okay. Need a couple of players to rebuild here. Uzair Ahmed gets an opportunity. Lifted up in the air, and he's going to get 6. Maximal. And well, we had the 4-wicket over, but now this is a 4-boundary over off Armstrong.
If you like entertaining cricket, you'd have to say the last 11 balls has given you the best of both worlds. 4 for 4 in an over, and then the next over's already gone for 23.
Well struck.
That's a good shot. It's important that the Scottish 11 get more batters in form.
Yeah. Hey, Uzair Ahmed. Good jump player. We've got the baby greens, kind of the baby blues as well, really, of Scotland. Can they fight back? Last ball this over. Goes after it, and he gets it again. Maximal. A game-changing over after a game-changing over. End of 4. It's 58 for 5.
Yeah, why would you watch longer form cricket when you can just enjoy everything? Absolutely everything. Lovely batting from Scotland. I love that they've come back strong there and not sort of just nudged it around and eaten the loss. They're still coming at it.
Well, let's talk about best bowling figures of all time. My favourite, Nikhil Patil, 6 for 13, and a Mancat. If anything, that's 7.
6 for 22 is pretty impressive.
2 hat-tricks in that 6 for 22. 6 balls were wickets, 6 balls went for 22.
Strap yourself in, Vin. Oh, no.
No, well, this should be a pretty interesting follow-up over. Here we go. Scotland 58 for 5 is Josh Wilson.
Boo.
Yeah, well,
Oh, come on, Josh. We know you need to hit the pitch
We
here.
think one day there'll be a 7 for. All those you just saw, they're all
I
the
don't know.
6s we've seen.
You reckon
One day-
someone would genuinely take 7 wickets in 12 balls?
I've seen balls at a 7 for. Out of those 12, I think 4 or 5 of them, they still had a ball at a 7 for. If it exists, it can happen.
What about an 8 for in T10? Surely that's
Let's not go there
stretching it.
yet.
I don't think we'll ever see an 8 for. That's my call.
Jeez.
I'll jump on the 7 bandwagon.
Man of
though.
big calls you are, Corey. 6,000 games we've done.
Catch it.
In the air and 6. Well, to attack a guy who's just had the over of his life, takes some techers, and Majid, well, he's fighting back here. Fighting back with a punch. It's 6 runs for Scotland.
Tell you what, Majid's playing a little bit of a beaut here. Deep in the box, gets outside off and slams it for 6. Good batting, young man, and nice to see that he's playing a counter-attacking innings.
I like the boom, boom, boom. Let me hear say Ayo. By the way, do you know Ayo unfortunately got injured in the shower in just before Serbia's T20s the next day.
That's the reporting I
You
need
ever-
to hear, Vinny.
You ever been injured in the shower?
No comment.
Tell me all about it off air. Bowled in, and it's 5 for Wilson. Off stump out of the ground. What a performance from the youngster. And the baby greens are here to be seen. Scotland 11, 64 for 6.
Oh, nothing better than seeing the stump go cartwheeling. A 5-wicket haul in T10 is pretty special. Well bowled. The baby greens, Vinny.
Oh, he's got 5. He's still got 3 balls left in his spell. It's a 6 and out for Majid, who fought bravely, but watch this one. Bowlers love to see it. Bye-bye off stump, bye-bye Majid. Oh, fantastic.
I'll tell you what, he's still got 3 balls left, Vinny. 6 for is super rare. You never know.
Oh, Majid actually hit 3 6s in his 23. He's there for a good time, not a long time. Good counter punch from him. Scotland 11 now, 64 for 6.
It was a very good little counter punch, but, well, he loses his wicket eventually. 5 for 10 off 9 dead balls.
It's only the third 5-wicket haul we've ever seen in an ECC match. We saw yesterday, didn't we? 5-wicket haul.
Okay, here we go, Vinny. Everyone is watching this young tearaway quick.
Jeremy Martin.
I tell you what, surely in 2-3 years we're talking about him playing higher honours.
Mikey O'Reilly from Ireland scored the first ever, captured the first ever 5-wicket haul. Here, Lewis O'Donnell, good luck. Oh, in the air!
No! No!
Bring them all in.
Why? Where's cover? Where are the fielders? What's happening?
So he's got to go for like the best game in cricket history. He needs to go wicket. We're talking Jim Lake and 19 wickets in a test.
We needed that to be caught. The cover was wide.
Oh.
Cover was wide, Vinny.
He's bowled to the quote-unquote set batter, Uzair, who has 12 off 2. He's facing up. Thing is, he's still got to kind of attack it. They might still feel they can win this game.
Is there anything better on the cricket field when a quick bowler just gets on one?
It's on a tear.
I don't think there's much better. Look at his run-up. He's running from the boundary, Vinny.
He's actually taking off now from the car park, I think. All right, here we go. Wilson, 5 for 11. 2 bullets left in the gun. Oh, a shot. Great counter-attack. I love this form of the game. It really tests what you're made of. So many of these players are made of tough stuff. Uzair goes straight down the ground. There goes the 7 for, but I suppose the 6 for still on.
Yeah, you got to love it. We're talking up the young quick, and he just gets pounded for 6. Ahmed's 18 off 3, Vin.
Yeah.
As you
He's
do.
got his own hat-trick.
Oh, brilliant contest, isn't it? You got to love this T10 ECN cricket. It's just different gravy.
Bend the back.
You just heard the skipper say, bend the back. Pretty sure he has been.
Wilson out with stress fractures.
I dare say this one, it might be up near the chops, Vinny.
You think so?
I think so.
I think you like watching those stumps fly. Last ball for Josh Wilson. Memorable spell. Oh,
Give it a wide.
Yeah, that's the wide
One
you want.
more.
That's the only time you want a wide as a bowler. When you got a 5 for... Yeah, he did go at the stumps then, I think. Yeah.
Geez, we've had an action-packed morning. Couple of hat-tricks, runs flying, some big overs. Good cricket.
It's been great to watch. The second 5-wicket haul of this series. And, well, the bowlers are fighting back in ECC 24 Premier Division. Last ball for Wilson. All right, up in the air. Does he have enough? I think so. He does. Maximo to finish. That'll be a memorable 5 for 24 for Wilson. Credit to Uzair, who's gone back to back to back to back. He's 24 off 4. And at the end of the over, Scott 11, 78 for 6. Let's get in here because it has been crazy. Well, maybe kind of fitting. I'm wearing the duck shirt. We've had a few of them in this innings.
Yeah, we have. It's crazy cricket, isn't it? You see a 5-wicket haul, a hat-trick, then you've got a batter out there that's 24 or 4.
Yeah.
So if you want cricketainment, what we call it, you've come to the right place.
It is cricketainment, a term that we've coined here on the European Cricket Network. And, of course, we are live and free all through the year as well. And, yeah, we hope to get across to Ireland and Scotland for European Cricket Series next year. They're domestic.
That'd be amazing.
Domestic fixtures. I think that would be great. Hopefully you can join us.
Yeah, I think it'll be good cricket. Imagine if we start playing some ECSs out there. We get to learn more about the cricket communities in Ireland and Scotland, and that would be amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So, sticking with pace, makes sense. Adam Leckie gets the ball. Low full toss first up, will just be a single.
Yeah, Leckie comes into bowl. Look, 36 off 29 for a point. But right now I'm enjoying this Ahmed innings. 24 off 4, Vin. He could be on track for something very special.
It just shows the approach of Scotland 11. They're not going to shrink away here. They're going to say, look, if we lose wickets, we lose wickets. We're going to try it. We're going to try and pull this off. They did pick up 2 wins yesterday, so they're not in bad shape in the group, no matter what happens here. That goes after this over cover, and that's going to be 6. Make it 5 out of 5. Well, could we have a perfect 6 sixes for Uzair Ahmed to start? That's 5 out of 5.
Unbelievable striking from Ahmed. He's watched the chaos all around him, and he's enjoying himself. He's 30 off 5 rocks, and, well, pretty special innings considering what's been happening.
What can you say? Isn't it strange where you've only ever had one 5-wicket haul going into this year. And it was Mikey O'Reilly of Ireland 11 back in 2022. And we just had 2 in 2 days.
I think that was against Spain as well. The left arm seamer got the 5 wickets. And yeah, good to see a couple of Michelle Pfeiffers happen. It doesn't happen often in T10, but really impressive to see. A couple of hat-tricks as well.
Stefan Gooch, normally when someone gets on a run like we just saw young Wilson, he's on the phone and suddenly the referee tends to say, look, you've got to call the no ball here. You've got to do something. You've got to protect that 6 for 2. Funny thing is, Steph was, at that stage, only really a part-time bowler. He was playing for Royal Tigers against Baggy Blues back in the ECS Hungary in 2020.
So can Ahmed, who's batting pretty beautifully, keep going? Can he go 6 for 6, Vinny?
I don't know. He can. 6-6-6. 6-6-6. Uzair Ahmed is keeping this game alive single-handedly.
What a shot, and that's almost gone all the way up to the restaurant, the Tesla Centre, the Elon Musk. I love that he keeps his head down.
Yeah.
Beautiful power hitting. 6 in a row for him. There's Guernsey enjoying all the live action. Good spot to watch the game. Well, Vin, 36 off 6.
Technique. Excellent technique to that hit as well.
Gotta love this.
Not only have we had two 5-wicket hauls in 2 days, we had 3 hat-tricks in 2 days. This is Group A.
A lot going
it's the
on.
bowlers. I've always said bowlers, they've got agency. You can either get better or get better.
Bat for show, bowl for dough, something like that.
Yeah, bat for show, bowl for dough. When you hit your spots, it is still tough to score. It's just if you miss even by a bit, the consequences
7
are huge.
out of 7, Vinny. Get up, get up.
Almost.
Boo.
Well, it will be 4, and it's a lightning 40. You know what's on here? The first ever ECC 9-ball 50. We saw it happen during the year for the first time. Aman Naeem, who we'll see for Austria before too long, actually.
Well, they don't know why they're showing the bonus point. They're still in the game, but he has put them back in the game. There's 4 overs to go.
I'm only looking at 40 off 7.
Yeah, fair enough. All right,
2
come
to
on.
come. 6 and a 4.
Come on, let's go. Come on, Ahmed. Boundary time. Get to a 50 off 9 balls.
50s at ECC, including Lynch behind the stumps.
Boundary. Get up.
Oh,
Get up.
nicked away.
Go
Will
ball.
Run away.
Yeah.
It's 4. So the 9-ball dream is still alive. This is carnage at Kantama.
I don't think we've ever had a game like it. We've had a hat-trick, we've had a 5-0, and we've got a player that, amongst all the chaos, is a remarkable 44 off 8.
Imagine getting a
Is it
9-ball
44 off
50
8?
or
It
a
is.
5-0. Yeah, imagine getting a 9-ball 50 or a 5-0 and not being player of the match. 'Cause that's very much on here. Lecky's gone magical in the 6th
But
over.
Vinny, if he does get there, to do it against this attack,
Coming in the situation he's come in as well.
Go on, Ahmed.
You'd have to have a heart made of stone to not want it.
You got to want
have
it.
to bleed green.
Uzair Ahmed has lit it up. Come on, Vinny, here we go. There's hush around the ground.
6 for a 9-ball half century. Ah, well,
it's 4.
good, but it's 48 in 9. Still, good join the 10-ball 50 club. That room's just a little bit more crowded. 100's up for Scotland. Game's alive, 103 for 6.
Oh, he has just played a freak innings out of nowhere to give Scotland a chance at the win still. Just get the man back on strike. You look at the scorecard, 13, 14, 23. Golden, second ball, 48 off 9.
To come out with that kind of
He's
thing
the number
going-
7.
Yeah, but going around you had duck, second ball, duck. You just saw 4 wickets in 4 balls.
Vinny, he's
5
striking
in
at
7.
540.
It's probably the best counter-attack we've ever seen.
It's the best number 7 knock. This is ridiculous. I mean, he's given them a genuine shot at the game. It's back down to 15s. They were so far out of this. So O'Donnell, I think he's just got to read the room, try and get a 1 and get the hot hand back on strike. What a game.
Okie dokie. And remember, they went to the spinner Armstrong. That didn't go too well. So, yeah, the captain, Jared Wilson. Well, if 1J Wilson can do it, let's try another. Like the way Jared Wilson captains from mid-off as well, long off, and he's there kind of chatting to the bowlers about plans. Just a good communicator. Coming on to bowl now. First one, though, hands thrown, and that's going to be 6 into the steps. Lewis O'Donnell stepping up now for Scotland.
Oh, don't worry about nudging the 1. Old Andy Bickle, Lewis O'Donnell, what a shot, bit of width. He says, yum, thank you very much. 6 to the total.
Is this an ECN Classic loading?
This
it's kind of under the radar, but it's happening.
This has been a crazy sort of chase. It's been all over the shop. when those wickets were falling, you just assumed Scotland were gone, more than gone. But what a game. They were 29 for 5, Vinny, after 3 overs.
Yeah, they were 22 for none before that.
So they went 22 for none, then lost 5 for 7.
Yeah.
And now they're in this position, and someone's hit almost hit a 10-ball 50.
O'Donnell, that's a good strike from him. This is kind of clunked down the wicket, but we'll go back to the Azair show.
Oh, boy. Well, credit to the Scottish team and sticking in it, considering they were more than backs against the wall. Previous 3 overs before this went for 29, 20 and 25. So they've been clicking. Can he do it? A 10-ball 50, it would be special.
Two to do it. Oh, just got surprised by the full toss. We'll have to knock it down the ground for 1.
Yeah, if it's not in his zone, he's still happy just to take the 1. Fair enough. He's on 49 off 10 now. Still going to be a rapid 50 if he gets there, you'd imagine. But 54 off 21 is the equation.
The game's the priority. And this gets hit. Actually ahead of the rate right now, remarkably, for a team that lost. It's probably about as dramatic of a collapse as you can imagine. 5 for 7.
4 for 4 and an over.
5 for 7 in 7 balls. 4 for 4 and over.
Yeah, and to come back like this is impressive. Okay, can he get to an 11-ball 50? He'll still be rapid. He deserves it. He really does deserve it.
Well bowled by Wilson. Oh, could have gone anywhere. So look, credit to Ireland. They're fighting back here. It's a thing with Scotland 11 with the 6 wickets down. You kind of feel like they're walking the tightrope without a safety net now. If they were to lose, who's there? O'Donnell, obviously, has done a pretty good job as a second fiddle. Last ball for Wilson. Jared Wilson. And, well, muscles that one through as well, so it's kind of hit the skids. It's 112 for 6 after 7. Scotland need 53 off the last 3 overs.
What was he, 48 off 8?
Yep.
1 in 4, yeah, it's cricket.
He was 44 off 8.
How,
48 off 9.
how peculiar is cricket?
Yeah, let's have a look at some numbers. So hat-trick number 36 of the season. You can see now we've had 3 hat-tricks in Group A. So it's a 24-hour period with 3 hat-tricks. Pretty crazy. And 5 wicket hauls. 2 of them in this ECC now. It's the 18th 5-wicket haul of the season. Quite amazing. And it's the 3rd ever ECC 5-wicket haul. Portugal versus Guernsey coming up. Group A match 8. That's coming up in around about an hour and 10 minutes. That's a big game for both teams. Guernsey, can they kind of pull off a huge upset? Just haven't really been at the races yet. Portugal, well, they'll feel they're building towards something. They'll be hoping for their 2nd win of the tournament.
Yeah, that new look Portugal will fancy themselves. Guernsey need to fight back, can they? Let's get into the last 3 overs of this. 53 is definitely doable, but someone's going to have a good finish.
It's Ford. Bowled him. It's high-ish, but I don't think it's too high. Stumps go everywhere, and it's 112 for 7.
He gave himself a lot of room to try and smash this away, but in the end, it probably offered the stumps too much, and yeah, that's just an opportunity missed because it was a big fully, Vin. Oh, how's that? Well, I'll tell you what, that's dipped a lot.
That's an interesting one because, okay, is he slightly bent? If he's standing up, is it at his waist or not? What's he called there?
I don't know. Roll it again, Vin. It's an odd one. It's a really odd one.
Super odd. We have seen this happen before, but you can see it goes past his trousers and maybe is it all trousers or is it partly waist? It's a real tight one. Probably it's just okay based on how they've been umpiring today. That's just going to go against Scotland. Just shows you though, the ball can dip.
I didn't think it hit so high up on the stumps. I was surprised by the replays, but look, they've stuck with the decision. Hogarth comes out and look, he can still hit sixes.
He batted really well for Forfeiture. I suppose the name of the game's hit the stumps. That's exactly what Ford does. Hoagie would love to be a hero here. Is there one more twist in this dramatic game?
Gonna need something. That's going to be looked at as well. There's been a lot of full tosses today in this game, right?
Yeah, whenever you see a ball worked away to find leg, let's have a look.
He's not as tall. I reckon that's a no-y. Oh, it's close. I hate these calls.
Doesn't feel like cricket.
Maybe not. Well, if the previous one wasn't, I don't think they can give that one. Tight calls, though.
So we had so many to the borderline today. Again, shows a lot of bowlers trying to go full. Ahmed still trying to bring up that 50. And this is in the air, and 6. 50 for Uzair Ahmed. What a great counter-attack. And as long as he's at the crease, I'm not counting Scotland out just yet. Maximo and 50 in 13 balls.
Yeah, what a nice shot, and well done. He gets there in 13, which is still ridiculously quick, and a nice little sort of clip.
That's including his little slump. His 3-ball slump. But he's been great, and considering that.
Well, if he's coming out at 7, you got a good lineup.
Might not be at 7 too much longer.
Don't think so.
The way things are going.
Can he keep going,
Got
Vinny?
to go players in form in this format. You don't have too long. Back of that slower ball, but loses it down the leg side.
Yeah, a bit of tension in this game. You just feel like if Ahmed can close this out, take it deep, they could steal it back. Would be a dramatic comeback from Scotland. Really would. It was 5 for 7 at one stage. 5 wickets and 7 balls, I should say, in this run chase. But still alive.
It's been a great game. Never would have given Scotland a prayer. Oh, it's missed by a lot. Good take by Lynch down the leg side to make a lot of ground. 44 or 15.
ECN Classic, Vinny.
How long since the golden ball? We looked at this game a long way out and said, this is going to be a really good one when we saw the fixtures. First time we've ever seen these two doing battle. Actually, at all, by the way. And he gets the one. Because in 2022, Scotland 11 made the championship week, but Ireland didn't. And last year, Ireland 11 made the championship week, but Scotland 11 didn't.
So they've never played each other?
Never played in an ECC match before.
Really?
Yeah.
I just assumed they were both in a championship week together.
They only played, this is their 3rd tournament.
Okay, there you go.
And it's been a good one. Hogarth, can he punch back? The Bison. Misses.
Oh, it's a shame. Any bat's good bat. A 3rd up, backward point up. Even if you get a fly edge for 4, it's super helpful. So Hoagie's got to get going here as well.
31%. If Uzair gets him home, he's probably your player of the match. 5 for an 05 for Josh Wilson. One more ball for Ford. Oh, well, there's your any bat's good bat. It's not a lot of bat, but it's going to be backwards. 4 runs to Hogarth and end of the 8th over. It's 126 for 7.
Yeah, any bat, any glove, anything. 4 runs, it keeps the game alive. 39, Vinny, with the hot hand facing. You just never know.
24% Uzair. You're right. He's in his office, and right now he's working really hard to get a result. Have a look at these weird worms in what's been a memorable match 7 in Group A.
Over number 3 had a fair bit going on everywhere. What a weird game.
You get more wickets in over number 3 than any other over, except for 10.
Scotland are ahead of the rate right now. Crazy game.
They're down to their number 9, but it is their star batter this innings. Uzair Ahmed facing up. Jared Wilson bowled pretty good first over. Gets the first one right in the block hole. Good defensive bowling.
He's actually bowled well.
What's Hogarth's role here? Can he afford just to handle one back? He's got to attack.
No. Got to get going. Get it down to maybe 22 off the last and hope for a miracle.
He just went perfectly there. Well, we'll get something on it. Next best thing. Back to Uzair. 2 very good Yorkers to start the over.
Uzair's got to sort of channel how he was the first 6-7 balls. He's just gone off it, and it sounds weird to say he's 57 off 15 just a little bit.
Got him. That's the ultimate blow, really. Wilson hits 3 Yorkers in a row. It's a different kind of hat trick. Uzair batted so well, but can't do much with that delivery. He'll fall in his haunt for 57. Surely Ireland are home now. Scotland 11, 128 for 8.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine. So well bowled to that man who came on unexpectedly, maybe because the spin wasn't working, but also Uzair Ahmed, he's lit it up, Vinny. What a special innings.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a tough one because it looks like they'll go down unless we see something even more dramatic. But Uzair, I think what he's done, he's put the rest of the team and the coaching staff on notice. He's a guy, maybe you need to get him up there. Even you get him up towards the top 2 or 3, just try and change things up, mix things up. Need to find a bit more stability with their top order bats. Scotland 11, very good innings. Tom Knight gets a bat. Tries to get Funkalicious first ball. Maybe a run-out chance. If it hits, he would have been gone. Instead, Looks like it'll be a leg by.
Wilson's bowled really well, Vinny. He's keeping it pretty simple, just trying to nail these Yorker, and he's doing it more often than not. Think that from here, Ireland, you'd have to imagine, are going to close this out. They've still got a very good bowler to bowl the last.
Can I give you some exciting news? Oh, Wilson risks his right hand, but saves, what I think would have been a boundary.
Yeah, you may give me some good news.
Every chance we'll see these two play again tomorrow. That's it.
Okay.
If you enjoyed this clash,
Thanks, Vin.
I'd be surprised if they didn't meet at some point tomorrow as well.
Am I here tomorrow?
You are.
All day,
All
Vinny.
day.
All day.
Finals day tomorrow.
Lock me in.
The energy levels be through the roof.
Well bowled.
Yeah, Wilson's actually showing that bowlers aren't helpless if they can really hit their spots. It's been a great over. He's gone. Jammed out one, wicket off a Yorker, leg by .1. That pretty much ices it. And at the end of 9 overs, Scotland 11, 130 for 8.
What a weird sort of scorecard today. You just don't often see it. 5 for in there, a 2 for in there, but a bit of tap for everyone else.
Wilson, he's locked up that player of the match now. It ripped the heart out of that Scottish order in the 3rd over. Yeah, Yorkers, hey? Simple game, really. Keep hitting that Yorker, can't do much. Hogarth, well, on a wing and a prayer. 6 sixes will do it.
It would be a story.
Here's the Bison. And
there's one.
There's one. Well, if I had to guess where he was going to hit a 6, my first bet would have been backwards. And that's exactly what happens. Weldon digs it in and pays the price. Game stays alive.
Tell you what, a couple more bounces and he could definitely edge them all for 6. Enough pace on it. It's too big on him, but he gets lucky.
Yeah.
Well, Vin, we saw 28 off 5 the other night to win the Challenger division.
Yeah, we did. We did.
This would be a story. Lock yourself in, Vin.
136. Decent score. Oh, he tries to manufacture over the leg side. That should pretty much do it. Learnings for both teams out of this game?
Learnings are that the Irish 11 don't need Lynch and old Van der Merwe to make a big score. That they are susceptible to going for runs there. They did get hit around a bit. And the Scottish 11 have more depth than maybe we thought.
Maybe need to do a few changes to the order. That's a little attempted hook. Doesn't go too far. I think he might have warned that, actually, Hogarth.
I just love this young fast bowler. He is just trying to pin everybody. I love it.
So if you're going to go for lots, why don't you just bowl as fast as you can? And this hurts. Ow.
Yeah, glove, then back of the bat. And when it's your premier leg spinner, you don't want them to getting balls on the gloves. Weldon's got genuine anger. Good luck, Knight. It's going to be short, probably at the ribs.
I'd say aggression.
Oh.
It's fine.
Oh, bold.
Tom Knight, more of a deflector than somebody you can see whack him on over the sight
I
screen.
know Joshua Little's made a good reputation for himself, but I reckon Weldon in a few years might.
Well, yeah, just getting last minute instructions. Knight showing a bit of his stumps first time around. He gets a piece of this through the offside. Nice shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, 4 runs. They'll check the height again. Another full toss, which has been absolutely crazy today.
Some days we don't have any of these. I guess going on what's happened before.
I think that's okay.
I think it's just okay. Yeah, close. That'll be 4 runs. Nice shot by Tom Knight. He pulled off a crazy Ronaldo-like run out yesterday. Let's kick onto the stumps.
Andy Robertson from Scotland, Vinny.
Yeah.
Got to give him the Scottish footballer. Surprised that he's bowled the last 2 balls or trying to bowl full. Thought he would have stuck with his short sort of express. Anyway, he's got a smile. Here we go. Last ball time. What a game it's been, Vin.
Weldon to close it out. And hit down the ground. Actually hit pretty well. Oh, you got to avoid a collision there. It will be. Oh, well, it won't be 4 in the end.
Well, I'll let you decide this, Vinny. Pretty close indeed. Let's have a closer look.
First. It's a long way from us.
He tapped that away. I'll let you decide. Oh, it's 4.
That's a big 4. So it will be 4 to finish, and it's going to be 145 for Scotland 11. They'll go down by, what's that? It'll be 19 runs, the margin. So, look, it was such a strange game of ebbs and flows. Scotland had the early wickets of of Jason van der Merwe and Seamus Lynch, and then Ireland fought back and they got ahead, and then Scotland were miles behind, then Uzair got them back in. We saw the 5 wickets, which I think we'll remember for a long time, from Josh Wilson. We saw Jared Wilson closing out really well, but in the end, it's the Baby Greens that get the job done in match 7. They go clear at the top of the table.
Yeah, they do go clear. Well done to them. They've probably booked themselves a double chance. And I tell you what, Scotland's going to have a very interesting encounter versus Portugal a little bit later, who we see on our screens next. Another really fantastic game to call with you, Vinny Sandhu. Highly enjoyable cricket today, and loving the Premier Division. Match number 8, Portugal taking on Guernsey. Guernsey desperately need a win. Portugal, it's a new look Portugal, and they look pretty good.
Yeah, I think it'll be a really good game. It starts in just under an hour's time. Make sure you come back and join us, 2:30 p.m. GMT, which is 4:30 in Central Europe, and 8 p.m. in India. Guernsey, well, the way it's shaping up, looks like that could be their last game. A win maybe puts them in the mix, or certainly maybe saves their bacon from getting relegated from this division. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. And yeah, Scotland were kind of there or thereabouts. McBride survived an early scare, ended up holding out to Jared Wilson. And for the Isle 11, their wildest dreams came true, and they materialised thanks to Josh Wilson, who took 4 for 4 in his first over, including a hat-trick, including a run of 4 in 5 balls. And you can see that they were all shaping up for this hat-trick ball. It was taken, and Scott Macbeth throws. It wasn't done just yet, because then a key all-rounder, Charlie Castle, Little Nick, he had to go. But then at the other end, we saw a magical over for the first time. They got hold of Alex Armstrong. He went for plenty. And yeah, you saw Majid along with Uzair Ahmed trying to rebuild, but then Majid lost his stumps. He was the 5th wicket for Josh, and then it was over to Uzair, who was actually on track. He was 1 ball away from a 9-ball 50, something we've only ever seen once in over 6,000 matches. I think the spectators were lapping it up as well. Why wouldn't they? This game wasn't dead yet, and unfortunately for Scotland, they just lost a couple of key wickets towards the end. You could see Lewis O'Donnell played some nice shots. He got bowled, borderline, probably for height, but it was just okay. We saw Wilson come in, just 3 Yorkers, I think, really shut the gate on the Scottish hopes, as they were hanging around, and then that was all she wrote, with Scotland eventually managing 145. Not too far off their 147 they scored yesterday against Guernsey. This time around, they conceded more than that in the first half of the game. One clear star there, Uzair Ahmed with 57 off 16 balls in such a difficult situation to come out basically after seeing 5 wickets fall in 5 minutes. It's quite incredible to be able to turn the game around like that. 7 sixes and 3 fours in his innings. Apart from that, 23 for Majid was part of that resurgence as well. Then we had kind of bit part contributions apart from that, and a lot of ducks. 5 wickets for Josh Wilson, just the 3rd time we've seen a 5-wicket haul in an ECC match, and the 2nd time we've seen it in 2 days, funnily enough. He surely will be player of the match. 2 for 26 for Thomas Ford. And Jared Wilson, I think, bowled really, really well, chipped in with that wicket and kept it very tight at the end. 1 for 12 off his 2 overs. So we'll take a break. Rico Full will be in for me for the next game. Coy Rutgers will stay. It'll be Portugal versus Guernsey in match 8. So join us when we return in about 50, that's 50 minutes time here on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Championships, the Euros of Cricket, right here on the European Cricket Network.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Now it's time for match number 8 here in Group A of the Premier Division of this European Cricket Championship. Remember, this is the first year we've actually split the countries into 2 divisions. We have 21 countries in this Premier Division. We've already seen the Challenger Division run and won. A couple of nights ago, actually, it was Greece that came out on top with some Greece lightning. Right now, there's 2 teams that have, I suppose, different objectives out of this game. It's Portugal versus Guernsey in match 8. And a little bit of time ago, it was Ian Ramage with the giant coin and the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, Portugal, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Guernsey, the away team, you'll call. Here you go.
European cricket, please.
It's been called European cricket, it's come down European cricket, so you won the toss.
We'll have a bat, please.
Okay, toss won by Guernsey. Who's going to bat first?
So Guernsey, they do get a win, toss-wise at least, and they're going to have a bat first. Now look, one thing with Guernsey, their batting just has not clicked in this series. I think one thing that's really clear to me in this Premier Division is the bowling has gone up a notch. And so, yeah, we haven't actually seen the kind of destructive hitting as often as we did in the Challenger Division. They'll feel it's a real opportunity to put some runs on the board, maybe get into that Portuguese top order. Now, Portugal, they did drop their first game, but they did have a win yesterday. That's why they're in position, I think, to attack for the double chance. And to do that, I think a win here is probably essential. Jeremy Martin's had such a great day yesterday for Portugal. First time we've seen him in the T10 format. He's looked so well suited with his variations. No one was really picking his slower ball and really whacked it with the bat as well. I know there were some concerns about Miggy Machado, but it apparently was just cramps in his legs. That was kind of hampering him last night, so I expect him to take his place. For Guernsey, well, who can step up? Maybe a Josh Butler. Fitchett, he'd love some runs at the top of the order. Maybe batting first kind of takes that pressure off. There's no scoreboard pressure. They can just go out there and express themselves. Rico Fuller's in for the first time today. He's with Coy Ruckers to take you through this one. Match 8 on the way, guys. I can tell you, Guernsey having a win at the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's get ready for match 8.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, and welcome to the Cartermar Oval for the first time from me here today, and certainly looking forward to another exciting match. Yeah, this is going to be exciting. It's a big one though also for Guernsey. Things have not gone their way after going down by Ireland yesterday by 72 runs, not picking up a point. It didn't get any better for them against France either. That means that they are at the foot of the table, and only a 4-point victory here will keep their hopes alive, and they've got to do it against the Portugal side. And I heard Corey saying earlier, it's a new look Portugal side with a lot of changes there. I mean, you still got the likes of Najam Shazad, the captain, in there, but a lot of new names, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. I've been told, I was travelling with the Portuguese, we haven't seen the best of Chris de Freitas yet. He's a sensational player. We know all about Guy Sheena. He started to play some really good cricket, but one man that has really surprised me, and I've been well enthralled by his performances, is Jeremy Martins. Watch out for him. 69% to 31% in favour of Portugal. It's also a time for all animal lovers around the world to show their compassion, because today is World Animal Day. So maybe we can have some animal talk later, but of course it's a day where we have to, well, look around the globe and celebrate World Animal Day. But in any corner of our planet, no matter which country you explore, animals will consistently have a strong impact on the region's culture. So let's celebrate World Animal Day together. It's also World Smile Day. And at the end of the day, though, one team will not be smiling, because only, as we know, only 4 of them will go through to the group finals day tomorrow. And one will be eliminated at the moment. The way it's looking, it could be Guernsey. They've got to be at their best here. They've won the toss. they have elected to have a bat first. So let's see how they fare. Of course, it is World Animal Day and it's Peacock Friday. So peacock is the animal of the day in terms of the European Cricket Network. I know Corey's got his magnificent peacock number on today. And Vinny Sandu has got the ducks on his shirt. So we're already supporting a few animals here. Starting off with a wide here. This is a slight change. It's Hardeep Singh firing in from the Tesla end. Starts with a wide, does Hardeep. Bowling to Ben Fitchett, who has by far been the pick of the batters for Guernsey. Well, this one is slightly closer and called another wide. Now I'd like to have a look at this one again. Actually, I mean it must have been really tight. So umpire Suleiman Saeed is calling this, and ooh, I can see why he's called it, but for me that ball is going right over that line, you know. And Suleiman took his time. I don't mind that, but in the end decided in his mind that it's missing it, and it's going to be another wide call. So no legal delivery yet. 2 runs on the ball straight away for Guernsey. Just seen a change in the field for some reason. Just saw the 45 come into the circle. Not really sure what that was about. So he comes in and they push third back. And I think that's probably Najam Shazad just seeing the line that Hardeep Singh's bowling here and thinking, you know what, I like this line, stick with it. Even though you've just missed that line, but I'll give you a bit of protection out on that offside, especially on the boundary there. And Kroom in the chat saying, come on, Portugal. It is his sweet team. Hello to Jules as well. Oh, that's a good delivery. Wow, this one tucks up Ben Fitchett. A lovely ball. He's a tall man, is Hardeep. And when he gets that ball in the right areas, he can be pretty dangerous. He's just not quite getting himself in the right position that time, Ben. I want to say namaste, assalamu alaikum, sasriyakal, Abawan and Vanakam to everybody watching by fan code in the Indian subcontinent. Nice to have you all with us. And just like that, we see the first Maximo. That goes straight down the ground. Ginna Sona, Shakalagya, Badia shot Maria Ben Fitchett new, and he gets off the mark with 6. That one was just a little bit fuller. And Fitchett, you can see that he was just creeping forward. He wanted to turn it into a half volley. He does, and he puts it away. And he looks like he's going to get back-to-back now, as that one is a glorious stroke, elegantly played away on the leg side. 6 more. Thank you very much to Paul. It's good to be back. And hello to Bob Poke as well. And he's saying, World Animal Day, where's Rhino? Well, yeah, Rhino will be here, though, never fear. Good things are worth waiting for. And I want to say hello to Rhino. And also, look, he's Cossonay Girls in the part of the cricket club there in Switzerland. They're playing a big match tomorrow. They're playing in a final. They're in Basel, and I want to wish them luck. So good luck, girls, and I wish you all the best for tomorrow. I'm sure that Rhino will keep us informed how that goes. But Rhino will be here, never fear. Hardeep started with those tough calls for a couple of wides, and then he did sneak in a couple of dots, and then after that it's gone 2 6s. So all the 2s at the moment, a little bit like Noah's Ark, talking about the animals, 2 by 2. All right, Hardeep wants a good comeback ball here. And he's going to get a little bit unlucky. He hasn't really got the field set for this. So interesting, isn't it? Because when he started, because he was bowling outside the off and bowling with a bit of pace, there was a field change that was prompted there by Najam Shazad. He pushed third back because he thought, I like that line. But now he's gone shorter. And Najam Shazad is now probably thinking, well, maybe I need to bring third up and push the mid-wicket back, because he's allowing batters to play across the line. That one doesn't go to the boundary, though. But they do come back for 2. And that's going to be 2 wide again. So it's a bit unfortunate. Every time he gets a ball that's rising outside the off, he's just going a little bit too far wide. And umpire Suleiman, he's onto it like a flash. So another wide. Hello to Waza. And also the Thunder. hello to you. Well bowled, good heavy delivery. So the end of an interesting over. 2 wides, 2 dots, 2 sixes, a 2 and a wide and a dot in the end. That means 17 come off that first one from Hardeep. So Guernsey will be happy with that. But this is the way it's looking at the moment. So all the lights are still on, but one of those will get switched off later today. Only 4 teams will go into the group final tomorrow, and from the group final, only 1 team progresses. We know how big it is to finish in the top 2, so Ireland, they're on course to get that top 2 finish, means to get the second chance. But depending how this match goes, it could be Scotland, and at the moment, you'd probably pip, it's hard to say, the winner of the next match to maybe join Ireland at the top. That's going to be a key one. Of course, France are hoping they can make it, but still, plenty of cricket to play here today. This and 2 more matches to go. Here's Raham. And it's up in the air. Fielder chasing hard. Can he get there? Be a great catch if he does. And oh, that is a magnificent effort. It really is. And then almost, I was thinking it was a direct hit. It would have been run out. Look, they're coming from everywhere to go to the fielder, because this is just, it's an outrageous attempt. Covers so much ground, and he is so unlucky. And that would have been sensational. That's Stoneman out there.
Yeah, Faf Stoneman into the team, little Faf, and good to see that he's back in the lineup. That would have been an unbelievable catch if he had held on to it.
That was so close. We know that Faf.
He's probably the only fielder on the field, Rico, that could have got close to it.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Good to be back with you as well.
Yeah, it is good to be back. I knew that was a good time for you to come in. Almost saw something magical. And a swing and a miss here. So liking this from Shahidul Rahman. I like this player, Shahidul. I know you've seen a lot of him. We saw him in Barcelona as well. He's a very good bowler. But the other thing about Shahidul I like that he can certainly, when you need somebody to come in with a long handle, he can crunch the ball pretty well as well.
Yeah, they have a very deep batting lineup, this new look Portugal. But this man I've seen a bit before. Good left arm seamer. Always nice to have a left armer in your sort of squad.
And that one, though, is out of the middle. And Tom Nightingale kisses this one good night, as that will be 6 more.
Yeah, 6 more to the total. Look, the reason Guernsey are in the position they are, Rico, is their top 3 just haven't fired at all. Usually, traditionally, Tom Nightingale, you've got Ben Fitcher, and obviously one of their better players, Josh Butler, at 3. One of them clicks, but it's been one of those tournaments, the top 3 haven't clicked, so the team haven't clicked at all.
Yeah, and as we know, and we keep on underlining in this Premier Division, you literally got 2 days to show what you're made of to get into the group final. If you don't click, then you could be out of it, and that's what they're facing here. And I like the move from them to bat first. They're basically taking destiny in their hands. And it doesn't quite get this as clean as the one before, but still gets enough to send this away. Says Tom Nightingale, just the same way Ben Fitchett did in that last over, getting a couple of big ones away. This time is a little bit too short, and it ends up being a comfortable hit for the batter.
Yeah, lovely shot, and just maybe lacking a little bit of pace here. The batter happy to walk down and smack it over mid-on. So another nice shot for 6. This is more like the Guernsey we're used to seeing. They usually put up a bit more of a fight.
You're absolutely right. This is what we were expecting to see from them. Rahman trying to get out of this over, really. And better delivery, a little bit fuller there, and he angles this one in. Sort of like that leg stump Yorker, angling it into the batter, trying to tuck him up. Gets a single away.
How was your morning, Rico? Good little morning?
Very, very nice, yeah. Very good. Had a nice stroll along the seafront, got some fresh air, came back and had a nice bit of breakfast.
Laughing.
Very nice.
Beautiful. Good way to start a Peacock Friday.
Yeah, and also while I was in and tucking into my breakfast, saw some very good cricket as well. We saw a fantastic bit of bowling from France. I mean, outstanding. I mean, Rahul Mangal, who didn't play yesterday, takes a hat-trick, but also gets absolutely hammered. But, I mean, the player and the young man, and you know this, that I really rate very highly. When I saw him the first time there in Drua, he was the MVP, young Sajjad Stanikzai.
Boy, he could easily break out to world cricket. He's got a lot of talent,
He's got a lot of talent, isn't he? And he's a lovely down-to-earth lad as well. Ooh, unlucky. Well, we were talking about the French, and that's the French cut. It will be stopped, though. And they'll only get just a single, and that's because that's chased down pretty well there by Dhaval Kumar. Keeps it just to the one. It is the end of the over. 2 overs complete, 34 without loss.
Yeah, it's a big game on the calendar, this mainly for both teams. If Portugal get a win here, they'll go tied with Scotland or above them if they get all 4 points. And then it's a shootout for the double chance when they play Scotland. So for Guernsey, doesn't look like they're going to be able to make it to tomorrow. They'd have to get 4 points here and then hope Portugal gets swept again tonight. But more importantly, if they lose this and only get a point, they'll end with 2 points. Now, is 2 points going to keep you safe from relegation?
Nah.
You'd need a bit of luck, you feel. If you get to 4 points over Guernsey, win this and end on 4, and at the bottom, I think 4 would be your safe.
That's right, but a point here just won't help.
Won't be enough.
And I don't even think 3 will.
You don't think so? 3?
No, 3 won't do, because if
what happens in another group if a team just goes 0-4 though?
I think is, when you look at those standings, I was having a quick look at them there. If Portugal take a point from this, so Portugal go to 5, Guernsey, even if they take 4 points, they're going to go to 5. But look at the net run rate. Net run rate is horrendous for Guernsey. So I can't see the only way that they could is if they take the 4, they've got to take the 4, and Portugal take none. They go 1 ahead of Portugal, then hope that one of the other teams does a big favour for them. Remember, Portugal they've got a tough match against Scotland. That's their last match. So
I think they're more thinking about trying to stay in the Premier Division.
Yeah.
Just getting a win and ending on 4.
That's
they
a
go
very
home
good point.
And then they could still stay up. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, very good point.
How good was Martins yesterday?
And he was good, but that was yesterday. Today is today. And that one has been smashed away for a biggie. Boom! Shaka lagia, que guay, que genial, que grande!
Yeah, lovely shot. Over pitch, slower ball, and all the way for 6. And good batting. This is Guernsey at their best. We haven't seen it much this comp, but finally the openers are clicking. Good to see a couple of people tuning in from Australia. Brooke Ball and Mary and Lockie Smith. Old Lockie, always liked riling Lockie up. Good to see some viewers tuning in and enjoying all the cricket action.
Yeah, it's great, and certainly got a lot of good messages on the old social media yesterday with people tuning in from all around the world. So welcome to you all. And that's a great shot, cracking shot. This one will also go for 6 over point. Jerry Martins fires this one in a little bit wider, hoping to get it past the bat there of Tom Nightingale, but Nightingale is on it. I love the way he's balanced there. Look at that, he's rocking on one leg, and he's hitting this over the point boundary for 6.
I think all the other teams right now are thinking, where's this Guernsey been? We've not seen it. 47 off 2.3, much better from the men in green.
Yeah, Portugal will probably get out the power play, maybe straight away look to slow things down a little bit. And I think maybe already you'll see someone like Guy Sheena probably warming up, because at the moment, Guernsey liking the pace. Right, Martins, what's the comeback ball from him? Well, there it is, full straight Yorker length delivery. Nightingale, good night to Nightingale, as it is a wicket for Jeremy Martins, and that's the way you respond. That's why I like this guy so much. There's something about him. He's got that little Midas touch, and when his team needs it, he pulls it off.
Yeah, he took a lot of wickets yesterday, and this time responds perfectly. That's a gem of a Yorker. He's got a sort of ambling sort of run-up, but he does execute well, lands it in between the feet. Well bowled, and they desperately needed that wicket right under the eyes. Well bowled. And now can Portugal sort of build into this game?
Yeah, very well bowled, and yeah, this guy impressed so much, didn't he, yesterday? It was a pleasure to watch him. He took that 5 for 19 against France, so getting Portugal what I think was a very important win there. And then early on, he scored a fine 51 and took 3 for 9 as well. So you're taking 8 wickets in the day. That's serious stuff, and he didn't give away too many runs. So he always is going to be in the performances for Portugal with bat, with ball, or with both. Gets the wicket, and now we'll be bowling to the new batter. This is Josh Butler. And, gets a hand on this, no run.
Yeah, Butler's another player that hasn't really clicked this tournament, but does have a reputation for smashing the big ball, Rico. So it might be his last chance in this tournament to show us what he's really made of. He usually opens in the T20Is. He's been batting at 3 in the T10s. Not too sure if it suits him as much.
Premier Division, we were waiting for it. We thought the bowlers would show up, and they have 2 hat-tricks already and 2 5-wicket hauls. That's what we expect to see. Martins, slower ball, takes all the pace off this, and it does get past the field, though. Gets past the infielder, the man who's on the boundary, has square leg, comes across, can't stop it. And Terry Martins, he will finish with another boundary off his over, but he recovers well. But it's another over that will go for 17s. All the 17s at the moment here, as the 50 does also come up. It's 51 for 1.
Don't think I've seen that before. Tell you what, go to the old casino, Rico. Put your number on 17 on the roulette wheel because it feels like it's hot today.
That is very unusual. All the 17s on this Peacock Friday. Lovely shirt, by the way. You know, there's a favourite of mine.
I've only got the one.
What's the size?
Small, medium. Yeah, I've only got the one Peacock shirt, but it gets brought out every Friday. I do wash it. I promise you I'll wash it sometimes.
I trust you. I'd let you know if you didn't. No, I like
Just
that
trust
number.
me, don't smell me.
Hey, World Animal Day. What's your favourite animal? Ooh.
Turtle.
A turtle?
Yep. Underrated animal. They live long and they're pretty plucky.
I wasn't expecting that from you, Corey. I must admit. All right. It's played away. But there is that fielder there who this time will be able to stop it. Just a single.
What's your thoughts on this new look Portugal team? We've seen them before many years, and we always felt like it was a little bit of a mess. But I tell you what, it's a dangerous batting order. A lot of good bowlers. It feels like they're maybe lacking sort of, because they're so new, they're a bit quiet. They don't know each other too well yet, but there's just so much talent.
Portugal, I always felt, was a team like some others we've seen on the network. Czechia are one, Malta is another one, Hungary was another one, where they needed some change in personnel. They were starting to look a little bit rugged. They were starting to look a little bit old. They were starting to maybe carry a few players that had probably done the best they could for their side in their prime. They needed a change. I think they've got a change. I like what I see. I like the balance. And the best thing I like about them is, even when they're not playing, they're a unit. I saw them on the coach this morning, a unit. Saw them in a restaurant in the Tesla Centre earlier, they're a unit. And I think having Paulo there, sort of keeping an eye on them as well is good. I think Ace, the new coach, I'm liking what he's doing with them as well. So they've got a good feel about them. Hits and he's gone, misses, and only by a fraction. It's a big pick up and throw opportunity here for Amardeep Singh. He just had to hit the target.
At this level, he has to hit the stumps there. He's got 3 stumps from about 4 metres, and he's pinged it as hard as he could. He wasn't even in the picture, so that could be a big moment. That would have been Butler gone, and that's an opportunity missed.
Yeah, he sort of snatches at it, I think, a little bit. I think he had the time to just take another second or two to get his aim right and let the throw go, but he misses it, and it's a chance. And Josh Butler looking now to cash in as a result of it. And the first one, he does cash in. Well, that almost takes the camera out. Butler hits his first 6, and he moves into double figures. 11-4 now. I wonder if he is going to show us what he's made of.
Yeah, that's a pretty poor ball. Pitching outside leg, hit me speed as well. Rahman's been a bit slower than I remember, actually. Just feels like he's putting the ball there today and not really snapping that wrist.
Just cut his hair, you see.
Doesn't help.
Don't cut your hair. It slows you down.
Sampson? Strong
Samson.
from the hair?
Yeah. Cut his hair, just like Machado has. Machado, though, doesn't seem to be doing him any harm, but yeah, I think...
Did Machado cut it, or did he lose it? Just want to make sure. We should clarify that. Hey, good to see he's fit. Yesterday, I thought he tore his hammy off the bone.
Yeah, he was hobbling around, really. He's struggling, but a good knock from him yesterday. And this one's hit down the ground, but there's protection there. 1 bounce and single.
I do think, obviously, all these sort of reinforcements Portugal have brought in, Rico, they always felt thin with batting and thin with bowling. They'd have 3 or 4 good players that could do both or whatever. But now you look at that top order, I think Faf Stoneman's listed at 8, and in the past he used to open.
Yeah.
You've got Amandeep Singh at 9. That's a long batting lineup. Yeah, really long batting
lineup. And didn't
lineup.
that work for them yesterday when they were struggling? And Amandeep comes in late and he scores some wonderful runs for them. So, yeah, and the other thing about it is, look, there's some of these players we know play a lot of their cricket outside of Portugal. But I think being at that level, and we saw this really from Hungary last year, didn't we? With the deploys coming into the side. So those players will really help the others, you know, with things like fitness drills, with getting prepared for a match. So I think there's a big plus. I mean, I know that when I was talking to Paulo, he was saying that the likes of maybe someone like De Freitas may not be around that much longer. He probably will get into the Irish setup pretty quickly. But for the little time that he has them and Portugal haven't, he can make a big difference to the squad.
Yeah, I know firsthand what Daniel Doyle KA's helped our squad with, and you see nations that do. I mean, remember Ryan Tendescarter, what he did for the Netherlands. There's so many examples of it. Here's another one, Guy Sheena with his sort of mystery spin, but that is nothing mystery about it. That is a huge no ball, and they'll just take a single. So a no ball one, and it's time for a free hit.
Yeah, so not the best of starts. I like the way the fielder still ran all the way to take the catch. I think it's important if you can take them, but yeah, that just there's the proof in the pudding. That is too high, so free hit to come.
Lucky, lucky, lucky that wasn't a 7-up to start your spell. Guy Sheena actually played in the Netherlands this year, played at ACC Cricket Club, played there for the summer.
Okay, scuffed is a free hit, so again, won't matter. It's a good catch, well taken. I think that's normally his Hardeep who's out there. He was a great catcher of the ball. Takes the catch, fires it in. So that's two balls hit in the air and caught, but of course won't matter. So no ball, and then the free hit. This one will matter, but it's hit beautifully. That's a lovely shot there from Ben Fitchett. Clean as a whistle, and 6 runs.
Yeah, this is the Fitchett we've come to know a bit on the network. He's looking a lot better this time. And yeah, Guy Sheena just a little bit guilty of bowling very straight. This happened to him yesterday a couple of times also.
And this one, oh dear. Oh dear, well we know what's happened here. It's a combination of probably not seeing it well because the sun is playing a part. Also, he's pretty eager to try and turn it into a catching chance. And what he does do, he puts himself in an area, sort of no man's land, and the ball clocks him as it goes to the boundary. That's something that could be and should be avoided.
Yeah, it probably should have just been a single in the end, but 4 more, and Sheena's under the pump here to start his spell. 3 balls left in the 5th.
Takes all the pace off it, but it will get sent to the Pampas grass, as that's going to be 6 more over cow corner. And Ben Fitchett, he certainly is turning on the style just when Guernsey need it. They're under the cosh, they're under the thumb, they need a big win. And the only way to do that is to get big runs on the board.
Just once again, if you look at his pitch map, every ball is straight. Just bowl it outside off. Just maybe 8th stump. See if they can go over the offside. But if you're going to keep bowling very straight, it's dangerous at Cardamar Oval.
Clips it, and it gets called for the single. That's good running there by Butler. He goes straight away. He gets home comfortably.
He's got a pretty quick sort of arm ball. The seam up delivery gets it through rapidly, but another good over for Guernsey. Hey, Rico, this is a very good start. Their best start by a long way.
Oh, easily. I mean, look back to yesterday. Yes, this one is going to get through, and I think it's going to go all the way. It is. Iba, can't get there. That is going to be 4. So Guernsey, what a start this is. We're at the halfway point, and they're on 86 of 5. And I want to turn your attention to what they did yesterday as we welcome you in to the commentary box. My first time here, and it's great to be here. It's on a lovely sunny day here in Spain, Andalusia. But yesterday, in the whole of that innings, they only managed to get 74 and lost 5 wickets. That really surprised me. So that shows you when a team is totally at all sorts with their batting, because even they're not losing wickets, they weren't scoring runs. Yet here they are, they've already matched that in 5 overs.
They've actually bowled all right, Guernsey. It's just been the batting hasn't worked. Even this morning, it was the batting. They bowled really well versus France for 6 overs. The last 4 wasn't good. But right now, this is the best of them. The top 3's clicked. If they can make 150, it's a huge game. If they win this, and they end up on 4 points, I don't think you'd get relegated with 4 points. 4 points feels like a lot.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll have to wait and see. And welcome to everybody as the players will just take on board some drinks. And happy Peacock Friday to everybody. It is also World Animal Day, so we're talking animals. So let us know in the chat your favourite animals. We'll give you a little bit of a shout out if you want. Of course, there's no hiding mine. I think everybody knows by now I love the tiger. I think I'm a bit like the tiger, and I think us humans are a bit like the tiger. Every tiger has different stripes and is unique. The same as human beings, we are all unique. So yeah, World Animal Day here today. It is Peacock Friday as well. Corey has told us that he loves the turtle.
Don't underestimate the turtle. You know the turtle and the hare. We all know the story. Never underestimate
Well,
the
his
turtle.
world smiled there as well, and you telling me about the turtle certainly has me smiling. And yeah, go on everybody, smile. It's free. Smile, and you know what? A smile goes a long way. Well, Portugal could do with a smile or two right now, because they need a wicket as Najam Shazad, who comes into the side. So Najam Shazad, though, he's somebody who just seems to keep going and going. I mean, I've mentioned a few Portugal players who have had to make way. I think the time's come up. And Najam, he's still there, still captaining, and he's still got it.
Yeah, they still like what Najam can offer. A couple of overs here and maybe some lower order hitting. Good start to his spell, but they need a wicket or two to sort of get into maybe that softish sort of underbelly of Guernsey. They're looking at a score plus 150. 150 ain't easy to chase against a very good bowling attack.
And that's a very good shot. I was just about to say there, it's probably a little bit better in terms of where the bowler's getting the ball. I mean, you said you called for a bit later. Just go a bit wider so you're not being hit on the leg side. He does go wider. That's a cracking shot.
It's a cracking shot, and if he is going to just stick with that line, change the field, then you can have the square leg up and move your point back and have two sweepers there. And there's the little things where, as captain, you want him to notice that. He knows the line he wants to bowl.
And catching chance, and I think, well, the way he's thrown this in, that tells us he doesn't take it. It just comes out. He has to throw himself at this. So that's Christopher De Freitas. So, no, it's not, is it? It's Guy Sheenan.
Yeah, it was a loopy sort of one. He dived high, but maybe too high,
I don't think he ever, yeah, he's sort of, I thought for a moment he had it, and as he hit the ground, it spilled out, but maybe he didn't have it, and the problem is that the next one goes to the boundary as well. So you've got to take those chances when they're there. And Butler offers you a chance on 17, it goes down. How costly could that be?
Yeah, it could be very costly. When you think about the missed run out, the drop chance now, yeah, overall, these little things add up, and they're almost on 100 now, Guernsey. They're in dreamland.
That's a beautiful shot. Oh, this is just top draw. Top draw. Who's taking that out?
I think
there,
Alistair Priddle, Baywatch himself, has actually caught one. There he is.
He's giving it a celebrate. Well, we say if you're that side, you got to be prepared. He's got the cap, he's got the shades, he's got the hands, he takes the catch, he's got the muscles. What hasn't he got? Alistair Priddle. He's got the charm as well, and of course he's doing some wonderful work with the Cricket Cool program as well, part of the European Cricket Network and the Junta de Andalusia partnership, and getting the kids here watching and playing and learning cricket. A great catch, but also a great shot. Love that shot. He got into position really early. The 100 does come up. 102 for 1 after 6.
I know 2 for 1, 4 overs to go, and they're in damage control. So they're going to go back to Marnes, who's their leading wicket taker, and he desperately needs to break the partnership.
Gets worked away on the leg side, so they have got 3 men on that boundary patrolling it. And if the ball's not going over them, they have a chance. It's going to be a single.
I guess the one thing is, Rico, Portugal with the long batting lineup, the new look batters, they'll feel they can chase anything. But the funny thing is, when you get a new look batting lineup and they haven't played T10 much before, it takes time to get used to how hard you can go. Some players will take it a little bit easier than others.
And this one will be 6. Flat and hard. And the fielder who's behind square hasn't got a long way to go here, but can't do anything about it. And Ben Fitchett brings up a 21-ball half-century. Well batted indeed. He needed to come good at the right time, and he has. 6 sixes and 2 fours.
Yeah, well done to him. He had a tough first day. He went duck, duck. I think a low score this morning. So he's responded well, 52, and he's got time to make it into a really big innings.
Goes with that pull shot again. This time, oh dear. Oh, I don't know about this slide, you know. And this time it is Christopher De Freitas. It's not the easiest part of the ground to field when this sun comes down, but he does get the slide in. But maybe that ball just takes a bounce that he wasn't expecting, and it gets over in 4 more.
They're just looking a bit sloppy, aren't they? A few missed fields, drop catches, missed run out. Look at that wagon wheel. Pretty leg side, Rico. Mid-wicket's getting hammered from Fitchett.
It tells you where they haven't bowled. I think that tells you a story. And once again, 2 straight. And they're bowling in his arc. And he is taking them to the sword. Because this is 6 more. Shaka, shaka, boom. Shaka lagia.
If they lose this, Portugal, they're really making the double chance difficult for later. And to be fair, I had high hopes on them as they came out the bus today, but the bowling so far has been a bit lobby and very straight.
A couple of things they haven't tried for me. Amandeep Singh can give you a spin option. Francois Stoneman is in the side. You could have gone to him. I know why they're going to Martins, because he is the man you go to see if he can get you another wicket. That's the ball that did the damage last time, the Yorker length delivery, but it's been well watched because Fitchett, he's in. He's seen the ball well. He's faced him before. He's seen him. He's seeing it the size of a football. He's going to take some removing here. You get the feeling it will be a mistake from him to give East Wicket away to 120 on the board already.
Yeah, danger signs, isn't it? If you get one more magical over and a 10 and a 10, you're at 160. We haven't really seen a big change so far in the Premier Division. No. The bowling standard has gone up. So Portugal, well, this new look team is getting stretched here.
Shot. And work to be done by the fielder. Can't get there. It's a great effort. It's a rock and roll, a bit of a tumble from Francois Stoneman. And if Faz can't get there, nobody can get there. He tries, throws himself at it, but that was just timed beautifully by Butler. Lovely shot, 4 runs, end of the over, and looks like they are going to go with Stoneman now here with the score 124 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, it looks like Faf Stoneman will come into bowl now. He's come into the squad in this game, and he's a good young player. He actually also had a season out in the Netherlands this year, Rico. He played at Bloemendaal in the Hoofdklasse, Klasse, and I think his bowling's come on a lot more than his batting recently, and good luck to him today with the ball. We'll just have a quick look at the calendar. This is where we've been all year, not including T20Is also. We are all over Europe. If it is the first time you're watching it on our network, we are live all year and we don't stop.
We don't stop. We keep on going. So now you found us, don't lose us. And I just want to say a big thank you to all of those places we've been, to all the federations, to all of the players. We've been really well looked after. It's been a fantastic year. And all of you have made it absolutely special. And it ain't over yet. We still got this, the Euros of Cricket. And we got a Malta to come. We got the Italian finals. That's hard hit, but it's in the hands. Very good catch. He makes it look easy. Jeremy Martins takes the catch. And Francois Stoneman comes into the attack. I wouldn't say it's the best ball he's ever bowled, but it's been hit flat and hard. That will be the end of a very good innings there from Ben Fitchett. I think Fitchett's going to be just a little bit disappointed that he gets out in this manner.
Yeah, it was a slow ball into the pitch, and he's laced it. He really hit it hard, but he hit it almost straight to Jeremy Martins, who takes a pretty solid catch. And that ends a good innings from that man on your screen. 63 of 25, strike rate of 252. Maybe that will just slow down the scoring a little bit.
Yeah, very good innings from Ben Fitchett there. He'll get a good warm round of applause as he goes up those famous Cardamar steps. Yeah, well batted. And a fine 63 of 25 deliveries, 7 sixes and 3 fours. And yeah, his team appreciates that knock. It's an important knock, but they've got to keep going here. Not a bad guy to have coming in, Ollie Nightingale.
Yeah, batted well this morning. He was the standout batter and almost rescued a point for his country as the skipper. He's got a little chance here to have a cameo.
So Ollie up against Francois Stoneman, who takes a wicket from his first ball. And that's nicely played. Very well played. And to come in and play a shot like this straight away shows that you're in good form. Again, I don't mind the delivery. I think it is, once again, perhaps the little bit slower ball. Look how slow that comes off. So he does roll his fingers on this one. It is wide. He could have left it, but he backed himself to get it over the backward point, and he's going to get 4 runs.
Good shot. I think he was looking to go leg side, realised where the ball was, and still used his bottom hand to get over point. So 4 to the total. Good start from him.
And, wants to take it on. Good throw here. Well, I'm surprised he doesn't go for this. He's got players backing up. There's several players there on the leg side, but just he opts not to go for this throw there, Najim Shazad.
Yeah, 1 to the total. So Stoneman's obviously got the right idea. He's just trying to bang it in with pace on and pace off. So doesn't want to bowl half volleys, wants to try and make them guess. And Butler just needs to try and read, is it going to be pace on or a slower ball?
Slower, and well stopped again. Najim Shazad makes the stop. So good stop as well. He's a tall man, is Najam Shazad has got to go a long way down to stop it, but he does stop it.
Hey, good over so far from Stoneman. Really good over. He's doing what he needs to do, and 2 balls left. Can he get out of it with no real damage?
Well bowled, very well bowled. You saw the early movement there from Ollie Nightingale. He goes right across, so he's looking really to whip a ball across on the leg side. But Stoneman sees what he's doing and he fires it in even wider. Good cricket, I like that.
Yeah, brilliant work. Really good adjustment from Stoneman, who watched him move, and then obviously Nightingale couldn't play the shot he wanted. So last ball of the over. Good over from Stoneman, good over for Portugal.
And it will stay a good over, only the 8 from it. And, well, backed up there from the captain as well. So terrific over. Picks up a wicket of his first ball, and then after that, and though there was the 1 boundary there, after that he's kept it nice and tight. 8 off it, and Guernsey at the end of 8, 131 for 2.
Yeah, it just changes the tail of the tape a bit. 170, 180 needs a bit more of a push now while bowled Stoneman. You'd imagine that he would bowl the last. Who's going to bowl this one? Looks like it's going to be Najam Shazad. And to be fair, he didn't bowl the worst over. It went for 16, but he kept it in the right areas. They're having issues with Hardeep Singh. I've seen him a few times. He bowls the first over innings, but they're not confident to go back to him. And if you're not going to have a player only bowl 6 deliveries, maybe there's someone else on the bench that should be playing.
Yeah. Let's see Najam Shazad how he starts, and we'll start with the wide. So trying to keep it sort of outside that off. But I still go back to your saying Najam Shazad now bowling his second. We know what he's trying to do. So why isn't he giving himself just a bit more cover there on the offside? Why doesn't he push the point back and bring the square in? It's played away. Should be an easy catch. It will be. So it's going to be a wicket. And, well, that's a big wicket as well, because Josh Butler, the other batter who was set, goes out in the same manner as Ben Fitchett. It's going to be an easy catch there, taken by Martinson. Najam Shazad picks up a wicket, and just like that, Portugal, well, they may keep this to, well, we were saying it could be a 170, it's kind of 180 before those 2 wickets fell. Now, just like that one, they might even keep it to a 150 something.
Yeah, the last sort of 8 deliveries have all gone the way of the Portuguese, and I think he got a bit lucky that time. That was a juicy full toss. He didn't get the elevation, but he'll have to go. Butler does offer an opportunity to someone else in the line. 25 off 14. Not a bad little innings, but I know how good that man is on your screen. He'll feel he left a few runs out there.
Yeah, I agree with you there as well. I think both batters, and Ben Fitchett and Josh Butler, will feel that after getting in to get out that way, they'll be disappointed. That means that we're going to have to see some good hitting here. One man who did hit the ball very well also, and probably has been, even though it's the main bowler, Luke Bichard, is probably pretty key here.
Yeah, so Rico, just touching on a little bit what you're talking about with the fielders, that's almost a run out and their bowling plans. Probably the biggest disappointing fact for me with Portugal in this innings. This is what you call a T20 field. Deep cover, deep mid off, deep mid on, deep mid wicket, square leg. They've had this field since the 3rd over. They've got a new coach. You've got 6 boys have flown in that know cricket, and they've had the same field the whole time.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're quiet or they're shy, but it's not very proactive.
Up in the air, it's a teaser, and oh! Team catch! Team catch, everybody! Stronger together. And Hardeep Singh, he's judged this to perfection. He just feels that he needs to be there just to protect his teammate a little bit. So it goes up in the air, the ball goes straight in and straight out of his teammate. Have a look at this. It pops out, and Hardeep says, "Thank you very much. Ale, parliagani." And, well, something to contemplate there maybe for Christopher De Freitas, but not for Hardeep Singh. Singh says, yeah, I'm there. I got your back. Don't you worry. I got your back.
I know who De Freitas is buying a beverage for a little bit later. He's been saved some grace there. That is a bit of a comical double team catch. Hardeep Singh, he saves maybe a couple of runs as well, Rico. That might have just trickled for 4. Nightingale has to go, and, well, they buy a wicket. And just the last little bit, Guernsey lacking that last little flurry currently.
Yeah, now, well, I was saying they're maybe a 150 something, but they've got to do pretty well here. So
hold the phone, Rico. Here's my favourite. This man, I tell you, if he gets it out the middle, it's going to another dimension. Bradley. Alex Bushell. He's got Bradley on the back. Not sure why, but look at him. He looks like he should be on the front row of a rugby match. I love watching him get out there. Give it a whack, son.
Yeah, well, let's see if he is able to give it a whack. It's been a top over so far from Najam Shazad. 2 runs, 2 wickets. And is there, well, he's going to have to run pretty hard here. I think there might have been a bit of bat here. Let's have a look from the umpire. Yeah, no signal for leg by, so a bit of the bat saves him because it's a good delivery. And, yeah, big chunk of the bat.
Yeah, huge chunk of the bat. Otherwise, I think it might have been a king pair today. He got a golden duck this morning as well, so a bit lucky there. Bichard's on strike. Bichard's actually batted really well this tournament. Can he go with the late flurry?
Yeah, he knows what he's got to do with just 2 balls to come in this. The 9th. Gone. So another one goes.
So here we go. Bichard thinks it's a bump ball. They're going to check this. A couple of fielders think it's out, so we're going to have to slow this down and just check if it's a bump ball or not. I thought live it might be out, but let's have a closer look.
All right, so we're on this. I think maybe if we can see this side on, that might give us a bit of an idea first. So is this out? Is it not? Is it going to be a 3rd wicket in the over here? I mean, the bowlers have had some fun here today taking wickets. So let's wait to see the replay. This is one side, and
I think that's straight into the ground, actually.
Yeah, looking at it that way, it looks like it's in the ground.
Probably
It might be worth just looking at side on. You see, Amardeep thinks that he's got the wicket. Let's see if we got another look at this.
Yeah, so a little bit of if, no, maybe, but...
Well, let's see if we can see it. We don't have a side on. Let's see it this nice and slow here. And let's see.
That's straight into the deck, I think.
Yeah, I think that one...
Yeah. So it bounces there, it comes up, hits the bottom of the bat, and it can't fly to backward point on that trajectory. Then it's into the ground. It's sort of a one between frames, I think. So my gut is that's into the deck. Just waiting for the officials to confirm.
Yeah, 3rd umpire is going to have a good look at this. Umpire Hemmel is going to have to decide. So is it a bump? If it's not, and it looks like Suleiman Sahid is just saying, hey, guys, give me something here. It's a tricky one, but I think if you watch enough cricket, you would know that it's not out. And I think, Corey, yeah, you're absolutely right, Corey. There is that little frame missing, but the way the way the ball goes, it can't have gone straight up the bat.
No, there's a frame missing, but good decision. That's just cricket education. So right decision made, 1 to the total.
Oh! And there we go. Boom. Shakka Lagya. It is out of the middle, and Bushell shells one over the long on for 6. They needed that one pretty badly. 142 for 4 after 9.
Yeah, gets that bottom hand through it. And they did need that boundary, Rico. They were on 124 after 7. The last 2 overs gone for 8 and 10. So well done to Portugal to come back a bit. You'd imagine Stoneman will bowl the last. A chase in the 150 is definitely possible.
One thing it's worth mentioning, though, I know we were totally spoiled in the Challenger division with some of the run chases that we've seen, but we've seen here in the Premier Division, once you get that 160 on the board, you're looking to defend it and get a win. It's a different kind of ball game. The Premier Division bowlers and fielders have been much better and much tighter. Stoneman. Good first over from him. Starts with a short one. He's played down the ground. Should just be a single. So just 1 there from Bichard.
Yeah, I like how Stoneman's gone about it. Pretty clever with what he's doing. It's either a pace on or pace off and back of a length. So batters have to try and guess what's coming at them.
Yeah, Bichard 35 and 23 yesterday. He batted pretty consistently. So he's having to come in low down in the order and score valuable runs for his side. At the non-striker's end at the moment, Bushell. And he's going to get past him this one. The umpire is quite happy. I think Bushell just gives himself a little bit of room, and that's what makes this feel like it's a lot wider to him than it is.
I'm so glad they've put Stoneman in the team. When he was on the bench yesterday, I was in shock. A part of all this T10 stuff is you pick the guys that are going to give you a future in T20 cricket. Perhaps the future for them. They keep blooding him. The more he plays, the better Portuguese cricket will be in 5 years. I mean, they're reaping the benefits of it now. Just signalled a wide in the end. Let's have a closer look.
Keeper doesn't like it. You can see there that keeper doesn't like this. He thinks it may have snuck in. Miguel Machado, look at that, and it's very close. But I think that's a fair call from the umpire Shub. I think Stoneman historically, but we haven't seen that too much from him the last sort of 18 months or so. He used to sort of give you one really good over, and then he would lose his shape in another. This one has been bombed away, and, well, nobody's catching this one. They're all lining up in that Alistair Priddle area, but that's going to be 6 more. So Alex Bushell, he smashes another one. Lovely jubbly out of the ground. 6 runs, and that does now bring up the 150.
A powerful man and a powerful shot. 6 to the total, 150. Still harbouring hopes of 160. At one stage, it could have been 170, 180. So Portugal have done well at the end, but they need to finish these 3 balls well.
Yeah, they did really well after that over from Martins. Went for 22 over number 7. After that, Stoneman 8 off over number 8. And the last over number 9 only goes for 10. So they've done really well in the last 12 balls, Portugal. But they want to finish well here. But yeah, just going back to that about Stoneman, that's what has been the issue. That sometimes he just loses it a little, and this could be another one of those overs. That is a powerful strike. I mean, he's on the back foot here, so you need power, sheer power to get this over the boundary. And, well, Bushell, look, he goes back foot, and that is an almighty strike.
Oh, my word. He looks like the type of cricketer that if he gets it in the air, it's just going to fly, doesn't it? So Bushell's sort of come back here and given them the cameo that we thought they were going to miss out on. I mean, if they did so well, Portugal, the last 10 minutes, but if this goes 6-6, all of that's gone again. 168's a big score.
Bushell, just look at him. He's bouncing up and down on his knees, waiting to attack another one and launch another big one. Hits it firmly, but it's to... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That's gonna be 4 runs. And of all the players... Well, that's Jeremy Martin's been sensational. Do you think he just takes his eye off of this?
Just lazy. Well, it's lazy. Look at this. Yeah, it might spin a little bit, but he didn't adjust at all. Let's have a look. This will tell. A little bit of spin, yeah, but it's not enough to warrant going with one hand. If you're truly in it, you're still stopping that.
Oh, that's naughty. That gets the 160 on the ball with the ball to go. It's a good last over this for Guernsey. 18 from it so far. Oh, what's happened here? It's almost like somebody sort of heard something there. I don't know if it was one of the Portugal players or maybe just one of the spectators, but Stoneman just pulls himself out of this at the last moment.
Something in his load-up was off. Something not right.
Good shot out of the non-striker, also taking off at the same time as Stoneman. Here's the last ball, so they want to get something out of this. A boundary, though, would be very useful. And it will be a boundary. It's going to be 6 more. Well, Alex Bushell, when he came in, we said he looks like a man who likes to hit big. He looks like a man who's got some power, and he demonstrated that power. He'll finish on 29 of just 7 deliveries, 4 sixes and 1 4. And Guernsey, even though they had a little blip in over number 8 and 9, they finish with a magical 24 off the last. And it means that they are 166. So 167 is the chase.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. I think Portugal were pretty flat for the first 7 overs, and Guernsey have capitalised. The team that hasn't won a game just yet, well, they will believe they're halfway there. A good cameo from Bushell. My man, good striking. Let's have a look at the highlights. Enrico, Guernsey's tournament has been slow because the top order hadn't clicked. But in this one, they sort of found their batting boots.
Yeah, and I think the other big issue with Guernsey is even though they've lost some games, they weren't able to pick up points from them. Last night, this morning was a good example of that. That's what finds them in a much harder predicament than some of the other teams. But that's why they also needing to get all 4 points from this. So getting to that score of 166 will be key. They would have loved the extra 15 to 20, which at one point looked like they were going to get. But a good recovery means that they too will finish in the 160s. And so far, we've seen in the Premier Division that if you are scoring past that 150 mark, then you're going to go on to win matches. But they don't just need a win here. They need to somehow win by 4. It's going to be big.
Yeah, it is going to be big, and it's not going to be easy for them. There was a sedate start until a couple of wickets sort of fell. Faf Stoneman came in and bowled a really good 8th over that only went for 8. Fitchett had to go after a good 50. Najam Shazad followed it up with a decent over, also another easy catch to Mans out there. And at that stage, Rico, we thought Guernsey might not get to the 150. This was an interesting catch, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was a very interesting catch, and Hardeep Singh He's happy to celebrate, whereas De Freitas is, well, just pondering on just how he missed it in the first place. But it didn't matter. They did get the wicket, but we thought that might have slowed them up. But then Alex Bushell, well, he had other ideas with a finally hit 29 of just 7 balls.
Yeah, Bushell's innings gave it the injection they were looking for. 166 for 4. Let's have a look at the scorecards quickly. And yeah, the top order clicked. They got a cameo from Bushell. They haven't been able to do this most of the tournament, but they'll be very happy with this score.
I think they will be very happy indeed. 13 extras there for Portugal, 6 wides, 5 byes there, the leg bye there as well. But one thing about Portugal, and I think we both touched on it, I think we were both a little bit surprised that the bowlers weren't quite given the field that you thought they should have had when they were trying to get that ball outside the off stump. So that's something I think that Portugal need to go back and revisit. They don't again go back to Hardeep Singh, so your point is very valid. If he's opening the bowling and you're not calling upon him to come back, then do you need to be looking at other options where Shahidul Rahman does get his 2 overs in? Hard to say, pick of the bowlers there. I suppose the captain himself has to stand up tall and say, yeah, I think I did pretty good, 2 for 26. I agree with that. And Guy Sheehan only gets that 1 over, went for 19. 32 of Stoneman. So once again with Faz Stoneman, I've seen this before from him. He gets 1 good over in, but kind of lets you down with 1 as well. Though when you're bowling the last over, you know batters are going to be going after you. So it's going to be very evenly poised. You would think that Guernsey have done enough to win the match, but have they done enough to try and skittle Portugal early and take all the points? That is what they're hungry and keen to do. And you get a feeling that if they are to survive, well, they need to do that and then hope that other results go in their way as well. I'm Rico Full. I'm alongside Corey Ruckers here, and we are enjoying our time here in the commentary box of the Euros of cricket. And we're looking forward to welcoming you back in about 10 minutes' time when we'll see the reply with the bat from Portugal. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you are. And yes, a big thank you to, of course, to all of our partners and, of course, our charity partner, Share the Meal. And remember, you can click the QR code and, well, do your little bit to help us fight global hunger around the world. Lovely to have you here with us on a beautiful sunny day here in Andalusia. Of course, we are in Spain. Spain is one of the world's leading producers of olive oil. We know that, contributing nearly 45% of global production. And here in Andalusia alone, more than 300 million olives are harvested annually. So that's just a little bit about where we are. Of course, we know that Malaga is also the birthplace of Picasso, and it's a lovely area to be. And if you've never been before, you have to come. So much to see in Andalusia, and of course, we're proud to have them as one of our partners as well, and also loving the partnership between us and the Junta de Andalucía and getting the kids here at the Cardamom Oval. I know the kids, they love their time here. They love mingling with the players. They're always up there getting their autographs. They like learning the sport as well. And I know that the likes of Jay Wild, Alistair Priddle and Kevin do a wonderful job getting the kids playing some cricket and developing their skills. I was talking to some of the juniors the other day, and it's probably, they were saying it's the second or third time some of them have been here, and they absolutely love it. They look forward to it. It's one of the highlights of the year, and it's great that we can have the kids here and enjoying and getting involved in the Euros of cricket. Big match this, Guernsey. It's a must-win match for them. They'll be looking for 4 points to try and go a point above Portugal and hope that other matches go their way. They've got runs on the board, 166, thanks to some good performances, mainly there from Ben Fitchett, and a great finish there from Alex Bushell. But how can they do with the ball? Adam Martel to bowl first, and here's the first delivery. It's played up in the air, and it will get over the infield, and that's going to go for 4 runs. As we see Notre Dame is opening up, so Daval Kuma, Notre Dame, somebody that I haven't seen too much of, but plays that away nicely over the covers for 4 runs. So you've got Notre Dame out there with Sean Gomes. Now we know all about the abilities of Gomez. So let's see how this partnership, how this pairing do. Here's the next one from Martel. This one's a little bit short, you know, and that gets what it deserves. It's not a good delivery. Am I surprised they've gone for Martel? I have to say, yes, I am. I think they were just thinking here, maybe because they've got the 166 on the board, they could start with the slower bowler, see if they could pick up a wicket or 2 earlier with some false shots. Well, at the moment, there's nothing false about this hitting from Deval Kuma. He smashes another one away, so 4 and 6 from him. Looking pretty slick early on here. What's the next ball going to deliver? Already under pressure there. You can see Martel, a little bit of concern on his face. Better delivery, just has a little waft at this. There's Notre Dame. It's the same again, so good comeback after being hit for 2 boundaries, 2 dot balls. Very little foot movement this time from the batter. I think he's just been spooked a little bit, having the wicket keeper back. And that foot stays firmly planted. Firmly hit, well stopped, no run. And just like that is over. If it stays at just 10, it's going to be a good start for Guernsey. Up in the air, catching opportunity, and will be well held. No mistakes at all. So it started badly with 2 boundaries, and then, well, Notre Dame couldn't get another one away in the next 4. It's gone 4-6, ... and another big red dot for the final ball, because that will be the wickets. Double Kuma will go for 10, and the thing is, in the end, though it started well, as Corey joins me back, Corey, 10 of 5 sort of hurts them a bit as well.
Yeah, that's the over complete. 10's an over behind, and I think Norritam got a few balls wide there after the 6 and the 4 that he just taps to the fielder, and he should have gone over the top. So a good start for Guernsey as we have a look how many games since a golden ball. 159. Surely we'll get one soon enough. I'm a little bit surprised as well. Miggy Machado opened yesterday, smacked a 60 not out, and now he's at 3. Look, he's out there now, so it doesn't matter. But a lot of tinkering for a team that I just think that they're trying to figure out their identity. I know they've got a new blood, but they've got to figure it out soon.
Yeah, not a time, I must admit. I was pretty surprised, but when he hit the first 2 balls to the boundary, I thought, well, okay, hello. But yeah, then the next 4 balls didn't go to plan. Then he gives his wicket away, so theoretically he scored off just 2 of 6 deliveries there.
Here's a move I do like. Sean Gomes played at the Western Shield, was a late call up because Hamza Salim Dar was out, and being Sean, he was always up for the challenge. He's a good player, and he's better when he's at the top because he's a different sort of cricketer. He's not the type that's going to blast huge sixes. He's a deflector, and he likes the ball coming on. Can he get going for Portugal?
And this is going to just get over that fielder. It's a nice shot, well played, and Gomez is off the mark straight away.
Such a Sean sort of shot. He's played many years in the Netherlands before he moved back to London. And he's a great guy overall, but he's a very talented cricketer. He thinks about the angles a lot. He's a timer of the cricket ball. If he can bat the 10 overs, Portugal will win it. He'll get very close.
Into the body, so swing and a miss, but I like the intent there. You like the intent. You can see that there is a big gap there from the sort of short mid-on to where the mid-wicket is, and that's where he was aiming to get that one to go.
Gomez was an integral part a few years ago when Portugal, I think, upset the Netherlands 11. I think he hit an 80 that day. And
well, then he didn't stop. Then I'm pretty sure from memory he then went and scored 3, if not 4 50s.
He has 4 50s in a row at ECC level, I believe.
Yeah, and I think you played a bit of a part in that as well, if I seem to remember, in that comeback. I know you're sort of waving your finger at me saying, I don't really want to dwell on it, but I think you did. Yeah, I think most people will remember that. I seem to remember my whiteboard tended to disappear a few times.
Yeah, where has your whiteboard gone these days?
Well, once you lost the last one, I ain't got another. I'm still waiting for you to replace it.
You've seen that much cricket. You don't need a whiteboard anymore.
You're right. Well, we used to use that, I think, to also show some key points to our viewers, but I think our viewers as well are pretty experienced. That's a great shot. Plants the front foot down the ground, and he hammers it. And that's why I think Gomez, for me, look, being that he's a left-hander as well, he's got the hitting ability. Yeah, he's the ideal man to have up.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of experience. He's one of the oldest statesmen in this team. That's a lovely cricket stroke as well. So he's got going. You've still got De Freitas to come. You've got Jeremy Martin, Taguzi, Guy Sheena, Najam Shazad, and Stoneman. This is game on.
Yeah, they got batting. We know that. Luke Bichard. It's a nice looking shot. Taking on the single. They will take it. And, well, if we can, when we get the opportunity of a close-up of Gomez as well, well, let's just say, I know that we focus a bit on Alistair Poodle and the size of his arms. Well, Gomez, he's a strong fella. He's right up there with the likes of, well, Jason Van der Merwe as well.
Yeah, spends a lot of time working on the old pecs, does Gomez. But Machado, hey, good to see he's fit, because yesterday he was hobbling around a lot.
Jams the Yorker in, and it's well played as well. Good bit of cricket that at the end, but they still take a single. I think that's important. Respect the good balls, but try and make something from them. So 18 come of that over, 28 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, and this is why it's such a big game. Portugal win this, they go to 7, a tie with Scotland. They're not going to get the bonus point if they win. So that means tonight's match versus Scotland is a genuine shootout pretty much for the top 2. Look, France still have a chance of that as well. But for Guernsey, it's a little bit of a different story. We're not sure we can see a path for them to play finals tomorrow. However, if they end the tournament on 4 points, Rico, it's pretty hard to imagine 4 points not being enough to get you to safety. I think if you lead with 4 points with 3 groups to go, I'd imagine 2 teams would finish lower.
Yeah.
I'd imagine. I'm not sure.
Into the pads. No run this time. I like the fact that the bowler also is coming down to make sure he's there in case the batters do want to try and sneak a leg by. It's a good start this from Forshaw. Charlie Forshaw bowled very well, didn't he, earlier?
He's got a lot of talent, the young seamer, and did well for them in the sub-regional qualifiers this year as well. And they've got big raps on him being their opening bowl for many years.
Yeah, bowled. Took 1 for 15 in the first, and now he's got another. Well, there you go. There's me and Corey talking about him, and you heard Corey say that Guernsey are looking for him to be one of the openers for years to come. Then you can see why he's got talent as he gets this one through Miguel Machado. So Machado yesterday, we know he was a key cog in their batting lineup, and that win over France, 52 not out of 26, but he's gone here thanks to an absolute beaut.
Yeah, it's the topper off stump. That's all you can ask. It's that in-between length, and Machado wasn't really sure whether to go full with the driver across with a pull or a swivel. It's a bit in between. So the man that made 50 yesterday, Miggy, he's gone for 1, and Portugal are in a spot of bother here.
Yeah, very well bowled from a very good, promising young man. And a big wicket. Very big wicket there from Guernsey.
Yeah, massive wicket. That looks like Jeremy Marnes has come out at number 4 now. Now, Marnes was very good at starting in the middle overs. He's going to get a little bit of time in the power play here. You imagine if they're going to get close, he'll have to play an integral role.
Yeah. And he comes, the 17-year-old, and got a bit of pace about him as well as that one gets fended away by Martins.
That required rate, Rico, is getting a little bit dangerous. 28 for 2. 18.5 over a 7-over period isn't easy. It has been done, but not going to be easy.
Oh, it would have been great. Would have been great. It will go down as a chance. He gets 2 hands to it, does Oliver Clapham. And if he held on to this, it would have been pretty sensational. Saves the boundary. Chance for you?
Oh, well, yeah, it goes down in the chances book for the coach, but he'll feel he had a moment there to rein one in, and that would have been Martin's gone for a duck. So big moment missed. 138 off 44. They really need to get going, Portugal. It's a sedate start at best.
Guernsey fighting for survival in this Group A. And just drops the bat on this, happy to take the single. I know, Corey, you're probably getting the red pen out on that one.
It's difficult for some players that come from maybe longer formats to figure out their T10 mojo. Yeah, it's a funny one. Every team's different. Some teams will do that for 6 or 7 balls in an inning. Some teams just won't. I don't think you'll ever see Greece trying to play a shot like that.
No. And that's more like it. That's what you got to do. And that one will be, I think it just bounces once before it goes over the line yet. It's a 4-run signal. It's a, well, hang on a minute. Well, does the umpire then change that to 6? So we'll have to just get clarification here. I thought Suleiman Saeed then put his hands up in the air and signalled 6. So I'm not quite sure what's been given. I've seen 4 certainly on the system in front of me, but I think, well, here's the shot again. And I thought it definitely bounced before the boundary.
Yeah, I think it's a 4, but we'll just wait and see what they confirm.
Yeah, I sort of saw the signal from 4 first, and then as the umpire was giving the cap back to the bowler, he then signalled 6. So I'm not 100% sure there. We'll have to keep an eye on it. But for the moment, based on that being a 4, it's 34 for 2 after 3. So they're getting to a stage now where it's 19 required per over.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall ask. Butler's going to come on. He's actually bowled better than he's batted this tournament. Butler been pretty effective and sort of slings it in and gets it to swing away from the right-handers. Might just bowl some traditional off-spin here to Gomez, though.
Yeah, 1 for 18 yesterday, Josh Butler. And let's see if he can make a bit of an impact here straight away. That one is going to be scuffed, so no boundary. And if the ball's not going to the boundary, Guernsey are going to be very happy.
Yeah, you just keep an eye on that rate. So here's Martins. Look, he teed up the spin yesterday. He hit some bombs against spin. This is his matchup. I imagine he's got to get going here and get some big boundaries.
Taking their time to get this field right. Martins. Right, goes for it, and will get it. So that's 6. And he likes this. You think he'd like this matchup, wouldn't you, Jeremy Martins, with the spin?
Yeah, he's got long levers, an open stance, and he seems to be able to reach balls that most don't. And I don't even think that was out the middle. He's a powerful boy. There's 6. He's got to go again here.
Right, and he goes down the ground. Gear. Shaka. Manos. Arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 más.
Yeah, that's in the wheelhouse. He's happy with that. It's not wide of off stump, straight in the slot, and that's a better stroke. Got more of that. 6 and a 6. Don't stop now. He's going to try and pound this for 6 as well, Rico.
And that's a glorious shot. Glorious shot. And it just goes to show that he's not one-dimensional. A lot of batters, 2 6s down the ground, may have gone for it again. He sees his ball as just a tad wider, a little bit fuller, and plays a beautiful stroke out on the offside, 4 runs.
Lovely batting. Look, 17 off 4 now. So this is the cash-in over. Can they turn this into 25 plus?
It's a better delivery. York can let them take a single, but that's still okay. 18, and that makes this a big delivery here now. At the moment, it's about an even Stevens for this over. But remember, they need to get to the 19 to make it a win for them. A boundary here makes it a little bit of a bonus win.
Yeah, they need that win, don't they? You just feel this got to go to the boundary. Take a bit of pressure off and maybe the next over.
And it will be a boundary as the fielder gets this completely wrong, overruns it, then tries to recover. It bounces past him. It'll be 4 runs, and Portugal probably win their first over with the bat. 56 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, top over there for Portugal. That's exactly what they need to do. So 22, that allows them to maybe have another over somewhere that's just at 18. Do you imagine this partnership's the key? And finally, that worm, Rico, is starting to go in the right direction.
Yeah, in the right direction, of course, if you're supporting Team Portugal. And welcome to everybody in the chat. The chat has been absolutely wonderful today on Peacock Friday. Also, we say it's the start of the weekend, as we always add a little bit of colour to Friday. I hope you're all wearing your Peacock Friday shirts, and nice to see that a few people in the fan zone had their Peacock Friday numbers on as well.
Here comes Martel again.
Good delivery. Dot ball is a great ball. Dot ball is gold dust here on the European Cricket Network.
That puts pressure on this over straight away. It puts a lot of pressure. A wicket here, and Portugal will be feeling the squeeze.
It's played away. It's Martel, by the way. Let's just focus. So that last delivery was 5 dots on the spin from him.
Yep.
And now a single. So what a great 6 balls he's bowled after the first couple went for big boundaries. So great comeback from Martel.
Yep, good comeback. Gomes has got the match up here. Left-hander facing the left arm, sort of arm balls and spin. He's got to go here. 1 off 2. This is a bad over so far for Portugal.
And, well, it will get through the fielder, but they'll only just get the single. They need more than that. So the fight back from Guernsey after that magical over. Adam Martel is looking like he's going to sneak in a very good over here.
Yeah, he's sneaking it in. You're all right, Rico. 2 off 3 this over. This has to go to the boundary, you'd imagine. It's starting to get very dangerous.
And it will be big. And watch out. Oh! That's the old Maximo, is it? Oh, don't tell me. Maximo takes a one-hander. Well, he's got the old 0-0 in one hand, and he gets the Grizzly in the other. Let's have a look at this, right in front of our merchandising tent. And how about that, Mr. Maximo?
Well, it's another one in the wheelhouse and another 6. So all of a sudden, Martins goes bang, bang, and it breathes life back into this game. Don't talk about it, Rico. I don't want to hear it again. It was a drop. It was a bump ball.
That is going to spur you on to take one. I know how you work. You want one now. I know you do.
Not happy. I'm not happy at all.
This is a huge delivery. Goes for it and gets it. And maybe with that, He does win the over because it will be 20 from it. What an incredible over that is. That is European Cricket Network all over, starting with 3 balls that don't go to the boundary, and then it goes 6, 6, 6. And just like that, this match stays alive.
Yeah, they need to go at 20s and an amazing strike. This Martin, they've found a seriously good player, Portugal. But welcome up to the Dreamboat. It's good to be here, and I hate to admit it, Vinny, that's a pretty good one-handed catch. Well done.
He's one of our crew. Come on, he's one of the good time crew. If he takes one, we take one. We're happy about it. Well done, Maximo. And I like the way he does that. He's got his 0-0 Victoria probably in one hand, and he just... Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear about it for many moons more. But what a good game we've got in our hands. Look, they've only lost the 2 wickets.
Yeah.
They need to go at 20s, around that 20 mark. The previous over is 22. They saved that over. They just got to be consistent. And I think we could be on for a last over finish.
Partnerships are everything. These two have started something. I like the combination. They've got the left and the right. And Jeremy Martins, as you said, I think as I've been saying, I think he has been sensational. With the ball, didn't click. But with the bat, he's doing the job.
Yeah, he really is. He's raced to 41 off 12. Sort of out of nowhere as well. Just really, those last 3 balls going for 6 was massive. So, looks like another spinner's going to be brought on. Oliver Clapham. Pressure on the young man. Gomez is on strike. 91 off 30. Sounds like a lot, Rico, but it's definitely going to be tight, you feel.
They've taken it down from, it was 19, bordering on 20 and over. They've taken it down to 18. Just a tad over. So that, I think, is why Guernsey are going with the spin option here now. And if this doesn't work, I think they'll go right back to the Pacers. Works away, beautifully timed, 4 runs in the gap. That's a lovely shot.
That's how he plays. You see so many other players maybe try and smack his ears. He just pumps that into a huge hole at mid-wicket. Brilliant batting, clever batting. He's a class act. And we got a game on, you feel, Rico.
Placed perfectly. Yeah, and you're right. We're going to have a last over thriller, you would think. Clapham goes for a boundary. And now that is short and ugly. And that's going to go a long, long way. Seis carreras más. And Oliver Clapham drops it too short. And Sean Gomez finds the middle of his bat. What a partnership this is turning out to be between these two.
Yeah, really good partnership, and they're starting to race with it, Vinny. Rico, my apologies. Vinny's in my mind after that catch.
He's in your mind after that catch. That's it now. You think he's the most sexiest thing on the planet now, don't you?
Hey, 5 boundaries in a row. 5 boundaries in a row if you can include the last over.
He's trying to get it in that gap again this time, but this time just go get the pat, but I don't mind that, you know. This is where this left and right combination works for me. He's hit 2 boundaries, takes a single, and now Jeremy Martins, who's hitting it big all around the park, he says, there you go, there's a bit more spin for you. Let's see what he can make of Oliver Clapham.
Early in the morning game, Guernsey bowled a lot of full tosses. They haven't fallen into that trap. They've got to be careful. No 7-ups, no big errors here. Oh,
bang.
Does he have it?
Opportunity? No, 6. So just for a moment there, we thought that Josh Butler might be nine up for a chance to take a very important catch in the boundary. Not to be. It ends up being 6 more runs, so that's 17 off the over. Portugal, oh, well, they're clawing their way back into this, and over by over, they're taking down that rate. This one, they're taking it on, and we'll get there. Wasn't able to take this cleanly.
Once again, Rico, they've got it in the 18 off the over, but with a ball to spare. So now, if you can get that extra ball away, it just relieves a little bit off the next over.
Yeah.
What a good little run chase this is. The supercomputer starts to believe in Portugal as well, has squared this game right up.
Yeah, so once again, like we saw in the last 2 overs, this becomes huge delivery. And in the last 2, they've been able to pump it to the boundary. Will they do it again? Clapham wants a good ball here, wants a dot ball. And, well, Gomez will get a single. So that over is tied, really. But Portugal will be happy with it. They will take 19 from the over, 95 for 2. And this game, oh, it's going to be a great thriller, this. So Portugal, just have a look at that. They're needing 72 in 24 balls at the rate of 18, but they've been doing that in the last 3 overs.
Look at the extras column, Rico. 0. Brilliant. Compared to this morning, Guernsey bowled a lot of no balls that got hit for 6. Looking at the last 3 overs, 22, 20, and 19.
Yeah.
So they've been just getting there every time, but they would be desperate for the big over. And Guernsey will be saying, look, if we bowl 1 over that goes for only 10, or a 12, we're ahead. And this might be the man to do it. Young Forshaw's been pretty sensational. And if he can deliver here, I like they've gone back to him early. Don't hold him back and bowl him when there's one over to go. Bowl him now, you could get a wicket and win the game.
I like that. I think too many teams save a bowler for the last, but then in the end you're saving him for nothing. Use him now when they're needing the 18s and see if you can get a good one in and take that up. That's played away. That'll be 4 runs. That's beautifully played. This combination, I'm liking it so much because you've got the brute force, you've got the brutal hitting of Martins, and he's going down the ground in the V. And then you got somebody like this guy here, Gomez, who's finding the other angles for you because he's the left-hander. Very difficult for the opposition Guernsey here to set the right field.
Big contest. Really big contest here. Well bowled. Oh, boy. Oh, I love that, Rico. Seeing a young fella under the pump land a perfect Yorker. So nice to watch.
Yeah, really good delivery here. Look, beautifully bowled. You can see that Gomez, he wants to do more with it. He can't, but he does rotate the strike, takes the single. 5 of the over so far. And now, let's see if the young man can get the line right straight away to the right-hander and maybe once again just fire that Yorker in. No, it's a hit-me ball, and it's been hit straight down the ground. That's emphatic hitting, and Martins brings up a 50, and it's a quick 50 as well. It comes up in 15 balls. Ball patanga. Apne Jeremy Martins nu apni half century puri kar li. Felicidades. What a knot this is turning out to be.
Tell you what, Martins is having some sort of a tournament. Bat, ball, every game he's involved. Look, if he's there at the end, Portugal probably win. They're 11 off 3. It's halfway stage of the over.
Up in the air, nobody out there, you know, that is going to be 6 more. 6 carreras más. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna zona. Shakalakya.
Well, once again, Rico, they've gotten ahead in the over. There's your 17 off the over. What a shot. This man can play. I think Portugal have found an absolute diamond. Now, in the last few overs, Rico, we've said they've gotten ahead and they missed out the last 2 balls with the 1-1. If they turn this into the big one, this would be massive for them.
Into the pads. I think that's one that he misses out on. Maybe because he's been, I know it's ball angled into his pads, but everything he's hit has been either straight or outside off. So this one probably just surprises him a little bit. But they do take the single, take the leg by. That's 18, I think, now off the over. Yep. So once again, comes to the big ball, the last ball.
It's crazy. The last few overs, they're always in this position. Can Gomez get this one to the boundary, or can Forshaw close an over out?
Gomez, 41 of 15 himself. Plays it well, tries to get it in that gap. It will just be a single, so you would find that the last 2 overs, 19, and this one also goes for 19. What a match.
Yeah, what a brilliant match. 7 overs complete, 114 for 2. I'm getting a bit of a tingle in this game, Rico. This is going to go right down to the wire. Here's another good game coming up. Ireland 11 taking on France. France, maybe they've found their batting boots now, but boy, the Irish 11, the young kids are looking good.
All-round game from the Irish very well in that last match. Even with Jason van der Merwe not getting going in that one, they still found a way. I still think that same as Lynch, we haven't seen the best from him. Jared Wilson coming good at the right time, but I'm loving the way the youngsters are bowling. And Josh Wilson, well, what about his bowling performance? Was great. But at the other end, you've still got great bowlers there. I mean, you got Numan Amjad coming back into the side. Ramatullah Mangal is there. Of course, Rohila Mangal was the man who took the hat-trick, but he was a bit expensive. But then, of course, you've got the youngster, Sajad Stanikzai, and what a performer he is.
Yeah, absolutely agree. It looks like they're going to go back to Oliver Clapper. Good luck to him. I'm curious if they lose a wicket, if they send in De Freitas to keep a lefty-righty, if Gomez gets out, or if Najam will come up the order, or who comes in next if a wicket falls. It sort of feels, though, Rico, if they don't lose a wicket, these two will probably find a way to do it. Huge over. Clapper went for 19 in the first.
Okay. It could be a single, but I don't think that Gomez minds this at all, because I think this is the matchup that Portugal want. They want to see Martins once again go at the spinner. I think it's a brave move actually to go to Oliver Clapper. I would have maybe tried someone like a Bishard before I'd gone back to spin, but they're going for it now, maybe because they feel that they haven't got the options. They'd rather get Oliver out the way earlier. Well, powerful. That is just awesome. Now, people, let me tell you this, and Corey will back me up here. To hit this ball for 6 the way he's done, off the back foot, this is an extraordinary shot. That, for me, is the shot of the day, comfortably. What a hit.
That's unbelievable batting. It actually really is. That's a bit of Afrikaans strength. That is probably the shot of the tournament.
My word. What a shot. And that means when he gets a chance to swing at it, it's going to go even further. This boy is on something here at the moment. And the way he's batting, I'm going to say it, and everybody's going to shoot me down. He's on for the magical figures here. If he's going to do it, he's just so good at the moment. He's timing everything so fine. He's focused. He's in the zone. And they only need 40. And chances are, you know, with Gomez at the other end also hitting the ball well, he probably won't get the opportunity, but he is batting so well. 99 is the partnership. And make that 100, because that's going to be a wide. So he does get 100 in one format, and that's in the partnership.
Yeah, partnership up. Still feel like one wicket would all of a sudden change the flow. This game has been on a bit of a knife's edge for a while.
Guernsey fighting for their lives here. And that is 6 more. Extraordinary. Well, folks, wherever you're tuning in from around the world, what you're seeing here is a sensational knock from a truly talented player. And are we gifted to see him here at the Cardamom Oval?
Tell you what, pick 2 Western Shield. Jeremy, but with the ball, with the bat, he's probably had the best start at Cardamom any player's ever had. He took a 5 for yesterday. He took 8 wickets yesterday, hit a 50, and now he's on 78 off 20. Can he make this into the huge over they've been looking for?
Yes, he can. And he will do it in cruise control. Oh, marvellous hitting. You got to feel for young Oliver. Great.
Portugal take control. The 2 men at the crease have batted well as a pair. Really nice to watch, but that's the over. I mean, the rate's been at 18 and 19 required for 20 minutes, but that over going for 27. Rico, it is now down to, I believe, 13.5. You'd have to imagine they've done all the hard work. Now it's time to close the door.
Yeah, too right. Now's the time to do it. We do know, and I often say this, and people who know me long enough will know what I'm going to say. Good teams when you're chasing, you want to do it with an over to go. And they have, well, they can do it with an over to go because it's 26. They got 27 off the last. They will go to Luke Pichard here. And this is the over, really, that Guernsey need to go their way.
Well, let's talk a bit about Guernsey here. 1 wicket. You just got to keep your head up. You take 1 wicket, a new player can come out, Rico, and go dot out as well. And then all of a sudden there's 20 needed off the last.
Okay, Pichard is looking just to do that, Corey, as he's bowling to Jerry Martins on 85. And they'll take the single. Good pitched up delivery, just the one.
This ain't over just yet. Good start from Pichard. It's got Martins off strike. Martins is striking near 400, so that was a pretty big moment. Gomez has batted well. He's done exactly what he's used to doing in anchor, but 25 off 11, there's no time to hit a 1 still. He'll be looking to hit this to the boundary.
But even his strike rate, 43 of 17.
Not bad. I mean, it's tidy. Very tidy.
It's very tidy. For a partnership like this, he's been perfect. And Pichard, he knows he's got to get it right straight away to the left-hander, coming round the wicket. That's played well.
Good bowling.
Just another single, so a little bit of ticky-taka. So for the first time in a long time, we've seen the 2 balls have not gone to the boundary. Last time we saw that was back in towards the end of over number 6
this
from
game
Oliver Clapham.
This game can swing massively. If Martin skies one or gets bowled here, new man in, 24 off 9, I'd say Guernsey's back ahead. So this ball can either go for 6 and you say Portugal in control, or if it's a wicket, you go Guernsey, you're pretty much back in control. Very interesting game.
Yeah, thing is, though, for me, I know it's an interesting game in Guernsey, but I think Guernsey really, for me, still needed all points, and they're not going to get that. Portugal, whatever happens here, will get a point. Hesitation from Martins, but it's, again, just a single.
Yeah,
so
I don't
3
think,
balls, 2 singles.
I don't think Guernsey's thinking about that. If Guernsey don't win, they'll finish the comp on 2 points. That's probably demotion. If they win, they're probably safe for next year.
To be in the Premier.
To be in the Premier. I don't think they're worried about tomorrow. I think they're thinking about next year. And what a good start from Pichard. Under the pump, he's gone single, single, single. Big ball coming up.
Plays it out, catching opportunity and taken. Well, this is what you were talking about, Corey. And you know what? No matter what situation of the match, when there's dot balls and when there's singles and there's not boundaries, pressure builds, and the pressure did build here. So Sean Gomez goes for the big shot. A boundary, a 6 would have got him. He's 50, but he will fall on 44 of 19. And just as you were underlining, new batter coming in and will be on strike.
Super curious who they send because they've got 5 options. They're sending Amandeep Singh. That's interesting. Will it pay off? Gomez goes 44 off 19. He's just a bit disappointed not to finish that off. But hey, Rico, this over from Bichard, brilliant over.
Yeah, Bichard, that's why I was a bit surprised they went with Oliver Clapham, but I think it's because they knew that they had to bowl him at some point, and they'd rather get him out of the way sooner than later. And Bichard, at the moment, is doing a huge job for his captain.
Are you surprised Amandeep Singh over De Freitas, Stoneman, Namjad?
Not really. I think Amandeep had a good knock. He was the only batter who scored runs the first time that we saw them yesterday.
Here we go.
Could be gone here. Well, shake of the head. I'll be interested to see this because it definitely hits him on the foot, I think. But where's this ball going? Let's have a look at this. Is it missing? Yeah, it's missing clearly. Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd go to Amandeep personally, but I would have stuck with the lefty. But look, what an over from Bichard.
Yeah. Now this one got boundary or bust, maybe? Boundary or bust?
Let's not forget, the previous over went for 27 and we were singing Portugal's praises. What an over from Bichard. It's gone for 4 singles and a wicket. This is a flip of a coin now. He's pulled it right back.
Yeah, well, Bichard, he's enjoying himself there. I think he just shared a bit of a joke there with one of his teammates. Right, big delivery. Martin's on 87, wants a big shot in here. And he's quite happy in the end because of that delivery. He doesn't want to give his wicket away. He's patient. He believes he can do it in the last. Well, if you're going to do it in the last, you need a magical finish. Question is, who do they go to with the ball? Because, well, we got a big finish on everybody. 21 required of 6 balls for Portugal to win. And you just feel that Guernsey, though the 3 points here may not help them this time round, it may be enough to mean that they don't finish the worst 2 in the Premier League and end up staying in the Premier League for the 2025 competition. You feel that if they don't get a win here and they just finish with the point from this match, that they could be one of the teams that will have to show up in the Challenger Division next year.
What an over from Bichard, 5. To bowl the over for 5, it's ridiculous. Now, we've got spin. Butler, going to be bowling to Martins. You feel like the first few deliveries could determine this game. Here we go. Golden ball also getting closer and closer. Big ball, Rico.
Firmly hit in the gap. Players coming across. Can't stop it. 4 runs. And, well, synchronised diving from the fielders, but it's in the gap. Martin moves to 92. Not only is he thinking of winning the match here for Portugal, but he's keeping an eye on a century here as well. He's 8 runs away.
17 off 5, 92 off 26. Can they dismiss him or will he just keep bombing it? Huge contest.
It's a good delivery. Now, I don't think you run. I don't think you run. That's a good call there. He waits to see if it gets past the fielder or not. If he got past, could have been a boundary, would have been 2. But when it doesn't, they decide not to go.
Guernsey have pinched this back brilliantly. They really have. The last 8 balls of the game, there's been 1 boundary. This is when Portugal got ahead. They've just fallen back behind.
Yeah, I mean, after that over number 8, which went for 27, we said it all. We almost say it all happens on the 9th. It didn't. Only 5 came off the 9th.
If they go on to win, Bichard gets man of the match for that over for me. What an over. Oh, he doesn't get it. That was the half volley. There's no 2. Oh, that's a big miss. That was the half V and he missed it.
He knows it as well. He knows it as well.
Oh, wow. What a turnaround from Guernsey, Rico.
He may not get another chance here because Amandeep Singh, he's got to crunch these out balls to the boundary. 16 required of 3. 15 takes us to a golden ball. And gone. That's out. I think that's out. His 2 legs are out and he lifts the bat up. There's going to be a wicket and it's Guernsey are going to pick up 3 points here. Portugal, they got themselves from needing about 20 and over. They took it down to about 12. And just like that, when we thought, and I said at the time, theirs to lose. Let's see there.
Oh,
well, does he make it? Let's keep this going.
Well, it's actually closer than you think. It looked out live. The foot's in there. Now it's out. That's probably just out. Tough call.
Oh, well, is there any part of that, when the bails come off, is there any part of that foot behind the line just there? I mean, looking at that, you'd probably say there is. I mean, looking at that, it looks like there might be a little
bit of daylight which shows the line there?
Thing about it is, I don't think it makes any difference because it's a dot ball. It's not a decision that is going to help Portugal go on to win the match. I think it probably makes no difference. I wonder what they've gone with here. Is that
not out in there?
Amandeep coming back?
Yeah, they've said there's enough doubt to not give that out.
Yeah,
so.
it looked big time out when we saw it live, but he gets a chance to come back. But you know what? Look, they needed 16 in 2. So unless this is a no ball that gets pumped to the boundary, Guernsey are going to pick up 3 points here. Portugal will only take the 1. And this one will be out. Good catch. Very, very good catch from Oliver Clapham. Well, Oliver, it was him who was being clapped all over the place when he came and he bowled that 8th over, but he holds his nerve, holds the catch. And Amandeep Singh, well, not too many people get a second chance in life. He did, but it didn't, and he didn't make any use of it. He gives another wicket to Josh Butler. What a match. And you know what? It's interesting what you say there, Corey. You know, with you got Jeremy Martins there, 93 not out at the other end, and talking about that over from Bishard, just 5 from it. Play of the match performance. What do you think? What do you think in the chat? There's Peacock Derek. Yes, it's going to be the old.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? They were 141 after 8, so they've scored 10 runs in 11 balls to lose. Crazy after doing all the hard work. It's a very odd sort of ending. Amandeep goes for a duck off 3. Well bowled. What a comeback from Guernsey, Rico. 141 after 8 overs, and in the final 12 deliveries, they concede only 10 runs. Amazing death bowling. Martin's top effort, 93 not out. You remember the first innings where they hit 4 boundaries off the last 4 balls, Guernsey? You just feel like Portugal have let this one slip.
Yeah, I mean, let's just focus on something here. So, I mean, it's a great win for Guernsey. Well done. I mean, I don't think we're going to see him here tomorrow. I don't think they've got enough points, especially with Portugal getting a point there. But they might have enough to be here next year playing in the Premier Division. But if you have a look at when Guernsey were batting, the last over, that one, Francis Stomer, went for 24. So it went from 142 to 166. How important an over that was. And the last 2 overs went for 34. Here, when Portugal were in the driving seat, I said it's theirs to lose. And they do lose it because the last 2 overs go for 10.
Yeah, crazy. 2 overs for 10 wraps it up. A 5 and a 5 from Bishard and Butler. And Guernsey get their first win, so well done to them. Let's take a look at the highlights. It's an interesting sort of run chase. They did a lot of hard work. It started with a 4 and a 6, and that first over only ended up going for 10. This was the first dismissal, well caught at deep mid-wicket, but that brought Gomez on strike, who got going early. Machado wasn't his day, he got a duck in this one, but Rico, just feel like Portugal have just let one fall out of their hands.
They will not be a happy team, and something like Jeremy Martins, he'll be wondering how he's 93 not out and you don't win the match. And a lot of other people will be as well. So they really will. They did a lot of things right there, Portugal. I think in the field, I mean, could you turn around and say that really their performance in the field also? I mean, it shouldn't have been maybe that many runs. You could go back and be highly critical and say maybe the performance in the field, some of those field placements were not good. And that gave a few extra runs away to Guernsey, more than a few. But still, even with all of that, when you have the match in the bag, I mean, look at those two there, 100 partnership plus those two put on together. They were in cruise control. And then we saw the pressure of a couple of dot balls to see Gomez get out on 44. And then after that, well, a couple of things. One, that Jeremy Martins just couldn't get on strike, and when he was on strike, he couldn't get the boundary away. And then some exceptional bowling, especially we saw there from Bishard, who was sensational. 1 for 5 in that over number 9, and then Butler bowled a tremendous over in the last. That was a good catch there from Clapham. He also takes 1 for 5. And Portugal, they fall 15 short.
Yeah, crazy ending. It really is. Well done to Guernsey for keeping their nerve through a testing time. Martin's seriously good player. Great to have him on the ECN network. 93 off 28. Gomez 44 off 19. But you look at the rest. 10 off 6, 1 off 3, 0 off 3. So that's 11 runs off the 12 balls there. It hurts you.
It hurts you. And I'm also now just starting to think, I mean, we'll know properly when we see the tables ourselves, but do Portugal now take themselves out of the frame to get the second chance?
Well, they're playing Scotland. I think we have to check the table, but they'll have to put in a good performance and maybe need all 4 points instead of 3. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. For me, Bouchard's second over, it doesn't say it there, but it only went for 5. It changed this game back around to Guernsey's favour, and that was the moment that it was all a little bit different. And in the end, they run out 15-run victors.
Yeah, and what a match. What an exciting match. It was a bit like a roller coaster there towards the end. It looks like Portugal were playing second fiddle. Then all of a sudden, thanks to a very big over, well, don't forget, they went through a period of overs where it went 22, 20, 19, 19, and 27, which put them in front. And then we thought, it's theirs to lose. You know what? They lost it. It's weird things happen for fair play to Guernsey. They pick up the win there. Their only win in this Premier Division Group A. Next match coming up, Ireland versus France. This is going to be an absolute classic. I really do. And I know that Ireland have been superb so far. And a lot of people feeling, well, okay, are we going to see a turn? Are we going to see a twist from them? France are getting better all the time. We saw some good bowling performances from them. We know they are good with the ball, but some of their batters stood up. There's slight tweaks in the batting order, a couple of changes that seemed to work for them here today. I liked what we saw, particularly there from Mustafa Omer, 87 of 33. Mukhtar Ghlami, who was overlooked yesterday, scores a fine half century as well. I think we're going to see another good match, and we haven't got long to wait either. So that one coming up in just around over 15 minutes time. It's going to be a great match. It's time for us to say goodbye also to Corey. Corey is going to enjoy the rest of a Peacock Friday, probably mingling there with the fans as well. Maybe he might take an early trip back to the Sunset Beach Club to maybe get some of those pili prawns inside him. I know he'll be talking to us about those tomorrow, but thank you very much to Corey. Enjoy the rest of your Peacock Friday. I'll be here for the next match, and Vinny Sandhu and myself will talk you through the next 2 matches. So do join us back in around about 15 minutes time when Ireland take on France.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Well, still 2 matches to go to round out Group A. Well, you know what they say, blue and green should never be seen without something in between. We've got the toss now. We've got Ireland 11 versus France. Ian Ramage has the giant coin and the 2 captains.
Ireland, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. France, the away team, you'll call.
Parry match.
It's been called parry match. It's come down parry match, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss on by France, who will bat first.
French captain Ousmane Khan has won the toss and elected to bat. Well, that's how they won their game this morning, but for 6 overs, they were kind of asleep at the wheel, weren't they? They were only 59 after 6, France, but then an amazing turnaround as we saw Mustafa Omer and Mukhtar Ali Gulami basically just completely turned the tables. They scored 103 off the last 4 overs, and from there they actually propelled themselves to all 4 points against Guernsey. So France, they would love to make it an even better day by getting over the Ireland 11 here and make it 2-2 for their group stage. For Ireland 11, well, it's a slight deviation from what we've seen from them, because typically we've seen them wanting to bat first, so this time they will be on the chase. And look, Ireland 11, they had a pretty entertaining game. It had a lot of wild momentum swings as well. That was against the Scots earlier today. One thing I'm really looking forward to, probably the second half of this game, we'll see one of the most potent bowling attacks against one of the most potent top orders in the competition. So that should be very, very good. Before that, well, the French are going to have to deal with the Irish pace attack, and they've been on fire so far in this series. So which France will turn up? Well, about to find out. It's going to be Rico Fool to take you to the first ball. Match 9 of Group A. Toss has been done and won by Ousmane Khan of France. He's going to have a bat first. Let's get up to the commentary box now and get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. And, well, I'll tell you what, on this day, of course, it is World Smile Day. That shirt certainly gives us plenty to smile about. Well, the old Derek shirt there on this Peacock Friday. And, of course, Guernsey, they have got something to smile about as well, as they finally do get a win under their belt. How important that win could be, certainly when you think about the 2025 edition of the Euros of Cricket. They may have done just enough to make sure they come back to the Premier Division and don't get relegated into the Challenger. Of course, we know more about that as all the group stages come to an end. But this is going to be a good match. Are the smiles on the Irish going to continue, as they do at the moment have a 100% record with 3 wins out of 3 for France? Well, they've been smiling a little bit as well, especially this morning when they got a very good win against Guernsey, which meant they picked up all the points. And if things go well for them, well, they could steal the opportunity of a second chance tomorrow to get in the final away from Portugal, who will also play a crunch match later against Scotland. Ireland, no surprises, 83% to 17 in front. But we know that France are a team that can cause surprises. So are they going to do that? Here they are. They're going to bat first. And yeah, I watched some of that game from this morning, the way that France finished, scoring 100 runs in 4 overs. That was quite incredible. So I think that win has probably given their batting a little bit of belief. But it's worthwhile pointing out that Ireland with the ball have been pretty sensational. And I don't think we've seen the best of their batting yet either. So there's plenty still to see in this match. Welcome to everyone that's watching around the world. All I want to start this to Monica Ramos, hello to Paul and John Teasham, and also to Martin B. I think it's going to be a good match. We're ready to go. Here's the first, the battle of the bat versus ball. Kennedy, and he'll fire this one. Oh, it's going to be a minimal. Wakey. Well, this is I like some of the Spanish after a siesta. There's well, the same as Lynch. completely misses this one. I mean, it's not the best of deliveries, but it's not one I thought was going to go for a minimo. So how about that? You got 5 from nothing. That's how that lines up. So 5 runs to start off with. Les Kennedy gets that one all wrong. And he comes again, bowling to Nasane, who doesn't quite get this one the way he likes. Now, I'm liking what Ireland do here. Look, basically, they've got good fast seamers who bowl a good heavy ball. And they then put the 2 men straight to 2, so the mid-off and mid-on in catching positions, so they're up. And basically, batters are thinking, yeah, I'll hit down the ground. But they're not getting that full length. So it's slightly short of a length. They're not getting the drive in, and they're in trouble. Now, I think Kenasane might have just broken his bat here, by the way, because it looks like that's why we're having a little bit of this delay. And that's good thinking also here from the non-striker, Omer, who thinks, well, while we sort that out, we can maybe run out another bat out there for Kenasane. So he just didn't. He played that shot, felt something go. He mentioned it there to the umpire. And but Emal says, yeah, it's a goner. You need to change it. You need to change it. Emal is out there with Suleiman Saeed. Kenasane just testing a few before he makes up his mind. Looks like he's chosen one. And France will be hoping that it goes well for him. And Kennedy will continue his quest to try and get through the defences of Kenasane here. Mustafa, his opening partner, certainly did that very well earlier. Good shot, straight down the ground, and that's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. It's a straight bat pull from Kenasane. Well, how did that feel for you, Kenasane? New bat, is that better? You happy with that? I think he is, you know, reaching for it. It's not a bad delivery, actually, in terms of the areas, but it's a top shot from Kenasane. I don't think they'd be tempted to change the field just yet. I think that's one he gets away. I feel that the captain, Jared Wilson, will probably be saying, don't worry about it. It's one that quite easily could be miscued or skied up. Kennedy, I think this time he bends his back just a little bit more and get the feeling that the first 2. It's just finding and feeling his form again, but certainly pushes that one through. And got ball, so we've seen a wide to start off with, not just a wide, but 5 wides. And dot 4 and a dot 9 without loss. Long shadows across some parts of the ground now, with the sun started to come down to our right. Tries to play this away, gets it on the pack. We'll take the leg pie. So 10 off the over. They don't want to start slowly though, France. I think what they demonstrated to us is that they do have good, powerful hitters at the ball. Mustafa Omer, who's taking strike here now, 87 to 33. You've got Gulami, who was sensational in the last match as well, 52. And then you also have other big hitters. It's nice to see that they've gone again with Ramatullah Mangal. So the 2 Mangals taking it in turns. So even though Rahul Mangal did take that hat-trick, he did go for plenty of runs. So this one is just going to drop short of the fielder. It does bounce before he goes into his hand. So once again, a very tricky part of the ground. That's Cameron Melly, who's found some good form with the bat himself. Back-to-back half-centuries. But this one's right in the sun. See him coming in here and takes it on the bounce, gets away from him. And they will take, in the end, just a single. Difficult part of the ground. You've got about this innings particularly, and that sun is right in your eyes, and it's bright as well. Well bowled. So good finish to the over. 11 come from it. That includes the leg bye. And Kennedy took him a couple of balls to get his rhythm going, but he does finish well. 11 without loss, and of course the only disappointing thing for him was the 5 wides, because Ireland are the sort of team that they could go through the whole innings and hardly give you any extras away. It's always nice to be touching on the women's Euros as well. Of course, they will have their time. here at the Cardamom Oval, and that's at the end of the year, starting on the 9th to the 20th of December, and when we do it all again. So we have some more Cartamania coming your way at the end of the year, and I always like to think of that as being what a nice way to build up to Christmas, and finishing that on the 20th, and of course then it will be Crimbo, and before you know it, we'll be doing it all over again. And yeah, just like myself and Corey said earlier, we're not just around just for these big events, you know, people. You'll see us all around the year. You can find us, of course, there on the YouTube channel. So do join us, and you can be on tour with us as we travel around Europe, and we'll give you a flavour of the countries that we travel to as well. And of course, a lot of these players that you're seeing at the Euros of Cricket, you'll see them featuring as well. Josh Wilson, the man who took 5 wickets earlier, is going to come on, and it just doesn't feel right about his run up this time. Yeah, Wilson, 5 wickets, 5 for 24, and well, at one point we all thought he was going to get 5 in 5. We really did. It was quite an exceptional first over. So Wilson looking to continue in good form. Maybe he can do the sort of thing that Jeremy Martins did yesterday. Gets played out in the off. Well, it looks like Omer wanted the run, but not Kanasi. It's quite interesting when you look at... I wonder if he's just losing his run up because he's marking it up again here. But Wilson, just as he gets closer to the stumps, he does that little shuffle. So he's running in pretty smoothly, big strides, then little strides for a bit before he gets going again. And interesting to see if that's just the normal, sort of his normal run-up, or he is just losing it. Let's see how he goes here. Some big strides here. And yeah, just that little bit of a shuffle as he gets to the stumps. And this one has been met well. It's another flat batted hit, this time from Mustafa Omer. That will go for 4. He gets his first boundary. Yeah, so just as he gets into these delivery strides, you see the big strides become shorter, quicker strides, and then he fires everything into his action. That one just a little bit short, and well met by Mustafa. That's a little bit wide outside the off, and it's been slashed at hard. And 4 more from Mustafa. Now wide outside the off. He swung the bat hard at this. Wilson doesn't get this ball to pitch, and yeah, nicely hit away. You see there the fielder on the boundary, how hard he's trying to keep the sun out of his eyes. Tough spot to be in at the moment. That's where you think the old baggy hat would play his part pretty well. Wilson, 8 of 3. And this is the one that goes right sort of over the stumps. But once again, not a good take here from Sabers Lynch. So he's just not getting that ball feeling good going into his gloves. Let's look at this again. So better delivery. It's a bit of an ugly hoik, but yeah, I think he's undecided. Looks like he wanted to go for it with one hand, then decided, well, actually, no, go with 2. And in the end, it gets through both, and they'll take a bye. It's a good result for France. Another something from nothing, really. Another extra as well, given away by Ireland. This one, though, is an effort ball. This time it's well taken by Lynch, straight in the gloves. Ireland, of course, we saw them do battle in match number 2, so it's also a difficult one. I think when you got the matches a bit like this, you sort of here for the start of the day almost, and then you play, then you've got a big break, and you come back again. It sometimes takes you a bit of time to get the momentum going, and by the time you get the momentum going at 10 overs, it's like, gone. You've got to start fresh and hard. Well, that's well done. The end of the over, and again at 10s at the moment. That's not a bad one at all. Just the 9 come of that over, and it's 20 without loss after 2. Good opportunity to have a quick look at the standings. So Ireland, there they are, 3 and 3. They've got 10 points. They certainly will get the double chance, but they'll obviously want to finish at the top of the standings and do what they did last year, undefeated in the group stages. But just have a look at that. So either one of Scotland, France, or even Portugal, I suppose, could still get that double chance, but it means playing some very good cricket. Mr. Maximo, first time that I'll be talking a match with him. Maximo, welcome.
Yeah.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, great to see you, and hello a todos. Nice to see you here with us. This is actually making my brain break looking at that table after that last result. I don't think anyone was seeing it. Is Tom Ford, who's coming on. He's been pretty good so far. I was actually chatting to Tom Ford's dad when Grizzly rudely interrupted our conversation. I don't know if you picked it up on the cameras in that last game. They really broke that partnership long before they finally were able to break through Guernsey.
Yeah, it was, well, Corey said, Rico, don't talk about it, but I have to talk.
I know,
He's a good
I know
guy.
what he's like.
You know what Corey's like? He's going to want one now. He's going to be hovering to try and take a catch. But he'll do well to beat you one-handed.
Catchable if you're maybe standing on top of the tent. What a shot by Canizane. Maximo lifted up and out of the ground.
Thomas Ford comes into the attack, but, well, when you put a Ford up against a Ferrari, you know what's going to happen. And Canizane might be the Ferrari. Yes, he powers this one over for a big six. Well, that's right on the top of our HCL software marquee in that long off part of the ground. Good hit for Canizane.
Comeback ball. That's actually length that Ireland have been trying to hit a lot of the time, kind of middle length, and saying, okay, we're not going to let you just constantly go on that front foot and drive with impunity.
Yeah, and that's where I think you just got to wait a little bit later to play those shots and get the elevation on it. It's something that we saw Jeremy Martins do very well. How about that match? I know you were watching from the fan zone, and close one. I think Portugal will be very disappointed they don't get the win. Taking it on, good pick up and throw, and he could be gone here. It's a direct hit. They're liking it, they're pumped, and the Irish, they're up and about here on World Smile Day. Big smiles all around the Irish, because this is a great pick up and throw, and it's all about the power of the throw and the pace of it. Launches into it, and
so you know, he's just out. I was about to say Canizane is a lot quicker than you think he'd be, but he's just gone by, really, what is it, 5-6 centimetres by width of the line, and maybe 2 centimetres more.
Brilliant.
But what a great piece of fielding by Scott Macbeth. Well, if it's World Smiles Day, I know there's 22 Irish eyes that are smiling out there, Rico. What a sensational pick up and direct hit.
This is top draw. I wonder if we can see this again. This is sensational. It wasn't the cleanest of pickups, but this is the Parry match action of the day. What a pick up and throw. Class, world class. And that is going to be the end of Canizane and Scott Macbeth with a bit of outstanding cricket.
Probably worth taking on, because it had to be a perfect bit of fielding. And Ningiswaran, he'll be disappointed that he goes. I mean, maybe a dive might have saved him. You look at how much he's out by, but really just got to take your hat off and say, good fielding. Maybe with him 10 off 10 and not really clicking, maybe it's a chance to get the beast out there, Mukhtar Ali Gulami.
Yeah, I mean, Gulami comes out, Canizane. You just get the feeling after playing a shot similar, the ball earlier and getting nothing from it, this time he thought, you know what, I've got to go for it. I'm running to the danger end. But great bit of fielding there from Macbeth. So it will be Mukhtar Gulami comes out. Did score a half century earlier. So these two are the informed batters for France. Well, gets done here. This one does a lot. I mean, it lifts, it moves away after the batter, and it's a good take from Lynch as well.
It's like a short outswing. It's probably only shoulder height. Not sure if it's over the shoulder or not, but yeah, it was still moving away. Look at it go. Most of it actually might have been after the stumps. So the moniker has come in. The Ireland team, they're the baby greens. You've got to get around them. It's already caught on. I've already seen it on the Cricket Ireland website as well. The baby greens getting a big win over the Scots earlier today. Short, and he's ready for it, is Omar. Puts that up and out. Maximo, good shot. Look, earlier it was quite an amazing innings from France. They were 59 off 6 overs. Their next 4 overs went for 103.
Couldn't believe it.
Right? Can't afford to have such a... I suppose they can afford to have such a slow start earlier on, but against Ireland, I think you need every run you can get. End of the power play, 33 for 1.
Well, I suppose Mukhtar there just showing everybody, well, I do eat my greens, whether it be baby greens or not. That's a nice shot, powerfully played away. He moves to 16. 33 for 1 after 3. But yeah, France again against this Ireland side. You feel that even with the good bowling attack that they have, Vinny, what are you thinking? 140 as a minimum?
Yeah, I mean, I put it this way, there's not too much the Irish can't chase down. I mentioned it in the intro, but the battle between France's bowling and Irish batting, I just think that is going to be a sensational battle to watch. And we haven't seen these two teams play against each other. Here's Murray. He's been a good addition to the squad, Dan Murray. Over number 4, field goes back, starts with a wide, well left by Mukhtar Ali Gulami. So yeah, they tried, obviously, yesterday, a slightly different combination. We saw Mahmoud Sadiq at the top of the order for France.
Yeah.
It's a lot to ask. I mean, I can see the potential in him, and he's obviously already a very good player, but to come out here in the ECC and play your first ECN match, I think when pretty much everyone else has played plenty more, especially in the France squad, it's very tough. This is skewed up over the top, should be pulled back, and it is. Run well, they'll get 2.
Yeah, very, very good fielding from those 3 there. It's all about communication. The throw wasn't the best. It sort of was right in the middle of the pitch and well backed up there by Josh Wilson. It doesn't allow the batters to come back for a second.
Yeah, there's so many things that could happen. I actually still think there's some way that mathematically Ireland could drop out of the top 2 if they were to not get a point out of this game, and then maybe another result goes against them in the last game. Up over the top and over the field, and that'll run away for 4. Gulami with his first boundary.
Yeah, Gulami, he plays that well. He plays that with a lot of time. He's not rushed into it. He's prepared to wait and plays that almost there from the back. So you can see he's getting onto the front foot, but then he sort of decides, no, I'm better off rocking back and using my balance to get this over the offside. Good shot, good choice, good change of mind there from Gulami.
So I'll explain what I mean. If France were to pick up all 4 points here and then Scotland beat Portugal, normally you'd have 3 teams on 10 points.
Aye.
Right now, this is a 10 out of 10 hit from Gulami. He's getting splinters on the bench yesterday, but he's been called into action and just in time maybe for Les Bleus. It's 6 more.
It's a good shot. This is muscled over the boundary, Gulami. This time, look, he does get all of the leverage going into the ball. Good balance, good weight distribution, and he fires it out of the ground for 6.
Yeah, good pick-up shot, Murray going the journey. It's actually a really good testament to the temperament of some of these young bowlers that we're seeing, that, okay, they're going, but they just accept it. They understand it's part of the game in this format, and they get on and just get on with it.
Yeah, look, you know, when you're a young side, and we know that they're on and are, and I doubt very much that a lot of these bowlers have had this sort of punishment fairly regularly. So it's very easy as a bowler for your heads to go down, look, especially when things like this happen. So that's a genuine Baximo. So once again, Daniel Murray bangs the ball in. He's trying to win the fight against the batter. He sort of wins the battle, but still gets hit for 6 here. It's a false shot. He surprises the batter, but it's going to be 6 there for Gulami. So it's very tough on a bowler. And I think when you're a young bowler, you need to take a lot of guts, you know, and you've got to be pretty courageous to come back when you know that the batters are looking to cream you to the boundary. So it's a difficult game for them, and you really got to keep a cool head as a young man.
50's up, there's slow ball, comes out to the full toss, but they've got deep cover back. Yeah, couldn't agree more. I just think, you know, we're into our 4th ECC now, 4th Euros of cricket, the international level, and I know we started with 15 countries, and we saw Ireland added, and France even added, I think, for 2022, and then obviously went to 31 countries last year, 32 this year, but we're starting to see teams play each other that haven't played each other before, and there's some licking kind of matchups. Right now, this is a pretty sumptuous shot from Omar, who spots the slow ball that time and pumps it into the sight screen. Magical over for France, 26 coming off that one, and it's 59 for 1.
Yeah, well watched, and you can see once again just the body language there from Daniel Murray. As soon as he bowls out, he sees the batter's picked it, and he knows he's going for a big 6 behind him. He's tried a few different things there. I like that from, you know, you wouldn't think it. I mean, he tried a lot of things in that over. The pitched up delivery, the slower ball, the short ball. He's just been a little bit unlucky. Look, with the short one, it was a top edge, it went for 6. But he just got to, again, all these youngsters, they've got to keep their heads up. And this is a massive, massive a learning process for them as well.
One of the things we took out of the last game, asked Corey Ruckers for his thoughts on that Ireland versus Scotland clash. He said, well, one of the things we took out of it, we actually saw the Irish attack getting some punishment for the first time, and just to see how they come back from that. Now, we're going to see change of bowling now, and Scott Macbeth is going to bowl. So I just noticed that after that earlier game, Alex Armstrong isn't in this lineup. He did go for a big over, so decided he'll have the game off. So Macbeth comes to the fore as a kind of.
Yeah, I think also some rotation. I mean, another thing that I noticed is they'll take a single here.
Yeah.
Good start from Macbeth. Yeah, no Matthew Weldon in the side. Now Weldon is probably the pick of their bowlers. He was sensational. So they're just giving, you know, they probably looked at the way the standings are looking. Maybe they thought this is a good opportunity, perhaps, just to rest somebody like Weldon. So
yeah, probably makes sense. He's got a big responsibility tomorrow. He wants to be fresh. This is also going to be pretty sweet for France. Just checking this one. I think it's gone over the top. It has.
Yeah.
So maximal 6 for Mustafa Omar. And you might remember Omar played for Byron in the ECL, the Greek club. Is there a bit of a crossover there?
Nice fist bump there after another boundary gets played away. It's a good little partnership affair. I actually do think that Kenasane, he's dismissal. It's funny how these things go. Him going and Gulami coming in, it's actually worked out well for France.
Should be the infield. Have to hustle. They'll get a single. What are they on for here? 139. They might need to keep the rate they've got. They're on 149 pace, but what that's saying is the computer doesn't trust that France can keep this up. And what you want to do is you want to get your guys like Cameron Abadzai's a good case. You know, you don't mind him coming out with, say, a couple of overs to go. He's got a very good record of just hitting 6s from the get-go.
Good dot ball to get in there from Macbeth, who's already played a big part in this match with that excellent run out.
This is pretty well bowled up the block hole. I think it's not quite there. I was going to say, just going back to that Guernsey versus Portugal finish, what a great last over from Josh Butler.
Yeah.
And having to come on and face a guy in the 90s, basically almost the 90s.
I think the last 2 overs actually, and I think that's why we saw there that Bichard got the player of the match, catching and gone, and it's the slower delivery from Macbeth. It's been hit pretty well by Omar, but straight to the fielder. Jared Wilson looks like he's taken the catch, and that's a big breakthrough coming exactly at the halfway point, 68 for 2. We'll have a look at this again and invite you into the commentary box.
Yeah, we will. Wilson doesn't drop too many, does he? And he's waving to just get on with the game, and he's probably signalling to the next bowler, because that is the end of the 5th over. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Got Rico Full with me.
One thing to say to you.
Go on. Been a few of those. We got it.
I'm loving that
shirt. Duck shirt here today. I admit I've had a few comments, which is very nice, mostly positive. But yeah, we actually had a few ducks today as well. We've had some crazy collapses. I mean, we saw Scotland lose 5 wickets in 7 balls, including 4 and 4 balls. We've seen a hat trick. We've seen a third ever hat trick, a third ever 5-wicket haul, I should say, in an ECC, and it's a bit of history.
We've had 2 5-wicket hauls.
Yeah, we've had 2, but we had 1 by Mike O'Reilly all the way back in 2022. So it's amazing. We've had 3 ever, but 2 of them have come in 2 days.
Yeah, in this Group A. So quite amazing. So wicket falling at a bad time there for France, so they've got to get on with this. I still think that the 140 is a must for them. I think they have to get to that 140. I think Ireland, though, they have made some changes in that bowling lineup, certainly with someone like Matthew Weldon and nodding the side here. In terms of their batting, I think there's a few batters there that have still got a point to prove, and I think Jason van der Merwe, he's looking to come back strong after his 2-ball duck in the earlier match. So France, they've just got to keep believing and got to keep scoring big runs here. So Gulami is still there.
Nasiri batted well yesterday for France. He's come in at number 4. I was wondering who they'd send in. Didn't get a hit this morning. Wasn't required after that stunning turnaround in the last 4 overs. 6th overtime. Here's Josh Wilson, the man of the moment. He's going to start with a bit of a shocker, to be honest, and that's out of the ground. Maximo for the beast, and they'll check the height because this was borderline.
It's high for me, you know. Looking at it live, it's too high. It's pace on. Yeah, no doubt about it. It's pace on.
That's a no ball.
Yeah.
It's got to be a no ball, and it's been called. What a fantastic bit of camera work there. And also, great shot by Galami. So, cricket's got a funny way of evening you up, doesn't it? And
yeah.
Wilson, again, it was a belated 21st birthday present. He turned 21 a couple of days ago. Had a 4-wicket over and then took 1 wicket in his other over. Just the 3rd 5 in the Euros of cricket. But now he's got to deliver a free hit to Galami. Straight up in the air. He might run 2 here if you're quick. Galami's a good hustler. I think it's going to be, might as well. You can go have a pop of the stumps though. That's excellent hustle, even though it went straight up in the air. You always knew there was 2.
Yeah.
First ball goes for 9, basically.
Yeah, well run. I think you just got to say, right, okay, it's a free hit. We don't just want a single from it. It's still it's a good get out of jail for the bowler, for Josh Wilson. The batters do get 2, so Gulami will go back on strike. He's going pretty well. Good strike rate, 29 of 10. And Jamshid Nasiri has joined him out there.
Oh, well, Wilson searching for this breakthrough. France walking stick 77. Got a heavy length. Hit that straight into his foot. That was a painful one, I think, for Mukhtar.
Yeah.
Hey, can I just tell you quickly, I had my game off. I was in the fan zone. The Irish are having a great time. And there were fans there, actually. There were Scottish fans. There were Guernsey fans. There was definitely some Portugal fans in there. And I know also that the French have got a little bit of support. But can I just say, the Irish fans, they lured me in. You might have noticed I had a Victoria Cerveza, sin alcohol.
Yeah, I noticed. I did notice.
It was parked in my left hand. I even had a second. That's how much they got onto me. Good bouncer.
I think it might be. They're going to look at this. This could possibly too high. I think it might be over their head.
I always think it's so close to knocking your head off. It probably isn't. Maybe.
Yeah, I think Sidon will show you this is climbing a lot.
Yeah, it probably is, yeah. He's slightly bent there, but probably a good call. Good umpiring.
Yeah, it's a good call. I mean, it's borderline, but I think even with the batter, and you've got to try and judge those with the batter standing upright in his crease, in his normal batting stance, and I think that would have cleared him. So good call there from the square umpire Hemal.
Just wide, though. Also means you can't bowl another ball over the shoulder, so has to be a bit careful here, Wilson. It's a good comeback ball. It's a good option as well. You can see the weight of Galami falling to the leg side. Wasn't able to access that one. Had a question from Secrets of Merv.
Ooh.
Have there been any hat tricks in the ECC this year? Well, I can tell you, not only have we had 1, we've had 3, and we've basically had 2 in this group, including 1 today by Rahula Mangal.
Yeah, just that one in the Challenger from Ali Turkman, that was special, but then, well, Hoggy did it yesterday, 4 for 26, and Rahula Mangal. 3 for 47 though. It's an expensive one. Probably the most expensive. Well, is it the most expensive? I'm trying to think of.
It is.
Yeah, is it?
And by the way, that's not even up to date. I'll bring you the new one in a moment. But Galami is going to put this out of the ground. It's 35 off 13. Bit of everything coming so far off Wilson.
Yeah, nice to see that the coaching staff there keeping a good watchful eye on things and jotting down some notes. And one thing that they will be making a note of is that you don't want to leave this guy sitting on the bench. They did it yesterday and they missed him, but Mukhtar Galami is in fine form at the moment.
Yeah, nicely executed. Hard to believe Galami sitting on the bench yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, you've had so many games at ECIs, for example, in France. That's probably where you try things out. There's a couple of times France have brought players in. And I feel for them as well. I mean, Siddiqui is in the lineup, but obviously he's in to bat, and he's not batting the top 4, and if they lost a wicket, can't imagine he was the one they'd send in next.
Nah.
There we go. Josh Wilson, his hat trick is there. He's 5 for 24. But yeah, the 3 for 47, that is, I think, the most runs. And I did mention that to Royal. I said congratulations on the hat trick and congratulations on another record, the most runs. And let's just say his teammates found that quite amusing.
Let's just say a few bowlers have gone for a lot of runs. I mean, there's been a lot of bowlers that have gone for 50. We saw that in the Challenger. We've seen that in this Group A of the Premier Division.
Nasiri gets a crack for the first time today. And he puts one up in the air. Wilson wants it, slicing towards him, can't get there. Almost creates a run out. It'll be a long single. Nasiri will retain the strike. And the score is 86 for 2.
Yeah, that's Jarrod coming in. I've got to say, though, when I was watching the spell from Josh Wilson earlier, you know what came into my mind when he took that, when he took the fourth and then he obviously took the 5th wicket? And I thought, is this going to be the day? Is this going to be the 7th? Because he had
definitely
he had the balls to do it.
The
he really
Stefan
did.
Gooch red phone rang saying, look, can somebody please call a no ball or something on this guy because my 6 for 2 is in jeopardy. It took 4 and 6.
Yeah.
It took 4 and 6 and then took a 5th and we're like, okay, is today the day? And the thing is also, Scotland 11 had to keep attacking the game. So they couldn't afford to kind of just play party poopers and block him out. They still had to attack him.
Well, good over that one for France. So we get a chance to have a look at that field. I do always like this look, and I really do appreciate that from Spring Media. It gives us and also the viewers a chance to have a look at the field, the way it's being placed. It always gives us a good understanding of what the batters are up against. Right, high in the air, but this one is catchable. Is anybody going to get there?
Oh.
No. That's 2 now that have done that. That's very lucky from both the batters. Now they all stand there looking at each other and saying, well, how is it? Well, the bowler's wondering, how is it that none of my fielders can get hands onto this?
Classic Bermuda triangle. And, Jason van der Merwe's being tried. Okay. Again, yeah, no Armstrong in the lineup. So, see what Jason is bringing. Just kind of rolling out some part-time off-spin. That's okay, just a single.
Yeah, I think it's all about where you're getting the ball to the pitch. I mean, batters, certainly when you've got a keeper who's standing up, are not going to be that keen on coming out to him. So, yeah, nice to see Jason van der Merwe with the ball.
He gets a bit greedy here, tries to sneak one upstairs, but the series waiting on it, sweating on it, swatting on it, and sixing on it. And put them with the rest for France.
They play this shot really well, the French, don't they? I mean, we saw Kanasane play it. We've seen Gulami at the other end, and now here is Nasiri doing the same. They like to play that flat bat hit. And the good thing about them playing it is that, unlike some other batters and other teams, they're able to get the elevation.
Yeah, you've got to judge the length so quickly if you're going to play that kind of flat bat smack, is what I normally call it. Well, there's another chance here, but this is square, but it's still going to go over the fence. Maximo! It's a fraction short here, isn't he, van der Merwe, and he's paying the price.
Yeah, too short. He's too short. He's dragging this down. He needs to go fuller. I like the pace that he's trying to bowl it at, but if he's bowling that at a fuller length, and he's trying to dart the ball in and dart the Yorker in, it will work for him. For bowling it short, batters are just going to step back and whack it for 6 runs.
Hello to Abid Ali saying he thinks that France will win today. What an interesting take. All right, this time over the offside. Really good shot selection. Goes with the line of the ball. Heads up in the fan zone. That's to the trouble table, as I've been calling them. That is going to be 6 more to Nasiri, and the 100 has come up, and there's 6 to go on top.
No hay dos sin tres. Well, quite often we do it the old Caribe style. Shaka, shaka, shaka. 3 on the spin. 6, 6, 6. And, Jason van der Merwe getting a taste of his own medicine here.
He actually is. Anyway, does he pitch up? Not really. Jakes on again. Might have a wicket here, and he will. So there you go. Over goes Magical. But it's Ireland that have the last laugh as Nasiri. Nice cameo from him.
Now, I'm just wondering, it looks a bit gingerly as he gets up. I thought he landed quite heavily on his shoulder there. And just keep an eye on the fielder. They can't at the moment work out who that is out there, but it's a very good catch. But just when he takes it, just ends up sliding down, and yeah, he sort of kind of protects himself. That's a very good catch in that part of the ground when you've got the sun shining right down on him. But a good little cameo there from Nasiri. He'll go for 20 of 6
Yeah,
deliveries.
he'd certainly prefer that. He was wrestling with the sun out there, wasn't he? Just a quick look at the groups. You can see that every group is 3 days this year in the ECC. 5 teams start the journey. 4 teams make it to finals. 2 teams make the final. Only 1 team wins the final in each group and makes it through to the championship week with England 11 and the other group winners. Yeah, Scott Macbeth out there fielded really well, hasn't he? Remember, he pulled off that run out earlier from Canasane. We saw him pick up the wicket of Mustafa Umair, caught by Jared Wilson, and now it's Jason van der Merwe, his first wicket in an Ireland 11 shirt. Actually, don't remember Jason bowling too much at all for CIYMS.
Yeah, it goes magical, but does pick a win. Now, this is going to be interesting for everybody to see because it is Mohammed Sadiq who comes out now. Now, he really struggled opening. He was going at a run of ball 17. So today's another day. He probably knows a bit more about what's required in this format. He's got to go out there and get going.
Jason van der Merwe has never bowled on ECN. He's played 28 matches previously and not bowled a single ball. Now he has. And he's not only gone magical, 20 and over, but he has also picked up his first ECN wicket. So well done to Jason. All right, does this get over the top? Don't think so. Oh, I think that's all probably okay. There's Melly down there. He has to trip the light. Fantastic. Let's have a look at it.
This is fantastic. These are the standards that we'll see from the top teams. I mean, he knows he's going backwards, so puts his foot down. What? Oh, look at that foot. Now,
ball's gone though, right? Ball's gone.
Let go of the ball. Now he's got to hop back in. He's off the ground. That is out. We'll see it again. We just wanted to make sure that that foot doesn't go down with the ball, but I think Vinny's right. He throws it back in the air. That is sensational. Watch it again, everybody. This is world class.
This actually shows it pretty well. He's in the air. He's in the air just before he lets go of it, and he's in the air just before he catches it again. So really good catch. And sometimes you see a bit of the unnecessary in that, but I think he had to do that. You could see it.
Yeah.
So, well, Galami, pretty good knock from him, 37 off 16, but Melly with a little bit of tap dancing shows him the way to the dressing room. A wicket from Macbeth, who's in everything at the moment, 106 for 4.
That's just class, though, isn't it? Real class there from the fielder, Cameron Melly. And the thing is, sometimes you see these catches and the ball's high up in the air. They've got time. Here, because it's hit pretty flat, he's running out of time. He's got to think very quickly on his feet, and he does superbly well, and that is brilliantly done. And that's the sort of action that you're going to see here at the Dream11 European Cricket Championships, the Euros of the cricket. Brilliant catch, and now followed up by a decent delivery from Macbeth. It's a dot ball, so you've got basically 2 new batters in there now, having to keep things going in a very critical part of the innings. Amatai.
Oh, he loves just hitting sixes, so why not? Misses one, hits one. That one's gone a long way up the hill. About 3/4 up. Wait for it to come down. Maximo, he's off the mark.
Oh, what a hit this is. I mean, look how far away he is from this ball. I mean, this ball is so wide. I'm thinking, okay, he's not going to hit that for 6 because he's reaching for it. But he's got so much power, he still thumps it down the ground for 6.
We've seen Cameron Ahmadzai, of course, for Drew a fair bit in the ECL. He lives fast, he bats fast. Tries to bowl fast as well, Cameron Ahmadzai. And this one does sneak past. He's got a little nick on it. It's a good take behind the stumps from Lynch.
That's a very good catch, this. I thought I heard something there. I mean, this ball, this catch, a lot of people at home are sitting and think, that looks pretty straightforward. But Vinny, I know you, as an experienced wicketkeeper, will tell everyone, this is not an easy catch.
There's 2 things you're fighting here. One's the angle and one's the height, because it's actually pretty quick from Macbeth. Lynch has done very well to kind of cushion it. Just have a look at how he takes it coming up. See, he has to kind of always get his body out the way so his fingers can come up, and he says, hey, there's a little nick on that. And guess what? There was. So it's going to be a 3rd wicket now for Macbeth to go with his catch and his run out. It's kind of like it's a 5-fer that's not really a 5-fer, but Ahmadzai does put one up towards the Tesla Centre before he goes. It's 112 for 5.
Well, I think Macbeth is a bit of a show. It can be in the theatres around the world. Well, we've seen the Macbeth show here at the moment at the Cardamom Oval, and is going down pretty well. He takes his 3rd wicket. He was involved in a fantastic run out. He took a great catch, and he ain't done yet. 2 balls to go.
Again, going with that angle. Oh, almost 2 sensational catches in a row this time. Oh, now we might have trouble. Oh, if that's hit, I think he's gone. There's a lot going on here. First it was Murray that launched himself.
I don't know if this is ball or gloves or what. We really have to watch this. But if this ball has hit the stumps, I think this could be a run out.
Yeah, I'm unclear about whether he actually takes the ball here or whether the ball hits direct or what's happened. Let's have a look.
Well, let's have a look here now.
That's...
I think that's gloves. That's gloves more the ball, I reckon.
I
What do you
don't think you can give that out because the ball's definitely not being held and the gloves are hitting the stumps.
Yeah,
So even if the ball's hit the stumps, for me, it's still not out.
I think you're right. I think the stumps are probably broken before the ball makes contact. I think the bails are off beforehand. So I think the benefit of the doubt will go to the batter. I don't think it's clear cut, and I just think that the glove just breaks the stumps.
I can't even tell if the ball hits the stumps or maybe hits the glove that's against the stump. So remember, if the gloves are going to be the ones that break the stumps, it needs to be holding the ball. So you need to break the stumps with the hand holding the ball. Even if, let's say, that the glove was against the stump and the ball bashed into it and hit stumps, that wouldn't be out because you're not holding the ball, right?
Yeah. The other thing is, I mean, what an exceptional effort it was on the catch.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
we glossed over that. But this is ECN cricket. 8 overs down, 115 for 5. So I'm going to try and explain something. So let's say you be the stumps. Give us 3 fingers there.
Yeah, I'll just stand like that.
You be the stumps, right? So if my glove was against it and then the ball came and knocked my glove into the stumps, sorry about that, then that's not out because the glove needs to be holding the ball when the bails are dislodged. So that was a bit of a weird one. I think it was a difficult one, but they got it right.
Yeah, I think the good work from the umpires. I think this is where of course, the camera.
I'll put a helmet on.
Taking me back to my boxing days or what here now?
Happy Peacock Friday. Yeah. And let's get back to the action. Again, let's have a look at some of the groups we've got coming up. Hey, what about Germany, Hungary, Denmark, Austria, Romania? And we're only 2 days away from the start of that.
That's, already. Again, who do you pick? It's going to be so competitive, that group as well. Really is.
Do you reckon when we go to Ireland, I'll also be saying, give me 3 fingers, but it'll be the whiskey that I'll be ordering. Good Yorker, first up forward, coming back in the 9th.
Yeah, 3 fingers, mind you. That's a good measure that you get out here in Spain, you know. And that's
Spanish pause.
That's if you say stop. If you don't say stop, they just keep on filling.
Spanish paws are generous. They're a generous country.
Yeah.
Generous to allow us to have the Euros of cricket here every year. Sadiq gets a hit. We've been waiting for this all night. Probably just hitting down the leg side. This is missing, I think, but it's not missing by much. I think it's probably hitting a 4th stump out of the ground. It gets a long way across. Sadiq just got kind of pinned yesterday. They asked him to open the batting, his first games. But, he's in a tough spot. I mean, you can have all the talent you like, but if you don't get the runs on the board early, it's a brutal game, ECN cricket.
I bet you the guy is, on another level, maybe playing T20s one day, but T10, different ball game. You've got to go straight away, and this is another one that's going to fly past. Probably going to be the one for the over this time. No signal for why the batter on strike Sadiq doesn't like it.
It's got to be a wide, surely.
No, they might.
He's
I wonder if they overturn this. He's been given us one for the over at the moment, but that replay certainly does show it goes over his head, and he's a tall man, so to get it over him, it goes a long way up. But yeah, it's going to be called a wide.
Yeah, it's a good call. I mean, to be fair, the sun's a bit difficult this time of day. You've got partly shade, you've got partly sun, shadows coming across the ground. So Sadiq, I think to 0-2, it'll be another run to the total. He's forward. And well, that's what he can deliver, and that's why he's in the team. And that one's going to go. In fact, it will end up all the way up the hill. It's hit about 80% of the way up, and Sadiq, I know there's a lot of discussion about his spot in the team, but that's probably the best way to answer the critics.
Yeah, okay, well, somebody go out there and put a flag with that one, with that one hit, because I reckon we should do that. I reckon we should have little marks there to see who wins the battle. At the moment, is Manan Bashir who's winning.
I've mentally put that 80% up the hill, and it's bounced up a pretty steep hill. And now we go again, and he'll be gone. What a great catch, Macbeth. He's had a hand in 6 dismissals, all 6 dismissals so far. That time he parks it, and it's going to be a monster 6, but then out next ball for Sadiq. But hey, it's a more productive inning, 6 off 3 than than if he bats longer and goes slower.
Yeah.
So France will be 1, 2, 3 for 6.
Yeah, great catch. I mean, that is a tremendous catch. Leaps up, and Macbeth, he's just on a different level, isn't he? He's on a different wavelength. He just, everything he touches seems to work. And Thomas Ford will pick up a wicket thanks to that great catch.
That was just what, searching for wickets.
I'll be disappointed. I mean, I could tell he mishit that, but by the fact that the last one was hit so far, I thought it still might go for 6. But a good catch by Macbeth. That time he didn't need to break out the dancing shoes. But still, hey, even that one shot might bring a bit of confidence to Mohammad Sadiq. Staniksay, the youngster, gets a hit at 8. And he actually played pretty well yesterday. Well, this gets jumped over, and that's going to be 4. Well, this youngster, Staniksay, I had him down to number 11, but then he came out yesterday, might have even been 11, just whacked 2 big 6s. Now he's just timed that one. Little cover drive, pushed. Not the kind of fielding they were hoping for. I think that's Kennedy, who's into the side, dived over it.
Yeah, they've got a lot of hopes on this young man, you know, in the future, Staniksay. I've seen him, I've met him, he's a lovely lad. I've had a little interview with him. I think he's getting better and better, and they're nurturing him a lot, including his batting.
All right, last ball in the 9th. Oh, good little slow ball. Slight fumble by Lynch. They're just going to eat it. Oh, in fact, it's going to be a wide.
I thought he touched this. I thought this touched something.
This definitely hit something. Yeah, I don't know if they were going to have a look at this.
I thought it caught something. We'll just have a look at this here, and yeah, I think it gets a bit of the bat. If I'm honest, I think it gets the bat.
I think it's the pad, actually.
All right. Well, it gets something. I thought it was a bit of bat on pad.
It sounded like pad to me as well, so we'll have a look one more time. See? Oh, yeah, it might have been bat. Yeah, it probably was bat, actually. So I think it will be a single to finish the over. Just had a bit of everything. It's 128 for 6 after 9.
Okay, can they get to that 140? I was saying that they need to really get to a 140 sort of score minimum.
I remember you interviewing Sajid Staniksay. But I think he's scared of me. You know, because I'm quite loud and I'm quite boisterous over there with the players, and obviously a lot of, maybe not my age, but closer to my age.
Yeah.
Every time I see him, he looks frightened. I give him a pat on the back, say, well bowled, Sajid, keep up the good work. And he just looks at me. It's like, someone tell him I'm just saying well bowled.
I'll have to introduce you to him properly, maybe.
All right. Need an interpreter. All right. Slight fumble, now single. We're into the 10th over.
Good cricket here, and sensible. Look, it's a good pickup, and Daniel Murray knows that if he goes for the stumps and hits them, it's out. But he also knows if he misses, it's another run. So he just holds on to it. Give him a single, doesn't matter.
I don't mind that at the moment. I mean, Ireland will feel they're very capable of chasing 140 or so. Just kind of where this is looking like it might end up. Adam Kennedy bowling the 10th over. Oh, full toss. And Amjad will clip it away. Slight fumble out there, they think it too. It says borderline for height. We've seen a lot of pushing the envelope on the height today.
It is slower, but is it coming down enough?
To me, that's a
Probably
no ball.
not.
We'd normally call that a no ball.
Yeah.
Even if it's fractionally below, to me, it feels high.
I think it's a no ball.
If you're in doubt, it should be a no ball.
I think you've got to call it.
But they are in no doubt.
Are they calling it? They've got to call this. It is slower, but that is going to be above the waist. They're not calling it, are they?
Wait, no, they're not. I think they've kind of recalibrated in the wrong direction today on those, I think. Don't want to encourage them. Anyway, Kennedy, he won't mind at all. Just be a single. Put it this way, when you're trying to make a case, they're the ones that normally get called because they're on the border, and the playing condition says that unless you're completely certain it's below the waist, it should be called a no ball. So probably just something to think about. They have been pretty consistent, we'll say that. But it's not really a particularly fair delivery, that full. I mean, you don't really have padding there. I mean, you have a little bit of padding there. Protection, as we saw one of them get smashed the other night in the Challenger final.
Nouman Amjad talking about smashing. He needs to smash a couple of boundaries here. We know he's capable.
Swing and a miss. First up.
Good delivery.
Amjad versus Kennedy.
I'm liking the variations from Kennedy. We've seen this one. It's quick and fast. Heavy ball, heavy length, outside the off. Dot ball. We've seen a couple of slow balls that he's used in there. Wouldn't surprise me now if he goes for the slow one. I reckon that Amjad is waiting for that slow ball. He's seen it being delivered to him once. He's seen Sajjad at the other end get one. He's waiting for the slow one and wants to pounce on it. Making a change in the field. The man on the 45 has come up. So they put, it looks like a Southern Cross field in place here.
Yeah, kind of. It's pretty straight, long off. Maybe not quite a straight hit. Edged and running away for 4. Well, they didn't have the third back. Genuine edge. Amjad may have got a little bit unlucky with the no ball call, non-call, but he gets that luck straight back and nicks a 4.
Yeah, he does. It's a quicker delivery again, so it doesn't go slower, and Amjad gets a thick slice of luck. Un poquito de suerte for Numan Amjad. Gets a boundary away there. So last ball of the innings, a boundary will mean it a 140 sort of chase, and that's what France are looking to set Ireland here.
Slightly down the bottom of the bat, return, like the idea at 2. They're going to sacrifice, but it's going to backfire. It's all about trying to get Amjad back on strike, but maybe he wasn't sold on it, and that will do it. In fact, pardon me, that's the last ball, so that's why they go for it. So you don't mind it then. France will finish on 136 for 7 then. It's 137 for Ireland to win. I think this is kind of what I called. It's going to be one of the best bowling attacks versus one of the best batting lineups that we'll see at the Euros of cricket, and it's all to play for in the second half of match 9.
Yeah, the young Greens, they've done okay. They'll be very satisfied with their performance there, and we certainly like some of the work that they did, and they managed to get out the dangerous batters at the right time. And Kanasane, he was run out brilliantly, wasn't he? But not before he did play a couple of nice shots. He showed that he is pretty good playing that ball down the ground. We saw very much the same from Mustafa Omar, but needed something sensational to get the breakthrough. And let's just say that this was the Macbeth show. So he got the tickets to the Macbeth show because he certainly did shine.
No, I'll tell you what, he had anything but bad luck, didn't he? He was involved in every single dismissal except for that last ball run out, which was pretty much given up by France. But yeah, the old 3 wickets, 2 catches and a run out. Correct hit run out at that. But France, I mean, they're competitive. This is kind of a score that they would normally back themselves to defend. Ireland 11. One thing that's a bit of a warning to their opponents, even when the Jameis opening combination failed earlier, Jason Van der Merwe and Seamus Lynch, they still found runs through Wilson, a half century, through Melly, half century. How about that from Macbeth? That was probably the highlight for me. And you're right, he knew he was about to land, so it wasn't like a very controlled throwaway. It was just kind of classic hot potato, threw it and was able to get it back just in time. This was a nice take by Lynch. Still think he'll be a bit disappointed, some of his keeping back. Maybe some concentration errors, been a bit sloppy with the footwork and the positioning, but that was a good catch up to the stumps. And really, we saw France attacking the game. We know how they like to bat. Sadiq did hit a monster 6, shows us a sign of what he's able to do. Young Stanekzai, well, I'm still waiting for him for his first words to me, but he normally lets his ball do the talking, and he will be doing that, I'm sure, in the second half of this game. Should be a great contest coming up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this contest. I mean, you're going to have to see how Ireland do adjust to some of the spin attack that France have. I think Sajjad Stanekzai will certainly be put into play, and he's going to be very much key, I think, with the pace being taken off the ball. But I think somebody like Numan Amjad, we haven't seen the best of him, and I think Rahmatullah Mangal, certainly with his pace, may be causing a few problems. We saw one Mangal score take a hat-trick earlier. Maybe we'll see another here. Just a quick look at the scorecard with the batting 29 to Mustafa Omar. Then we saw a 37 from Muqtali Gulami and a good 20, a quick fire 20 there from Nasiri. But France, they just missed somebody going a little bit bigger with the ball. 3 wickets there from Scott Macbeth, and wonderful work from him. 1 for 20 from Jason Van der Merwe off the 1 over. He won't mind that. He gets a wicket off his first ever bowl on in the Euros of cricket. And Thomas Ford, 1 for 26 from him as well. So we're going to take a break for around about 10 minutes. It gives me a chance maybe to get the kettle on and get myself a coffee. Why don't you do the same and join us right back as we look forward to Ireland getting out there. Can France stop them? At the moment, Ireland are 3-0, looking to make it 4-0 and cement their position at the top of Group A, going into the Group Finals day tomorrow. Join myself, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo when we return in 10 minutes' time.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back, cricket lovers, and loving that shot off the Cardamom Oval, looking absolutely brilliant. It's a little mini oasis tucked inside the countryside here of Andalusia, Malaga, and looking better every time we come here. You can see the Tesla end, there's the Tesla building there, and of course down the bottom is the lake end. We've got the lake at the back there as well, looking absolutely spectacular. And it's that time of late afternoon here in Spain, where as the natural light starts to go, you can see most of the sun now vanishing, the floodlights starting to play its part. It's a beautiful time of day. The mountains around here looking absolutely superb. And we can remind you of the bonus point equation, because bonus point very much still in the play, and you can see restrict to 95 or less, and Ireland could take 4 points here. France, on the other hand, well, they've really got to bowl very well though to do that. If they're to do that, Ireland, if they can get to the score and do it in 7 overs, they will take 4 points. So everything to play for here. But can France restrict them? They're going to have to be at their best to do that, I think, really. You see the openers that are going out there ready to go and joining the umpires. And by Hamal is out there with Sulaiman Saeed. Hamal from the UK, Sulaiman Saeed from Italy. Getting ready for the first ball, and it looks like it's going to be Zahir Zahiri to bowl the first one. I like the way he bowled yesterday, the left armour. It does cause a lot of problems for the right-hander batters. It goes right across them. So this is going to be a nice little battle, if you like, between the batters. It's going to be same as Lynch to open up. It doesn't look like the muscular figure of Jason van der Merwe at the non-strikers end. I'll confirm that for you in a moment. Short ball to start, and that is going to be worked away with ease. 6 runs straight away, and yeah, I'm right, it's not Jason who's at the other end, it's going to be Brian Dunphy who's at the other end. Too short, and no real pace about that delivery that time from Zahiri. And Lynch, who needs a good innings really, gets off the mark quite comfortably. See what he does to the next one. And oh, great stop, really good stop there from Nasiri. It's a bit of an inside edge, but does very well. Well, the French, and only the French, know how to deal with the inside edges, the old French cut. Good stop from Nasiri. Need a wicket early because we know that Ireland have plenty of options with the bat. Dunphy. And well, they will take the single. That one doesn't get dealt with well by the captain Usman, and he's just saying, well, the ball hit the ground and diverted, but I think you've got to be expecting that and also be looking to stop the ball with 2 hands. So that's a bit of a gift for Dunphy to get off the mark. Lynch, just look at his stance, you can see where he's wanting to go. And he goes that way, fielder can't get there. There's going to be 6 runs. Shukar Lagya, 6 carreras. Young man, Sajjad Stanikzai, just standing behind square there. You can just see him just contemplating what he needs to do if he and when he gets the opportunity to have a bowl. Good start from Lynch, 2 boundaries, 2 sixes. Not a good start so far from Zahiri. 14 have come off the 4 balls. This one is slightly overhit, but Samuel's not able to find the boundary this time, just a single. Mountains look stunning this time. I'll show you some shots of the scenery around here in a moment, because it looks absolutely brilliant. Never get tired of seeing it as well. The sleeping dragons, I like to refer to the mountains too this time of day. That's a good delivery. That's going to be the end of the over. As Dunphy watches that one go by. 15 will come off the first, and that is fine though for Ireland. 160 matches since the golden ball. We're still waiting, none in the Challenger division, and we're on day 2 of Group A and nothing so far. And how long are we going to have to wait before we get one? Yeah, look at the mountains there in the background, and beautiful time of day here. Of course, getting ready for the last match, which will be a battle, and it will be a battle between Scotland and Portugal. Depending on how things go in this match, I'll tell you that that will be a good contest to Portugal. A good win from them against Scotland could see them take the double chance, especially if France go down in this one. If France pick up a point, they will. So if they get to that, if they can restrict Ireland getting to the score in 7, up in the air, but he gets a fair bit of this to Chase his on, and that's well done. The batters probably could have come back for 2 there, because it's good fielding. He gets the hand on this Ahiri to pull it back, but if the batters were alert, I think they come back for 2, but they don't, because it's a fair way away from Ramatullah Mangal. They just get the single. But yeah, I mean, if they can pick up 3 points, great, and France put themselves in a good position for that double chance. But if they even get a point, then it takes them to 7 points, which is where Scotland will be at the moment. And in Portugal, well, they do, like I say, have a chance. They need to be a good win. I mean, 3 points from their last game could also take them on to 7 points, but then the net run rate comes into play. So a very important match in the group still to come with finals day tomorrow. But one thing we do know, this one gets played away. That's going to be 4 runs, cuatro más. One thing we do know is Guernsey will not play a part in it. They will be the first team to be eliminated in their Premier Division going into the group finals day tomorrow. They're on 4 points, and they've played all their matches. Portugal there on 5. So big match coming up later on tonight under the floodlights. The Fiesta de Noche, as I like to refer to it. Sadiq with the ball, and this one through. So Mahmoud Sadiq showing us another side to his game. With the bat, he just hasn't been able to find the type of form that's got him into the side. We did see him hit one humongous 6, but when he got out the next ball trying to do the same thing again. Let's see if he has more success with the ball. High up in the air, fielder this time is back and will take a comfortable catch. Good wicket, good thinking from France as well. Remember, there was one earlier in that direction which went over the fielders, so they made a change. The bowlers bowled in the right directions, and the tall Sadiq gets the ball in the right areas, and he picks up a wicket. And just a glimmer of a smile from him, as that one just couldn't quite get himself in the right position, Brian Dunphy. So Dunphy will go, and just 5 to him, 5 or 5. Not really what he would have wanted from his little stint out there in the middle as the opener. It's a good catch to remove him as well. But what I like about that is the forward planning and forward thinking there of France to deploy that field to set the trap. And now, well, there he is. And Jason Ndebova comes in. Remember, did get a 2-ball duck in the earlier match, so he's on a pair. There's Ahiri taking the catch. And that is crunched away. It's just the timing of him when he comes in straight away. One thing that you know about Jason van der Merwe, he attacks the ball. He's always going into the ball, no matter who's bowling, always going into the ball. And that's where he can be tucked up sometimes. If you can surprise him, if you surprise him with one that really comes into his body, then there's every opportunity he could sky the ball. And that's what I think batters have to look to do. White ball signal there. I don't think there's anything on the off the bat here. It's moving away. It's an appeal from Sadiq, and then the wicketkeeper gets involved as well. But I think this is, yeah, I agree with the call. I think that ball is moving away. Probably moves before it gets to the line, so misses the line. Wide is called. Got to go again, but it is that false shot there from van der Merwe. Could have gone anywhere if he got bat onto it. And one just worked away. They do deploy the backward square, and we'll take the single to finish the over. Not the worst of overs. 14 from it. Does take the wicket of Brian Dunphy, and the score 29 for 1 after 2. A bit of joy there for Sadiq with the ball. That's the standings I was talking about though. So you can see a lot of things could happen here. If France could get a win, they put themselves in a very good position for that second chance. But then Scotland, if they get the win in the latter match number 10 later tonight under the darkness against Portugal, they then go back and take the second chance. And Portugal, they too, with a big win, could also do it. And if you don't know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the second chance, well, basically the two teams that finish first and second, they're playing qualifier 1 tomorrow. Great ball, well dug out. They'll play in qualifier 1 tomorrow, and the winner of that qualifier automatically will put their place in the final. The loser, well, they'll get the second chance to get there, because they then play the winner of the eliminator between teams that finish 3rd and 4th. So that's why you get the second chance, and that's why it's so important. Well bowled again. This is a good start from Zahiri. Jamming in the Yorker. Well, he's doing a little bit of the old jamming, and trying to get that wicket. And the wicket of Jason van der Merwe would be key right now. Well, either one of these two, because we know how dangerous they can both be. Lynch has got 2 big boundaries to his name. Can't bowl badly to him. Oh, that's just a lovely strike, and that's 4 runs. Beautifully hit, and this is all about precision timing. It really is. And you might as well say that Victorinox precision timing this shot right in the gap, and that's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played. Yeah, nice to have Victorinox as part of our team as well. Very proud to have them as one of our partners. And now this one is a biz away, super 6. Shaba, shaba, bolle, kinna sona, que guay, que genial, que grande, que brutal, as that will go for 6. Extraordinary strike there from Seamus Lynch. Now we know that eventually he'll come good. Will this be it, Zahiri? It was a good start to the over, but he's got to go back to those Yorkers, and he does. And that's well bowled, but it's going to go for 4. Oh my, oh my, oh my, and leg byes it will be. It's a really good delivery, and this one, it sort of follows him. He goes full, he doesn't want to, he's got to go full, because you can see what Lynch is trying to do, work that away on the offside, but he's so unlucky. I mean, that could have come off the pads and even gone onto the stumps. 4 leg byes, 44 for 1, needing a breakthrough pretty quickly here, France. There, that's not a good delivery. Down the leg side. Good work from the keeper, Jamshid Nasiri. Good movement, good footwork to get there. But not a good ball from Zahiri. Needs to finish his spell well. He's gone for 27. If you can stay under 30, you'll take that as a captain, especially when you know the sort of batters that you're going to be up against. Short won't do it. That one's going to be worked away, and he will go for over 30. It'll be 33 off his spell. No wickets, and the 50 comes up in the power play as well. And Lynch is going well. 51 for 1. And scoring at a healthy rate as well, Ireland, France. I think now the power play's done. You've got to go to your spin. You've got to change it up. And I wonder if you're going to see the youngster now, the 17-year-old Sajjad Stanekzai, come onto bowl. And, well, it looks like he is taking a stroll up that way. It wouldn't be a bad call. You've got to do it while you've got runs on the board. It's not going to be easy for the young man because, you know, you're probably bowling to two of the best kind of batters that we've seen here at the Cardamom Oval. So here he is, Sajjad Stanekzai. Great to see him playing in the colours of France. Saw him playing in Dreux. He played and he was brilliant in the European Cricket Series there. He was the MVP. He was brilliant in the ECIs against Hungary. And he'll start well. They'll take a single to him and do just fire this in and then striker's end and take a single. I think Sajjad, I'm not sure what happened to Sajjad here. It looks like well, something happened. He was, I could see the umpire saying, "Hey, you all right?" It's almost like maybe he got stung by a wasp or something. He wasn't happy. But anyway, and he comes again. Hit hard, hit firm, hit for 4. Excellent timing there from Lynch. He's found his form, I think. And I know that one man who joins me back in the box, Mr. Maximo Vinisani, will know just how dangerous this guy can be when he's on.
Yeah, definitely. And what an interesting clash between young Sajjad Stanekzai and then these two of the premier batters we've ever seen at the Cardamom Oval. Shot for 4, pulls the length back slightly, but this is going to get the gap and it's going to be 4 more. I don't think that was quite off the middle, but Lynch, well, he hasn't quite captured the heights we've seen before in this series, but he's making a good start here. Another kind of over spinner. Lynch finds the gap, finds the boundary.
Ireland looking to make it the perfect 4 out of 4 and finish comfortable group winners going into the group final day tomorrow. That one's pitched up more and it's going to go the distance. That will go all the way. Ginna Sona Shakka Lagya, and same as Lynch is on his way to a pretty fast half century. That's 45 of 12.
Yeah, he looks in control, doesn't he, Lynch? Just he needed a bit of an extended run, was finding ways to get out. He's a guy we've seen even in the Western Shield, for example, where he was very, very good for the British and Irish Knights as well. Stanekzai, that's a quicker one, so shows he's got something else, but Lynch waits on it and he smacks it. This over's gone magical.
Yeah, gone magical. 21 with the ball to go. And after having things go more or less his way earlier on today, when the young man was the player of the match with 3 for 9 in a 57-run win over Guernsey. He's finding it a different ball game against the Irish, but look at that. I mean, sensational half century, and he's played shots all around the ground, and he does it in 13 deliveries. That's the difference between someone like Lynch and some of the other batters that we get to see at the Cardamom Oval. They're able to play all over the place, and I like in this from Nouman Sajjad. Look, he's going over to the young man. He's saying, look, don't worry about it. They're just going over to him saying, hey, look, it's fine, don't worry.
You know what I said earlier? 3 sentences in life: death, taxes, and you're going to get whacked at some point in ECN cricket. And
yeah,
Stanekzai, so he can just kind of hold his nerve. I just still like to see, especially if there's a wicket or something, for him to get his second over here. Let's see if he can get Lynch on 51. He goes after this one. It's a very good square drive. It's going to go into the fan zone. Well, trouble's about. That's a grizzly. That heads fanwards. It's the end of the over. It's a big over. 27 come off it, and Ireland firming. It's 78 for 1.
What an intelligent shot this is. I mean, the thing about him is he's not once been tricked into coming out of his crease. I think that's the beauty of that. And, well, the beauty of that graphic, if you're an Irish supporter, is that they are way ahead at this point. 78 for 1 after 4. But, yeah, it's going to be there's going to be some hard lessons here for Sajjad Stanekzai. He goes for 27 in the over. We know he's talented. And you know what? I always say this. You're going to get better when you play against better opposition. And the young man, even though he's been hit with 27 there, he will get better and better. And he needs these sort of tough matchups as well to improve.
Good change of bowling here. Usman Khan, consistently one of the more effective bowlers here. Running into Jason van der Merwe. Slower ball first up. I'm excited for many things. Still got a very good game tonight. Still think this table's making my brain break when I look at it, all the possibilities. But we're also about half an hour away from the empanada break, which I'd like to see become a bit of a regular thing. I'm missing the first couple of overs, just telling you now. As Usman gets that slow ball in, Vandermerwe has a look at it, doesn't want to fire.
It's not often that the big Jason Vandermerwe misses out or blocks out 2 deliveries. That goes to show you one thing. He's pretty keen to bounce back well after the duck he got in the last match. Usman, very tricky.
This is
customer.
telecasting. It's going to be quicker because he's bringing that guy slightly finer. But is it? Was a bit quicker. More pace on. Oh boy! Oh boy!
Ay 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 ay.
Oh, that's so harsh.
Ay ay ay. Well, let's see it. Let's see why the umpires called this. Must be a good reason.
Outside the line. It's not a wide.
It's not a wide, is it?
It's a fading line. You can see why Usman. Whatever hair he's still got, he's pulling out.
Well, not much from that angle.
This is going for 6. I can see the future. Well, no, but it might have been worse for Usman down the ground. Well fielded there. Eventually by Rahmatullah Mangal.
Mangal has got that arm seriously bandaged up. Now, surely you're going to use him to bowl, and I just wonder if the batters are going to object to that white bandage.
It wasn't an issue before. Now, I know you weren't here this morning, but the French were playing a warm-up game that I would have probably at best called dangerous. At worst, I would call it reckless, as this is a pretty brutal hit from Lynch, who is up and ticking. That's lost in the trees. Maximo swings him his way into the 60s.
Forget this ball. Forget it. That's gone right into those trees. And we know that that's where the scorpions and where the snakes are. And yes, we do have scorpions and snakes here, as well as wild boar, and a few of them might have scattered out of the way now. But he needed to find his rhythm, he needed to find his form, and he's found it at the right time.
So the French warm-up was like, you know how he normally slips catching practice, but at what I could only call test cricket speed. And it was if you drop one or misfield one, you're out. It was a short period I saw. Well, I know at some point Usman took one in the face. I know that Rahmatullah's now got a bandaged left wrist. But that's the way they play the cricket. They don't do things by halves. Only 9 off this over. This is the ball he shouldn't have had to bowl. And it's going to go for 6.
Wow.
So that hurts a lot. It's a good hit from JVDM. And that's the end of the 5th over. Arnold 11 cruising at the moment. It's 93 for 1 after 5.
This is a big strike, you know. Watch this one go. And this one, I think if it was towards the hill, well, there it goes. The ball disappears. That gives you a good idea where it is. But yeah, Ireland, they are just looking the business at the moment.
Christmas card list of Usman Khan. That's come back to bite him a little bit. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo up in the box. Great to be with you for the first time today, for this game at least. And happy Peacock Friday to everyone out there. The other thing, now this is breaking news in the chat, that apparently Bullseye, the game show, TV game show, is making a comeback to the UK. And I've only ever seen reruns of that. That looks awesome. Darts. Darts is snooker. The 2 games I could practice for 100 years. It still wouldn't be any good, but I love to watch it.
What was it? What was the characters in Bullseye?
No, Bullseye's a game show.
Yeah,
so
I know, but
on.
didn't it have some?
Never seen
some
an episode.
Wasn't
it
a Dusty Bin or something? Was that Bullseye?
Someone tell me, but I'm on board. I'm actually considering relocating to the UK just because Bullseye's making a comeback. Bring it. Anyway, here's Rahmatullah Mangal. Right off the end of the bat first up, but it'll only be a single.
Vinny, I gotta say, right? I mean, I don't normally watch a lot of TV, and in Spain, at home there in Alicante, Torrevieja, I certainly don't have cable or any of that. But here, of course, at the Sunset Beach Club, we have the luxury of having a lot of the English channels, the BBCs, the ITVs, etc., etc. I tell you what, it's naff, isn't it? TV's become pretty naff. And now you mentioned Bullseye. It seems to be that's the only type of shows they've got. Well, you might as well put the cricket on because
DJ.
It's exciting. And, well, last time, a DJ saved my life. Hey, but not this time. It's the DJ that needed saving, and Ravi Panchal couldn't save him.
I was actually thinking, please don't stop the music. Aware that we are on TV right now.
Yeah.
So we won't say too much. A big reality fan. There's a few twists and turns. We're kind of a reality show in a way. I mean, obviously the cricket is real. The like Judge Judy, the cases are real, the cricketers are real, the rulings are final. Let's check that last over. Yeah, look, well, maybe this is a good thread for later once I've had a couple of empanadas under my belt. But I also think I'd like to see some variations on bullseye maybe. So it's a rare miss hit from Lynch. Just going to throw anyway. Little miss, but maybe a single. You know, what about, so bullseye, it's just kind of regular people coming on, there's prizes, and they have a little bit of casual darts to kind of determine. That's what I've gathered it is, right? Yeah. But what about, you know how, let's get people that aren't very good at pool, right? So the game, pool, let's say 8-ball. You know what you play in pubs
pool,
and stuff like that.
Whatever,
yeah. Let's get people that aren't very good. Get them playing each other for some big cash. But I want specifically people that aren't very good. Because, I mean, that's another game that seems really simple, but it's pretty hard to be good at it, right? So that's I think that's $1 million idea. As Van der Merwe drags this one away. Yeah, so, but get him up there, you know, pot this. They used to have it on the prices right. Like, you know, here's a putt for the car. But they're not golfers. You know, you have to guess prices. Have you ever seen that one?
Yeah.
Now, someone just give me 10% of whatever that makes, because that's people are watching that.
A bully was the character. I just came
Bully,
to me.
yeah, bully.
And the one I'm thinking of, Dusty Bean, of course, that was the old 3-2-1.
Ah, okay.
3-2-1. People will know that on the chat. What I'm talking about.
Pretty good over from Mangal. Hits the line. Is he going to get called? He is not. So, well, I'll go correctness over consistency and say that was a good ball. And it will be the end of the 6th over, 103 for 1. Let's give a shout out to the umpires, though. I mean, they're doing a lot of games. They've got a lot of calls to make. You make more calls per minute. The CPM is off the charts in ECN cricket. They're monitoring amount of bounces, amount of high full tosses, where all the fielders are. They're more than 5 on the leg side, or they're more than 5 outside the circle. What else? How many bounces per over there have been?
Yeah. Well, listen, they've got to 600 balls in a day, right? 600 balls in a day. They've got to keep an eye on each and every one. If you get 1 or 2 wrong, you're only human. You have to remember that.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is there haven't been any biggies for me. You know, this little ones. You know, the wide, maybe just a fraction away. So no biggies. You know what? The umpires have done a fantastic job.
Muscles this one over the top edge of Jason Van der Merwe. Okay, now that we're on it, I've never heard of 3-2-1. Jules is telling me in the comment section it was based on the Spanish show Uno, Dos, Tres. What was 3-2-1 about? How does that work?
It's a long time ago, and I didn't use a watch them. I just know of them because I'm not a fan.
Thank you.
I don't remember seeing
Jules,
it in Spanish.
I'm going to need more information. Van der Merwe on 24. Oh, that's one of the all-time great Yorkers, and it's also one of the most unusual shots I've ever seen in my whole life. He's jammed that into the floor and bounced it for a 4. Describe this.
Well, I don't know how to. I want to see it side on as well. I literally think he has jammed the ball into the deck. It's bounced over the stumps. Look, bounces over the stumps, and then it's one bounce for 4. That is a remarkable, well, I'm not going to say shot, because I think it's a remarkable slice of luck, if anything else.
It's a good ball. No justice for Ahmadzai. Goes slightly slower bounce. Interesting one.
It's going to be called a wide.
Is it? Well, I mean, it's actually quite a clever bit of bowling. Is it over the head? Yeah, probably just. Yeah, good umpiring again. Not easy in the fading light. Artificial light taking over.
Ahmadzai's got to be careful here, though, because I think he is banging the ball in. He's bowling the heavy ball. You can see why he doesn't want to be driven, but he's getting close. That was the slightly
kind of came out the left side of the hand, like leg cutting bounces. So it was a fraction slower. Did deceive him a bit, I think. Now it's more pace on, and this is going to fly off the edge. Well, pace in, pace out. Well, Chris is going to have to do some fielding down there. It'll be Maximal, 6 to Ireland, who are running away with this now.
Yeah, it looked like this was going to hit the giant ball for a moment and come back into the field of play. Doesn't miss it by much. But, yeah, that's the danger, I think, of bowling that heavy delivery. Oh, Chris, there he is. I think Chris is always keen to do a little bit of fielding. And Cameron Ahmadzai will be disappointed that that one's gone to the boundary. They're almost there now, 23 of 21 balls for a win. And thing is here, at least France, they will take a point away from Ireland. Yeah, so that's going to be a no ball. Free hit coming up here. That's the second one. And this is what I was talking about with Cameron Ahmadzai. If he wants to continue with this attack, if he gets it wrong, then he's going to end up bowling a second one over the shoulder. So that's the free hit now. And you can see already that Jason van der Merwe is licking his lips and saying, right, let's do this.
Yeah, you said he needs to be careful. Well, he wasn't careful enough, was he? Ahmedzai, free hit to a brutaliser in van der Merwe. Hard, but he won't get it over the fielder. To settle for one. Okay, now I'm getting told I need to watch the indoor league hosted by cricketing legend Fred Truman. And apparently it's on YouTube. I'll be checking that out. Jules is telling me what 3-2-1 is.
Go on.
By the way, thanks to Stephen Pogson. I appreciate your input there, and I have noted it down. Just quickly, we'll wait for Lynch, who's on 66 El Machina. Oh, he's just been so good. He's looked so put together. That's going to bounce off the stage. Well, luckily, some of the supporters have headed undercover, but that's going to be seis carreras más.
Yeah, well, there's nobody, fortunately, on the stage, but that's a bit of a drum roll because, well, watch it go. Yeah, it sneaks underneath there. Cracking shot, moves to 72 off just 20 deliveries. You knew it was going to come sooner or later, and there it is. Same as Lynch has found his form to the delight of the Irish, and, well, look like the young Greens are going to make it 4 out of 4.
You got to go baby greens. Like I think broccolini. If I had to sum them up in a vegetable, that's what they are. I mean, they're pretty good for you. She worked away. Ahmedzai. It's going to go magical. 20 off that over, and with 7 overs down, 123 for 1 putt. In France, they will keep their point. Jules has tried to explain the game show 3-2-1 to me, and I'm no close to understanding it, but I will look it up in my own time. Thank you, Jules. And yeah,
there's only one. I'm going to be 100% honest. Since we're talking game test, there's only one that I have time for.
Go on.
Family Fortunes.
Okay, we're going to come back to that in a second. Scotland 11 versus Portugal, last match, and it's going to be a pretty interesting one for sure, with Scotland 11 winning the toss and electing to bowl in that one. Stay tuned. It will start at 8:30 local, which is in about 25 minutes.
Yeah, Family Fortunes, only because I just love some of the weirdest of answers.
There's a YouTube thread to go on.
Well, what's going on here? Bowlers looks like it's going on the bowl, and somebody's changed about. Maybe just mark it up as run up. And that's when our survey says, blip. There you go. That's what I like. Family Fortune. But yeah, some of those answers are strange. Mind you, some of the questions that they ask are pretty strange as well.
Yeah.
But nobody's ever come to me.
The American one is good for that.
Is it?
The American, they call it Family Feud. Actually, what we called it.
Family.
Maybe that's a bit violent for UK audiences. That's 6 runs. Something tells me that the empanadas aren't going to be getting cold on the shelf because Lynch has launched it. That makes it 8 to win. He moves to 79.
Looking very relaxed in their dugout are the Irish, as that one's been smashed away. So Lynch now moves to work this out. Yeah, it can't be done, can it? Where he is on 79. They're needing just 8 runs. So it's going to be a fantastic dot. Jason van der Merwe, not been his most fluent, but still 35 of 17. It's going to be a comprehensive win, you think, as Nouman Amjad is now going to try and get out this over and trying to take it into the next, but he's going to have to go some here. I think that slower ball that he's found pretty useful a few times. Nouman Amjad is what he's going to be looking to go for here, I think.
That's whacked as well, but
it's a great catch.
A very good catch.
Look who it is.
Oh, well, you know, I won't be giving the batter a send-off, I'll tell you that much. It's Lynch who's going to go for 79, but this guy, what a great all-round cricketer he is.
Does he have a smile? Because, I mean, I tried again. I got him to smile a couple of times there in France and True, but, I mean, he is just such a serious guy, but that is a tremendous catch. Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
It's international or World Day of the Smile, and we finally get a smile from Sajid Danakzai. And I hope, can we see that smile again? It is World Smile Day. There it is. There's that smile. What a great catch that is. That ball was motoring. And with the background, the light going, it's a sensational catch, but also a sensational net.
Great innings by Lynch. I mean, it could be a huge factor on finals day. Well put together, 79. Yeah, and look, there's the Sajid Danakzai smile. And one thing about him, I think he when he counted to 10 and saw all 10 fingers were still there, that's when the smile broke out. Normally he does his smiling on the inside. All right, 8 to win. Make that 7 as Melly will survive.
Yeah, take the single and I think it was such a stunning side again doing the job. But yeah, marvellous cricketer. And you know, sometimes we, at this age, at his age, you find cricketers that are very good with the ball, but there's sometimes they've still got a lot to learn in another department. This kid, I mean, he's shown us his fielding.
It's brilliant.
We know he's learning a bit with the bat. He is definitely, he's going to come along pretty fast. And I bet you already, you know, he's only made a short showing here, but there's already a lot of eyes that are watching him. He's going to go places.
I know that this game hasn't really gone to plan for him. He went for big runs, but yeah, I think he'll come back and he'll just go about his business. He loves the game. That's something that's really clear about Sajjad.
Yeah, it's a learning process. Learning process.
That's cracked away, and it's going to tie the scores. Van der Merwe. Not often you see him playing second violin, but this one, there's a powerful strike in the twilight. Maximo 6 carreras.
Yeah, it's a powerful hit, isn't it, from a powerful unit. 6 over point, and sails into the shrubbery there, and that is going to take some finding.
The empanadas, I believe they might have arrived. Someone teased me, said now in staff room, but that was actually the drinks have arrived. It's only about E word. And this game's going to finish 2 overs early. Haven't had too many early finishes. The cricket gods are with us. Oh, that's probably a run there. Come on, guys. Still one to go in the over.
We're going to have to wait
just
a little bit longer.
Are you hungry or are you not so hungry?
A little bit longer. Well, I gave myself a nice breakfast before I left today, a breakfast stroke brunch. So
a lot of people saying we haven't
been... a few empanadas will do well.
We haven't been talking too much about our what we've been eating here at the moment. But I don't mind having a chat to you during Game 5 about how many of the
You know what we've got to
empanadas.
do? Come on, it's the last match. You can't eat them all. We have to show.
I'll try. Here's the
public
last
some
ball of
these
the over.
empanadas.
Probably the game. Unless this is out, which it's not. It hits the ground, and it's 4 runs. So Van der Merwe will finish on 45, and the Irish do it in a canter with 2 balls to spare. They go a perfect 4 for 4 in their Group A campaign.
Yeah, well done indeed. So the boundary comes off the last ball of that, the 8th over. So 12 balls to go. It's a good win from Ireland. Once again, just demonstrating and underlining the strength that they have. The baby greens, the Irish side. And they've done what they did last year in the group stages. They've gone the group without losing a match. And now, of course, they will turn their focus on the group finals day tomorrow. But they have certainly given themselves the second chance. But knowing the Irish, they'll want to get it done in that first match and put their place in the final straight away. So handshakes all around, well done. It's good that Jason Van der Merwe finds his form again after the duck earlier. He's going to be very key, you would imagine, to their cause. But one man who hadn't quite found his form finds it when it matters, and that's Seamus Lynch. This is coming up next. It's going to be a battle in the night between Scotland taking on Portugal. Portugal, who would be very disappointed not to have got the win against Guernsey earlier when they had it in the bag. Well, they're coming back to fight it out against the Scots. And the Scots, certainly a team that's shown plenty of fight. They fought hard against Ireland in their earlier match, just losing out by 19 runs, chasing 165. Here's the highlights here. And there weren't too many, really, after that early wicket of Brian. He went a good catch taken by Zahiri. Yeah, it was run a ball 5 for him. But then, of course, these two came together. And even the blocks like that went to the boundary. That's still quite unbelievable. But this is more the norm from the big man, playing great shots, but Seamus Lynch, he was crunching it big. And I loved his wagon wheel, because you've got a good appreciation of where he hit the ball. But that was the big hit. It is World Smile Day, and even Sajjad Saliksai smiles and then counts his fingers, because that one was crunch. But it was a great catch from the young man, but we didn't have to wait too much longer. And before Ireland, handshakes and hugs all around for them. They get the victory. And thanks to a wonderful knock there from Seamus Lynch. Really well batted, 79 of 23. Jason Van der Merwe puts on a good partnership with him as well, as he scores 45. And then Cameron Melly was out there towards the end and didn't really have to do too much, but he's been in good form as well. So we have a look at the scorecard there. 79 from Samuel Snitch. And I think the Irish, if there's one thing they wanted from that match, was to see him find his form, and he's done it.
Yeah, batted really well. 79, including 10 big sixes, and some of them were massive. Jason Van der Merwe, we saw him score 45 off 20, a slightly unusual position for him. Wickets for Mahmood Sadiq, who got an opportunity, and look, did get that wicket of Dunphy. And Noman Amjad, 1 wicket, he did go for 17. No one really had the answers for France, and we did see in the battle of, a strong bowling team versus strong batting team, Ireland, I think, just outplayed France in that one. Running some live numbers, so Ireland obviously going to finish top. Portugal can take second place if they beat Scotland, but it depends on the amounts, and we know Portugal are batting first. So I'm going to run some live numbers in the meantime, but just having a look at it, looks like they would have to beat them by... I'll get back to it now. I don't want to give you some false information. But what it means is that we've got a very live match 10 for the double chance potentially coming up. We'll be back in about 16 minutes with that. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Thanks for the interaction as well. We'll see you in just a few minutes for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Well, time to turn the lights on. It's match number 10 in Group A between two teams that have had a bit of a hit and miss ECC so far. It's Scotland 11 versus Portugal. Now, Portugal, if they could beat Scotland 11 here, they could actually get above them on the table. So it depends kind of on the size of that victory. Scotland 11, well, they like to kind of shore up their spot in the top two with a win over the Portuguese. These two had a real chaos game earlier, different games. We saw Scotland 11 going down to the Irish, and we saw Portugal going down to Guernsey, handing Guernsey their only win of their ECC. But a little bit earlier, we had Ian Ramage with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match 10.
Scotland, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Portugal, the away team, you'll call. It's been called European cricket, it's come down, Dream11, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a ball.
Okay, toss won by Scotland, who will bowl first.
Chris McBride then decides he wants to have a crack at the Portuguese batters, so he's winning the toss and bowling. Portugal to bat first. Now, Portugal have been kind of held up by Jeremy Martins, I think, in this series to an extent, but there's a lot of talent in there that we haven't quite seen the best of yet. And still going to go back to Chris de Freitas and what he might be able to provide in that opening batting position. For the Scottish team, though, I mean, they need to find their runs, don't they? We saw them losing a big kind of chunk of wickets. I think they lost 5 wickets in 7 balls at one stage. So their bowling and their fielding has been decent. It's just, you know, the batting hasn't necessarily been too reliable. Having said that, Uzair Ahmed played quite the knock. He was actually on for a 9-ball 50 earlier, but it was in vain. Does show some resilience though, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets pushed up the order from his number 7 position where you saw him earlier on. So all ready for the first ball, Rico. Full standing by. We've just entered the empanada zone as well, Rico. So I think I'll still be recovering, but let's go over you now in the commentary box with the news from the toss in match 10 that Scotland have won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Well, I think he's having an empanada for every duck that he's got on his Peacock Friday shirt. That means we might be a while before Vinny joins me back. Yeah, but I want to say a big thank you to Don Mundo back there at Menal Medina for providing the crew with some delicious empanadas. I'm sure I'll find some time to tuck into mine a little bit later. This is a big match. Scotland taking on Portugal. Now, Scotland, their record at the moment is a 2-1. They are on 7 points. Portugal, 1-2. They're on 5 points. And a few people on the chat are saying that they missed out on an opportunity to take a win against Guernsey. But it still means that I don't mind this for Portugal, because I think it's far better for me than going into this picture, knowing that they are going to be playing in finals day tomorrow, and going into a match where they think, look, if we want the second chance, we've got to go out there and win. And I like that attitude. I think go out there and aim to win against Scotland. Scotland themselves, look, they don't want to lose this because they want the second chance as well. So Portugal, they could go from 4th all the way to 2nd and push Scotland out of that 2nd spot. So there's a lot to play for here. And it's the fight in the night. As we see the scenery around the Cardamom Oval with the floodlights on. And we can look at Hoggy up there. Hoggy's ready for this. He's saying, come on, bring it on, let's do this. A man who took a hat-trick yesterday and bowled brilliantly. He's going to be a handful, you know, in this fixture, I'm pretty sure. And I think under lights, he could become maybe just a little bit more dangerous. So Scotland electing to take the field first, so Portugal will be batting. And yeah, I like the change. So Gomez is going to open up with Miguel Machado. I think they went with Deval Kuma Nuratam first time round, and though he did get 2 balls over the boundary, he then missed out the next 4 before he got out. So I think you got to go with the batters, you know. So I like the move of having the left-hander Sean Gomez as the opener with Miguel Machado. and you probably have to say that that the likes of Jeremy Martins has to be in at 3. That just gets guided away. It'll just will be a single. Yeah, welcome back to everybody. And yeah, there was a lot of chat there. I know that we got Steve McVeigh in the chat. Hello to you, Steve, who of course will be supporting Portugal here. Portugal do have a lot of supporters as well. I want to say hello to Luke Belgium, who's been in the chat as well. Hello, Luke. Long time since I've heard from you. Hope you're keeping well. And I know that Monica Ramos is saying delicious to, well, I think it's to the Caesar salad. Now, Caesar, I must admit, the Caesar salad here in the Tesla Centre has been very good. One of the most popular dishes, I think. And the empanadas are quite delicious as well. Here comes O'Donnell once again. And oh, that's a good delivery. It's a little bit too spicy there for Miguel Machado, who just looks like he's going to play at this and then quite late draws his bat away. A little bit too late, actually. Good delivery there for Lewis. Hello to John Gray. I know that the Gulam will stuff those things there as well. John Heasham and Martin. Hello to you. Hello to everybody in the chat. It's great to chat. Has been very, very busy. Now the swing and a miss. This is all about adjusting to the light here. Jules has been pretty vocal on it as well. So, and of course, Kroon. Hello, Kroon. Hope you're well. And Kroon, any cricket for you this weekend? I know that Kroon has, well, I think you've had more battles against the weather than you have against oppositions this time around, Kroon, this year. But if you have got some cricket, I hope it goes well for you. And everybody else that's playing some cricket. And of course, don't just play. Well, make sure you tune in to finals day here tomorrow for Group A. Well, gets this one away, and it's going to be an error, and they're not very happy about it. Let's just say, he says, oh, fiddlesticks, I reckon. That's what I heard anyway. I don't know what you heard, but yeah, look, he's touching the rope, and he's, well, it's irrelevant in a way because he does push the ball over the rope. So Lloyd Brown, they're not too happy with his efforts there. It will be a boundary. It's the first in the contest. First one off the bowling of Lewis O'Donnell. Needed that one really. Machado gets the boundary. And now goes up in the air. It's a difficult one. First test really under the floodlight for Ireland, and no mistakes from that man. He's just been top draw, hasn't he? That's Charlie Cassell. Holds on to the catch. And smiles from him on World Smile Day. There's another catch, does go down. Watch this here again. So probably not the right shot to play, as that ball is it's up, sort of coming about just around about that midriff height. You need to probably better off going in the back foot. He's trying to play the Hollywood shot there to a ball that wasn't on. It's going to be the end. And after being hit for a boundary, and O'Donnell does come back, takes the wicket. Charlie Cassell takes the catch, and Miguel Machado will go for 4 off the 4 balls that he faces. So it's very much a similar start that Portugal made earlier with Daval Kumar doing the same sort of thing. And it isn't Martins that comes out next. It's actually Christopher De Vries. Now, heard a lot about this guy, and I know that when I was speaking to 1 or 2 people earlier, they said he hasn't quite clicked yet, but just wait because he's an awesome batter. So let's see what he's going to show us here. 5 for 1, Portugal. Gone. I think that's gone, you know. Well, the umpire, nothing from the umpire yet. It certainly heard something here, and they can't believe it. They can't believe it. Now let's have a look at this here. Now, is there anything on this? I thought there was an inside edge there, if I'm absolutely honest. I thought there was an inside edge, but the umpire doesn't see it that way. Oh, well, you know, sometimes I'm not going to go against the umpire. Wouldn't it be fair to do it? The umpire can only give what he feels, but I certainly thought I heard something there. I thought that's a little snick and goes in the gloves, but well, the umpire's in the best position, standing at the wicket, and says not out. So, ooh, what a big chance that is. Big opportunity. And, well, Christopher De Vries maybe gets a big slice of luck. Maybe 5 for 1 at the end of the first. Going to be a wide. to start off with here from Charlie Cassell. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, we talked about this a little bit before, you know, the umpires can only give what they see, and you can't just go by sound alone. We know that. I mean, Shilpan know that. We saw him give one the other day, which I heard, and I was saying, oh, I've heard this, he's nicked it. When you looked at it on a replay, the bat was a couple of inches away from the ball, so you can't go by just sound. So Shilp this time around is probably saying, no, I hear something, but I've got to go by what I see. I don't see it, and he doesn't give it. Talking point, big talking point. People will have their views on that in the chat, but he's still there, he's De Freitas, and how big a lifeline could that be? Because this guy, I think he's been for Scotland for me, the same as what almost Jeremy Martins has been for Portugal. He's a big player. Oh, great delivery, and needless to say, myself and Corey, we believe that when it comes to this night fixture, that the Grizzly starts to move around a little. The conditions are different. There's a little bit of dew about, and we think that definitely plays a part in these night fixtures. And I think also, maybe we didn't see too much of it in the Challenge Division. I think the teams in the Premier Divisions will, especially the key bowlers, use these conditions to their advantage. It's a nice shot. It's a really good shot. He knows what's coming his way. He knows what's coming down this time. And he gets himself in a good position, does Christopher De Freitas, and he gets his first boundary away. It's nicely played. Yeah, good shot. And that's going to be 6 runs as it smashes into the European Cricket Network Stronger Together balance all the way around this ground. Well played. I wonder if he goes for the same shot again. Maybe a slightly different delivery this time from Cassell. Yes, gets him. And he does try to go the other way this time, De Freitas, but Cassell goes full and straight. Gives himself, or tries to give himself a little bit of room, does Christopher De Freitas, but he goes the wrong way, and Cassell sees him early, full straight, and knocks him over. The stumps go for a walk. That is a Grizzly 5 ball. Chak de fatte. Dande chak ke punje rakh dete. Both achhi delivery, full siggy, straight siggy, and Chuck De Freitas style. The stumps go down, so Portugal are 13 for 2. De Freitas, we thought he may have got a big slice of luck early on, when I certainly felt that he may have got a touch on one of those, and a few other people thinking the same. Was given not out, but he doesn't really hurt them, just gets 6 on the board before he will go for 4 balls. And done beautifully there by Cassell. That's why I think Cassell is going to be such a key player. We've seen him catching. Now, we see him with the ball, knocking them over as well. Jeremy Martins now comes in after an incredible and sensational knock earlier. Wasn't able to win the match for his side though, 93 not out, 28, and he gets one that gets past him from Cassell. (13 for 2) in this second over. Jeremy Martins, he's got that little swivels the bat in his hands, doesn't he? Swivels it round as he gets ready. Take the single, heavy delivery right into him, and that will be the end of the over. And what a good over it's been. Sensational start this from Team Escocia. They got Portugal 14 for 2, so Portugal on the ropes a little bit here. But we know they're a team that can recover, they can turn it around. They've demonstrated that before. There's the standings there. So you can see how things could change very quickly. Portugal get a good win here, a big win. I think the margin of win is important as well. I think Vinny Sander was crunching some numbers. He'll come back and tell us some more. Win by 4 points, you finish second, Portugal, that is for sure. And win by 3 points, then I think some factors come into play. Well, how about this? That's an interesting shot. and that's Jeremy Martins. How does he play this one? It's almost like he takes his eye of it and just plays it one hand. It's almost like a one-hand sweep. Look at this. I mean, does he know anything about that? Or does he get extremely lucky? Well, you make up your mind. He certainly didn't look like he had that under control, but he makes firm contact. They go with O'Donnell straight away, so Lewis O'Donnell. It's well bowled, pitched up this time from O'Donnell. Just thinking here that the batters just need to take just a little bit longer maybe to get the line right, or get their eyes in really, and pick the lines right. I think you know what I mean there, when you've got to say, right, okay, I'm seeing it now, I'm seeing the line, the ball's coming in, and where to play it. So it just takes a little bit of extra time. O'Donnell, though, not wanting to give them that chance, wants to get them out quickly. That's a good delivery, really well bowled. Bending his back. Now, that's what I like about Lewis O'Donnell. I've liked him. I mean, you'll see him here now. Look, he'll march back to his mark. I wonder if we can follow him for a bit. He goes a long way back. You'll see him go past the 30-yard circle. He keeps on going. He keeps on going. There's the 30-yard circle there, you can see. So he goes past that. So he's got a long run up, and he puts everything in. Now, I wonder if we can see him running in here. Nice and smooth. He's flowing. He's got good rhythm, and he really delivers a good delivery. And that, again, a little bit of the away swing this time. Taking on the throw, and that's going to catch a little bit of Gomez. He's okay then. I think he catches him on the glove. Gomez's turn. Just for a moment there, and I didn't get a chance to say it, I was thinking how Scotland will do when we temporarily had two left-handers out there when De Freitas joined Gomez. Some teams struggle with that. We saw that a lot in the Challenger division, and Estonia, of course, made it all the way to the final, and well, heartache for them not making it through and winning that final. But then when the likes of Robson and Stefan Gooch were out there, sometimes teams didn't like it. Well, that's a little bit wider, and he chases it and he gets plenty off it. Which probably, will be 4 runs signalled here. I wonder if we could just see this one more time, a boundary check, because this was pretty close, I think, for me. Goes high up in the air, and we'll go. Looks like 4 runs given by the umpire, just dropping short of the boundary. Donald charging in again to finish what's been an impressive spell. Gets worked away, but it's only going to go as far as a single. Will be tidily stopped there by Christopher McBride, and he takes his cap off. Looks like he wants to have the next over. Good spell from Lewis O'Donnell. Nice fiery spell from him. 24 for 2, so it's a pretty quiet power play. 10 off that one, but you can see they're just trying to recover 5, 9 and 10. It's the way that it's gone so far. The captain of Portugal. He's thinking, I don't know whether he'll go with himself next. Would he go with someone like Deep? Maybe hoping he doesn't have to make that decision for a while. Now they're asking the question here, does this get any of the bat? There was a sound, but you can't always go by that. It could sometimes be pad first. Let's have a look at this. And yeah, I mean, it's a good shot. I think that does catch a bit of the bat, actually, because I think it catches a bit of the inside edge, and I think that's what the umpires signal there to the bowler. A good full delivery that Gomez doesn't pick. McBride in again. Gets worked away, but they have got a fielder out there, so not able to find the boundaries consistently at all at the moment, Portugal. Let's have a look at, we saw a boundary in the first, boundary in the second. 2 boundaries in that over number 3 from Lewis O'Donnell, but he still kept it just to 10 from it. So just the 4 boundaries in the first 3 3.2 overs. You've got to go better than that. Portugal will know that too. Right, that's high. And it's going to disappear into the night sky. Gets it over the fielder. But once again, I mean, Corey touched on this with me earlier. Jeremy Martins doesn't just hit sixes, but he sends the ball a long, long way up in the air. I mean, that has gone a long way up and then comes down, but it comes down on the right side of the fence as far as Portugal and Martins is concerned. And they finally get a Maximo. And this one should, again, just be a single, so good comeback from McBride. And despite that boundary, it's been a good over. Scotland certainly having the better of things so far. They win the power play clearly for me. Brian, the captain, goes across, asking the question. Umpire doesn't seem to be too convinced. There will be a leg bite. Let's have a look at this again. So he definitely does come a long way across. Where's this ball going? I mean, probably pitching just outside the line. That's what works. Yeah, pitching outside the lines. It can't be LBW. And as soon as that ball is pitching outside that leg stick, I think the umpire knows it can't be out. So very, I think a straightforward, simple decision there for umpire Himal. That's a good delivery. Good heavy ball to get out the over there, McBride. It's another good one. Just the 8 coming from that one from the captain. Making it very difficult here for Portugal to get anything going. And the score after 4 overs, 33 for 2. Look, we have seen teams recover well. France did it in the earlier match today, didn't they? When they scored 100 plus, in fact, in the last 4 overs. And that's the sort of thing here that Portugal are looking to have to do. I think for me, I know it's the night fixture, so I'm prepared to go a little bit lower in my thinking. I think you're wanting 125 to 130. I think that is sort of the minimum you've got to be thinking here. Good look at the field here. Just look at the field out there on the offside. Got a sweeper there, so a line of 3. Super. This one is going to be another one that just hits the pad. They're having a go at the other end. That's really risky. I mean, I know there's 2 men backing up, but I don't know if that's the best of things to do for Uzair Ahmed. He goes for it, but once again here, this time, yeah, I think that's probably going to go and miss the leg stick. And here's the throw. He just gives up. He just gives up, Gomez. So I suppose that's why Uzair Ahmed goes for the throw. If he hits, he's gone. Sajad. Right, high up in the air. Can anybody get there? The keeper's running back. And, well, no, he can just never find it. Can never find it. He's running hard here. Has a little look up to see where Hoggy is. Hoggy's nowhere near, so he's got to try and do it himself, as Thomas Knight. Well, it is the Knight. You think the Knight rider would be good in the Knight, but he couldn't find it. It's going to be one that just dropped short as Maximo joins me back in the commentary box.
Plenty to catch you up on, but I described it the other night like, imagine if you dropped a tic-tac out of an airplane that was at 37,000 feet and expected someone to catch it. Knight zigged when he had to zag, and now Gomez is going to go large. Maximo, well, that's almost taken out the officials. Hopefully nobody's hurt. I can tell you there's a bit of hurt in the scoreboard, 6 runs.
Well, good news that the lights are still on over there because they were almost put out with this shot. It's the first one, really. Oh, yeah, there we go. Watch out, there's a grizzly about. And, well, Metagoose, that's not too far away from her. And Andy O'Connor, who was sat out by the officials' marquee. But, yeah, I think that's the first one that's been cleanly middled in this inning so far.
Key player. He took that dismissal and the loss hard. And, you know, we talk about 60 seconds for the new batter to be ready.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine, but what about when the old batter's taking about 4 minutes to get off the field? Shard knew he got his team so close, along with Martins. Couldn't quite get there in the end. Hey, one danger is the Grizzly at the Carter Oval. There's another danger tonight, and it's a delicious danger.
In the air, now this one finds it and catches it. That's a very good catch, you know. Very, very good catch from Lewis O'Donnell. Hasn't he been good, the opening bowler? high up in the air. It goes a long way up. He has to find it first, then fix his eyes on it. That ball is always moving, and that's why O'Donnell is always moving. One of the hardest catches to take when you can't get under it. He's moving all the time, has to take it in front of him. Top catch at this time of night.
Yeah, and you need to know what the wind's doing, and this wind is always blowing it back towards the batter. So he just kind of backs off it, kind of gets under it, but he's ready to move forward. And it's that moving forward, that anticipation, that kind of knowledge that means he holds it in the end. So, yeah, well, unfortunately for Sean, he's not able to get going for an extended period. He'll go for 14 here in the night match.
Yeah, with 2 balls to go to the halfway point. So come on, what's the other danger?
The delicious danger is that we've had our first ever empanada delivery from the empanada shop at the ground. And 120 were there in the beginning.
I hope he left some.
You might need to pull up the Hall of Fame, Rico, because I went pretty hard in the power plays. Nunes gets a bat at number 5.
Well, I've got just one question to ask you, and that will tell us all. So what's your donation for Share the Meal going to be tonight?
I actually didn't count, but I'm estimating it's low double digits. But, you know, people were always talking about the empanada shop, and I'm going to do you a little favour. A lot of people are like, what's an empanada? What's going on? Well, stay tuned. Sajjad, pretty good over this one. 8 off in his last ball of it.
And it's going to disappear. Well, this Grizzly disappears as quick as around about a dozen empanadas, if not more, disappeared from Vinny Sandhu. That's going to be 6 runs. They will finish with a 6 at the halfway point. 48 for 3, but below par, but need to get the run rate going. All right, come on, show us.
An empanada, and actually, no, this is good that the Share the Meal's coming up, because every time I eat one of these, I donate €1, which donates a meal to someone in need. So my penchant for empanadas is working out nicely. So you should also please support that program. But yeah, this is an empanada. It's like a little pie, a little pasty. This is a 4 quesos, or 4 cheeses, and they're about, you see how big it is in my hand? It's like kind of fits in the palm of your hand. And big thanks to ECN, who decided that as a bit of fun, we're going to have
how many bites is that for you?
You know, I'm 3-step plan, normally. You know, tip from a pro, eat the corner first. We had a lot of burnt mouths. There's a few hungry guys and girls around here.
Yeah.
Bite the corner, let the heat out, then enjoy the flavour. The chorizo, which are my favourite, they disappeared pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, big thank you. And look, please take this opportunity to get behind the United Nations World Food Programme. Share the meal.
Uppish.
Oh, great effort. Great effort. But he won't be able to pull it in, Majid. Jeez, he batted well earlier as well. Okay, so I will also demonstrate how to eat one. I said I was done. I see you've still got a couple over there. You haven't got. That's selfish of me. Do you need? You need some time to finish yours? What did you go for?
I'm okay. I just got given some randomly.
Oh, trouble! Big trouble! Nunes LBW got a long way across, and Hoagie strikes. And Carlos just cannot quite get going in this group stage. Well, maybe he'll get another opportunity tomorrow, see a bit more of what he can do, but that looked pretty plump. It just went straight on with the arm. And Portugal now are 49 for 4.
Yeah, I had a feeling, you know, Vinny, that Jack Hogarth will bowl well here tonight. I just saw this ball is moving around, but look, early movement, and there's no doubt. That is as plumb as they get. There is no doubt about it. So Carlos Nuez will go. He goes for 6 or 3 delivery. Jeremy Martins is still there, kind of stranded at the other end. He's 15 of 11 himself, so not going well. Well bowled, and what a start that is from Hoggy as he takes the wicket there. Remember, he took a hat-trick yesterday.
He did. All right, this will be a good opportunity for Daval Norotam, batting number 6. So what? Okay, tell us your empanada experience. I know you're not a rookie.
No,
probably not there as often as I am.
But no, empanadas are great. Of course, they sort of label these as the Argentinian type of empanadas. I know that you get different versions. The normal ones in Spain, the Spanish empanadas normally are tuna or tomato. That's a nice strike, but will he get it over? Yeah, he will. There's nobody there. It's a good start, this. And I like this. I mean, I think this is really where Dhaval Kumar probably better is. They did go with him opening in the last match, but I think A couple of big blows from him here could be pretty key. So double Kuma coming out before the likes of Amandeep Singh and even the captain, Najam Shahzad.
Yeah, true. Yeah, interesting. But I think they back him. Yeah, he plays good level of cricket.
Yes, I've got chicken one here and a 4 cheeses.
Yeah, that's a good choice. I mean, I ordered them, so I chose the 4 I thought people would like the most. Something for everyone. Some people don't eat pork, so chorizo's my favourite, but I know a lot of people don't eat pork, so we also had some beef, some chicken, and some cheese as well. Well, that one actually turns. Now, Hogarth, if we can get the ball to go sideways, he's even more dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, it's good work also behind the stump. One of his foot sort of does come up just briefly, but no, he plants it well all the time. But nice take from the keeper. There's always an opportunity the foot could go up.
Hoagie's having a good time, isn't he? He's having a really good tournament. And he'll be happy with his work. Still got an over in the bank as well, Portugal. He's a 4th in that over. It's 56 for 4.
Yeah, well bowled. And beautiful bit of bowling so far from Scotland. Bowling and fielding, they look sharp, they look up and about, don't they, this year? I did say that for me that last year they were a bit of a disappointment at times. They didn't really have the best of runs, I think, in the group stages as well, but didn't make it through into Championship week. It's a bit of a surprise for everyone, but this team looks at, I think they too, a little bit like Ireland. I think there's 1 or 2 other players yet to click. If they find their form, same way that somebody like Lynch did in that last match for Ireland, then they will be a handful. Straight down the throat of the square leg, and that is going to be a dismissal for Nurtam. That's disappointing, really, because it's a bit of, for me, it's a bit of a nothing cross. I think a shot. I think if Corey was there, he'll be giving that the red cross, because it's not one where he's just trying to clip it to take a single. It's not one that he's going overly aggressive with. It just gets the wrist involved, but it's in the air. You've got a square leg there, and that is as easy as they get, so no problems there. And looks like Rafa Khan, who takes the catch, and it's a wicket to Charlie Cassell, who just continues to keep impressing us, Vinny.
Yeah, look, it's one of those little flicks that's instinctive. If he places it away from the fielder, there's no issues at all, but yeah, Nurtam will be disappointed. He did start with a big 6, but he goes not a lot further, out for 7. Portugal 56 for 5. And look, someone like Castle, he's going to be very dangerous under lights. I think there's no doubt about that. He's a guy that is going to get a lot of zip. We think this pitch kind of does go. It's got a little bit quicker under lights, maybe does a bit more.
Anyway, now Portugal, they've got to be thinking here now of a response here. I was saying that I still, firmly believe that you've got to be, I said at the time, 125 to 130 to get to 120. Still something that you've got to be looking for that sort of score. But at the moment, look, expected is around about 100. But one man who can change that is out there now. And don't forget that Guy Sheenan, he can also hit the ball pretty well. So they're still batting there, but somebody's got to click. And that is what I'm talking about. Click. Well, that's not a click, that's a bomb.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth. Martins, he's been there, Mr. Fix-It, hasn't he, for Portugal. Played out of his skin this week. He knew straight away that wasn't coming back.
Good strike, and that's what they need, a few more of those. In fact, that's, I think it's new balls, please. That one's gone right up there at the top of the trees, and maybe the other side of the field. So, yeah, Jeremy Martins up against Charlie Cassell. What a mouth-watering contest this is between these two.
Gun versus gun here, really, isn't it? And, Andrew Ryan. Rhino's in the chat at the moment, saying apparently Carlos Nunez was his first cricket club, captain of Rhino's first cricket club when he was in the UK. Oh, wow. So there we go. Well, that means that if Martins can get Portugal back, well, of course, Rhino will be here from, I think, starting Group C. And all the way through the championship day. So, yeah. Castle, 2 for 16, bowled well. A couple of balls to come.
Well, that's a bit of luck, a bit of good fortune. Well, sometimes when you got your back up against the wall, you need a little bit of luck, don't you? And that is a big slice of luck. It's mucha suerte. Y esa suerte viene con 4 carreras, so 4 runs. You'll take whatever you get. Well,
it was Twickenham. I know that Carlos is captaining, I should say, Twickenham right now. And so there you go. Took him in the ECS earlier this year. Fortunately, we didn't see Carlos. I was wishing maybe he was free for a couple of days, just a bit of a tune-up, because it is a crazy format, isn't it? The ECN T10.
Now we know that Rhino plays this cricket in Switzerland, plays for Cossonay. Now maybe we should give the women of Cossonay a shout out because they got a big match.
Yes, we
tomorrow.
should. Yeah, good point. Castle last ball of his spell.
That's picked up beautifully. Picked up beautifully. You can see the difference, can't you, Vinny, of trying to hammer the ball to the boundary and rushing through your shot and pure timing. Timing wins all the time.
Pace in, pace out. It's just a good technical swing of the bat. Flies back with interest. Martin's doing the job again for Portugal. 73 for 5. Yeah, maybe we should just mention, yeah, Cossonay, the women's side playing in Basel in the final tomorrow, so all the best to them, and looking forward to hearing about the results. Okay, this is tomorrow. Now, we're not going to fill it in just yet because we don't know, but the top 4 will be here. We know it's everyone but Guernsey, so we'll have Ireland 11 as well as Scotland 11 as well as France and Portugal, and we start a bit later because it's finals day, so it's 10:30 a.m. GMT, it's 12:30 in Central Europe and 4 p.m. in India. Here's Jorge back for the 8th over. Ooh, I'm glad I'm not under this one. God, down it goes. Well, Kestajard, he almost had to shave again while that ball was in the air, and could have heard a pin drop as that one went up in the sky.
Well, Sheena gets lucky, gets dropped on 0, and a man who should know all about playing in the nights, Kestajard, puts it down, and Hoggy, he'll be disappointed if he doesn't get that one. Really well. He gets the knack of bowling this delivery. You think it's coming a little bit quicker, but it's almost like the ball slows up in the air before it gets there.
A bit hard to pick under lights as well. I think it's just a bit different. Got breaking news as well, Rico. But first, breaking news, and it's going to be a catch to Castle low down. Martins is going to go, and it's a huge moment in this first innings. Martins has been so good, but Hogarth gets another big fish, and Portugal reeling 74 for 6.
Now look, I know that sometimes things work out in a weird way, but if you could plan this, you couldn't have planned this better. So you had the catch put down of Chino, was a 1 by Sajjad. So the captain, the batters then change ends, and then you get the wicket of Martins. That's worked out pretty well for Scotland, because the wicket that they wanted is of that man who's been very impressive on his first time here at the Cardamom Oval. And Jeremy Martins will go for 31 of 17.
Yeah, well, Martins can't really criticise his contributions. He'll have a job to do with the ball, no doubt, as well. And the jump, the captain comes out at number 8. So, my breaking news was, people call me Mr. Maximo, something just stuck, something really planned. But there's a Mr. Minimo in the comment section right now.
Okay.
I just translated one of his comments. I mean, it's probably not, doesn't sound a lot like me. Anyway, Najam starts with a single down the ground. Well, hello to Mr. Minimo. He knows how to get my attention.
Hello, Mr. Minimo.
Just waiting for like Tory Rutgers to turn up or something. Fielding, one knocked down. There's O'Donnell there.
Well stopped. I mean, it bounces just before him, but he doesn't get carried away and throw himself at this. He waits for it.
I meant to eat this empanada after the 5 over. Hello to the camera, but I've been holding it ever since. Look at your 1.5. You going to eat those?
I think they're going to go down pretty quickly in the break. High and big. That will go all the way. So good, powerful hit this from Najam Shahzad. He's got to be at his best here as the experienced man with a lot of knowledge and also a lot of firepower. He's a big hitter, is Najam Shahzad, and he sends that one for 6. A good strike.
Look at the wicket seat. Only the 2 overs they didn't lose a wicket, and that was 3 and 4. They've lost wickets in 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So hard to put together an innings. Not impossible, it's just pretty hard. You need guys coming out and banging it straight away. Hello to Mubin Tariq, who's watching from Portugal. Mubin, great to see you. There's Machado's new head. It's the same head, just no hair. What do you think? The old cue ball look. I know
He totally threw me.
bit of
I mean,
discussion.
when I saw him going out batting and he had the lid on, I thought, don't look like he's got any hair under that, and he doesn't. Well, that's a great shot. Wonderful pickup from Guy Sheena now.
That's lights out. I think it actually, it's hit something, but let's follow it. We couldn't see it was outside the box. Oh, I don't know, but it made a pretty loud sound.
It hit something, maybe it hit just below the pole, but that's a terrific hit from
Sheena's the sleeping giant of this lineup. You watch. He's got the goods. Can he mount a rescue job here? McBride comes into him. They've actually had that fielding position down really well, haven't they?
It's a good position. I know a lot of teams don't like to keep you back there.
It's, I think something we've seen more and more. It's also an attacking position. A lot of catches go down there.
Yeah, I like it. I think you've got to have it there. I think batters are swinging hard here. It's a good position to have. Right again. And yeah, so that just sums up why. Because they're swinging hard. It's these batters now coming in here. You're 6 down. You're throwing everything at it. You want to try and get that 120 on the board. And if there is a little snake, you need some protection back there. So this is the 9th. We say it all happens in the 9th. And so far, started with a 6. But well, then we've seen a single. And now we see the dot. McBride, the captain.
Ooh. It's the shoulder. I don't think there's any bat on the way up. Wait for the call. Yes. Leg by. I think it's funny you can have a leg by that, well, that ain't the leg. It's just straight off the shoulder.
Yeah, well, it shows no sign of pain, Najam Shazad, because he's big and strong. But yeah, being signalled as 1 for the over, which I don't know. It's
funny one.
Actually
was he jumping?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but that's fine, fair enough. Right, now here to Sheena, who's going to get probably a wide here. It will. So Sheena, remember, was dropped on 1, so it could hurt
Tough
them.
one, though. I want to say hello to Oktay Gulami, who's watching from Sweden. Hello to you. A few people just with the empanada saying it looks a little bit like a pasty. Yeah, that's one way. And then there's Adarsh. It looks a bit like Guccias in India. Guccia.
Okay. Good bowling. Very good bowling. Yeah, there is an Indian savoury disc a bit like that. A little bit smaller as well. Yeah. And yeah, I suppose a lot of people, I remember back in the UK, you'd get Cornish pasties, which were similar, but a little bit bigger, and they were more, the pastry was a little bit more flaky.
Now, these are good because, yeah, they don't go anywhere. Let's say you wanted to eat them in the car. You probably can.
All right, miscue, second time, lucky for Sajjad. Never anywhere near it, and he's going to go for 4.
Wow.
Never looked comfortable here. I mean, the hands are too wide apart. He's never got himself in a good position. I think this is one where, I think as a fielder, you think it's difficult. Maybe I'll go for the catch, but I don't want to give the 4 away, but he gives the 4.
Somehow, I think just rebounded off him and accelerated. I don't think, I mean, it probably would have got to the boundary anyway, but not that quickly. And it'll be the end of McBride, but pretty good comeback from the captain. I know he didn't quite get it right the game before, but number 20 is decent. 95 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed that it's gone for a boundary, that delivery. It's the one that he had to bowl again because of the wide. So it started with a 6, finished with a 4.
I'm a bit worried my man, Mr. Minimo, might not be sticking around in the comment section too long. He's risking a perma-ban.
Well,
hang in there, Mr. Minimo.
Minimo's time may be pretty Minimo, is what we're saying. Gundy. And that is not a good delivery, and I get the feeling, given this a 6, I think we can have a boundary check here, because it was...
Yeah, I think this guy's been called 6 on the field. It is 6. Yeah. Well done by our crew at Spring Productions.
Yeah, you can see that the square umpire there shouldn't have got things, sees that pretty clearly, but not a good ball here. It's a risk here. I mean, the game with Rafi Khan to bowl the last over, I'm not sure that I would have gone with this option, but it's an opportunity. The 100 comes up, and how many more? Well, that's another 6, so this over could turn nasty as Najam Shazad, the captain, is still in the hunt for that 120.
Yeah, well, that's probably about floodlight high again. I feel like things are going to get broken in this Premier Division. Good shot by Najam Shazad. What can he get him up to here? Maybe 120.
Oh, that's belted
Good
straight
field.
down the
Look
ground.
at him straight at the fielder though. We've got basically that Southern Cross field with a very, very straight long off.
I think we'll see more of that field. You know, it's worked pretty productively. It's been deployed. We saw, I think Portugal deployed that as well pretty well. France used it to their ability as well. All right, now, you can't be bowling there. You just can't be. I mean, I don't understand why Rafay Khan would have wanted to come around the wicket here. It makes no sense at all.
He likes to do it. That's the thing. He likes to get to slide across. But that one was actually on middle stump. But even that, you can't bowl that to Shazad. You know he wants the leg side. Again, it's just an education probably for the young finger spinner.
Yeah. Sheena's played most of his runs in that area. All right, he got dropped in that area as well because he does like to go right the way across. But, yeah, you can't be feeding a player the ball that he likes.
Shazad, but, yeah, Sheena equally played that really well. Wants the same again. We'll go 2 here. He might try. He has to back off it. Good throw. He may have gotten away with that. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Anyway, we'll get Najam back on strike to face the last ball.
Boundary gets them to, well, it'll either be a 120 chase. If it goes for 6, it gets them past the 120. And that'll be a pretty good comeback here for Portugal. You'll take that in this tough night fixture. Right now, it's high and it will go all the way. Now, let's just check the height on this as well. I know it's a slower delivery, but I don't think he gets this right. This could be called here. And the way that the Scottish players are not moving, they might feel it gets called. So
I think it's just okay. It's on the way down because he's a spinner, so he'll get away with it. But still, good put away. That's the old Aaron Jones special there. Puts it up and out of the ground. And, yeah, it will be 121 for 6 after 10. Well, Portugal more than they might have had, less than they would have wanted. Scotland 11, let's be honest, their batting at times has seemed a bit brittle. They were in all sorts of trouble earlier on today. Lost 5 wickets in 7 balls, lost 4 in 4. So, although Scotland 11, they're favourites for me, not prepared to put it in the book just yet. Always great when the lights go on at the Cardamom Oval. These two teams playing their first night match for 2024 at the Euros of cricket. But Portugal in early trouble. The wickets stacking up and just restricting their ability to really attack this 10 overs.
yeah, early on they couldn't get going, could they? Only 48 coming in, the 5 overs. But I like the way they came back in. I like the way that one was a good comeback there from Cassell after being hit for a big boundary. But that's the one thing that Scotland did really well for the bulk of this innings. Whenever batters looked like they were in front, like, for example, there Gomez, they came back and got the wicket. And that was a very good catch taken there. And Hoggy, well, we know this guy just loves it. This is centre stage for him. He picked up another couple of wickets, didn't he? 2 for 17. Nice catch there as well. That was Khan. But the one thing that really surprised me big time, and I still don't quite understand it, is why they gave that last over to Rafay Khan, because it went magical big time. Went for 26 in the end. That is a big surprise. They did have other options. Kestajard only went for 14 off his 1 over. So they go for somebody new and it backfires big time. It does help Portugal get to the score that I was talking about that they'd want to get minimum. And that's in the 120s, 121 to 122 would be the chase. Kestajard, well, he had a bit of a mare, didn't he? In that on that 45, couple of chances. And remember, he could have removed Sheena for just 1. He put the catch down. Sheena goes on and scores another 20. So that's a big bonus. And Najam Shazad does what we know he can. He scores a fine, quick 26 of just 8 deliveries. So the scorecard, we had a quick look at the batters there. I think Jeremy Martins, once again, he does impress us. So he shows that he can do it in the night as well as today time. That's very important. And then a good flurry at the end there. Guy Sheena, 21 of 9, and I mentioned already Najam Shazad with the bowlers. I think Scotland, I'm loving what Lewis O'Donnell is doing. 1 for 15. He's bowling with real pace. Charlie Cassell, well, he's a game changer and a genuine match winner. I think Christopher McBride bowled very well as well. And 2 wickets once again from Jack Hogarth. So
I'll give you some numbers, live numbers.
Go on then.
I actually had one by Van Empanada while I was crunching the numbers, but Scotland need 99 or more to keep the double chance on net run rate. So they could lose, but as long as they make 99 at least, then they're guaranteed top 2. If Portugal can keep Scotland 98 or less, then they will jump into the top 2. But 121 is the first inning score. Jeremy Martin's top scoring once again, but not quite the heroics of before. 31 off 17 for him. Good little partnership at the end from Guy Sheena. 21 off 9, and Jump Shazad, the captain, with 26 off 8. Early 14 for Gomes, but he couldn't really get going, could he? But let's look at the bowling, and Jack Hogarth having a really, really good Group A, isn't he? 2 for 17 for him. 2 wickets also for Charlie Castle. 1 for Lewis O'Donnell and 1 for Kes Sajad. We'll take a break. We'll be back pretty shortly. Well, Portugal coming home with a wet sail, but is it enough to sail into the top 2? We know that Scotland 11 need 122 for the win. They need 99 minimum to hold on to that double chance. So plenty to play for. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We're going to go see if there's any empanadas left. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more action here from the Costa del Sol. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello viewers and welcome to the spectacular Cartama Oval for the final innings of the day, and it's going to be a big innings really for Scotland. They are seeing if they can get to 122 of their 10 overs to get a victory here against Portugal. Remember, second spot and the double chance is up for grabs. Just keep an eye on the bonus point equation there, 84. So if Portugal can restrict Scotland to 84 under, they will take all the points. And if they get all the four points, they will finish second. On this day, back in 1998 was a big day for Ian Healy. I think a lot of people had him down as their favourite wicketkeeper in the first test in Rawalpindi. He caught Wasingham off the bowling of Colin Miller to overtake Rod Marsh's world record of 355 test dismissals. In all, Healy took 366 catches and 29 stumpings in his 119th test. His record stood for exactly 9 years before Mark Boucher overtook his mark in the Karachi test in 2007. So just a little bit of history back in time today. And well, it could be history here for Portugal if they can get a big win against Scotland. And I know that Mr. Maximo is always crunching some numbers when he returns. He'll probably have some more details on what Portugal have to try and do here. But of course, if they win and they restrict Scotland to under 84, then they get four points. That'll be a great victory for them. But Scotland, well, they're a team that just start to click at the right times. I think we've seen that from some of their bowlers. Jack Hogarth has been fantastic. I like the bowling of Lewis O'Donnell. And Charlie Cassell, he's been good with all-round performances. But here we go. This is the man who's really has excited us. And I like the fact they're going to go with him with the ball straight away. And Juan Henry, seen him a few times as well. And every time I see him, he excites me more and more. He's a good player, good bowler. Bowls with a fair bit of pace. He's going to be opening up to Christopher McBride. And that's going to go a long way. McBride crunches this pretty well. And it's his favourite pull shot, which goes into the jungle for 6 runs. So the captain of Scotland, McBride, off and running with 6 runs. Just times that on its way. He almost gets surprised by it. I think that's why you see Juan Henry. He felt that maybe he was going to get a full shot there for McBride, but not to be. better areas. McBride, now he does play that full shot. Gets beaten outside the off. Henry looking really to do with the ball what the likes of McDonald did, and McBride to a point as well. Just getting that ball to move around a little bit, dart around in that off-stump corridor. Lloyd Brown is the opener at the non-strikers end. 2 dots, 2 swings. McBride, I think he's eyeing up the fact that the field on the offside are all inside the circle. They've got the third back now. He's being brought up here, and that's because long on and long off, the 2 straight are being pushed back. But I do think McBride is trying to go out on the offside. Well, not this time. He crunches that one quite beautifully as he leans into this for 4 runs. And that goes into the mid-wicket area. This time just a little bit shorter. And McBride is literally able to charge at this. And then he picks his spot quite nicely as well. Cuatro más. To come in this first over, 10 from him. And oh, that's a tremendous take. It's going to be a wide. Flying through the air, literally, was Miguel Machado there. Makes a very good stop. Will have to be bowled again, wide ball. Trying to get McBride to get that snick. Well, there's nothing snicky about this. That is clean out of the middle, and that one echoes around the Cardamom Oval as that comes out of the middle of that bat. Well, this is sweet, and a sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 runs. Well, that's been absolutely clobbered. What next here? Of course, it is the last innings of the day. In the last match, we often talk about food. We've talked a fair bit about empanadas and how delicious they are, the Argentinian empanadas here. Thank you to Don Mundo for providing those. Of course, we talked how they're very similar to Cornish pasties. It used to be a favourite of mine, the old Cornish pasties. And a nice cold day, a nice hot pasty. Not only was it tasty, it kept your hands warm as well. Well, talking about hands, you need good hands to take good catches. And that's exactly what they do. And it is Daval Kuma Norotam who holds on to the catch, and they will get the wicket of Christopher McBride. And just this time, so they set that field for him, didn't they? They put the 2 men straight. They were encouraging him to go down the ground. McBride does go for this. He gets a fair bit of height on this, but not the distance. And Juan Henry will take a wicket at the last ball of the first over, and it will be the captain, McBride, who'll go for 16 of 6 deliveries to score. At the end of the first over, Scotland are 17 for 1 as Maximo comes back into the box.
Yeah, McBride gets jilted there, right down the end of the bat, and up it went. Nice catch there by D, as they call him, Daval Norotam. This will bring Kessajan to the crease. 161 matches since the golden ball. Oh, this one wouldn't be off the table, I suppose. Portugal is the home to quite a few golden balls, actually. The Santarém Cricket Ground and the Miranda de Cordova Stadium in Coimbra. Both.
Well, you had one of the all-time classics there at the ECG, didn't you?
Oh, which
one? In the darkness?
Oh, in the final, yeah, ECS Portugal final. Yeah, that was some finish. Golden ball in the dark. Who needs lights? Anyway, Martins comes on. He's going to have a wicket straight away. His golden run continues, and it's a golden duck for Brown. Just kind of driving on the up again. It was down towards the bottom of the bat. Simple catch. It's 17 for 2. This game's taken a turn.
Yeah, and this is a real disappointing dismissal. I mean, it's a bit of a nothing shot. He just thinks he's going to help this over the offside by timing it. He finds the safe hands of Najam Shazad, and Jeremy Martins has done it again, and Lloyd Brown is going to be the old and he is very, very disappointed with himself, and rightly so. It was a bit of a nothing shot.
I mean, I can understand what he's going for there. Never planned to hit it that low on the bat. The field's up on the offside. He gets it over the infield, then he's an easy streak. It's Taimur Ahmed getting a bat here at number 4. It's quite amazing, even with, what's that, 9 overs to go. Each of these teams could finish as high as second, as low as 4th.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a big swing. Obviously, double chance in such an even group is worth a lot. Taimur, talented player, faces up to Martins. Got that slower ball up his sleeve. Look at the swing there that he's getting. That was the stop delivery. He swings a bit too far.
Ball is swinging around here this evening. I know that Lewis O'Donnell really did get that ball to move about, so that's always going to be a bit of the ammunition that the bowlers have here. So well bowled, but yeah, you got 2 new batters out there now, so Scotland going to really have to dig deep here to get this win.
Shot for none. I had a question from Julian about how the groups get decided. Well, there's a random element to it, but typically we have 3 pots based on previous performance. Now, and so some people are saying, oh, Scotland in the same group. How does that work? Aren't they 2 top teams? But got to remember Scotland last year, they only won 1 out of their 4 group games, because they did then rally. But in the algorithm, that wasn't enough to keep them in that kind of pot 1. They were in pot 2, and that's why they run into an island.
Not taking these singles, are they? We've seen that one really didn't come off the middle, so it's not going to the fielder quickly. It's a good slow ball again for Martins, but not taking the singles, so dot balls mounting up. What an over so far.
Now, you don't want to always be losing wickets in clumps. That's kind of been the case for Scotland in quite a lot of cases here at the Euros of cricket. But yes, this morning, I should say, they'd lost 5 in 7 balls, but I love the counter-attack. They just continued playing their shots. Eventually, someone came off. But this could be trouble, backing back a long way. It's another wicket. Taimur goes for a duck, and Scotland, well, they got the case of the collapsos again, as Martins has the double strike in the second over. It's 18 for 3.
What a good catch this is from Nuratan. He's going backwards, running backwards is not easy. Ball's up in the air a long time, but he backs himself to get there. It wasn't the right one to take on, and he gets himself in a good position, takes the catch, and they're coming from all round to celebrate. And Portugal, they've got Scotland in trouble here. 18 for 3. Now, Vinny, I know that you were crunching some numbers. Well, what did you come up with?
Yeah, so, I mean, Scotland, obviously 3rd and 4th is kind of the same. We're not expecting any rain. So, Scotland, if they were to make, I think, less than 72, they go down to 4th. As long as they can make 99 or more, even if they lose the game, they're level on points, but their net run rate stays above Portugal. So, and 99 or more, even though the bonus point, I think, from memory is, I guess, 85 or something like that, at 99. If there's one, the most important number actually in this innings is 99. Scotland get 99 or more, they go to the top 2.
Taimur Ahmed has not had a good time. He gets a 3-more duck. We saw a golden duck for Lloyd Brown. Kasajad hasn't faced the ball. And Majid comes out. And we did play some nice shots earlier. And he's going to hit this pretty straight. It will only be just a single as Portugal are keeping those 2 nice and straight in that long off and long on position.
I spotted Pearce in the chat as well. Pretty sure he'll be coming with Netherlands 11 this year as well. They'd love to win it again. Had a question about the new wide ruling. I suppose it's not that new now because we've had it for about 5 or 6 months. So we had a trial of just making a slight modification because now we've given the bowlers a bit more leeway. Now if the ball touches any of that line, even it's meant to be, even if it touches 1% of the outside of the line, when it goes past the popping crease, it's not a wide. It's a bit short, just over the top of Christopher Freitas. That's going to be 6. Maximal Kasajad with a nice pull shot. And I think he might have been a little bit worried the fielder might have had this within reach.
Yeah, it's not that far away, but it's I suppose for Scotland, it's a good finish to what is, well, got to go down to a very good over for Portugal. 8 come from it in the end, courtesy of that boundary at the end, but there were 2 wickets. So Jeremy Martins starts well. Scotland, 25 for 3.
So you can see here that if Portugal were to win, a normal win 3-1, both Scotland 11 and Portugal would be on 8, and then it would come to net run rate, and Portugal have some making up to do. So yeah, we now know that Scotland 11, as long as they get 99, even if they were to lose, not make the 122 target, they would still hold on to second place on the net run rate. Just going back to that, so it was trialled, I think, in France for the first time. Was when we first trialled that interpretation. It just seems to be the one that's works best with the volume of cricket that we've got, and they're factoring things like umpires and doing a lot of games. It's one less thing they have to think about. I'll just go further in a second as Shazad loses down the leg side. The thing is, we tried it and it seemed to just sort a lot of confusion out. Before that, the umpire was meant to take into account how far outside of stump they were when the ball was bowled, but when the ball was bowled, they're meant to watch the bowler's foot, and then it's hard enough when you're looking at the actual line. When you have an imaginary line, it gets even tougher. So leg side, everybody knows, if you miss the leg stump, fairly or unfairly, it's going to be a wide, unless it's between the batter's body and the stumps. Height, everybody knows that's a wide. Bowled him. He goes on the long march to nowhere here. Majid and Scotland imploding. It's another quick 4 wickets in the power play. This time it's Najam Shazad who has the breakthrough with Majid losing his off pole as 26 for 4.
Yeah, Majid, I'm not really sure what he was doing here. They just put pressure on him, Biddy. I don't know if you noticed, but they put a sort of a slip in there. Look, there he is. They brought another one across on the offside. They forced him to go leg side. I think that was really clever. Myself and Corey were a little bit critical of some of the field placements from Portugal in the earlier match today against Guernsey. We don't think they got it right. And we don't think they were giving the right field to a bowler for somebody like Najam Shazad, who needs the bodies out the offside. They've done that right here this time, and I love the way they created the pressure. They put a slip in, they brought another one across on the offside. They literally forced him to go for a shot on the leg side. He comes down the pitch to try and play it, misses it, goes 26 for 4. Portugal now here. Not only do I think that they hold the key to get this win, but they could keep Scotland to less than that 100 score.
Oh, well. The thing is, they've kept playing their shots. That's the thing. Scotland 11 still, with the batting they've got, Supercomputer thinks they can chase this down. Flicked away. It's a nice start from Castle. He'll get 4. It's a little bit outside the hit from Shazad, and it goes to the boundary. Yeah, so just quickly finishing that kind of point. So now everything is kind of set what's a wide and what's not. So the bowler's got a clear box. They can put it anywhere in there. The batter, if they want, they can stand anywhere in there, but you can't cover the whole box. So it's worked very well, and that's why it stayed. But I also should mention that used to be any ball that even touched the line a little bit used to be a wide. Now, and that's on the inside. Now on the outside of the line, any ball that touched a little bit should be a good ball.
Gone. And, well, Cassell goes. Now that is huge, and they know it's huge, because I think, I've said this before, Charlie Cassell is like the Jeremy Martins of Portugal. Scotland are 5 down. There's going to be no heroics from Cassell this time. 5 down, and he literally just plays this straight into the hands of square. And that's an easy catch for Christopher de Freitas. Scotland, they're falling apart here.
Oh boy. Castle can't believe it. It's almost a carbon copy of the way Davol Noritam got out in the first innings. Just instinctive little flick. I mean, not really thinking about keeping the ball on the ground this form of the game. Happened to be a fielder there, Chris de Freitas. Probably could have caught it behind his back. Castle, he'll be a force tomorrow. Don't you worry about that, no matter where Scotland finish. Right now, he's the 5th to go now. The score, 30 for 5. Now, this guy, Uzair Ahmed, earlier on, he came out in, I'm going to say almost exactly the same situation. Okay, bunch of quick wickets. I'll get the exact score it was when he came out before. He came out at 29 for 5. Well, they won better this time. They're 30 for 5. And he scored 44 off his first 8 balls. Now, Majid helped him out a little bit earlier. Majid's back in the shed. Shazad's got 2 for 5. Uzair can pull Scotland out of this mess. We've seen him do it already. Here we go. And if you get him, it's 30 for 6. And the old house of cards starting to wobble a little bit, isn't it, Rico?
We know that things get spicy in the night. There's always a little bit of masala out there, and, well, never mind about masala at the moment. Pickle's the word, and Scotland are in it. 30 for 5, Najam Shazad, the captain. Great spell from him. 2 for 5. And I like the way that he backs himself to bowl this all-important 3rd over. It's going to be a hard chase. Oh, I think this could be 4. I think we're going to have to look at the foot here of Francois Stoneman. I just get the feeling that he may have caught the foot on the rope here.
Yeah,
Have a look at this. Yeah, that's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, it's pretty clear actually. Maybe didn't feel it. But it is 4 runs. Yeah, Faf just going over it. Great effort though. Everyone might count here. I want to say hello to Lorenzo Cascais, who's watching from Portugal. He's very, very good to us when we were there, Lorenzo. Thanks for all the nice wishes. We missed you. We'll see you soon. I'm sure we'll have another series in Portugal shortly.
Yeah.
Early in the new year, I guess.
Shot. That's a good shot. And that one, I think, maybe just 1 bounce forward. So I think the umpire should just check this. We'll have a look again here. But that's a cracking shot. So you said it, Uzair Ahmed. He's a powerful hitter. I like the way he's come out there and he's still playing his shots. So, yeah, bounces about 1 metre short of that boundary. So good finish to the over. It will be 38 for 5. So remember Scotland here. I mean, Vinny, they might as well be brave. And surely they've done the sums themselves. They know what they've got to get here.
They know.
You might as well
exactly.
be brave and just see and say, look, go out there and score 100.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It worked for him before. 26 off that last over, 39 off the last 2 has made a bit of a difference, hasn't it? It's also lifted the margin they had to win by, if it's just on runs, was pretty consistent. So, you know, if they get 20 runs less, that means that Scotland would only need like 79. You know, so it does make a big difference. 5 wickets in the power play, though, puts you in a great position. Juan Henry is going to bowl out. Who's there? Yeah, I mean, he was on for a 9-ball 50. He was 40 off 7. He was 44 off 8. And he kind of went into kind of weird, like, late 40s crisis. Oh, that feels like. Anyway, here we go.
Played away, and it's going to be a hard chase. And we'll probably do a bit of a boundary check here. But I think from what I see here, this is clean. Somebody's got to stop this, though. They do. Yeah. I mean, going back to his air, not only did he hit his first 6 balls for 6, right?
Yeah, he did. He started with it.
Yeah.
We had a 5-fer and we had a 6 sixes of the first 6 balls.
Yeah,
you can't get a quicker 36 than that.
Yeah, and then he hit a couple of 4s, and then just a couple of singles, so he didn't get the do it in 9. Oh, the umpire takes a long time. Look, I don't mind this on the umpires. I mean, that's. If you look at that from the other side, maybe. I mean, when does it go past? I know it moves a lot afterwards, but for me, tough one for the umpire.
I think that's outside. Again, the thing is that the rule's there to give the bowlers a bit more latitude. I don't think they've always had it in this series.
That is a wild swing, really, but that's the way this guy plays.
I think with wide calls, one or the other. That's actually one of the reasons we wanted more consistency in the wide calling as well, so everyone knows the rules. Because if you're saying an average is 2 a ball, then if you don't call a wide, you're robbing a team. If you don't call a wide that walls or vice versa, it's a 1-run difference for the wide, and you're robbing a ball, which is worth basically 2 on average. So it's like a 3-run swing, with games getting decided by so little. You want the same rules. Another big swing and a miss from Uzi inside the off stump.
Big match this.
Portugal right up and about. They'd love this double chance, and they'll feel, hey, tomorrow maybe we can knock off the Irish and put the baby greens back in the freezer, and then they're in the final. Scotland, I think, the exact same thing.
Needing another 60 runs here, Scotland. Okay, it's high in the air, and he's put it down. Now, where are the feet here? I mean, this is the question. Catch goes down from the fielder. That's Guy Sheena.
Yeah.
But where is his body? Does any of him touch this rope?
It definitely hits his hands before he falls over the rope, but was he standing on the rope? Won't be able to tell. Going forward?
I don't think he is. I think he falls back over it after the ball gets past him. So I think that's just going to go down. It's a big opportunity.
I think he was fine anyway, but the benefit of the doubt will go to the fielding side anyway, so it'll just be 1 run. Yeah, and I'm looking at live. I don't think he stepped on the rope, but yeah, look, I suppose if you want to step on the rope, that's 5 runs more. So it's not a worst case scenario for Portugal.
Doesn't quite get this out in the middle. It's that slower delivery, well bowled that by Henry. He'll be disappointed he doesn't get the wicket, and I think Sheena is going to be more disappointed. But hey, folks, you know it's difficult under the lights of floodlights. These teams are not going to get that many opportunities to play under the lights, so it's not that they'll get used to it. And I think somebody like Sheena would be interesting to see how much cricket he's played on the lights.
Yeah, true. Last ball the over here. There's Juan Henry. And a question from Jeff, is he quick? He's quick enough, don't you worry about that. End of the 4th over, Scotland 11, 42 for 5.
Yeah, the key thing is, all right, there was an opportunity. Uzair gets lucky in 8, and they go without losing a wicket. That's important. 2 wickets, of course, Najam Shahzad took in the last over. So no wickets of that one, but only the 4 runs come from it then.
So I want you to imagine, see there's a little line to the 10. That's the actual line that they need. They basically need 9.9 and over throughout the 10 overs to stay up in the top 2. That's why the top 2 is so important. Every match can shape your fortunes here at the Euros of cricket.
Yeah, it looks like a change in the bowling here. I don't know, and Najam Shahzad hasn't gone back straight to himself. I'm a little bit surprised there. I think you're holding yourself back for nothing, but they are going to go with, this is Carlos Nuez.
Good. Bit of a risk changing the bowling, but let's see how he goes.
High in the air, fielder coming across and drops it. Oh, now he's been so good. Dhaval Kumar has taken 2 catches already down the ground, and now when he's called upon out on the offside, he puts it down. A couple of chances going down, which could be so important.
Got to the drop zone, that was the hardest bit for Noritam, and it was just a bit further out than he realised. A couple of catches going down. Sajjad, he's a dangerous player as well. We've seen him do it against the best of opposition as well here at the Cardamom Oval.
All right, could there be another chance? Second time lucky, you don't get 2 chances in life. Well, he does, and he holds on to it. He spikes it into the ground, and Carlos Nuez, well, he doesn't get the wicket against Sajjad, who survives. But Uzair Ahmed, who was dropped earlier on the boundary by Sheeno on 8, well, he won't be able to capitalise. He will go. Scotland certainly chancing their arm. Well, they've got lucky a couple of times, but not this time. Second chances don't come that often, but they do fall to Dhaval Kumar Nuratam this time, and second time round, he doesn't make the mistake. He takes his 3rd catch, and Carlos, well, he's absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, well, that's disappointment. Another wicket goes down, 43 for 6. Well, the cricket gods giveth, the cricket gods taketh away. And that's a simple catch taken down there. This was a bit different because he could take it over his head. And I just think this was... one difference is that you never lose the ball below your eyes.
Yeah.
Well, that's one key difference in trying to catch fingers up, you know, in front of your face or higher above your shoulders versus trying to catch it at your chest. It does swirl around here. It is slightly different picking up the ball out of the night sky.
Lewis O'Donnell, we've seen how good he's been with the ball. Now he's got to try and do something with the bat for his side.
Oh.
Oh. Well, how close is this dropping back into the stumps?
Well, yeah, but also I think this has got him in the lid. Yeah. I think it's like straight onto the lid, but kind of gets tied up and kind of bounces up into the grill. Just gives it a little kiss. Anyway, Lewis is all right. Good to hear. Oh, you missed last night. We had some very interesting concussion tests in the last game.
Up in the air, catching. Taken. It's another. Lewis O'Donnell will go for 0. It's a 2-ball duck. Francois Stoneman takes the catch. And Portugal, they are all over Scotland like a rash. 43 for 7. Portugal, they are almost going to pull off a great victory here, and the way things stand at the moment, Scotland, they're fraying the bat at everything, but they're not getting the chances, they're not getting the life that they want, they're not getting the boundaries. Portugal are holding on to the catches. It looks like it could be a famous victory here for Portugal. And Scotland, well, they were sitting in 2nd, and Portugal was sitting in 4th, and Portugal look like they're going to overtake them and get the double chance.
Scotland lever in this series, a bit like a traffic bridge after an earthquake. They're a big collapse risk, aren't they? And now it's Lewis who's got to go. Stoneman wants to take it fingers up, slightly awkwardly take him, but it's good enough. Nunez with the double strike, don't forget, had one dropped as well.
Oh, wow.
43 for 7, do not adjust your sets.
Carlos Nuez, well, remember I said that I would have started with Najam Shahzad. Why not? He took 2. Well, Carlos says, well, there's nothing that my captain can do that I can't, and he's taken 2. 2 for just the 1 here.
Here's Hoagie at number 9. Good old-fashioned collapse under lights. Good swing there from Nunes, will be wide.
I reckon this is the last real stand here for Scotland. Sajjad hasn't really got going, did get put down. He's on 9. We know he can bat if he can get in. Hogarth, he had to do this so many times for Scotland last year.
Batting 9 though, only Tom Knight and Rafael Khan to come. Yeah, so I mean, Tom Knight is a good young player. He's got a good technique, but he's not really a power player. He's more of a deflector. Maybe he can give the strike back. Sajjad is a power hitter. Hogarth, he's a good bat as well. We saw that when he was playing. He was actually captaining Forfarshire in the ECL earlier in the year. All right. People thinking this game's done and dusted. Not just yet. Remember, 99. So you can take 23 off that equation. So let's make it 54 off 31. And I know we're 7 down, doesn't look great, but 54. I mean, that could be 3 good overs with these two at the crease.
Okay, Sajjad's still there. He had a nightmare in the field. He could make up for it with the bat.
Top front ready to go. That'll be the end of the 5th over. What a note from Nunes. Well, they went to him and he delivered 45 for 7 after 5. Let's welcome you in as Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. And this is ECN cricket at its best. You never know what's around the corner. Do not count your chickens before they've hatched. I know that Scotland, they've been a bit brittle at times. They've lost wickets in clumps, but I don't think anyone expected them to lose 7 wickets in the first 5 overs.
Nah, and this is the sort of cricket, if I'm honest, that I think a lot of people are expecting more to see in the US of cricket. I don't think it was always going to be batters on top.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of that early on in the Challenger division. I think when it comes to this Premier division, we're going to see matches like this, and I think they'll be topsy-turvy as well. I don't think, I mean, Ireland have been absolutely superb in the group, but I think a lot of teams are going to experience this. They're going to be highs and lows, and this is a low for Scotland at the moment.
At the moment it is, but I think it's a couple of things. I think the bowling going up a level, but I also think it's more catches being taken. I know they haven't been perfect here, but caught enough of them. This is an interesting one to start the over. I think it has gone over the line. This is a good example of one that used to be a wide, but now, because it gets some of the line when it goes past, a fair bit of the line actually, that's going to be a legal delivery.
The last 2 overs have only gone for 7 runs, and the wickets have been tumbling as well. Played well, fielder coming across, going to make the stop. Oh, once again, it's another one. But we're just going to have a look at the legs of the fielder. They will come back for 2. Let's just have a look here. Let's see these legs now. I think that's 4 runs, you know.
Is the ball already gone, though?
I think it's already touching. I think his knee is touching, and I think that's going to be 4. Yes, 4 given.
It's a couple of times they've actually touched the balls while they've been touching the rope.
Yeah, disappointment, because what you're looking to do there is just thump it before your body goes onto the rope. So, yeah, close one. I know Faz Stoneman himself had one himself. So 4 runs, valuable 4. It's on the pads, just asking the question, but probably be going down the leg side. So, thing is with Scotland here now, I wonder if their aggressive approach is going to end up helping them. They've all gone out and played their shots.
Yeah.
I mean, there was only a couple. I think Cassell would have been disappointed the way he got up. All the others playing their shots. All it'll take is one to click. I mean, Sajjad there going for the big shot. Hoggy's come out. He's not trying to play it around. He's trying to smack the ball as well.
Stoneman. Perfect bowling. Now, he's had an interesting year. He's been playing in the Netherlands, so he's actually moved out of Portugal to try and advance his cricket, play in a slightly, I suppose, higher standard competition, and I think he had a very good season. I caught up with him a couple of times when I was over in the Netherlands over the summer.
Yeah, he's really come along, especially with his accuracy and his line. He used to bowl a lot of extras, but he's tidied that up. Like in the field change here, Portugal, they're on it with the field today, so they can see the shots Hoggy's trying to play and puts a backward point in.
Shot, but it'll only be 1. Remember, 99. It's not on the screen, but 99 is the number that can get Scotland on top too. Obviously, you always want to win an international, but tournament play is a bit interesting. Sometimes you've got to think of the bigger picture outside this game. And whoever finishes in second will get the right to play Ireland 11 in their 1 versus 2 match.
2 big overs here for Scotland. 2 big overs, and they get to that 99. They may not win the match, but they could finish still second. And that is going to go for 6. So that's the sort of thing I'm talking about. Scotland, all the batters we've seen going out there and going for the big shots. And few times they've been unlucky. Great catches have been taken by Portugal. I haven't taken everything, but if a few of those go their way, a couple of big overs, and everything can change.
Yeah, so 6 runs, big nick to finish the over. That gets them a little bit closer, 57 for 7 after 6. It's hello to Chris, and Chris is down, hoping that Scotland can turn this around. I suppose these two, silver lining if you like, at least they've played well enough to know that they're playing tomorrow, and that might not have been the case had even one result gone another way. I mean, Guernsey obviously showed us a bit more what they can do. It's a very stirring win, and a lot of their supporters were thrilled with that, even though it was a bit of a consolation win in match 8. Nunes coming off his 2 for 3 is coming in. Hogarth facing up.
He's hitting the ball well. The other thing is that, I mean, partnerships are so key, but no more than in the night. The longer these two spend out there, the better their eyes will tune in to the ball, and that's going to serve them well. There's not too much more to come here with the batting. We know that this partnership, I think, is very, very important. And Sajjad, his hitting abilities is good. If you can get a few away, it'll get them closer.
Well, that one always takes that shoe, but it's going to rattle the boundary. 4 runs. Shows me Sajjad's in a kind of a good place as well. He's not trying to get crazy. He's not trying to just slog wildly. It's a very safe shot, but a very effective shot. Watch out!
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Shub,
Matrix style from Shub.
certainly one of our umpires that doesn't cover too many stumps wide in that position. And did well to get out of the way there. Well, what I said the last time, I take it back. That was a bit of a dirty slog that almost knocks his off peg out.
It's an ugly shot, really. I mean, Sajjad, if he wants to play that shot, yeah, he's doing it there now. You've got to move your feet. So you needed to get his foot across and then play that shot. The shot is on, and if you want to try and create more from it, and because when you look at the field on the leg side, square leg is in, 45 is in, you can go in that area.
37 off 21 to qualify in second. Make that 37 off 20. 20 balls left. This could go anyway. I mean, I still think potentially Scotland could win the game if Sajjad went on a real heater.
But he's missing too many balls. There's too many dot balls. And that's the problem here at the moment. He's on 24 of 11. Hoggy has played a miss at a few, but I think Sajjad, he's got to start making further contact. Big move here. Third comes up into a catching sort of position now.
Telegraphing a short ball here.
Yeah. Just trying to play with the mind here of Sajjad. I don't mind this at all.
Fake out. Ah, well. Yeah, sometimes you can be too clever, and there's always a chance of the ball flying away. Sajjad didn't get too much of it, but he'll get 4.
We've got an Alexis lookalike there, I thought, for a moment there. But, yeah, I don't like that move. I think that was more just to play in the mind of the batter.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that's all that was about. Play the mind of the batter, trying to create a mistake. And if you left the field the way it was, I'm not saying he would have played the same shot, but it will go to the boundary. And boundaries here very important. The longer this guy stays out there, the bigger chance Scotland have.
Wicket in Portugal. That won't be it. That's gone miles out of the ground. Maximal for Sajjad and Nunes. He bowls a good spell. Be disappointed with the way it finishes. In fact, he concedes more in the last 2 balls than the first 10.
Yeah.
He'll finish 2 for 18 and Scotland 11. Hovering. It's 72 for 7. This partnership now is worth 29, but a pretty valuable 29.
Yeah, man. They're edging closer now. So here, Sajjad looks like he's knew something, so waiting to see what the 12-man brings out here. So we've got a bit of a delay here, but that gives us an opportunity to talk about a few things. It is, of course, International World Animal Day, so we talk about animals. Corey said his favourite animal is a turtle of all animals. What about yours?
Why does that not surprise me? I've got a few favourites. I don't mind a giraffe. I think they're pretty unique.
Yeah.
Giraffe.
But what animals would be good if you could train them to play cricket? I suppose octopus behind the stump.
Giraffe would be really good on the boundary,
Certainly
but no hands.
You've got to catch them in the mouth, I suppose.
Get your neck behind the ball.
Yeah.
Long barrier would be good.
Would be.
I don't mind a zebra as well. They're both quite African, those ones. No, platypus is a good one if you want to go back to. You know what a platypus is?
Platypus, yeah.
Yeah. You know, they thought when the English came and they sent pictures back, they thought it was a practical joke. They're like, no, be serious. True
All right.
story. Here's Martin's
Big-
good guy to be able to bring on.
Big over this, and they want him to try and get the breakthrough, and Hoggy deals with it pretty well. I think Hoggy now, probably the message might have got across to Hoggy to say, hey, you two. Yeah, now this is what, I mean, he didn't get what he wanted straight away, so I think you might just want to change gloves here. It could, we know that this time it can. You can get pretty sweaty now with that to do this time of day, so he does change his gloves, and doesn't take on any water there, Sajjad, so he knows the importance of this, and I'm sure if he didn't know already, I think the 12th man probably just came and said, hey, you know what we need here, don't you? You know what we need?
Yeah. Well, 99 hasn't changed. So 26 off 17. You're looking at, you've got to get Sajjad. If you get Sajjad,
yeah,
Cool,
that's the wicket, and that's why they've gone for
Hogarth.
Martins. Got for Martins here earlier. They probably would have held him back, but
gun versus gun here. Oh, he's cracked it into his shoelaces. Ouch.
that is gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. I mean,
Watch this.
ooh, he's probably thinking, walk it off. It's a Scott. He's hard. They're
Baseballers
hard.
actually wear a bit of padding normally on their shoes to protect against that.
Yeah.
That can do quite nasty injuries. A lot of little bones in your foot. So Judd's taking a moment here. Is he going to be good to continue straight away? Let's find out.
Just adjust
Been a bit lucky. I mean, that could have easily chopped onto the stump, so got to chop for 4. I mean, this is a very tense contest. It's 26 off 16 now. To stay out.
Slow ball up in the air. Chase is on. And they will be looking to try and get 2 if they can. They're taking it on. It's a good throw. Oh, he will get back. Oh.
Wasn't a great throw. Throw right next to the bails, a direct hit. I think probably would have run Sajjad out. I mean, it was almost the forward escort across the boundary here. They're all chasing. Luckily, it stays in. You see there, he wanted it. To be fair to Sajjad, he got back really quickly. There was no hesitation.
Yeah, he wanted.
He running on a broken foot, but pretty bruised. All right.
Still no third back. That does surprise me a little.
Slow ball. That's such an interesting ball. It was actually kind of set up for looks like it's going to be a really slow ball. It was still like a cutter. He rolled the fingers down the right-hand side of the ball.
Them turns, and you can see the young man here with his.
I know. I can read Tom Knight's thoughts, and they are stay out there.
Tom
Not
Knight.
really in a huge rush to have to do anything.
Is saying not tonight,
Good luck,
not
guys.
tonight, Josephine, not tonight. I don't want to go out there. Finish it off for me, boys.
It is the night though, so it suits him. Tom Knight. Hogarth 3 off 6, but he's still there. Not anymore. It's a perfect Yorker, and that heaps the pressure. Well, time for Knight to get into the night. Well done by Martins. He's so skillful. This was the pace on off-stump Yorker. Probably looking maybe for a change-up, but he just completely beats Hoagie with the velocity, and it's 76 for 8.
Great delivery. Now this is where the danger is now here for Scotland. 8 down, and now this is where Sajjad at the other end now will be feeling that every time he's on strike, he's got to stay on strike. He just gets beaten here, I think, by pace. If you look at this again, the ball has got past him before he plays it. He's disappointed with himself. Is Hoggy, and I think if the cameras were on him, he was probably hitting and knocking those stumps over in frustration. But he walks up knowing that he's given his wicket away, but he stuck around for a bit.
Sometimes numbers don't tell the whole story.
No.
You look at 3 off 7, you normally go, jog along. But he did, provide some stability at an end. And while he was there, the score went from 43 to 76. Tom Knight, well, look, here's the thing. You knock him over, a similar ball would be pretty tough to deal with.
Yeah.
And then you're dealing with the number 11, still Rafe Khan. Again, now he assumes the role of the prayer-in-chief. And please.
This is a very big delivery, actually. The top bowler, Joey Martins, 3 for 12, another 3 from him. And he's attacking this. The third goes back.
This is one to block, right? If you're not, just don't get out. Whatever you do, I actually don't even know if you take a 1 here.
No, not now. I think Sajjad now knows if they're getting this 99, he's got to dictate the strike.
Martin's like the sound of ball on stump. Here we go, last ball of the 8th. And yeah, smart from the youngster. He knows his role. It's just to be a support. Sajjad will take over. 12 balls to go, 76 for 8. I know the game is whatever it says it is. It's what, 46 off 2, but the real equation here is 23 off 12 balls.
Yeah.
Look at the 10 line. That's pretty much the line they need to be at. And they've dropped just below it. So, yeah, they need, well, we know what they need. They need 23 off 2. It's 11.5 and over they need.
Yeah, thing with now Sajadi, all right, he hasn't been hitting clinically well. He hasn't been hitting, you know, his strike rate's not brilliant, 37-16, but he's got to pick a bowler. He's got to decide, right, I've got to go after one. Who am I going after? I mean, Najam Shazad bowled a terrific first over. He started things off in a way, him and Martin. Martin took 2 for 8. Najam Shazad came on and took 2 for 13.
Right. I think if we learnt to I keep saying Shazad. Yeah, Shazad bowling. To Sajad, got to keep it pitched up near that off stump.
Shot. That's 6, you know. That's 6. That's the shot now.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
now
out of ideas.
4 6s, you do it, right?
I was
4
just thinking
6s.
he's made more errors in that kind of a ball. You know, he sometimes got a bit lazy, he's hit across the line. That time he holds his shape. It's not that he can't deal with that ball. It's that he has made errors with that kind of a ball so far. It's a very handy one. 82 now. And it's 17 off 11.
Short one, and this could be another 6. Well, there you go. So that's 2 of them. I said he needs 4 6s. That's 2 of them. That's 12 of just 2 deliveries.
I think you don't change your plan every ball. It goes short. We know he loves this shot.
Great shot, though.
Absolutely loves it.
Look
Excellent.
how he goes back in his crease
Look,
there,
it's
Vinny.
very well played, but yeah, I just think you're more likely to have success by getting it a bit fuller. Now, what's that? It's 11 off 10. 8 down, and a wicket still changes everything.
Well, look at Carlos Nunez. He's there at the captain, giving him all sorts of hand gestures. And Jeremy Martin's there as well. All right, here we go. Interesting stuff. Never mind about the win. It's all about they can get to 99. Oh, goes for it and misses it.
I mean, a wicket here, and then you're talking about your 10 and 11, putting on 11 at more than a run a ball pace.
Changing the angle as well, coming around the wicket. We've seen Najam Shazad do this very well in Portugal, and he's difficult to get away. He's one bowler who can bowl really well around the wicket. Goes for it, and he was going to get another 6. That's 3 of them. That's 3 of them. One more 6 here. One more 6. So if they get to 99 here, then Scotland, well, they're going to go down here, you would imagine, but it means that they will do enough to finish in 2nd spot and get the double chance. So Kasajad also brings up his 50, but there's hardly any recognition for that, because they know
Don't jinx him.
it doesn't matter. The 50 don't matter. It's what he does from here on in. You can also saw the wagon wheel there where he's hit most of these balls. So now the pressure's on him. If you're Sajad, what are you thinking? There's a mountain of pressure. He's probably thinking, right, do I go for another 6? What do I do
Don't
here?
give him something he can hit for 6, right? I mean, it's obvious, but remember, if you can keep him on strike and somehow avoid going for another 6, you might get a crack at night, the next over, and you might be able to go get the 10 and 11.
Do you think now he's thinking, right, forget the 6s now. Now we can just do, myself and Knight can do this playing normal cricket?
I think it depends. He's not going looking for it, but if it's there, I think he'll go for it. You never know what's around the corner. 2 to come in the 9th.
Whips that away, important stop. Oh, it's a big,
he's gone!
He's gone!
Oh,
he's
wow.
gone! He's going to be run out here! Sensational! They're going to be 9 down, and they still need 5. Hesitation, he goes back. He should have just backed himself and gone for it. He goes back, he's going to be run out. He's standing around to wait and see, but he's a goner here.
Gone upstairs. I don't see
he's
any
a
way.
goner.
I mean, we're not always right, but it just seemed direct hit. He was gone and weren't sure of the plan. Was he taking the run? Was he not taking the run? They stopped for a cup of tea in the middle of the pitch. Faf Stoneman has hit the stumps from a pretty acute angle. Here's the replay, and he's gone. Clear as you like. And that is a huge moment. It is the 9th wicket, 94 for 9, with the Scottish 10 and 11 needing 5 runs of 7 balls now. But of course, 1 more wicket for Portugal, and they will grab that top 2 spot.
I can't believe it. I mean, first of all, the run out is exceptional. Take nothing away from the work there from Stoneman. Once again, he is worth his value in the field alone, is Francois Stoneman. But I was saying there, what do you do? Do you change it? And you just needed to keep calm. He hits the ball. You don't need anything from it. It doesn't mind. It goes to the fielder, leave it. But it's almost like Knight calls it. Sajjad then sort of goes and thinks, what am I doing? I don't need to. Then tries to go back, but it's a direct hit. I think either batter would have been out. But, of course, if Sajjad is not out, that's the big win. All right,
welcome to Test match cricket, ECN style. They need 5. Okay, there's only 7 balls left. I'll give you that. And, well, it's Rafe Khan in the hot seat. Oh, bounced it. Okay, so that's the thing. End of the over, let's talk a little bit more about it. It's quite an unusual situation, even for us. 94 for 9 off 9. They need 5 more to get the top 2. Now, who's going to bowl here? Stoneman probably seems like a good choice. Now, let me think what my field is. You've got 2 options. You go at the stumps and you risk it, or Stoneman's really good at bowling wide tramline, and you can set a field to that, but then, an edge might go for 4 or 6. It's a really tough one. One thing you don't want to do is give wides away or no balls to it, 10 and 11 at the crease. But what a tense situation this is with so much on the line.
Yeah, and also think about the batters, 2 batters. I mean, Tom Knight, hasn't got off the mark, just faced one. You got Khan out there as well. I mean, that moment, though, who will be in that position? Sajjad is probably gone off here. He's probably close to tears because he's done everything to keep his team in it. Then at the last moment, he gets out. Now it's down to number 10 and 11. But would you not bring the field in?
Yeah, okay.
If
the field's back,
pressure?
if I'm Knight and if I'm Rafe Khan, I'm thinking just hit the ball fairly technically correctly and run. If the field's back, if you score off every ball, you're fine. Now, it's only dots that get you into trouble. But there is this back of your mind bad feeling. You know that you are the last the last hurrah. And Stoneman, I reckon that run out just gives him a lot of confidence going into this over as well. He's worked very hard on his pace bowling. So 5 runs required off 6 balls. And that's for percentage.
And the last pair are in. Remember that. That is big. So they can't afford to take any risky ones either.
Yeah, well, here we go. Tense last over. 5 required for Scotland.
Plays it away. But
see, this is the thing. If you then get in a bit of it, if you get dottaged and you're not taking those runs, I know you don't want to take a crazy one because if a run out and that'll do it. But
is he protecting Khan?
Back there.
Is he protecting Khan? Is he feeling that he's got to do it?
I think you've got to trust Khan to be able to get bat on ball and get you back on strike. Otherwise, then you need a boundary. At the moment, they don't need a boundary. 5 off 5 now. Every ball's an event.
This time, they are taking it on. And it's... Oh! Well, how close was this? Going by the reaction of the fielders, very close. So if he was protecting Khan, he's not anymore because he takes the tight single. That would have been out. That would have been out. All right.
You're right.
Khan.
That was tighter than the one they turned down.
Inside edge 4?
Yeah, good. Well, that's the thing. They're within 4 now. You've got to protect the boundary. I like the field. They've got fine leg back. Okay, now they're going to bring fine leg up. I don't know.
I'd keep him back.
I just think the chance of a French cut is reasonably high. 4 required.
Shot. Oh, he's going to get the 4. He's going to get the 4. And with that, we believe Scotland will now, well, whether they win, lose, or whatever, they will finish above Portugal. They may now, we reckon, get that second spot. That was the boundary that needed to be saved to get to the 99. 99 for 9. What a moment that is for Khan getting a boundary.
It's tense, but, not often you celebrate a loss, but this is one of those occasions for Scotland 11. Just shows you how important every run is.
Oh, that's a wide.
It was actually also the ball that meant they couldn't win the game. But we've done heaps of matches. I've done over 4,000, now you've done 3,000 plus. Never quite seen a situation like this.
Yeah.
And that's why it's quite interesting to talk tactics.
Yeah, because we always talk, of course, with the introduction and bonus point. That has been key. But we've always said all the way along, but net run rate is still very important. Yeah. So in this match, it's the losing and getting a point and also net run rate that's so key.
You wait and see how close these net run rates are as well. At the moment, they're about 0.03 apart. They're going to be tied on points. 3 to come.
Edge, and that's going to, well, be gloved, I think, to the man, Amandeep, who is there at 3rd. So it's going to be a single.
Rafe Khan building the statue. There's a brilliant shot. This actually just flown a bit too quick for Stoneman. And look, Portugal, they've got a do-or-die clash against France tomorrow. That'll be a really good game, I'm sure about that. Portugal did a bit of a number on them yesterday, but France are the kind of team that no one ever wants to run into. They're so unpredictable. 2 to come here before we wrap it up for the night.
They'll take a single. So, well, Cassajard, I mean, in a way, I feel so much happy for him, but certainly because I think for me, I mean, there's a lot happened in this match, but I think because of what he's done, he certainly is my player of the match, because if it wasn't for his half century and him really getting stuck in out there and playing that role, they wouldn't have got this. They wouldn't have got this. It's hard to say. Wouldn't have got this win. Wouldn't have got this loss.
mean,
how strange does that sound?
There's been magical moments for all teams in this tournament. That's the thing. I mean, Stoneman's run out was brilliant. He really put them on the precipice, that top 2. They'll have to do it the hard way, though, now, Portugal. This will be the end of the game, so it's going to be a win for Portugal. They'll probably try for 2. In fact, they won't. So it'll be 18 runs the margin. Portugal, I mean, thinking positively, it's a very good win in itself. I mean, to beat a Scottish side who obviously have been very, very dangerous in the series and historically here at the Cartama Oval. It's, yeah, Scotland, they'll do just enough to hold on to their spot in the top 2.
Yeah, what a match, an entertaining one. I know it was, well, I think the viewers, like us, it was almost like we were on a seesaw or even on a roller coaster. It was going up, down, up, down. It was a bit of a yo-yo. We didn't know what was going to happen. And Scotland are smiling on World Smile Day. They may have lost the match. Well, both teams are smiling, I think. I think Portugal, for them, it's a very good win. For Portugal, you know, one thing that they'll be thinking about is the way they went down there against Guernsey. If that match went the way it looked like it was gonna, they were winning it and then ended up losing it. If they had won that match, then of course they would be in that second spot. So, well, let's just have a look at this. So this is what's happening tomorrow, Vinny.
Yeah, so Scotland hold on to second by the skin of their teeth by about 0.24 of net run rate. That's all, because they're both on 8 points. That's what split second and third. It means that Scotland will get to play Ireland in the 1 versus 2, get the double chance. Portugal have a sudden death eliminator in the morning versus France. This should be a corker of a day. Premier Division Group A Finals Day starts tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. GMT, which is 12:30 in Central Europe and 4 p.m. in India. Let's go through the highlights. Plenty of drama under the lights at Cartama.
Yeah, we started off with 6 from McBride, and he looked like he was going to go well. And this one, though, it might have looked pretty good, but all he did was place it into the hands of Davalakuma Nuratam, and he was good out there. He was catching well. So was Najam Shazad, and Najam taking that all-important catch as well. So they were getting wickets, and Lloyd was very disappointed the way he got out, and there he was again. It's another good catch there from Davalakuma Nuratam. He took 3 in the end. He would put 1 down, but it wouldn't cost him. That was a great delivery from Najam Shazad. Shazad really is showing what he can do. But then there was that 1 over, wasn't there? That's another easy one that was taken there by Christopher De Freitas. But there was that 1 over from Najam where De Freitas really did lean into him. That probably did make a big difference in the way the match went, because he went for 18 in that over. And even though, courtesy of a run-out, De Freitas would get out in that over, Scotland, well, they do battle, and they have got the brave hearts, haven't they? They do get the runs, the 99, or get past the 99 that they had to get a win. But yeah, De Freitas, he held on to 1 good catch, but it wasn't enough. That was a good delivery there. That's the Yorker. He was brought back to get this wicket, and he did. So well done to Martins. I think he's certainly had a good day. He'll have a good day tomorrow as well, Jeremy Martins, there's no doubt about that. But this is when Scotland, they started to get on their feet. But then this happened, pick up and throw.
Oh, yeah, this was amazing.
That was just amazing, and that we thought could have changed this match round.
Yeah, I mean, it did in a way. I mean, it really meant it was, bite your fingernails off time. But Portugal, they won't know whether to laugh or cry after that group stage. Both those two had the ultimate mixed time. They were 2 wins, 2 losses. They'll feel they left some points out there. I mean, Portugal, remember, they lost to Guernsey earlier today.
Yeah.
That's not a knock on Guernsey, who just outplayed them, but Portugal were pretty close to getting that win.
Yeah.
This time they were pretty close to getting the extra point. But anyway, it was just enough for Scotland, who actually lose this game, but they kind of feel like winners because they do get that double chance outplaying Portugal, but only just over the group stage. Cassajard with 55 off 21 really held the innings together before he was run out sensationally by Faf Stoneman. Apart from that, we saw McBride with 16, but nobody else could get past double figures, get to double figures. And bowling-wise, some good formers in there. Martins, again, what a standout. 3 for 12 off his 2 overs. We saw 2-fers for Shazad and Nunes. Shazad that over, second over, just got away from him a little bit, didn't it? Juan Henry with 1 for 21. I thought bowled really well. And Stoneman, again, a bit unlucky that he couldn't quite pull off the 4-pointer. So, I mean, Portugal, look, they win 2 games. They beat the Scotland 11. Teams they'll likely play against tomorrow. You've got the, obviously, first game against France, which they won last time. But France can be anything, and so we don't really know what will happen in that game. Obviously, they might run into Scotland 11 again tomorrow. We also know now that we'll get the Ireland 11 versus Scotland 11 rematch of today. That was such a fascinating game. It had a player hitting 6 sixes off his first 6 balls. It had it had a hat-trick, had 4 in 4 balls, had 5 in 7 balls, had a 5-wicket haul. Yeah. But really, Group A's delivered, and maybe they're a bit surprising to a few people, including myself. I mean, the bowlers have stepped up. I've said it for a while. It's very easy to just complain and say it's too hard. But if you can get your variations right, and if you can locate, I mean really locate your deliveries, then you can have success. And I'm going to check in a second what the average run rate is in this Group A, but certainly nowhere near what we saw in the Challenger division.
No, we were saying all along, I mean, how many times we were saying the Yorker length delivery, got to nail the Yorker, got to bowl the variations, got to get that slow bowling, and we've seen that here. I mean, how many times have we seen the bowlers hitting the stumps because they've gone for the Yorker? I think it's been refreshing. Yeah. I mean, I think the Challenger division, most people described it as fantasy cricket. It really was. Yeah. Some of the things that we were seeing, I mean, people are saying, I'll be watching cricket. Is it an arcade game? Because it was just amazing. Yeah. And we were seeing unbelievable things.
Like a long drive contest.
But now we're seeing the world-class bowlers come into play. Now we're seeing the battles that we wanted to see. Good batters up against good bowlers.
Yeah, let's have a look then at tomorrow's schedule one more time. Portugal versus France first up, and then we'll see the Ireland and Scotland teams going against each other. So it starts a little bit later tomorrow. It's 10:30 GMT, which is 12:30 in Central Europe, and 4 p.m. in India. Just looking at some of these numbers. So actually, as we just rejoin you here in the commentary box. So the average run rate has come down a full point. So it's 13.3 instead of 14.3. And the maximo rate is gone from 13.1 to 12.1. So it's still very big. Yeah. But I think, we have seen a little bit more of an even contest, and probably a greater proportion of catches being held as well.
Yeah, and I think we'll, as we get deeper into the Premier Divisions as a group come in, I think we'll see that certainly the maximum rate will start to come down a little bit more where we used to see it. It might be around about the 10 or the 11, because I think the bowlers will be better. I think wickets, the number of wickets falling will be more as well. And I think teams will also be playing more tactically as well. I don't think teams necessarily will be going out there just to hit sixes. Yeah. They'll be thinking on a tactical basis about making sure you're going out there and winning the matches.
But I also think if you get it wrong with the ball, you're going to go a long, long way. Well, I just want to say before we go, a big thank you to everyone in the chat. We've absolutely loved your company. We've had some really fun discussions today. It'll be known forever as the first day the empanadas came to the Cardamom Oval. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket. I know a lot of things are going gangbusters on there. And finally, I want to say that our website, it's there, and we hope you refer to it. You can see some of the squads that are in the other groups, B, C and D, of course, and the England 11 squad for Championship Week. But for now, hope you enjoyed the coverage. It's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of Corey Ruckers and Rico Fool. Hope you stay safe. Hope you stay happy. I'm going to go see if there's any empanadas left. Enjoy the best bits of the day. Thanks to our crew at Spring Media. We'll see you tomorrow for Finals Day, Group A in this Premier Division of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket. For now, it's hasta mañana.
Adios, hasta mañana.